From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shot, rebound, off the post, and in! Wyatt Johnston, the rookie, did not hit the post. It went right to the tape of the 19-year-old. And Wyatt Johnston gets his 24th goal of the year, and the Stars lead 1-0.
And that is how your hockey team is going to head into the postseason. That is how we start the Friday edition of Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Felt like a pretty fast week.
It did. They've been going pretty quick of late.
That's good.
Yeah, I mean, to me, and look, I'm the kind of guy that I always need something to look forward to. That's just me. You know, like I can't get through a week if I don't have something coming that I look forward to down the line.
And what is that?
Well, that's why I always have a trip planned.
Okay.
So the trip gets me, you know.
I thought you were going to say 8 a.m. baseball tomorrow in Rockwall.
No, it's not. It's not in Rockwall. Thank God. Sunday might be. You never know. But no. So that's the trip. We're going out of town in 2 weeks. That's what's getting me through each day. All right, let's go. Okay, count a day down. I got a little timer on my phone right here. Look at this little countdown, Sean.
What?
Right there. Hang on.
A timer.
Right here, right there. 16 days left. Okay? Tells you on the phone, a little widget.
It's like the NFL draft first pick.
Yeah, no, I don't care about the NFL draft. I care about Cabo. All right? The NFL draft's before that. I got to get through the draft first. But that's me. That's what kind of, you know, I need a carrot. I always need a carrot in front of me.
Okay.
I'm like Jordan. I make carrots up. I just make carrots up to get me through the day. Sometimes it's a fun weekend. Sometimes it's, hey, we got this guest on the show. Sometimes it's a trip out of town. I need a carrot. That's my carrot right now.
And I'm getting word. I can't announce it yet, but I'm getting word of a possible fill-in host for RJ Choppy while you are out. It will not just be myself and Bobby Belt.
Ooh, well, okay.
All 5
Kyle
days, Yeomans.
All 5 days. Is Kyle Yeomans?
It's not.
Kyle?
It's not. R.I.P. Kyle Yeomans. That storyline has been put to bed.
I do know who it is.
Oh, you did.
I did. You said it yesterday.
Oh, crap.
Not on the air.
Oh, yeah. This guy.
No, I did hear about who it might be.
Yeah, they gave me the phone call yesterday. They said, would you prefer, so someone's going to have to be in at 5:30. Would you prefer, who do you think it should be? The fill-in host or Bobby? And I was like, Bobby's ass needs to be in here at 5:30. I don't know if I want to see the fill-in host at 5:30 every single morning without that individual's usual get-up. But we'll see if you can guess who it is on the chartrec.com text line. Pepe, do you know who it is?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I was not listening in this conversation.
That's right. Intentionally, we kept you out of it. It was in the commercial.
Is it
break.
me?
Oh, it's not you.
But that's a little, I like that. I like that drive right there to be, you could probably host and run the board. Have you had to do that? Do both in the past?
I did. I've done it, I think, a couple times now. I've done it like on holidays and stuff. They said, hey, well, we're not going to give you producer, but you can produce and host.
Oh,
so I was
lucky
like,
you.
Oh, yeah. Get paid the same, but do both jobs.
Was it like really impossible? Was it hard?
No, it was fine. I told Alec, I said, look, don't give me a bunch of audio and stuff. I'll do whatever audio wise, but we're just going to host basically.
All right. So a special surprise fill-in host with Bobby at 5:30 when Ralph James Choppy is sipping on pina coladas. All right, this morning we have our final Rangers ticket giveaway during the Expressway starting at 7:20. But we played the audio from ESPN. Wyatt Johnston scores the goal. The Dallas Stars end the regular season by winning their 6th straight game. Otter with the shutout, only facing 25 shots.
Yeah, which comes off a night where he only faced like 18. Not last night, but not 2 nights ago, but the game prior to the St. Louis back-to-back. He only faced like 18 shots. I think it may have been, I can't remember which game it was, but that's remarkable. The defense is playing well. They're playing overall 10-2-1 in their last 13 games down the stretch.
Man, 5th shutout for Otter on the year. So the Stars are 1 point ahead of Colorado. Colorado won their game last night. They got a makeup game tonight at Nashville. So we all need to become Preds fans. And what, Peyton, you think the Stars could open up? Did you say on Monday?
They are opening on Monday.
Yeah, the Stars tweeted something out. There's no times or anything released yet because we don't really know who we're playing. But yeah, the Stars tweeted out last night that, hey, we'll see you back at the AAC on Monday.
And then they'll play on Wednesday after that.
General Manager Jim Nill will be on the show today at 9 o'clock. Whale alert. Mike Martz, a Dak Prescott defender. You know Bobby had to book him if he was blaming Kellen Moore and supporting Dak Prescott. So Mike Martz, the offensive genius, at 8 o'clock. So we are loaded up on the Show of Whales here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Meanwhile, the Rangers were off. They're going to be in the armpit tonight to take on the Astros. But Major League Baseball history continues to be made.
Swinging a high drive into right center field. This should do it. To his left, Manuel Margot is there. Would you believe 13-0 to start the year? The Tampa Bay Rays have swept the Boston Red Sox 4 in a row, and they tie a Major League record by starting the new season 13 wins in a row.
Rays Radio with the call. Who's notable on this team? How many people instantly off the top of your head could the average sports fan name? Peyton off the Tampa Bay Rays.
Well, you have Randy Rosarina, played in the World Baseball Classic. Wander Franco, up-and-coming prospect, really, really good. They have a pitcher, Shane McClanahan, really, really good.
Okay.
But that's the thing. It's like they don't have any superstars. They just have really good players that just put the ball in play, get outs, and then they win games. They already have a 5-game lead in the division.
Yeah, like, listen, here's the thing with the Rays and what the Rays have done over the years. Even though they win all these games, they win like 85 to 95 games basically every year. All right, and then they don't win World Series or anything, but they're always competitive. They don't produce superstars that go elsewhere and become these
household names.
Right. Everybody they produce, they're nice players elsewhere, but like they don't have like Shohei Ohtani,
right?
Corey Seager.
They don't have any headliner.
Yeah, never. They never do, and they never go anywhere else and stay as these headliners.
Like the most famous player in Rays history is what? Evan Longoria,
David Price,
Longoria.
Like they had they had good pitching. But again, like, where did Archer do when he went to, where did he go, to Pittsburgh?
Became Cowboys beat writer.
Absolutely. There you go. Longoria was a good player, really good player. Went to San Francisco, you kind of forgot about him.
So they beat the Red Sox 9-3. It was a 7-run fifth inning. They matched the start of the 82 Braves, 87 Brewers. The only longer opening streak was a 20-0 start by the 1884 St. Louis Maroons.
That's before the last baseball team, the first baseball team that's still in existence. I think the Reds and Cubs were like 1885.
And a mind-blowing stat: the Rays have won all but one of the games, all 13, but one by 4 more runs.
Yeah,
they're blowing people out.
That's crazy.
They've outscored this is like the 07 Patriots regular season. They've outscored opponents 101-30 with the most runs in the big leagues and the fewest allowed. And thankfully, they got their largest opening day crowd yesterday. They got their largest crowd since opening day with 21,175.
Move them to Nashville. Move them.
Get them out.
Get them out of there.
I saw this stat yesterday. I think they've hit 32 home runs. They've only allowed 30 runs. So the Rays have hit 32 home runs on the season. Yeah. They've only allowed 30 runs.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Like what they're doing is just remarkable. And I can't wait for them to miss the postseason this year. I hope they go on an absolute tailspin because I hate that organization.
Hate them?
I can't stand them. I don't like they nickel and dime you. They've got, like I said, they do this without like ever producing any stars that go somewhere else.
How different is the plan from what the Athletics usually do?
I don't know that it's all that different. I don't know that it's all that different at all. I mean, they both find ways to get good players. And now the A's, they seem to trade them really quick and just purposely do a rebuild and purposely stink. The Rays don't ever purposely stink. I think that's the main difference. The Rays are always kind of competitive, even when they're losing guys, you just find somebody else. The A's, they trade them all away and then rebuild the system, and they're good 4 years later.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Rangers ticket giveaway during the Expressway. Mike Martz at 8. Stars GM Jim Nill at 9 o'clock. An absolutely loaded Friday to ease you into the weekend. Maybe you're traveling. Somebody wants you to travel with no kids ever around again. And if you want a colon like RJ Choppy, we'll get you the coffee you need this morning. Next.
Coming up on the next KNC Master.
RJ, is this one of yours?
Yep. Turnpike Troubadours.
Look how happy and giddy you are. God, you are perfect for the morning. You are way too happy and way too giddy.
Oh, yeah. I wake up and I'm like just happy to be alive.
That's a
good motto.
That's such a good motto.
Just happy to be awake.
No wonder he likes Nick Sirianni. Attack the day. Attack the morning.
I attack sleep. I attack wake up. I attack my morning pee. I attack my brushing my teeth. I attack everything. I attack that drive-in on 30 or 35, depending on which way I'm coming in that day. I attack it, baby. Flying through cars, weaving around.
And this
attack
is on,
breakfast.
And this is on no coffee.
No, I'm off coffee. I had that little heart thingy.
Yeah.
So I tried no spark and just coffee, and that doesn't work for me. It just doesn't wake me up enough. I feel like I get a crash. I'm just doing spark, no coffee.
So how's the heart fluttering? Calm? We stabilized?
It's I haven't had a flutter in quite a while, although we have curtailed our drinking a little bit because we do have Mexico coming up. So we're trying to.
What's the countdown at?
It's 16 days, Sean. 16 days. And,
You don't have an hour and minutes on there? I don't know if it's
I think
true countdown if there's no hours, minutes, and seconds.
It's 16 days and 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay.
Until the
And
flight.
this is to the flight, right?
To the flight.
Okay.
Yeah, to the flight. So we're just trying to keep the bodies healthy before then. But I haven't had any flutterage. I've upped the workouts a little bit. We've even in the bedroom we haven't had any kind of flutter. They told me to do that. He said have lots of that.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're gonna have the heart rate go up. It's got to be like really, really high, really, really amped.
But no coffee.
I could do one or the other. I could do spark or coffee.
Okay.
I can't do them both.
So since you're not drinking coffee, help out the Tolos at Starbucks.
All right, man. I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna want to get in on this one, but there's a drink that Starbucks has. Now it started in Italy. Okay, it started in Starbucks, Italy, and it has moved its way.
Starbucks is a town in Italy?
No. The Starbucks restaurants or coffee shops.
Okay.
It's called the Oleato. All right. It combines coffee and olive oil.
Oh.
So some people will put MCT oil in their coffee. Have you seen that?
Yeah, and Will Levis, the mayo.
Yeah, well, he puts mayo in there.
Yeah, coconut oil.
Yeah, or butter. I think MCT oil is.
And what's the point of that supposed to be?
I believe it's for keto. Put you in ketosis. Is it ketosis? Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's something stupid. I hate keto. Anyway, so the Oleato's got 3 flavors. It's got a golden foam cold brew. It's got a latte, iced shaken espresso, and they arrived in the U.S. back in late March. All right. It started in just Chicago, Seattle, New York City. It's expanded since. Well, it's a sweet and lush flavor. It's velvety smooth, Peyton Russell.
That's good.
But a little bit too smooth. After it launched, people who tried that described an unintended side effect. Races to the bathroom.
My favorite.
Now, why is this? Because caffeine is a stimulant and oil is a relaxant.
Oh.
Which is not a good idea in the morning after you have your coffee to have a stimulant and a relaxant.
I think this is a Corey Majors issue.
Yep, people are running to the bathroom because they have got leakage.
Yeah.
Not in the front either.
How would we name this? I'm trying to think of a fancy Starbucks name as a drink. You know the menu inside and out.
Yep. So the technical names are the Oleato Golden Foam Cold Brew.
Like a frappuccino?
Oh.
Frappuccino?
A puppuccino.
Puppuccino?
Puppuccino.
Yeah.
That's what this is. A puppuccino. Man, I can't imagine. First of all, these bathrooms, these Starbucks, they've got single setting bathrooms.
I've never been in a Starbucks bathroom.
Okay.
I can't stand being in there. It's just it's too chaotic.
You've been in a Starbucks though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's very chaotic.
Probably with you somewhere.
Probably. Now the bathrooms are generally, I don't think I've seen a Starbucks that is not a solo room. It's just a one-seater. That's it. So you may have a male and a female, or I don't know. They're probably gender neutral at Starbucks. You probably even got 2 unisex bathrooms.
Easy, Kid Rock.
No, you probably do. A lot of places have that now. Just unisex bathrooms. So I don't know what the line is going to be like in the morning.
Yeah.
But you go to Starbucks, and if you have problems, if you're a little backed up, the Oleato Golden Foam Cold Brew.
And it sounds like the last thing you would want to get if you were traveling. You get those Starbucks airport lines as well.
Oh.
Everybody's lining up.
And there's no worse smell in America.
Oh, no.
Than the airport bathroom.
No.
Doesn't matter which one you go in. I've accidentally gone in the other one. I thought that was the most repugnant smell I've ever come across.
The ladies?
Awful.
They say the ladies' restrooms, they say women are sloppier than guys.
I can't say what it smelled like on air, but it was...
Probably poop.
And mixed with something else. It was the filthiest smell of my life.
Very filthy.
Very filthy.
Nasty.
This was in, where was this? I think this was in Phoenix.
Oh.
I think this is in Phoenix. It was the foulest smell I've ever come across. It was a ladies' restroom. Walked in there by accident.
Someone is trying to eradicate children from airports when we travel.
Yeah.
Get rid of them.
No kids in the airport. That is what one guy wants to do. He is petitioning for child-free airports.
You know, this used to be probably the biggest fear. The screaming kid. The biggest fear and problem is the adults. The screaming psycho on the plane that gets video recorded. Like a screaming child. Sit me next to that kid any day of the week versus some of these loonies that fly on these planes.
Absolutely. I would much rather sit next to a screaming kid than somebody who's causing a ruckus on an airplane. Like, there's nothing worse than some Karen on the airplane or some... What's the male?
Michael Karen.
What's the male Karen? Is it a Terry?
Michael K.
Yeah, Michael K. Is it a Terry? Is it the male Karen? Or a Chad?
Chad, Brad.
Something
fratty.
Some lacrosse bro. But
Lacoste. Is that Lacoste, the little alligator?
The little alligator, right? Is that Izod? Is that it's Lacoste.
Lacoste,
right?
yeah.
So this guy at the airport, he was just sitting there and he was like, there's this multiple kids screaming. This one little kid's trying to, take his seat or play with his bag or touch his hair. It's like a 2-year-old or 1-year-old. That's what kids do. They stand up behind you and they play with your hair. What kind of miserable human being doesn't laugh when a baby tries to you plays around with everybody? It's funny. It's funny. Miserable people. But child-free airports.
We used to have to try to explain to Spittle all the time while we're like talking about our families and our kids. Spittle doesn't have any kids. He doesn't want any kids. Sorry to whoever he may be dating if I'm breaking that news to you. But we'd be like, Gavin, a lot of people have children. You want us to be relatable and connect. Spittle could have put in for this.
He might have.
To go ahead and get the kids out of here.
He might have.
I've never seen... I'm gonna ask Spittle to babysit my boy one time.
God.
One day.
Yeah.
He'd come up with a whole itinerary. I mean, I wouldn't be worried about it.
Oh no, he'd be alive. He'd go to the Arboretum.
Yeah, he'd go to
be very well read by the end of the time.
maybe a Stars playoff game.
Can't beat it.
He'd come home with a luchador mask.
Yep, the kid would watch wrestling.
Yeah.
You go to the botanical gardens, nature walks, lots of dog walks.
Oh, lots of dog walks. He'd probably put his dog's handicap wheels on my boy.
Oh, no.
He'd be rolling around the neighborhood.
He might.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, would he take him on an hour? Like, he takes his dog on like an hour and a half walk like every day.
Yes, every day.
Every day. So would he take Oliver?
Yes.
Could Oliver stand a 90-minute walk?
No. He ain't got the thighs for that. Not his thighs these days.
What about a stroller? Yeah, could he sit in the stroller for 90 minutes?
90 minutes, maybe. Maybe he could for 90 minutes, but depends on the mood. He's got his father's mood. All right, we are open with the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Final Rangers ticket giveaway during the Expressway. We have Mike Martz to talk about the Cowboys offense at 8, Jim Nill, Stars GM at 9, after they finished the regular season last night with their 6th straight win. Man, people are getting upset over the truth. People are attacking Ben Roethlisberger over Lamar Jackson. They're attacking a former Maverick over a former Laker. And RJ says, don't worry about the Commanders. Nothing's going to change, even with Dan Snyder out. 6 a.m. headlines with the Friday edition. Just getting rolling on the Fan.
You're listening to Sean and RJ on the Fan. Coming up at 10 o'clock, it's Corey Majors, Kevin Hageland, and Mike. studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. A Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and now Bobby Belt here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Were you able to enjoy a little bit of a night off? No Mavericks, no Rangers. Stars get the W. What did you do? Did you go out and socialize with your wife? Did you go and see another movie?
Bobby?
No,
Socialize
none
with
of that. It's actually, I don't know that it's a night off. I feel like when there's not something going on around here, I'm more in tune to like surfing the internet and like looking around and like, oh, what's some other stuff we could talk about tomorrow? So I feel like I'm actually more distracted by the internet and the research and everything else. I've got a bone to pick with you though. If Choppy's out and we have mystery guest fill-in, why would I be here at 5:30, Sean?
Because I don't want to do 30 minutes by myself.
But we would have the mystery guest come in 30 minutes early.
I think this mystery guest is enough of a diva that's going to be a challenge. Number two, you are the full-time member of the show.
I am a diva too, though.
Well, not compared to this individual. And I'm not sure if I'm prepared to deal with that temperament at 5:30 from the other individual. So let's give that person a little bit more time to go ahead and get the coffee working and get ready for the 6 o'clock start. So
they need that extra 30 minutes.
You would know better than me. You would know better than me, but I'm just guessing, and I don't want to find out. So that person can stroll in here at 6. Did any Tolos guess it? Don't reveal it. Did anyone guess who the mystery co-host is?
I don't even see.
I think you dropped a pretty big clue about 30 seconds ago.
30 seconds, was probably about 10 seconds ago.
I was trying to be vague. I wasn't trying to pinpoint exactly which time it was.
Did I use a pronoun?
No, not
A few
not,
did. A few did guess. A few did guess.
Okay.
So lots of guesses. I mean, I could throw some of these guesses out.
Yeah, throw out some of the other guesses.
Let's see. Is it the one who beat Choppy in the home run derby? No, it's not Pat Doney. Maybe it is. Who knows? Chris Arnold.
Gotcha, Dan.
Stephen A. Smith.
That would be very entertaining. That would be a big get.
Diva. Derek Holland. Speaking of divas.
Oh, Derek would be fun. Broadus always volunteers to do it.
Broadus. Mike Fisher.
Item.
I was always a big fan of Fish as a co-host. He was usually my number one choice.
Josh Beckett.
What's Josh Beckett doing?
pitcher?
The former Marlin?
Yeah.
I don't know, cursing out umpires. Isn't that what he used to do?
All right, the big story in sports that took over ESPN yesterday. It's not official. When it's not totally official, I always think Dan Snyder could pull something shady. The Commanders are being sold for a record $6.05 billion, and this is going to this guy Josh Harris, who already owns two other teams.
Sixers and the Devils. Both teams are, relatively top seeds in their respective sports. They're very, very good teams.
58 years old, from Chevy Chase, Maryland. So he's got the DMV ties. And Adam Schefter keeps reporting, all right, it's not signed yet. So there's another Canadian billionaire that's been lurking and in this process. But it looks all but done that Dan Snyder is finally out in D.C.
Yeah, the other guy's Acidophilus or Pospostopoulos.
Apostolopoulos.
Is it Steve?
It is Steve.
All right, Steve. What if you're
not Zorro?
If you have that last name, you can't,
from now on.
if your name has got like 13 or 14 letters, you can't go with Jim, all right, or Steve. It's got to be something like exotic and unique. I think, personally.
Probably, yeah. It needs to blend better. Look, this is great news, and like I understand, Cowboys fans are probably upset that the mess Dan Snyder is no longer there. But I think, like, objectively as football fans, you should be glad he's out of the league, Dan Snyder. That he'll eventually be pushed out.
Why?
Because he's just such a drag on the league, and he has zero interest in actually building a contender. I think football's better overall as a product if Washington's good, or if Washington's got a shot. They're just not perpetually a laughable franchise. It's just like the same thing about they reached a point where it's not any good to have the Raiders be a bad football team as long as they were.
Yeah.
And so same sort of thing here. I think this is actually good news for the league. Get him out. You saw Caleb Williams was celebrating his Instagram story. He shared that Dan Snyder, and he wrote, "Thank you." So he's not a big Dan Snyder fan for some reason. I don't know if he's a Washington fan.
You on his fingernails?
Maybe that's the first person he writes when he gets to the NFL is F. Snyder.
Is he from there?
I don't know. Let me look.
Okay. Look, I'm conflicted. I'm a little bit torn. I grew up there. That was the team that I grew up rooting for, and a lot of nostalgia.
He is.
He
attended Gonzaga College High School in Washington, D.C.
Oh,
okay.
All right.
So
Zags.
It was very, very sad. Part of the reason it was so easy for me to stop rooting for them is because all the fun was just absolutely sucked out of it. Then you come here for 12 years, and you cover a team and you're around a team, and it's easier to become a fan of that team, especially when you get caught up in the love and the hype and the passion of the city. And I've always rooted for ratings, so I always root for the Cowboys to go undefeated and win every single Super Bowl. That's best for everyone. But this man, more so than anyone else that I saw, just sucked the fun and the glory out of a legendary fan base. It really was. I even hated FedEx Field because you just have memories of RFK shaking up and down, and the stands and the Hogs and Joe Gibbs.
I don't think that's a hot take, by the way. Hating FedEx Field. I think everybody pretty much hates that place.
Even when it was brand new, I went, and it's sterile. It's just, there's nothing to it.
I think it gets too much hate, by the way, after going there. Like, I actually think it's kind of nice.
Really?
Like, aesthetically, I think it looks good, like with the steps leading up to the stadium and everything.
So I feel good for, like, a lot of my childhood friends. Like, when this gets signed and dotted and official, there might be a parade there. I mean, you talk about the stress relief off of a fan base. You talk about a burden just getting off of someone's shoulders. This is like a Super Bowl for them. So I'm happy from a nostalgia point of view. But, Choppy, you're going to have to convince me that this is not going to matter at all in the NFC East, because this can't be anything but bad for the Cowboys and anyone else.
Well, look, I went and looked back at the Washington franchise's drafts, okay, and they're big. How do you think their roster is?
Right now, people think it's pretty decent, pretty good.
All right, so Dan Snyder's team has put together a pretty good roster. So their draft picks have not been like 1, 2, all that often. It's been 16. It's been, now they did get Robert Griffin III of the 2. It's been no first rounder. It's been 5. Okay, it's been 22. It's been 17. It's been 13. It's been 15. Then they had Chase Young at number 2 in the 2020 draft, which didn't really, if I remember, the 2020 draft was not producing. So that's the one problem. If they chose Justin Herbert over Chase Young, nobody is talking about Washington being this awful franchise. Right?
To be fair, I think universally people thought Chase Young was a better football player. There were questions about Justin Herbert when he was coming out.
But this is exactly why it doesn't matter. This is exactly why you take quarterback 1, 2, 3, 4. This is exactly why. Because yes, Chase Young is a better football player, whatever.
Until you draft Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold, and Josh Rosen.
And guess what? I mean, when you draft Josh Rosen, what do? You miss so bad that you get the number 1 pick the next year, and you just draft somebody else. Okay, you get a free first round pick. This as an owner, because the owner doesn't lose their job. The GM's got to worry about the owner doesn't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
Who has universally been known as the worst owner in the NFL?
Dan Snyder.
Outside of Snyder.
Mark Davis.
Is he?
I think so.
Give me a conference.
AFC. North.
Oh, Mike Brown. Cover
Mike,
your ears, Brian Broaddus. Broaddus gets very worked up.
Mike Brown has universally been known as the worst owner in the league, right? Outside of Dan Snyder. Cheap, bad owner. He got Joe Burrow. What?
Well, makes players pay for vending machines, supposedly.
He gets Joe Burrow. Now what? Nobody talks about Mike Brown being a bad owner anymore. This new owner won't matter unless they get a quarterback that he will. That's it. Until they get an elite quarterback, they're still going to be on the same treadmill. They're still going to be Washington. They're still going to be a team that's a pretty decent roster, that's going to win 5 to 7 or 8 games every year, just like they have for the last 30, and they're never going to go anywhere. Now, if the new guy happens into the number 1 pick and Caleb Williams is there and Caleb Williams becomes Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts or
someone who can throw.
Those would be very disappointing.
Okay, let's just say he becomes
Joe
Patrick
Burrow.
Mahomes or Joe Burrow.
Sure.
Then we all got to worry. But until that happens, it doesn't matter if Dan Snyder or Dan Jenkins or Dan from Dan and Dave.
I was just about to say that.
1992 Olympics. It doesn't matter who it is.
Do you know Dan and Dave?
No clue.
It doesn't matter if they don't get a quarterback. Who the owner is does not matter. Mike Brown was a joke. He gets Joe Burrow, and all of a sudden, they're just going to be getting their mail in the AFC Championship game for the next decade. Who are the Pegulas?
Yep.
They were a joke in Buffalo. They got Josh Allen. Oh, well, nobody talks about him anymore being bad owners. You get yourself a quarterback, and everything changes.
Fair point.
Yeah. I mean, look, but it's also not like they haven't tried to get a quarterback recently. Like, I mean, they've tried. It just hasn't worked out. They tried with Robert Griffin III. They went out. They made the move to get Dwayne Haskins.
He interfered with that.
Yeah, and he's terrible. And that's why it's good for the NFL that he's gone.
But
and it's less likely they'll mess that up.
They tried to get RG3. They got him, and all of a sudden RG3 was elite the first year they go to the playoffs. And it had nothing to do with Dan Snyder. And then RG3 got hurt. And
I boil it down to this. I simplify it. If it can't get any worse, it can only get better. So if you believe in organizations and cultures and intangibles and all those other things that things permeate, all right, we always say it starts with the Joneses around here. If you believe in any of that stuff, it can only be an improvement for them. It can only get better. I do believe in some of that stuff. Will it result in 2 more wins on the field that Dan Snyder is out? Probably not. But the interfering and just the negative vibe. We've all been at work. We've all been in environments in which it just sucks. It's toxic. It's poisonous. It doesn't make work fun. It makes you want to leave. It just affects everything that sometimes doesn't show up on paper. That's where Washington will benefit once this is finalized.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things.
And I would love to ask Jerry today if Jerry was on. He would lie and not be able to tell the truth. I shouldn't say lie. That's too strong of a word. Is there any part of you that is sad that you're losing a toxic owner? You're losing a division punching bag, because that's what Florio brought up yesterday. And that's the way we look at it as fans.
I don't think he does. Jerry is almost commissioner-like in the way that he worries about protecting the shield.
Yeah.
And so I think this is probably, and he wouldn't admit either one. He wouldn't admit, man, it sucks we're losing a punching bag. He probably wouldn't admit that, I'm thrilled that he's gone. This is better for the league. But it is. It's better for the health of the NFL that he's gone. It'll be better for the NFL once Washington finds some consistency. It's not better for the Cowboys, but for the NFL as a product, it's better to have Washington be good.
It's almost impossible. I can't think of another owner, maybe besides, was it Irsay when I was growing up in Baltimore, who was like, there's never been one likable story or trait about this dude. He's like the definition of a sports devil. Like, James Dolan caught it for a while, but is there anyone else even close to just being so unlikable and hated and stepping in it over and over? You almost can't make it up as a movie character.
By 2010, I would have loved to have seen if you could find 5 people in the entire Metroplex that like Tom Hicks.
Yeah, but that was because he was.
There's a lot.
He wasn't doing anything wrong necessarily.
It wasn't unethical, but it was just like business malpractice.
Yeah.
To the point where he was broke. And
yeah. You're right. At that point, yes. I mean, outside of this town, you might have people say that about Jerry.
I think Jerry's reputation has changed league-wide over the last 10 to 15 years, though.
Yes, but there's a lot of people out there that think he's a dirty old man.
I just think the reputation for Jerry's different. I think people view him as a quirky character, and they see his quotes up on ESPN or whatever else, or they see viral clips of him talking, and I think it's easy for people to go like, he's kind of like the funny old grandpa.
All right, I got to defend a former Maverick and Ben Roethlisberger. Truths are being spoken. Shots are being fired. Over the line or absolute reality? You hear the audio and judge for yourself next.
The more you listen, the harder we grind. The headlines are created.
Companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The sports world got really butthurt over the truth yesterday, and I'm here to defend it. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here. Friday edition on 105.3 The Fan. Our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week is coming up 7:20 in the Expressway. Mike Martz to love on Dak Prescott at 8 o'clock. Jim Nill, Stars GM, after his team won their 6th straight game last night to end the regular season, 1-0 over the Blues. Wyatt Johnston had the game winner. Otter with the shutout, only facing 25 shots, 1 point ahead of the Colorado Avalanche. They won last night, and they have their makeup game tonight at Nashville. So go Preds. Jim Nill coming up at 9.
I think I'm going to try and buy tickets for Monday.
Really?
Yeah.
Choppy got a connection. He may be able to get them for free. How many hockey games have you been to?
4 or 5.
Okay.
Something like that.
It will be electric.
That was one of the first dates me and the wife went on. Was a Stars game.
And that's where you showed off your amazing sports knowledge.
No, that's where I showed off how reckless I spend. She had tickets, asked if I wanted to go, but she's like, it's weird the way the tickets are. For some reason, they're split. There's like a chair in between. She's like, let's go up to the box office, see if we can get 2 together, like if they'll let us swap them. She was on the top level. I was like, okay, I'll go over there.
She was on top.
And then I just went over there and I bought tickets like for center ice, and we were like 2 rows up.
Yeah. You got to go ball or move early on.
Well, and she was like,
and that's when the money
she was
problem
upset
started
by
for you.
it. But that's the thing, she was upset by it. She was like, why would you do that? That's so reckless, blah, blah, blah. And she was like complaining about it. And some guy standing next to us, and he's like, what's wrong? And she's like, explain. She's like, we had 2 tickets. They were split up, went to go to the box office, put them together. And he bought tickets at center ice. And the guy just like looks at her and looks at me and goes, you bastard. Oh my gosh, how terrible. You're sitting center ice now.
I think Kristen needs RJ's heart monitor. She gets worked up.
She does.
She should. This guy's got more credit card debt than a Dave Ramsey caller.
I have 0 credit card debts. 0.
Peyton would have kept the tickets split and just like tried to talk around the fan in the middle. So
It's fine with me. Saves me money.
Yeah, saves you money. He's not upgrading. So Dallas Stars starting on Monday. Jim Nill at 9. All right, let's start off with the Ben Roethlisberger, Lamar Jackson drama. And this kind of stems off of Odell Beckham yesterday and the introductory press conference with the Ravens. Odell, does this mean Lamar is staying in Baltimore?
I've talked to Lamar while we was out there, and I know that's a better discussion for these two as far as how that's going to get handled. But the goal was, to come here and have that possibility to play with him, and I'm excited about that opportunity. I didn't get any assurances for anything. Life's uncertain. To me, it just was excited about the possibility of that. My thoughts would be that he would be here. I know that these two want him to be here. At the end of the day, that's going to be up to them.
That's a lie.
You hear the baby in the background? That's all I kept hearing during the presser yesterday. I'm like, that's got to be Odell's kid.
No, it's DeMar DeRozan's kid. This is a lie. There is 0 chance. Lamar's not recruiting somebody there like, hey, bro, come to Baltimore, sign here, play here. I may not be there, but you should play here. It's great. Like, he's absolutely staying in Baltimore if that's what he's trying to do.
Do you think that Lamar Jackson is basing this contract negotiation in any way off of Odell Beckham?
I don't think he tells Odell Beckham to sign there unless he's like, I will be there too. And look, I mean...
Or does Odell not care? He didn't factor in Lamar whatsoever because they're the team that gave 15.
Yeah,
why is Lamar recruiting him for somewhere that he may not be, though? That doesn't make any sense.
I think Lamar deep down knows what's going to happen. He's going to sign an offer sheet somewhere else, and they're going to match it.
You think that's what happens?
His mom would have to negotiate an offer sheet somewhere else first.
Or he's going to play under the transition tag.
Transition tag
or whatever it
doesn't
is.
exist right now. It's just the franchise tag.
So it's the non-exclusive.
Yeah, the non-exclusive.
It's, whatever, man. It's the same damn thing.
Well, I mean,
These
it's not.
stupid
The transition
tags.
tag's different.
I know, these stupid tags. Just get rid of the franchise tag. Just give them guaranteed contracts. Let's get rid of all this stupid salary cap situation.
NFLPA thinks that's a great idea. They'd love it.
So this makes you think, you think Lamar plays for Baltimore?
I just think it's there's no way you're actively recruit. If you knew you were leaving this station and going somewhere else, Are you going to try and get somebody hired here who you really like and think is good on there? Are you going to try and get them hired to come work with you?
Right.
It's
When I go where I can talk about whatever I want and have freedom
Oh my God.
and not be under the man.
Sounds like
no
an
budget,
oasis.
yeah. And so
When I go to Live Radio,
so it's one of those where I think that there's zero chance to me that Lamar's recruiting somebody there if he doesn't mean it.
all right, so the guy who caught the Lamar strays yesterday is Ben Roethlisberger. This is the Football and Pod. You tell me if Roethlisberger said something really outrageous about Lamar.
With Lamar, you want to bring safeties down to help stop the run because you don't really fear Lamar's arm, his accuracy all the time. Sure, he's got a huge arm; he can make things happen when he scrambles and whatever. But you don't fear him just sitting in the pocket and picking you apart. Sure. So you can bring safeties down because you do fear him running because he's a different level runner.
Oh my God. He just said that Lamar's legs are more dangerous than his arm. Wow.
You gotta be kidding me.
You gotta be kidding me. Ben Roethlisberger.
It's disgusting.
And then all these freaking simps come out of the weeds. Lamar Jackson getting defended by RG3, of course. Bill Barnwell made me turn on him. As Bobby Belt will be proud of me for finally turning on Barnwell.
Yes, I've gotten you to switch on like 4 people now.
He hasn't. You know why don't you like Bill?
Because I just think he's a fraud.
A fraud?
Yeah.
Or just like a
like a fraud in terms of like it's empty. The stuff that he throws out there, it's empty calories. It's look over here, like there's all that, and it's like, yeah, but what does it ultimately mean? Like the other day when he's talking about Bijan Robinson, he writes a whole 7,000 word essay about Bijan Robinson, and then basically at the end goes, now I haven't watched him. But based on what everybody says, this is still he dead serious did. He said all these evaluators say he's this and that, and if that's the case, that's great. But here's what the numbers say. That's not how you evaluate college players. Is the numbers?
Did he say, Choppa, he didn't watch him?
No, he said these evaluators love him, right? So he
said if this is true about the way he plays, which is what somebody says when they haven't watched him.
No, that's not. No, it has nothing
he
to do with that.
He said by all accounts, the way that he played at college, according to people, is this, and that's impressive if it's true.
That does not mean that he didn't watch him.
He didn't watch him. Bill Barnwell doesn't watch anything other than his freaking calculator. That's all he does.
I want to read
He's not an analytics guy.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. Seth Walder is. Bill Barnwell is not. Bill Barnwell is an analytics guy as much as Warren Sharp's an analytics guy, which he's not.
No, he's like John Hollinger. Yes, he is.
No, he's not. I mean, I don't consider him an analytics guy. Seth Walder, yes. Ben Baldwin, yes.
They're
Bill
more
Barnwell,
so.
no.
They're more so than Barnwell, but Barnwell absolutely leans into the analytics.
Sure.
Here comes the Roethlisberger attacks. RG3. Career passer rating in the pocket. Lamar, 97.9. Ben, 94.2. Career QBR in the pocket. Lamar, 64.9. Ben, 63.4. And here's an example. RJ, cover your ears. Here's an example of numbers getting exposed. And this can be eyes versus calculator. And you can hit me up on the chartwreck.com text line. If anybody believes, if anyone can say with a straight face that Lamar Jackson has been as good or as deadly or as feared dropping back and throwing as Ben Roethlisberger was in his prime, you're a damn idiot. You are a fool. You lose your football card. There was a period where Roethlisberger was lethal dropping back. And people are going to say, well, Ben did a lot of that damage outside the pocket. And yes, Ben did move around a ton and take a lot of abuse. But no one in their right mind, if you told me you drop back 10 times, you cannot scramble, you cannot run. No one in their right mind would ever say that Lamar Jackson would be the guy you take with 10 straight dropbacks over Roethlisberger. So RG3, continue your Lamar Jackson defense. Bill Barnwell came out with his numbers as well in the pocket. And I say, screw your numbers. Anybody with eyeballs knows what the reality was. That's my reaction to that. It's a joke. And I know we can do all the the Ben bathroom jokes aside and all that stuff. If you think Lamar Jackson can throw the football better or as good as Ben Roethlisberger, I discount your opinion.
I mean, look, I think Ben's a better quarterback throwing the ball than Lamar, but you know, those numbers don't lie. You know, if the numbers say he's a better passer in the pocket, then he's a better passer in the pocket.
Well, the numbers do lie sometimes. You told me that Ryan Tannehill was John Elway. So if the numbers tell you that, then the numbers are
I said John
stupid.
Elway is Ryan Tannehill with a better arm.
Okay.
Which is different. Okay.
But there are QBR numbers that say that some scrubs are better quarterbacks than John Elway. I'm not going to believe that. I'm just, I'm talking about Ryan Tannehill level dudes.
But you're not going to believe that because you don't want to believe it, not because.
No, because I don't blindly believe the numbers like you do. I just don't follow it.
Hang on, a passer rating is not something that is subjective. It's just there. Same with QBR. Now, QBR has different things into account. It takes into account, it weights touchdowns in the fourth quarter higher than touchdowns in the first quarter, for example. It would weight situations different than others. So a lot of things go into it, but it also throws running into it. But this one said in the pocket QBR, which I don't know.
Career QBR in the pocket.
Yes.
Career QBR in the pocket is also affected by, again, it's still about Lamar's legs. It's still read option. It's read, okay, stand back, throw. It's still got related to the threat of him running and the soft looks that the defense
There's no doubt about it.
Even if it's in the pocket, it's still about his legs.
RG3's comment here was the most accurate. They do fear him, the runner, more than the passer. But that should not be used. If people use that to tear down his passing, it should not be used to tear down his passing. Part of Tom Brady and Peyton Manning and their greatness was the play action, which was the threat of somebody running that you had to hold on against. And every quarterback in the history of the league has used this. Ben never went from under center, really. He never turned his back to the defense. He always had a great a look at the defense because he was always in shotgun. That was an advantage to him. You shouldn't take away from him.
Well, you can't. But teams are taking away, justifiably so, for the next contract because they're trying to factor in the legs going away.
Sure, absolutely. Now they are going to go away
because based on this, based upon RG3 and Bill Barnwell, I have Ben Roethlisberger throwing and Mike Vick running, and not one GD team has made an offer. So you're building me the perfect quarterback. I got Mike Vick's legs and Roethlisberger in the pocket, and not one person has sniffed a phone call towards the Ravens. Why? Because it's bull. Because it's not true. Tell me why. I got the perfect person ever built to play quarterback, and no one is trying to get him. Why is that?
Well, I think there's three reasons. One, you got to give up. You're going to have to give up, and Florio said this yesterday.
Yeah.
You're going to give up at least 3 first-round picks for him and $40 to $50 million a year. You're also going to have, you got a guy who I still think the league is a little antiquated in their approach to the quarterback position. A lot of teams are. And we haven't had the draft yet. So I think teams like Atlanta, they want to see who they can get in the draft first. Free, very cheap, 5 years. Because I do think, unless you have Patrick Mahomes, your best, or Joe Burrow, whatever, your best bet is to go get a rookie quarterback on a rookie deal, stack a roster, and go.
Why not go get this freak, this alien?
They did it for Russ, and it's because Russ still had the perception that he could throw from the pocket, unlike Lamar. Lamar's perception about throwing in the pocket, again, it's related to his legs. A lot of people started feeling like Russ was a pure drop back passer who could take advantage of teams and do it from the pocket. He wasn't dependent just on his legs. That's why Denver made that same investment that you're talking about is so ridiculous that's tough for teams to give up. Well, it wasn't tough for Denver to give up $50 million and 3 first-round picks or whatever.
And teams see that, that was a mistake. So maybe they don't want to do that.
With that particular player. I don't think that they're holding on to, I won't do that for that position. Like you said, it's quarterback. You should give up whatever you want. But the fact of the matter is,
if the Commanders, made a move for him, we'd be in trouble. We would.
Yeah.
We'd be in trouble in the regular season because he's basically good for 10 wins, in my opinion. But nothing Roethlisberger said there was crazy or outlandish.
You know, the thing is
overreaction.
Is that a lot of quarterbacks get better into their 30s. I don't know that Lamar Jackson is going to start a game in the NFL at 32.
He would be a more of a traditional passer, like a traditional quarterback, which
Steve Young said. He's Mahomes. The Ravens system and coaches just stopped him from being Mahomes. They made him run too much. He can be Mahomes. He can be closer to that if he's put in the right situation.
He's so much bigger than I thought. He's 230.
Who's that?
Well, he gained this last
Lamar?
year. He gained a lot of weight.
Wow.
He gained a lot of weight for the
went on that
punishment.
Zion diet.
Yeah, that's right.
No kidding.
He's too competitive. He was too competitive to finish the regular season and the playoffs. Someone finally, an enemy of the show, finally defends Tony Romo. Bobby, cover your ears. Next.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day.
Of the week, 720 Expressway. Mike Martz live at 8 to talk about Mike McCarthy's offense, and the Stars general manager Jim Nill at 9 o'clock as we get ready for playoff hockey. He couldn't say it on this show. He was way too good for it because he is the chosen one. Jim Nantz, above all, went on the SI Media podcast. And he was asked about all the Tony Romo criticism, right? Romo is lazy. Romo doesn't keep up. Romo is too giddy. Romo gets lost with his words. And Jim Nantz, the play-by-play partner, said enough is enough.
You know, Tony got beat up pretty good last year. Were you guys aware that Tony had gotten beat up pretty good from not just people on Twitter, it was people in the industry?
I think there was a little bit of a misinformation attempt there to portray him in a not so favorable light. It was very disappointing. For the life of me, I didn't understand it. Tony is the best. He's the absolute best, and he's also one of my best friends. I love the guy. And when somebody starts questioning our chemistry, there's an agenda there. There is nothing wrong with our chemistry. I've never had better chemistry with anybody in my career than with Tony. Here's what I don't get is, where was all this outcry during the season? It's not like we were invisible. We didn't do any of these games in January any different than we did during the regular season. So why all of a sudden are people like taking cheap shots? I don't get it.
So Jim answered it there. Didn't want to answer it here. Jim lives in his Pebble Beach bubble with his par 3 in the backyard. Tony Romo was ripped and destroyed during the year, plenty.
Yeah.
Also, no one went at Romo's chemistry with Nantz.
None.
They went at Tony's knowledge, his prep,
breakdowns,
his delivery, his breakdowns. So Jim, very unaware of what the criticism was. I'm not as critical of Tony. I'm not catching the. I thought I would love to ask Romo, did you make a conscious effort to stop trying to predict plays? I think some people take that as him getting lazy and getting too far away from the game. I think personally that he intentionally did that because some people had a problem with it. My issue with Tony is the giddiness and I'm more excited about football than anybody who's ever lived. I just love it so much. All right. That's my only issue with Romo. I can't tell that he's gotten lazy. I can't tell that he doesn't put in the work. It's just like this giddiness where he gets lost in his words. But I haven't attacked him like many others have.
And also, like when he thought Dak's clearly broken ankle was a calf strain.
Like,
oh boy, you just hope that's a cramp right there.
Yeah, just a cramp.
As his ankle dangles on the ground.
You know, I think he could put in as much work as anybody, but the further away you get from playing the game, maybe the predicting of the plays is just going to be more and more difficult, and less. You're just going to do it less, and I think the other thing is, if you start getting a couple of them wrong, are you more hesitant to start predicting again because you don't want to look like a fool? So how much of that plays into it, I have no idea. But
now some people would say if you're studying, a lot of these guys, Drew Brees and others, are like, no, I studied just the same or maybe a little bit less as when I played. So if you're in the film room and you're studying game tape and breakdown nonstop, then you shouldn't have that type of drop off.
Who's stopping him? Like when you say you think he's just not
the
doing
eighth
it
hole.
anymore. Who? But I'm saying like CBS threw all that money at him because of his wild viral popularity, which was largely due to the Nostradamus thing. Like when people call him Romo Stradamus or whatever. I think it's more what Chop say, which is you're out of the league now. You just gotten out of the league. You literally went from the playing field, well, the sideline with the headset on. You went from the playing field, the sideline with the headset on, into the booth, And you had been doing all of this research on teams, and so you knew all these tendencies and things like that. And I think you're just further removed from it, and it's harder to stay invested because that was his entire career before that.
I don't believe that. I think he could do the same thing. Watching film, tape study. Otherwise, NFL coaches wouldn't be coaches.
But they're
not just. You don't have to be recently removed to be an NFL head coach. They're studying film. They're studying tape, and I believe Romo. There's a thought that Tony just doesn't work as hard. That's what some people will whisper behind the scenes, because otherwise, I don't think that he just had to stop playing in order to say, watch this weak side linebacker, watch what the safety does here.
Isn't this, though, the bar? Like, he set a bar for himself that, like, nobody says Troy Aikman's taking that doesn't do the same thing he did on air in his first year.
Yeah.
In the booth, because he didn't give her center ice tickets like Bobby did in the first date. He didn't do that. So now now all of a sudden, if you get 38 rows back, all of a sudden you're a cheapskate, where that's not the case. And by the way, Nance keeps saying somebody's got an agenda. There's no agenda. What agenda? Like, what does anybody gain from tearing Tony Romo down?
I mean, arguably the most legendary talent evaluator in the history of our business on television, Dick Ebersol, is the guy who blasted him. Like, it ain't a nobody. It's Dick Ebersol that shredded him. My theory is he got shamed into stopping the predicting. That a lot of people said, anyone can do this, and now you're just showing it off. Like Brian Billick didn't like it. I know Chop hasn't liked it. Other people don't like it. Anyone can do this, and it's like he kind of like broke a broadcaster code, and that's my theory in terms of him cutting back.
Why wouldn't CBS, though, say that's what made you popular and why we're paying you money, so go back to doing it?
Because he's going to say, I'm going to do what the hell I want to do. My contract's guaranteed, and I'm going to do it the way I want to do it.
Then I'm saying, though, like, that's
and
not.
You're not going to demote me.
That's not what. I mean,
and CBS's numbers, I guarantee you, they're not taking any hit. All the broadcast numbers keep going up and up and up, so the ratings aren't going to show. It's based upon the quality of the games.
Right.
Pat Mahomes is the current dynasty, so Tony Romo's CBS numbers are going to be high.
They are. They're going to be high because the games are going to be good. No one's watching the Chiefs-Bills game on a Sunday night or Sunday afternoon at 3:30 because Tony Romo's calling. They're watching it because they want to see Mahomes.
Get me the Olsen Burkhart numbers. And I guarantee you there was no drop-off from
I'm sure.
Buck and Aikman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm sure.
So it's not like they're seeing a ratings drop and decline to say, Tony, you need to change things up.
No, but it was more than anything, it's not a ratings thing. I think it's more just the viral factor. They were becoming like internet sensations with videos being shared and things like that. It gave them a different layer that the broadcast didn't give them. Now when they go viral with Romo, it's because what the hell is Romo talking about? And there's no chance they want that.
Yeah.
And so I can't imagine they would tell him, like I don't think that Tony's just going to stop doing it because Brian Billick gets worked up. Mr. Blackballed from the NFL himself. Like, why is that going to stop him?
Okay. I'm going to text someone who may know. I'm going to text someone who may have the answer to
text
all
Brian
this.
Billick.
I could text Brian Billick. That's right.
Why is he blackballed?
I'm not totally sure why, but he is.
Good. That's solid reporting.
I'm just telling you what it is.
Yesterday,
I'm not reporting anything. I'm just saying.
Just reported he was blackballed.
Yeah.
This just in. You just talked about the problems of NFL reporting yesterday, and now you're doing it.
Oh.
I don't have any
facts. That was 2 days ago.
Any reasons.
That was 2 days ago. And no, I'm not. Again, I'm not reporting. I'm just saying that's what it is.
All right. Props to Phillies pitcher. I'd like to applaud Matt Strahm. Matt Strahm was on the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast. He's calling out the Texas Rangers, and he's calling out the Diamondbacks and the Twins and the Braves because they have extended beer sales, right? Games are ending 30 minutes faster, so beer sales are dropping. And they used to cut it off. When did they used to cut this off?
I mean, it was the seventh inning.
End of the seventh.
End of the seventh. Well, now they're doing it end of the eighth. And Phillies pitcher Matt Strahm brought up the obvious point.
So let me just run this by you and see if I'm thinking about this right. The reason we stopped it in the seventh before was to give our fans time to sober up and drive home safe, correct?
Correct, yes.
So now with a faster paced game and me just being a man of common sense, if the game is going to finish quicker, would we not move the beer sales back to the 6th inning to give our fans time to sober up and drive home?
Instead, it's going the other way.
Instead, we're going to the 8th, and now you're putting our fans and our family at risk driving home with people who have just drank beer 22 minutes ago.
I mean, he's not wrong.
It's shameful. I would actually like to ask someone within the Rangers. Like, deaths leaving the stadium and accidents, they're probably going to go up. So y'all can make an extra buck selling your Bud Light. Sorry. Miller Lite, Coors Light.
Well, you never know. I mean, there's like three beer companies that own the whole beer lot.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't know what sort of state regulations exist or anything else that would prevent them from doing this if it's technically outside the stadium. But like, why wouldn't the solution be something more about just like remove some of these restrictions they have on tailgating and just have like pop-up vendors outside the stadium selling?
So, okay. So like you're saying, like they don't get to the stadium early and tailgate.
Right, I mean, they restrict tailgating. So I'm saying if you want to make up for it, why not make up for it with like, cut the red tape on tailgating and have vendors outside?
Now the counter is why do baseball? This is probably what RJ, freedom in doing everything advocate. Why do baseball stadiums have this responsibility versus a bar? You can drink whatever you want. Yeah, if you're stumbling and falling over, they cut you off. So why does a baseball stadium have to sit there and have this responsibility upon them?
It's a good question. Maybe the traffic amount of people leaving,
which is always at a snail's pace.
Which is but maybe you're driving through a crowd of people. You just hit somebody.
Bigger business too. A lot of money. Like professional sports, like a bar is a bar. Like there's going to be a larger social scrutiny.
But we've seen people sue bars for over-serving them.
Yeah.
Right? We've seen that. We've seen people sue bars for over-serving them. So, yeah, you're right, Sean. I mean, like, what is the difference? I don't have the right answer to that. Look, is he right?
You could say it's an unfair burden to put on stadiums when restaurants and bars don't have to do it.
Yeah, and plus it's probably harder to keep track of who's being overserved at a baseball game.
Of course.
Than it is at a bar where there's a handful of people in there.
Maybe that's why that is their responsibility.
Yeah.
The responsibilities of the bartender to cut somebody off, and you can't have that en masse at a stadium. So the stadium's responsibility is just to cut it off at a certain time.
Hannah Wing,
Jared Sandler's co-host.
Okay, so she works on Rangers, some degree.
Yeah.
She's on Valley and stuff too.
Okay. She tweeted, was this last night?
No, this was, I think, Tuesday night.
Tonight on my way home from the game, I was hit by a driver under the influence not too far from the park. I'm okay, but please use this as a reminder to not drink and drive. Whether you're at the game or it's another day, there's so many resources to get you home safely. I need to mention how awesome Arlington PD and Arlington Fire were in navigating this mess, not to mention during post-game traffic. So there you go. A tweet tying into that, but Phillies pitcher Matt Strom calling out Major League Baseball, including the Texas Rangers. Headlines and our final Rangers ticket giveaway to send you to Arlington next. But you got plans for the weekend?
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shot, rebound, off the post, and in! Wyatt Johnston, the rookie, did not hit the post. It went right to the tape of the 19-year-old. And Wyatt Johnston gets his 24th goal of the year, and the Stars lead 1-0.
And an incredible regular season for the Dallas Stars ends with the 1-0 win last night on ESPN. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Friday to you, Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Are they going into the playoffs too hot? They win their 6th straight. Odger with the shutout, only facing 25 shots, his 5th shutout of the season. 1 point ahead of Colorado, who finishes at Nashville tonight. And now they kick up their skates and wait for Monday's opponent.
Yep, they figured out it's going to be Seattle, Minnesota, see what they can do. If they are too hot, Sean, going to the postseason, then that's really bad news for Boston and Edmonton. Boston has won 8 straight. And Edmonton, in their last 15 games, is 14-0-1. Edmonton in their last 15 games.
Damn, wow, that Tampa Bay Rays run.
It kind of is, man. It kind of is. Now, like, you could go back and you could look and say, well, you know, a couple years ago, Tampa was the best team in the league, and they got bounced with great prejudice by Columbus. I think they got swept in that series. So you never know. You never know what's going to happen. You'd rather be hot than cold, I think, going into the postseason.
I wonder how the odds would equate Boston losing equal to what other first seed in sports in recent memory.
Man, I don't, because it's the NHL and the Stanley Cup playoffs are Like, it is such a crapshoot. I don't think it's going to be like anything we've seen. Like, the Mavericks losing to the Warriors in 2007, I think was a much bigger upset because upsets just don't happen in the NBA. We see, 7s over 2s and 8s over 1s. Not all the time, but often enough in the NHL that it's like, okay, I mean, I can see it happening. Whereas this year, like, do you really see the Thunder knocking off Denver? Or do you really, Or do you really see Miami? Or do you see the Bulls knocking off Milwaukee? Do you see that?
No. But I mean, it's one of those things where when you've looked at in the past, who was it? Memphis knocking off San Antonio years ago, 8-1. I actually do think some people saw Warriors Mavs when that one happened. But I mean, stranger things have happened.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to find some odds. Boston plus 375
to win it all.
To win it all.
Okay, so see, even that
implied odds 21%.
So, don't you think if the Chiefs were Boston's essentially equivalent to, I would say their season is equivalent to a 15-1 NFL season. You think a 15-1 NFL team? You think the Patriots when they were 16-0? We're 3-1. You think you were going to get money on the Patriots that year?
No.
You're probably going to lay a vig. All right, you're probably going to lay some money to have to get that team, and that just shows you how unpredictable the Stanley Cup playoffs are. That's what makes it so special and so fun.
Then it's Colorado at plus 650. Then it's Toronto at plus 900. Then it's Carolina at plus 1,000. Then it's Edmonton at plus 1,000. New Jersey, the Rangers, Vegas. How is this from this year? This can't be right. Where's the Stars? This is 19 hours ago from with some Vegas odds in here.
So I think the issue is, Carolina is. I mean, look, they a lot of these teams. If you just go on the points,
the Stars are 10th at plus 1,400,
and the Stars had 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, maybe 7 teams with more points than them this year. So it's a little bit low. It's a little lower than it should be. Edmonton's higher than them. Edmonton's got 2 of the 12 best players in the sport. Obviously Boston. I think you're going to look at the road. Are the Stars better than the Avalanche, who are the defending champs? Are they better than Vegas? Are they better than Edmonton? I think that they are I think they're one of the most dangerous teams in the postseason. And there's a lot of people who are thinking the Stars might come out of the West here. And if that's the case, then great.
Stars general manager Jim Nill will join us at 9 o'clock this morning here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We'll alert Mike Martz at 8 o'clock. The Washington Commanders look like they're being sold. It sounds like it's like 99.9% done. It's just missing the signature, the Josh Harris group. That includes Magic Johnson. Sounds like they're going to win out, and Dan Snyder is going to get a record $6.05 billion after buying them for $800 million. I think someone was saying it's like a 750% return on his investment.
He doesn't deserve that.
No,
he doesn't deserve that type of return.
Everyone's mad and bitter that he's making out like this after being a disgrace.
He makes out like that. His wealth was made in a weird way. Do you know how he got rich, Chop?
No.
I bet you. Do you not know?
No.
Wasn't it like TV?
No. When you're in a doctor's office and you just see advertisements on the wall, he bought the space in doctor's offices and sold the ads that you see sitting there. That's how he made his billions of dollars.
Oh my God!
I don't even know if I notice ads in doctors' offices.
You'll see sometimes like a little poster in there for like buy whatever this new drug is for your allergies or whatever. Wow. He sells those ads.
Where you go to a bar, restaurant, and you see in front of the urinal there's like a TV that keeps changing ads every now and then.
They have TVs in the bathroom at Boomer Jacks.
They do at Boomer Jacks because you can watch the games. But the other one, they have like advertisements you can throw at people. You get like 3 or 4 during a single P.
How did Washington increase their value throughout all this misery, and how did the Commanders beat the Broncos offer by more than $1 billion?
3 words. NFL. So letters, not words, English minor, whatever. I think that's it. You want sports is it's one of the few industries where the valuations always go up. It is the least risk.
But from 465 to 605, why didn't we go? We skipped 5.
So are you sure that was the last time they were valued was 465?
No, that's what Denver sold for.
Oh,
recently.
Well, yeah, I mean Washington is it's a charter franchise of the NFL. They carry a name. They've got a big city market. They're a legendary franchise in a division that is very, very high profile, and it's almost as if this is like, you know, you're buying a fan base.
Yes.
And Denver's got a huge fan base, and I would assume Denver's fan base is bigger, but maybe the market size is just too much. You know, it's a good market.
Yeah, and I mean, Washington, the general draw of that team, and I think this is, we talked about a little bit earlier. That's a fan base that is just dying to be good again. Mm-hmm. That the NFL needs them engaged. Like, I mean, imagine if somebody were to buy the Cowboys. That, like, obviously is not Jerry, and they just were middling for 25 years and had completely destroyed what was the brand that the Cowboys had become. That's essentially what Dan Snyder's done to Washington for the last 25 years. Not that the Washington brand was ever at a Cowboys level, but it was damn near the top, like the Hogs and everything else. Like, it was one of the proudest fan bases in professional sports, and Snyder has ruined it. And they are just dying, desperate. Not just the fan base, but the people who work there for a reset.
Meanwhile, Odell Beckham said hello to the Ravens media, who asked him, does this mean that Lamar is going to be throwing you the football?
I've talked to Lamar while we was out there, and I know that's a better discussion for these two as far as how that's going to get handled. But the goal was, you know, to come here and have that possibility to play with him, and I'm excited about that opportunity. I didn't get any assurances for anything. You know, life's uncertain. To me, it just was excited about the possibility of that. You know, my thoughts would be that he would be here. I know that these two want him to be here. You know, at the end of the day, that's going to be up to them.
I've changed my mind. I think he's not just lying. I think he's trying to lie on a technicality, where he's like, I didn't get any assurances, you know, nothing in life is assured. I think he's saying it in the broad sense of, like, you know, we're not even promised tomorrow, so how could I be promised that Lamar was playing, you know? I think that he's just using it. I'm glad he didn't end up here.
Blessed
up, brother.
I mean, look, is he a good player? I mean, at this point, yeah, he's probably still a good player. I'm not going to pay him $15 million. That was the end of the day. I didn't want to pay the 15 to 20.
Rather pay Brandon Cooks 10.
Yeah, and then draft somebody in the first round anyway. That's my goal, my dream.
NBA play-in games tonight to decide the 8th seeds in each conference. Chicago Bulls at Miami Heat, 6 o'clock on TNT. 8:30, OKC at Minnesota. As Rudy Gobert and company saying, yes, we're trying to, or maybe it was Karl Anthony Towns saying, the drama is behind us.
Oh, okay.
Karl Anthony Towns saying no hard feelings.
Is anybody behind Rudy Gobert? Anybody have his back?
Not Donovan Mitchell.
Not.
Donovan Mitchell just laughing in Cleveland.
Absolutely is.
Now, are you feeling vindicated at all, Chop? And Sean, who was also trying to hokey pokey and play to the middle, that, hey, this could have been the team that even if the Mavericks would have lost the first, like they would have gotten a chance here to take on Minnesota or something like that. Like, and this is a broken franchise. So
no, RJ is going to. We need to hope. If you don't want to hear RJ brag nonstop, you better hope that the Denver Nuggets don't get taken out early. And I think they are a possible candidate to get upset because RJ has said Denver could be gettable, and that's who the Mavericks would have faced. So we need to hope that Minnesota or OKC don't give the Nuggets a hard time.
Bleacher Report had said, Bleacher Report reported, or didn't report, they just had a list of every team's nightmare matchup about 3 weeks ago, and they said Denver's nightmare matchup would have been Dallas.
Of course. I mean, it would have been a massive nightmare. I mean, two guys with the ball in their hand against Denver, who doesn't ever perform in the postseason.
What would the Joker's stat lines have been?
Oh.
Against this front line.
38, 14, and 11.
14 the assists, right?
Yeah, probably.
Because the rebounds are going to be double that. He's going to get 28 boards against Dwight Powell.
What type of start have the Astros gotten off to. Rangers are going to find out tonight. 6:30 pregame in the Armpit. First pitch, 7 o'clock right here on the Fan. As also yesterday, Tampa Bay continued to make history.
Swinging a high drive into right center field. This should do it. To his left, Manuel Margot is there. Would you believe 13-0 to start the year? The Tampa Bay Rays have swept the Boston Red Sox 4 in a row, and they tie a major league record by starting the new season 13 wins in a row.
That's awesome. They're 5 games up on the mighty AL East. I think Boston's also like 13 double-digit amount of games in a row in Tampa with that tremendous home field advantage.
Oh, yeah.
But they lead Toronto and the Yankees by 5. Yankees gave up their most runs ever in a first inning yesterday against the Twins. Baltimore 6 back. Boston is 8 back of the 13-0 Rays.
The Rays have scored 101 runs in 13 games.
A lot of runs.
That is a lot of runs. Nobody else in the sport has scored more than 79. That's the Dodgers.
Their run differential's 71. There's 2 teams in Major League Baseball that have scored more runs than the Rays have in run differential.
By the way, the Astros are starting off tonight 3rd place in the American League West with a record of 6-7. Your Rangers going in at 7-5. Headlines on a Friday. This is your radio sports page to get you set for your day and your weekend in DFW, or if you're listening on the Odyssey app, you are appreciated. Appreciated. Dak Prescott catching a random stray yesterday from out of nowhere. Bobby will react to that. And we have the junk drawer. Brian Broaddus almost gets kicked off the air. Bill Burr has an issue with Jazz stations. We're going to empty the junk drawer and our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week for you turning it on, leaving it on next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy. Let's keep you healthy, boys and girls. One of the best things that's happened in the Metroplex is the arrival of QC Kinetics with their amazing
Drawer, along with our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week. Coming up here in the Expressway, starting now, we are commercial free up until 8 o'clock when the offensive genius, the mad scientist, Mike Martz joins us. And then Stars general manager Jim Nill is going to be on at 9 here on DFW Sports Station. But Tolo Antoine, who is a diehard Cowboys fan, sent me this clip, and he goes, why? Why, Teddy Bruschi? Why did you go out of your way to take a shot at the Dallas Cowboys quarterback? This is the list that caught you off guard yesterday on TV.
Oh, yeah, the
Ninkovich list.
The quarterbacks on the proverbial playoff hot seat. They're not going to lose their jobs, but they have to start making they have to make the Super Bowl. You got to be the Super Bowl playoff hot seat.
I just gotta. Is this the giveaway for next week?
Oh yeah,
Snoop.
The Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa!
Oh, yeah.
Monday through Friday Expressway Snoop Dogg tickets.
I think Wiz Khalifa's at that show too.
Mm-hmm.
Wiz Khalifa, Warren G, DJ Drama, whoever that is.
Mike McCarthy will be there supporting his Pittsburgh brother, Wiz Khalifa.
I'm sure he will be.
Front row, baby.
Thanks to the promo department.
Yeah, that's big.
Getting that done.
Good job, Nick.
Snoop Dogg tickets next week. Well done, Nicholas. All right, so this is Teddy Bruschi reacting to the pressure lists. These quarterbacks feel the most pressure to win the Super Bowl. Man, he threw a stray at Bobby.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers will have pressure to win a Super Bowl. Absolutely. I mean, going to the list though, I'd go with Joe Burrow to put it number one, and then for reasons that Joe Burrow's been in this league, and then just thinking about a Super Bowl, and to him, it's not cool to get just one. He wants to get multiple. That's the cool thing now, especially Burrow, who has that mentality. And Dak Prescott doesn't belong on that list. He belongs on a list that says to look competent in the playoffs. That's the list Dak Prescott belongs on.
Wait a minute. It wasn't. We weren't going back on the list. We were just talking about Rodgers.
Woo!
Wow. Second D in your name, jackass. You don't even spell Teddy right. I'm not going to take anything you have to say. And the dude just said Burrow is number one.
Wait,
you were complaining that Burrow was.
It's Teddy.
It's
Yes.
T-E-D-Y, yeah.
Like a moron.
Well, I can't really talk. I'm missing a
Wait.
W or a U.
Or a U. At least you don't go with the S-E-A-N. I'm not a fan of that one. The scene.
Yeah, I'm not going. I didn't go with anything. That was my idiotic parents.
Same with Brewskis, I assume. But well, look, the Burrow thing, that was Ninkovich anyway.
No, but he just said that he would have Burrow one.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. Like Joe Burrow's been in the conference championship game the last 2 years, and the Super Bowl in 2 years ago.
A lot of pressure on the guy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. He has. Only Patrick Mahomes has less pressure on them than Joe Burrow.
Dak's passer rating in the postseason is 92.3. Teddy must have forgotten the opener against Tampa Bay, ending Brady's career. 11 touchdowns, 5 interceptions in 6 games in Dak's playoff career.
Higher career playoff passer rating than his quarterback, Tom Brady. So, I guess you're throwing shade at Brady too, Teddy.
Exactly. So that was Teddy Bruschi going out of his way. I just wanted to see how worked up Bobby was going to get over that. So we got that audio, and then we have Dinwiddie audio. Strays. People got mad at Ben Roethlisberger, and people are mad at Spencer, the former Maverick, for the Kyle Kuzma follow-up. In case you missed it yesterday, he and Kyle Kuzma played on the Wizards. They got into some Twitter beef. Spencer basically called him a socialite who's not good enough to even be a third option on a team. Kuzma fired back. Dude, you're a scrub. He had some very witty comments as well.
Crypto line was brutal.
And then Dinwiddie explained a little bit more yesterday to the media, and a former LA Laker caught a stray.
Some people are blessed to be in situations, right? Like, we don't get mad at Rick Fox for winning a championship with Kobe and Shaq. Like, some people are blessed, right? And that's great. But, we can't act like Rick Fox led them to the championship. Like, let's not do that. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like that.
It's just so unnecessary. Like, poor Rick just minding his own business in Canada, wherever he lives now. He's from Canada. Poor Rick. Just minding his own business. Thinking I'm enjoying retirement. I'm a good-looking guy. And now here comes some dude named Spencer coming at me throwing strays.
Is he still married to Vanessa Williams? Was that who he married?
I don't know that.
I don't
he is. Yes.
think so.
He did marry her.
He did marry her. He tweeted Dinwiddie, "Hello, Spencer. Hashtag nice to meet you." I didn't know that was a hashtag.
I like it. That's good. It's clever.
You can make anything a hashtag.
Nice to meet you, man.
This is a photo of the 3 captains that Phil Jackson chose to lead his Lakers teams to back-to-back-to-back championships. Who is Rick Fox? I am. Hashtag the other. Hashtag the enforcer. Hashtag Keys defense wins championships. So that is Rick Fox. Fire him back.
Yeah.
It's Spencer Dinwiddie, the former Maverick.
Yeah, Spencer's right. Like, some people are blessed to be on certain teams.
Of course.
But man, that's just uncalled for. Like, out of all the people in the history, like, couldn't you have said Jack Haley?
I don't know how many rings Jack Haley has. But yeah, he could have said Jack
3,
Haley.
right? With Dennis, with the Bulls at least. Couldn't you have said somebody who, like, absolutely never played?
Could have said John Paxson.
I mean, at least he had a game winner.
Yeah. I love it, but yeah, I guess it was a little unnecessary.
Yeah, I agree. I love it too, because we love drama. We love other people's drama.
Yeah.
Not our own, but other people's.
That's right. All right, 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. And today, since it's Friday, I want to hook you up a little bit earlier. Our final Rangers ticket giveaway of the week, Snoop Dogg, next week during the Expressway. But Peyton, let's give them away right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Oakland Athletics on Friday, April 21st. And you'll want to get there early because the first 15,000 fans receive a Marcus Semien City Connect bobblehead presented by Globe Life. Get tickets now at rangers.com/tickets or by being caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053.
One more basketball note before the junk drawer. The Michael Jordan Last Dance sneakers.
Oh, God, I saw this.
$2.238 million.
Damn.
2.238 as the movie Air is out. So these are the pair of signed Jordan sneakers worn in the second half of Game 2 of the 1998. They're calling them the Last Dance NBA Finals. I was like, these can't be Game 6. This can't be the shot.
Oh, no. Man.
No. Hopefully he kept those.
I would hope so.
Highest price ever paid at auction for a pair of sneakers.
Are you going to go see Air anytime soon? You got that in the plans?
I'm debating whether to take the kid to Mario tomorrow, but I was like, we should take him outside. I wanted to take him to Disney on Ice. I was like, check Disney on Ice, and man, my wife, I picked the right one. She's even lazier than I am of wanting to stay in the house. And I said, no, we should take him outside. It's like nice out. Let's take him to a park, or let's take him to, Fort Worth. I heard Disney on Ice or whatever. And she's like, he might not like this character or that character. I'm like, let's just see. Let's try. I don't go sit in a dark movie theater.
My kids loved Disney on Ice when it came through Allen a couple months ago. So I bet he'd like it. It's fun. It's like a whole like Disney. It's the Disney movies basically squeezed into 15 minutes, and they throw out you like 4 of them.
I don't even know if it's here anymore, to be honest. I have no clue.
That was actually here last week. Dickies Arena.
So we have his happiness scheduled out perfectly, as we missed it apparently. But maybe Mario.
Man,
don't know.
You're so lucky. I wish my wife didn't want to do anything ever.
I should have probably rephrased that a little bit.
I mean, it's as I've explained before. It's the old.
I love it. I could never. I tell her all the time. I could never marry like, if Choppy was a female. Nah, man, it'd never work. He's way too active. He's way too on the go. Man, I want to sit back and chill. Don't bug me.
Gosh, if you had to do Thursday queso night.
Are you kidding me?
I can't imagine doing anything on a work night.
Chica Lean invited us last night to this grand opening. There's a new restaurant, Reunion Tower, best view in the whole city. And I was like, my wife already said he's not going to go.
That's the rotating one, right? That's the one that spins around Reunion Tower.
That's the one that spins around. I do want to go.
It's Wolfgang Pucks.
It was Wolfgang.
Oh,
it's brand new. I don't know. I think it's a steakhouse or something. And he's like, hey, you want to go? I'm like, bro, I don't walk in the station at 7 for my morning show like you. I got to get here at 5:15. But she knows it's just not happening Monday through Thursday. Got to chill. And we got a couple trying to invite us to Broken Bow.
Yeah.
And
have you been?
Yeah, I've been one. I've been 3 times. A couple of the experiences not too great.
I got pulled over speeding a mile outside of our cabin in Broken Bow. I had been hauling ass getting there, and I was just about there, and I got pulled over.
You were invited to my birthday. You didn't come to Broken Bow 40th.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't invited.
Well,
so thanks a lot.
So she's like, well, I told her, I told the other wife. They were asking of us about going on trails and hikes and everything.
God.
Amanda's like, no. I was like, we can go on a walk. And she's like, well, I told him you just want to sit and drink and chill. Because they have awesome patios. Have you been
to Broken Bow?
Yeah.
Yes, once.
Yeah. They great houses.
Oh yeah, the house was great.
Great setups, but she's like, nah, we ain't going to look at any water or any trail.
We want
to sit and chill.
Just go there and buy some real estate.
When I got pulled over for speeding, I was certain I was getting ticketed there because the cop walks up and he's like, I was driving a truck for the first time. And dead serious, I'd been putting on I just was not used to how quick the thing would go. I was not used to the power of it. And I was like, I'll be honest. Yeah, I was like, I'll be honest.
It's not a Corvette.
I know, but I was like, I'll be honest.
I wasn't used to the pickup.
I drive 4-cylinders, not F-250s. Like I have no idea the power behind that. And so I just said yeah, sorry, I'd lost track. Plus it's one of these ones where the speed limit goes from 70 to then you go through some random stretch where it's 40 all of a sudden.
It's like going through Boyd.
But he said when he came up, when I was like, yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not used to driving this, and it goes a little faster than I was expecting. He goes, yeah, the pedal controls that. I was like, oh gosh, okay, I'm getting it. But then he came back and he was like, yeah, all right, just here's a warning, just slow down. It's like, okay, cool, thank you.
Let's hit it.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junk it!
All right, so we're going to empty some of these junk drawer clips we have. Leftovers. Stuff that wouldn't have sustained its own segment. And so we're going to collect it all and drop it for you on Friday.
Stuff that's not good enough Monday through Thursday.
No. It's just
good enough on Friday.
No, it's just that it's 2 minutes worth of discussion, and our segments are not 2 minutes. So we stack them up, and then we have other ones. Here's a question for you. I'm really excited. NFL draft's coming up next week. There's a day 3 tight end who is very intriguing from Old Dominion. Not just because of his incredible athleticism, but because of his name. Would either one of you like to pronounce this gentleman's name?
Oh, yeah. Zach Kuntz.
Kuntz, that's correct. Doesn't look like that, though, if we're being honest.
Well, it must look like it. RJ said it.
Yeah, well, I think it's just because he knows it's not going to be the alternative.
Kuntz.
Kuntz, correct. And so we were talking about this guy on the draft show last week. Me, Kyle Yeomans, Aisha Morrison, and Brian Broaddus. And Brian got a little delirious when the name came up.
What about Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion?
I talked about him last
You did bring him up, and I went and watched him, and I like it.
Is it Kuntz?
Yes.
I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah. Well, you don't want to say it the other way.
You must see me on Twitter. I always say I like Kuntz, and everybody goes, sure you do.
Wait, what does that mean?
Beamer's about to cut your mic off.
I'm just saying, that's how he says his name, right? Yeah. I'm trying to do good work here. I don't know what everybody else.
Great work, Brian.
I don't know what everybody else out there's trying to do.
Keep in mind having Mr.
And what's his name again, Brian?
Kuntz.
Y'all going to jail.
Old Dominion tight end. Keep him on your
I'm an old man. They can't throw me in jail.
We'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central Time.
Damn right we'll be back.
We're going to have some more fun tomorrow.
I just got loose with it at the end there. But yeah, Zach Kuntz, good player.
Pretty ballsy, you guys, to bring that up in front of Aisha.
Yeah.
Who didn't see.
What does that mean?
Barnacles.
What does that mean?
I don't know with a lady in the room if I would have gone there.
I just was trying to get verification. We had mispronounced a couple of we had just gotten done talking about how we didn't pronounce Steve Avila's name correctly from TCU. We were saying Avila. And it's Avila. And so then we transitioned over to talking about Zach Kuntz, and I just wanted to make sure we're saying Zach correctly.
I can see how you would transition that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a reasonable question, right? I mean, you got it. I'm not an English minor like you. I don't know how the English language works exactly.
I mean, look, it was a Tennessee, so it's more hillbilly true. English than anything else.
Yeah. What is an English minor at Tennessee worth? Is that more like 9th grade English somewhere else?
I think you can 10th, maybe the max.
That's pretty good.
Maybe low level 11th.
And that is going to be the draft coverage, by the way. All of us, all the individuals you just heard, along with myself, Thursday night from the Star on the 27th.
Yep.
April 27th, You guys doing Pluckers?
Yes, I believe I'll be at the one in Alliance. That's the one I've been at for the last, 4 or 5 times we've done this, Pluckers Alliance. So I assume that's what I'm going to be at. If not, we'll let you know.
I had Jared Sandler levels of FOMO. Like, I wish we could be doing the Pluckers thing. I'm sad I'll miss Pluckers, but I'm excited we'll be able to do the draft coverage.
Really?
Yeah. I love doing the station events and going out and seeing listeners and stuff like that.
I mean, it's a busy night. Like if you're at the Pluckers, it's busy because you're trying to find. So the way that we do it is there's 31 picks this year. Everybody in the place, we find a person to be the GM, the fake GM for that team. They make a pick. If the pick they guess is right,
fake GM like Nico.
Right, so like let's say, So let's say they bring Al Bundy up there for the number 1 pick, and it's Carolina's on the clock. They say, who's Carolina going to pick? This is before the pick is made, and they say Bryce Young. So when the commissioner walks up, and he said, "All right, we're looking for Bryce Young." If he says Bryce Young, everybody in the bar for the next 10 minutes wins whatever special is on the list. So it could be $2 shots.
You win it.
Everybody, yeah. So
you get shots for $2.
Yeah, that's the special for the next 10 minutes. Hey, for the next 10 minutes, $5 32-ounce Miller Lights.
Oh,
or whatever. So
that's awesome.
$5 fried pickles for the next 10 minutes, whatever it is.
There's a lot of pressure on that because I've been out to some of these events. I was out at one that Bassick and Dawson were doing in years past. There was a lot of pressure on these people making the picks. When they missed, there was some scorn from people in the bar, like, you idiot. How
So
did you
usually,
miss that?
after about pick 10, nobody gets anything right anymore. Because it's so hard to predict after that. Like, you know who the first pick for, you have.
How do
you
they
have an
decide
idea.
who it goes to next?
So before the draft starts, I call everybody up about 30 minutes before. I'll just make an announcement, and I'll say, "Look, come on up, sign up. You get to pick which one you want. So if you want to be your favorite team's picking at, so the Cowboys pick at 20, that's gonna be the first one to go. Everybody's gonna be the Cowboys. And the problem is you got to sit there for 4 hours. Like, how many people are gonna be there for 4 hours? Turns out a lot of them, if they're gonna pick, they know they usually stay.
What type of chicken nuggets you gonna order since you're not gonna get bone?
At Pluckers, I will go with the naked boneless. It's like a big giant chicken breast.
That's the worst order. You combine the worst things.
Peyton's a boneless,
naked and boneless.
I mean, it's basically
it's a chicken tender.
Oh, it's a big giant chicken. It's long. It's like 8 inches long, 10 inches long, thick, girthy.
What were you about to
piece of
say?
chicken.
We know, Bobby. We know it's a chicken bone joke. We know it's a long 8 to 10 joke. We get it.
What joke would be made there? I was just saying that Peyton likes boneless too.
Like we know when the innuendo is there.
You
don't
know-
have to commentate it every time, every reaction.
So that's back-to-back nights you're going to be eating boneless wings then. Because, Wednesdays
at
Boomer
Boomer
Jacks,
Jacks, I
half-price
absolutely
boneless
go
wings,
for half-price boneless wings.
All right, so I was listening to Michael K's show this week, obviously, because we had played the Bat Boy stuff, so I was interested what he was going to say about that. And
Mr. Too Cool to join us today.
When he was on the air talking about it, he was trying to tease ahead to a segment that I guess they do over there, just a Would You Rather segment, and it was inspired by the Bat Boy. So he kind of rushed through referencing ahead to it, and he gave his co-hosts a little bit of panic.
I have unbelievable woodges coming up.
Oh, really?
I did these myself.
I'm glad you said yeah.
Yeah, me too. I thought you. I thought you were just revealing something for no reason.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Peter and I've got unbelievable woodja.
And he's got like a little pause. He had like a hitch in the way he said it. Play the beginning of it. So he says woodjas, but it sounds like just instead of juzz.
I have unbelievable woodges coming up.
What is he trying to say?
Would you? Like, would you rather? I've got unbelievable woodjas coming up.
Now, is he the type of dude who would laugh at this or be too serious and this has been like Francesa?
I don't know about his radio show. In person, he would laugh at it. He's got a dirty sense of humor. Again, in the break, he's got a dirty sense of humor. I don't know on his radio show, though. I think he's pretty, he takes himself pretty seriously on the radio, I think.
The voice of the Yankees.
He plays dumb a little bit.
Does he?
Like from what I've heard. Because I will listen to his stuff. If they're talking about something specific to New York area, if there's something in the news, I will listen. But he just, because right there, I think he knows exactly what they were saying. And yet he came back around and was like, I don't even know what you guys are talking about right now. I think he just plays dumb on some of that. But it's hard to tell because, again, he says everything with the same tone, including the bat boy needs to cut his hair, so we don't know when he's joking.
Look at that bat boy disgracing the Yankee rules with his hair out like a heathen. Why do you think I'm serious about this? Why do you think? You guys can't take a joke?
Why would you? Yeah, literally, the same delivery you're giving us to tell us how ridiculous it is that we thought you were being serious is the exact same tone you gave when you said cut your hair.
Yeah, so I did a little, I did see this yesterday that they actually did ask him to tuck his hair in.
Who did?
Rizzo did.
Well, Rizzo did, but Rizzo said that and he said
the Yankees?
Well, Rizzo
asked him to.
Rizzo asked him to.
As a joke.
As a joke, because as Rizzo, and he was mocking the Yankees, their
policy.
Not just the policy, they have a phrase they use. And their phrase is neatness counts.
Oh, gosh. The Yankees are the most caring organization in sports.
Are they the masters of Major League Baseball?
Yes.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. I mean, it's like their tradition is like the crown jewel for the organization. It can be caring-y, absolutely.
So here at Odyssey, do we have any jazz stations? I don't think so, right? Here locally? I don't know of any
UNT
jazz.
was KNTU up at in Denton.
Why did you guys? But if you guys are UNT, why did you pick those call letters?
Yeah,
it's not North Texas. It's not North Texas University. So
well, it was like 85 years ago.
Oh, okay. So this is Bill Burr. I was listening to his podcast this week, and I had no idea Bill Burr listened to jazz music, but he went on a rant about the way jazz stations preview their songs, and it's pretty dead on.
Listen to a jazz radio station. It's like most of the hour is the DJ telling you who played on what. That was Miles Davis on the trumpet, John Coltrane on the saxophone. And like 20 minutes later, they're just like, that was Eddie Rabinowitz on the xylophone. On timpani, we had Carl Porter, the great Carl Porter, who, as many of you know, played the triangle on Porgy and Bess, a great album that was off the Blue Note label, I believe. It's like, how about you play another song, you asshole?
Man, they all the jazz DJs
they love to flex their knowledge off the top of their head, like, oh yeah, that was like he says, and they say it in that NPR voice.
There's some people in town who do that. Like, they give you the story, and it's impressive knowledge, but it's the reason for every verse of every song. And I'm like, I'm not into music that much. I just want to hear the music. I don't care about the story in the background, but I get it. You love music. Yep. I guess some people like hearing the reason why.
You can nerd out on it. You really can. I mean, but like the rock DJ's like, yeah, all right. Or like or Sean, how would the country DJ sound?
How would the sheriff
How would Sean the sheriff do?
That was Luke Bryan. I'm trying to think. I don't know anything about music.
Did you
before Christina Aguilera? That was Luke Bryan.
Did you throw twang on it?
On 100
when you were the sheriff?
No, I didn't.
Did you affect your voice at all? Would we listen and hear some Burkhart?
No,
to you.
You would not.
Oh my God,
you would not.
Burkhart one.
How did you Slater did last week on Good Morning Football? You saw that when she did the saloon and she goes, "Howdy, folks! Welcome to the Cowboy Saloon."
I didn't even.
She apologized for it on Twitter. She's like, I apologize in advance for how bad this
is. It felt so cringy, I didn't even play it because she said, I apologize. But it felt so cringy to go ahead and do, be a cowgirl. Represent. Let's ride you into the studio on a horse. Let's do Charles Barkley at the AAC. You're from Texas. Let's do all the stereotypes.
Yeah, so did you would you have to do remotes ever, like wear a cowboy hat?
No, I wasn't strictly the country DJ. I was the FM music, pop hits, and then I had to go do the oldies, and then I'd do my own radio show, 4 stations in the building, and I'd just go around at $21,000 a year and work on all 4.
Damn.
Voice track. Wasn't live. You record it like Chicaline does. On La Grande.
Hey, don't show him how the sausage is made. Come on, man.
You just record it, nothing live, and then like WFAN at the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So we were talking about this guy a little bit earlier, and so I know you're going to be nervous just by hearing the clip that we're going to play here, Sean, when you hear who it is. So you're familiar with Anthony Jeselnik.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Real dark.
He's very dark. So Anthony Jeselnik, this is a little bit of an older clip, but I was reminded of it this week. Anthony Jeselnik was on Your Mom's House podcast, which is Tom Segura.
Your Mom's House?
Yeah, which is Tom Segura and Christina Pashitsky. It's one of the best podcasts that exist.
You weren't about Michael K saying names.
Yeah. That's her name. It's Polish. And so they actually moved to Austin not long ago. They followed Joe Rogan out there. But it's one of the best podcasts. And Segura was talking about what is his all-time favorite Jeselnik joke with Anthony.
I remember the motorcycle joke from back, right? Because it had to be. It's that old, right?
That's one of the first jokes. Yeah,
that's one that like I would remember sitting with Sickler, and we'd be like, "Oh, it's coming right here."
What's the motorcycle joke? I don't
This
remember.
joke's so good.
When I finished high school, I wanted to take all my graduation money and buy myself a motorcycle. My mom said no. See, she had a brother who died in a horrible motorcycle accident when he was 18, and I could just have his motorcycle.
Y'all were playing some of his stuff in the break, and I forgot how
he's so dark.
And you know what I love is like when he's telling each joke, you expect the punchline to be something, but he goes with a complete opposite punchline that's even more sinister.
Oh yeah, that's what his whole. I've heard him give interviews about it before. I think he mentioned it in that podcast too, where he said his entire intention with writing is he wants you to think you're going in a really dark place, and he wants to go even darker. He wants to catch you off guard with exactly how dark that it gets. He wants people to think they know the punchline and then show them they have no idea what the punchline is. So we're emptying the junk drawer here. These are just some clips we've stashed up from the last week. This one is just...
By the way, on a random Friday or Saturday, if I can't find anything on Netflix, and I'm like, let's laugh. Let's go ahead and let's watch some stand-up. I feel like I don't know. I don't have a go-to. I don't have something where I'm like, I definitely need to see this act.
I think
Is
if
there
you're
something newer?
Bert Kreischer has a new one out that just got put out. I'm trying to remember who else has stuff. Nate Bargatze put one out a couple months ago.
Y'all been talking about him forever.
He's so funny.
Bert's an acquired taste too, because
Bert's energy and storytelling.
He takes his shirt off. He does the entire thing shirtless.
Really?
Man,
Is he
you know what I
jacked?
just realized? No, that's the bed. Shirtless, energy, storytelling. He is the Chris Arnold of comedians.
He is.
It's very similar.
Talked for a long time.
So last clip here on emptying the junk drawer.
Zebra.
And this is more, I'm just curious for you to weigh in on this, Chop. I feel like you would have a strong opinion on this discussion.
All right, let's hear it.
And it's more so just, it was an innocuous conversation on the podcast, The Basement Yard, which gets, is a very popular podcast. And these guys just got very intense with a rather innocuous discussion very quickly.
What's your favorite Pop-Tart? Obviously, it's the strawberry one, but there's...
That's such a basic answer.
All right, you want a real answer, Joey?
Yes.
The 2002 tie-in merch Pop-Tarts that came out for the Spider-Man movie. Look it up. Those are my favorite Pop-Tarts, Joe. The wild berry.
Can you be a person?
I am a person.
What are you saying to me?
Go look it up and tell me you don't remember these being absolute fire. Or the Pokemon ones that they did years ago.
Can you just pick a normal flavor?
No, those are my favorite. I gave you a flavor and you said that's basic. I gave you another. You said you didn't like it. Let me guess, Joey, you're going to come out and say the chocolate unfrosted. You dweeb.
Oh, I'm not. What am I, an
idiot? What are you going to say then? S'mores.
S'mores are good.
They are good.
Hot fudge sundae is good, but that's not my favorite.
No, dude, give me
the cinnamon ones are good.
Give me a classic strawberry.
So that got very intense very quickly.
Well, the guy getting worked up is right. The guy crapped on his original answer, so he gave a very descriptive answer, and then he crapped on that as well.
Yeah, and then he says brown sugar cinnamon, which is the most basic of them all.
Oh, brown sugar
but
cinnamon.
It's basic. It is basic though.
No, the most basic are just a regular fruit one.
Yeah,
unfrosted. That's the most basic. And by the way, those are the best.
They're very good.
Untoasted for me.
Oh, I always will toast them up.
I'll go either one.
Get a little brown around the edges. It is the best is the s'mores. The s'mores Pop-Tart is the best one.
Fruit. Give me a blueberry. Give me a strawberry. Give me whatever the fruit.
Blueberry's gross.
I do like the brown sugar cinnamon, man. I think I could eat those all day. They're very good. But they didn't have those. I don't remember those as a kid. That's a relatively new one, right?
I think brown sugar cinnamon's one of the... I think brown sugar
OG?
cinnamon is one of the originals.
Well done. Emptying the junk drawer with Roberto here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Did you find that audio?
No, I did not. I'm trying to figure out what it would be called.
It would be called the Jane Slater NFL Network Cowboy Audio, probably on her Twitter account, Jane Slater's Twitter account, to find it.
I'll go find it.
It's too late. What do I fill here with 2 minutes now? That was my 2-minute filler. That was my 2-minute filler. Not a great audio day today.
Dang.
All right,
Peyton.
we'll do this one because since it's Friday,
It's literally the 4th tweet down on her timeline page.
you're getting ready to crank up the music. Bobby, I pulled the Bodyguard. Explain why we pulling the Bodyguard. I want everyone to text in the song you cannot resist singing along to because a Broadway show got canceled because of this. See if you can resist jumping in. Peyton's already at the hibachi place tonight.
Is that where he's going?
He goes every week.
It's a great song.
It really is.
So why did they cancel?
So, yeah, this Bodyguard musical in Manchester, over in the UK, this Bodyguard musical got shut down because they could not get the crowd to stop singing along whenever this song would get played. And it's like, no, you guys are not performers here, you're observers, which I will say this is something that does drive me nuts, is that like when you're at a concert and the song is coming on and you're like, oh my gosh, here it is. This is the song I wanted to hear when we came up here and performed. And then you get people all around you just singing it to where I can hardly hear this.
Isn't that an awesome moment?
No, depending on the song.
Like a great country concert.
Don't stop believing. Yeah, everybody needs to sing along with that, okay? I got friends in low places. Everybody needs to sing along with that. I understand.
Piano Man, everyone does that.
Yeah. I don't need everybody to sing along with like
Adele.
Yes,
you hate
hello.
people.
I don't need to hear. I want to hear her sing hello. I don't want to hear you sing it.
If it's a real singer.
Yes.
You hate people.
Kristen
He
is
wants
still
to appreciate the art. He wants to appreciate their gift.
Kristen to this day will complain about this. We saw Dustin Lynch in Ennis, and we were backstage. And I guess because we were backstage, it's a lot of people that he knew, so they're not as invested. They see this all the time. And so they're just talking loudly the whole time. And I catch this video of her like turning back and just glaring like, you guys stop talking so I can hear and enjoy this.
Mine's Free Fallin'. I challenge
great.
anyone. I challenge anyone to not jump into Free Fallin'. Yeah, I'm free.
It's a good one. Yeah.
I mean, so
Mine's Hit 'Em Up.
It's a good one. Bohemian Rhapsody is a good one. You can sing along to. I also Miley, Party in the USA. Sorry, not sorry, but I'm gonna.
The offensive genius defending Dak Prescott, Mike Martz, joins Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the home of the Cowboys next. But look, life is unpredictable.
FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's bring in the mad scientist. I already know this is going to be a fascinating interview. Props to Bobby for tracking him down from the 33rd team, the Super Bowl winning coach, Mike Martz, here on the home of the Dallas Cowboys via the Diamond Factory hotline on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Coach. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing very well, thanks.
So, Coach, we were really intrigued by the video you did with the 33rd team last week, just kind of breaking down Dak's interception problem, something that it felt like really unique in terms of he's never been a guy that we thought of as like a turnover machine. And then last year to throw as many interceptions as he did in such a short time. When you looked at it and kind of evaluated how he performed, what were some of your biggest takeaways?
I think the success of any quarterback has so much to do with the receiving corps, how disciplined they are, where they're supposed to be, when they're supposed to be there. And, it's kind of a touchy thing because if they're not on the same page as a quarterback, let me take you back to Peyton Manning when he went down to Tampa Bay. Remember how frustrated he was because he didn't feel like he was on the same page. And I think that there's a little bit of that going on there last year with Dallas for the first time. And I had not seen that so much there before. And I think that, the quarterbacks obviously aren't going to say anything about it, and they just got to grin and bear it, so to speak. So I think that's probably one of the most contributing factors to these turnovers.
Where are you right now? It sounds very peaceful.
I'm sitting on my deck on a golf course up in St. Louis out in the country.
See?
What hole?
It's the 15th. It's a par 3.
Okay. Over water? Long carry?
No, it's about 185-yard par 3.
Okay. That's a good one. That's a good par 3.
It's interesting, Coach. A couple of years ago when John Kitna first got here, one of the things we heard from him pretty consistently was how heavy an influence you had on him and the philosophies that you instilled in him. He really wanted to instill in Dak Prescott. When you watched the tape of Dak playing, did you see any of those markers that like, hey, that's a guy that would have worked well in my system, or do you think he was just a little bit out of place last year?
I think last year was a bit of an anomaly for him. I think, when I watched him before that, particularly when John was with him, he didn't look confused, and he looked confused here this past year. And there's probably a lot of factors for that, but probably not worth getting into. But when you coach quarterbacks, you have to be very, very specific about where the ball goes and what to do on everything. You can't just leave them hang out in the wind, find the open guy kind of a deal. And, I think the thing that John always appreciated is he held everybody accountable, for the quarterback. We just tell everybody in the offense, particularly the receivers, you got to see this game through the quarterback's eyes. And I think that's a really, really important point for, all offenses that that position's hard enough, and you can't have him guessing about where you're going to be and all that good stuff.
So, we've always had this discussion, because the transition from Kellen to Mike's system, a lot of curl routes in the Kellen system, players facing Dak, safety nets, wanted to take more chances downfield. Can you build that into a system, or is at the end of the day, the quarterback is still going to decide where to throw the ball, and if he's conservative by nature, he still may throw it short?
I think when you have two systems that are kind of married together, it sounds, because they're both outstanding coaches, it's difficult. It sounds like it should work, but a lot of times it doesn't because it's just two different philosophies. And, Kellen's trying to coach a system he's not really particularly familiar with, and so the details of it, he may not know, and that's hard. And I've been in that situation before where you're trying to interpret for the quarterback, and that's not an easy thing to do at all. And I think it's very difficult. So I know how good Mike is, I think, and I think we all do. I love the fact that he's getting back in the intimate details of it. I think that'll resolve a lot of issues for them on offense, and I think it'll be great for Dak. The details in the final analysis mean everything. And if you're not getting the details at all those positions, then you're just never going to be as successful as you can be. And I think Mike is that kind of a guy. And I just think that it's his offense, ultimately what he wants to do. Nobody's going to coach it better than he can, so he might as well jump back in like he did.
Mike Martz here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, what do you think some of the biggest X's and O's differences will be under McCarthy calling the plays, or do you think most of it will be philosophical as they keep talking about the run game here?
Well, I think, the run game will always be strong there, and I think that's really important. I think the discipline, the way he's asking Dak to do will be more specific. And I think that the discipline of the receivers, it's not nebulous. It's not kind of floating out there. Everybody has, will be held accountable, to their level. And I think that's so important. And I think that's what will happen. I just think Mike's a great coach.
Coach, one of the talking points we got a lot last year with some of these interceptions that Dak threw was there were a lot of people arguing, saying take option routes out of the game plan, because if the receiver and the quarterback aren't going to read it correctly and you have that miscommunication and they're not flattening out the route, then you need to take those out of the game plan. And Dak pushed back against that whenever anybody would ask him, and he'd say, you guys only see when they go wrong. You have no idea how many times we hit big plays off of those, and I'd be angry if we took those out of the game plan. What is your general thought and approach to option routes, and how do you work at getting the receiver and the quarterback to see the same coverage?
Well, the option routes are really, really, really important, particularly on third down. We use a lot of them. I think, you got to see the same thing, obviously, but the thing that I saw when it doesn't work with Dallas, the receivers, they didn't come back to the ball. You can't float at the same level. You'll get undercut. And I think that's a real important part for what they were doing in these option routes. And they weren't attacking the ball, and the defender would beat them to the ball. I think that's when it went bad, that's kind of what happened with it. And it's an easy thing to fix. You just got to have them snap back to the ball to where the ball's thrown. He's splitting defenders with his throat. He's expecting that receiver to get there. Well, the receiver stops and turns around, doesn't move back to the ball, bad things are going to happen.
Do you think he has enough ability? Because, Coach, I want the Cowboys to kind of build on defense. I don't believe Dak can carry them through the playoffs if it's on him mostly. I think he's got flashes, spectacular flashes, but I just don't think they can win the Super Bowl on his right arm. Do you think that's possible?
I don't think there's any question about it. I think he could be a great player. But you have to – I just think there's been so many moving parts around him. And I know Kellen is kind of – his philosophy is a little bit more – he's a guy that wants to throw it quite a bit. And if you're not real good in the offensive line, that's going to be very difficult. I think the fact that they're going to run the ball very well, and I'm sure they will, I think just does so many things for Dak in the passing game. There's just been too many moving parts around him, and there's a lot of really good quarterbacks out there that have been through this. You look at Steve Young. He goes from Tampa Bay, he's the worst-rated quarterback in the league. He goes to San Francisco, becomes a Hall of Famer. So much of it has to do with getting things tight around the quarterback, and when that happens, then he can realize his full potential. I'm a big Dak fan, so you're probably asking the wrong guy.
Coach, I want to ask you about a common criticism of Kellen Moore. And as an offensive guru, explain what this phrase means. Calling plays versus managing the game as the OC or play caller. What does that mean?
Well, they should be the same. Should be the same thing. You have to get a feel for the game and call plays accordingly. You can't just go in and just call plays. I mean, I never did that. You just got to get a feel, as you're watching the defense and knowing the situation. If your defense is struggling a little bit, then conversely, you're going to have to be careful that you're not just turning that ball back over to them. All those good things. You have to know as much about your defensive game plan as what you're going to do on offense. And then when you get into the game, the flow of it, if they're hitting some balls, and you're going to have to kind of change what you do as well. So I just think that the guys that adjust the best as play callers during the game that can change gears Those are the really great ones.
Coach, how would you approach the running game in today's NFL?
Well, I think they've done a really good job of spreading things out. The one thing that I do know is I watch the draft and everything over the last 10 years. Those linebackers have gotten smaller, looking at more athletic guys. We used to put a big 280, 290-pound tight end back there at fullback and do some lead stuff, and I promise you I would do that. I'd just go and splatter those guys and, come downhill as much as you can with it because they're just not prepared for it. Guys, the defenses, there's too many system-type things and not enough details. I would really play smash mouth downhill with big guys and make them play it.
Do you love analytics?
No. Analytics, they tell you what happened, but they don't tell you why. Go for it here and go for it there. It's a feel of the game. It says go for it on the 1 yard line. Well, maybe not. It just depends. Here's the thing: if you go for two and you don't have a good 2-point play, why would you do it, right? So, I just it's like you said before. There's so much of it as a situation and a feel for the game. The analytics doesn't always capture, and I think the ball clip's probably pretty good, but I never looked at it. I always looked at the team that we're preparing for, and I could tell you after watching them all week before we played them, for the most part, exactly what the analytics were going to tell you, based on what you've seen. So it doesn't tell you what's going to happen. It just tells you what's been in the past. So I guess from that standpoint, I never was really too excited about it.
Mike Martz here on The Fan. I think this is a perfect question for you. We're one of the reasons we thought McCarthy was not calling the plays was to manage the game. There's so much about game management today, right, with timeouts and looking at the clock and everything. How much did you lose as a game manager when you were focused on the plays as a head coach versus just an OC? How do you view that with so much breakdown? We're all Madden experts now, right, playing the video game. We can manage the clock and the timeouts. How much is lost when you're calling the plays too?
Well, you're so intimately involved. It's tied together. And I was always a believer to take the timeouts. People used to. I took more timeouts than anybody in the history of the league, and I used to get abused for that. But we were also the best 2-minute team in the league. So I just think that there's times in the game. It could be in the second quarter where there's confusion or whatever. You got to burn a timeout. Defensively, I told the defensive guys, if there's something going on over there, instead of giving up a big play, call the timeout and get them together and get it squared away. I remember we had Grant Wisham picked up a fumble and ran 80 yards for a touchdown. They called it back. I burned a timeout because the whole defense ran down there. They were exhausted. So they come back and you take a timeout, let them gather themselves. Well, people go, why did you call a timeout? Because they were exhausted. The next play, they might put it in the end zone, right? So, you just have to have a feel for the game through the whole process. And you can't be a robot. And that's what scares me about the analytics. It's not a game of robots.
Coach, you've talked here and in that same video for the 33rd team, which is great. People should check it out, the33rdteam.com. You talked in there about how you're excited for Mike McCarthy to get back involved in the intimate details of the offense and that you think it'll be beneficial for Dak. For those listening who haven't seen Mike McCarthy call the offense, didn't follow him in Green Bay, and this is going to be their first chance, what should fans expect from a Mike McCarthy offense?
Mike's on it. Mike, he'll be prepared. He's got answers to things. He's really a terrific play caller. It's a great feel for the game. Just what we're talking about. He can watch out there and adjust. He knows when you got to start grinding it out a little bit and then change and take it over the top. Those kinds of things. I just think that he's one of the guys that's got such a great feel for what's going on the field, and there's just so few of those guys around.
Coach, would you prefer a classic drop back passer or a Lamar Jackson type? And we asked about Lamar because nobody seems to be making any moves for him, and we can't. At least I can't figure out why. What's your take on Lamar?
I think the biggest thing with Lamar, to me, that would scare me was his ability to stay in the field, and that's the problem with guys that run a lot. Guys that can complete the ball they're real accurate, get the ball out fast, and they're quick twitch mentally guys. Those, Joe Burrow, those kind of guys. But if you don't have no good offensive line, you're going to get hurt there too. So it doesn't make any difference, I guess, from that standpoint. But I think Lamar's a terrific player, and I think he's in the place where he needs to be in Baltimore because they've kind of built everything around him, and for him to leave Baltimore to me would be tragic.
Would you take Jalen Hurts or Dak for the next 3 years?
Dak.
Why? We know you like him, but why?
So Jalen Hurts is in a highly disciplined system. All the details, you put Dak in that same system, he's going to have that kind of success, or better. I just think he's a terrific talent. I was down there for a week and I watched him and met him. I didn't say anything. It was just like a fly on the wall. Was in the meetings and just watched him, and he is really, really good. He just, I'm excited for Mike. He's going to clean things up around him. And the discipline of what they do is everything. The details and hammering it and making guys accountable and running routes fast and being where you're supposed to be. All that stuff Mike will do.
You've got the number 1 pick in the draft. Who are you taking this year at quarterback?
Oh, shoot. Well, I guess. Oh, that's a tough question for me.
Have you watched them?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I'd take a quarterback with the first pick. There's a couple down the road that will probably end up being as good.
Mike Martz on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Enjoy Hole 15, the coffee, and thank you for this morning, Coach. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I always thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it.
There he is, Mike Martz on the home of America's team. Whale alert. RJ looks like he wants to react to that. And the Rangers trading for Shohei? Next.
Let's get you over to the all-new Platinum Ford location in
Sauce, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Stars GM Jim Neal will join us here at 9 o'clock on Sean RJ. And no wonder Bobby Belt booked Mike Martz after he said Hurts versus Dak. Dak Prescott. I'm taking him. Number 4.
I mean, 2 offensive geniuses right here. Mike Martz, Bobby Belt. We're the same.
Couple things I wrote down, RJ, to react to. Dak over Hurts. He's a humongous Prescott fan. He said he doesn't know if he drafted quarterback at number 1. That tells me he doesn't love the guys that are coming out. And then he seems to think that Mike McCarthy, they must be tight or something, because he loves Mike McCarthy as a coach in talking about the differences with the Cowboys offense versus Kellen. And he gave Kellen his props as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he wants to say Dak's better than Hurts, that's fine. I mean, it's all subjective. It's a matter of opinion.
No, it's objective. It's correct.
No, it's a matter of all these quarterback rankings are subjective.
Not that one.
Okay. The other thing is, he bookended that one, even if you think it's right, which is not. He bookended it with 2 of the most idiotic statements I've ever heard in my life.
Why didn't you tell him that?
Well, I don't get confrontational with the guests on purpose.
Yeah.
We're a nice show.
Learn to be a pro.
I'm just playing the fan text right now. Why don't you tell him, bro?
Why don't you say anything to Orlovsky? Chicken?
Yeah.
Yellow?
We're a nice person
okay,
show.
if we want to pull back behind the curtain, it's because I was being threatened with my job.
Yep. A man of integrity doesn't care about that.
I would have gladly. I was call him up. Call him right now, Peyton.
He said analytics only tells you what has happened, which is not really true. But also, what is the greatest prediction, or what is the greatest predictor of future happenings? It's the past. All right, in a sense. And then by saying he wouldn't take a quarterback number 1, what are you gonna take? Will Anderson number 1? You trade up 8 spots to get a linebacker? I don't know. I don't know that I would agree with that one.
I would just expect someone like Mike Martz to be in love with analytics, all the numbers, the mad scientist.
I mean, without him even knowing it, he kind of was. I mean, his whole philosophy was throw.
Well, he said he was like, a lot of times when you get done evaluating things that I do it says the same thing the analytics was going to say anyway. It's like, well, okay, well, that just sounds like you come to the same conclusions analytics do, and you just don't call it analytics.
Right. I mean, he was smart enough to know what to do, what to be the most efficient way anyway. I guess he didn't need him.
All right, so there was Mike Martz from the 33rd team. Bobby setting that up here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers-Astros tonight. Rangers get back in action, and this is before we trade for Shohei Ohtani, apparently.
Yes, sir. So the ESPN had their hottest takes of the year.
Scorching.
Jacob deGrom is the 16th best pitcher.
That was a hot take. That was piping hot. But one of them was none of the last year's 6 division winners will repeat. So we'll have all, which I think would be unprecedented to have all new division winners. So they said, the AL West could be the Mariners or the Rangers. And then another one comes in with the Rangers will be the AL West's last team standing this October.
Woo! Winning the West.
I'm going to read you this. They play in a competitive division in which 3 other teams were generally more popular preseason playoff picks. Indeed, Rangers regarded more of a, hey, maybe in 2024 kind of thing. But this team's built strongly enough to win now and make serious noise during the playoffs. Sure, a little luck is needed on the injury front, like Jake DeGrom, but piling up April and May wins will have a way of coaxing the Rangers' big spending, going for its soon owner to dive right in. And since they possess organizational prospects, depth that a mere handful of teams can rival, this is the team that shocks the world and trades for Shohei Ohtani at the deadline.
Let's go.
Who wrote this?
Tristan Cockcroft. The final puzzle the Rangers need to make their serious October push will again be talking up the managerial prowess of an ex-Giants skipper.
So the Angels are going to trade us Shohei in the division.
That would seem to be unlikely. However,
I would just focus on letting him hit. since these bats need to wake up. We got the pitching staff. We don't even need you to pitch, Shohei.
So the interesting thing would be
he'd be our number 4 starter.
I don't think so. The interesting thing would be is like obviously the Angels probably wouldn't want to trade him within the division, but
you'd have him behind Heaney now, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I might have him behind Spencer Howard.
Yeah.
He might be 7th.
But you've got to
Kumar.
You got to remember,
set him to Frisco.
He is a free agent, right? He is a free agent. So if they trade him, they're going to trade him for what? A rental. So if you're the Angels, you get a huge haul back. The Teixeira trade, like the Rangers, they trade the Teixeira deal, get a huge haul back, and then he goes and he signs with the Dodgers anyway, or the Mariners, or the Giants, or the Mets, or wherever he signs, because the Angels would be thinking, he's probably not going to sign here long term. So if we trade him, we got to deal with Shohei for a couple of months, and then he'll go on his merry way, and we're going to get a boatload of picks.
Or you get the Aroldis Chapman deal, where you trade him for picks, and then he just boomerangs right back to you.
Right.
Or Cliff Lee, like he did with the Phillies.
Cliff Lee. Yep, Cliff Lee did that. So there's options.
All right, so we're getting Shohei, according to ESPN and Tristan Cockcroft.
What?
Is that right?
That's right.
That's right. Rangers pregame tonight, 6:30. First pitch, 7 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. Are the Jets getting a little scared of Aaron Rodgers? This was floated by Charles Robinson yesterday from Yahoo.
Yeah, so, are they getting scared that he is not going to be wanting to be here for the long term? Is that, if you're the Jets, right? If you're the Jets, do you have to weigh his time that he wants to play versus the fact that, A, is he a slam dunk player?
No,
at this point,
he's not a slam dunk player.
Charles is very plugged in. Charles has a good beat on some of this stuff. So if Charles is saying Aaron going on which he's told us.
He's trying to say that the McAfee interview with Rodgers saying, I was 90% retired, maybe causing Woody Johnson in New York to hesitate.
Great name.
This to me is this is a big bag of nothing.
Right.
First off, Aaron Rodgers is a liar. He's an attention whore. So he wants to make it look like the Green Bay Packers are the bad guy. I was 90% out, and then they just inspired me, and they got me worked up to come back and play. And Woody Johnson needed to hear from Aaron Rodgers that he was contemplating retirement. That's going to scare him and thinking that a 40-year-old is close to the end and near.
Right, because if
it's a 1 year, maybe max 2 year deal.
Yeah,
that's why they're fighting over the draft compensation.
Absolutely. The Jets should give a pick with escalators.
Well, it doesn't matter at this point because Joe Douglas has already told everybody, Aaron's going to be here no matter what it costs. He'll be here. He's going to. So, Green Bay's like, all right, if you're that set on it, this is your plan. You got to give us whatever we want.
But you're right, Sean. Aaron Rodgers is a liar. You can't believe what he says anyway.
Yeah.
He changed his mind based on a 4-day darkness tour. Or whatever.
He lied about how long he was going to be in the darkness. I think he came out early. He wussed out.
He got
soft.
He couldn't take it anymore. He thought he was in there for 2 weeks.
What a wimp.
You made a grunt or a sound when what would have changed the Jets' minds? What would have scared them about the Rodgers-McAfee interview?
No,
what did they learn that was new?
I'm just saying that I could definitely see Woody Johnson has been the way he's operated in general as owner of the Jets. That sounds totally like something that would come from Woody Johnson as, oh gosh, I heard this interview. Well, now I'm not sure, guys. Let's slow down. Let's slow our roll here. And that probably Joe Douglas and others are going dude, it didn't change anything. Calm down, dude. Let us trust us to make the decision. So, as nonsensical as it sounds, I totally believe that that's something that Woody Johnson might do.
If you were Rodgers' agent, would you have told him not to go on McAfee?
Would he listen to his agent?
Who is his agent?
I would guess he has. That's a good question.
I'd love to know that.
I'll tell you right now.
But do you really think it plays any impact, any role?
No. If I was the Jets, I'd be happy. He went on there and said he wanted to play for me.
Shane and RJ in shop.
Woody Johnson probably got that after hearing that. Bassick texted. Tex had 2 years left when traded to Atlanta at the deadline, then traded the Angels next deadline.
David Dunn is Aaron Rodgers' agent.
All right. David Dunn. I've heard of him. And then, speaking of Bassick, who came up with the great advice for Tua to learn how to go ahead and take hits and slide and go to the ground. We have the Tua helmet.
The Tua helmet is here. The NFL and the NFLPA approve a helmet design that is designed to reduce quarterback concussions. So this is a quarterback-specific helmet, which has been approved for use. It's manufactured by this company that reduces the severity of helmet-to-ground impacts, which, how did Tua get his first concussion? The bad one, and the second one, really. The helmet whipped back and hit the ground. League data says account for approximately half of all quarterback concussions is helmet-to-ground. So this is great. It performs 7% better than the most popular helmet worn by quarterbacks this past season, according to that league memo. I mean, look, the NFL's number one job is what? Outside of
money.
Yeah, outside of making money.
Attention. Pretending like they care about concussions.
Okay, pretending like they care about concussions.
Pretending
What else?
like the field versus grass issue.
Yep,
is
pretending
legit.
about the grass, absolutely.
Getting a team in Germany.
Yeah, absolutely.
They would try to sell beer after the ninth inning.
Beer
if
after
they were
the
in
ninth
baseball.
inning.
Making sure
Okay.
Dan Snyder doesn't out them.
Dan Snyder. So you wade through all that, and eventually you get down to keeping the quarterbacks on the field.
Yes. That is actually a real serious one.
Yeah. But seriously, like that's one of their 8 top things they got to worry about is like, how do we make sure that our best players stay on the field?
It is my favorite stat and topic of the entire year. And Bobby wants to do it today. Early favorites to become the 6 new NFL playoff teams. That's next in Below the Belt.
But let's get you over to number 1 air. Oh, you love the IR.
belt.
Wonderful, Peyton. Wonderful. That's it. That's the one we can use.
I didn't have my headphones on.
Play it over again. Start it over. Stop.
Below the belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
I like it.
Oh, God. Sean hates it.
I like it. Sean hates everything.
Belo, good old
Belo.
grocery store chain in Tennessee.
Belo, also the parent company of WFAA, Chain Light News, live from Victory Plaza.
Let's let the Tolos decide. Pastrami Reuben?
No.
Or Peyton's? Bonta Hill, San Fran intro, or this one?
Pastrami Reuben.
Or don't make me take out my belt.
We're not doing Bonte Ellis.
Or
I'm not dealing with him.
Or the Bonte Ellis. Or the original. Don't make me take. I'll do one. Don't make me take off my belt. And then you do Bonte Ellis.
Oh, we've only heard it like twice. I haven't memorized it just yet like that.
It's time.
Oh.
It's time.
We're below the belt.
With Bobby Bell.
Look, if we're not going to play that intro, I'm the only way I will accept the other intro is if we have Sean Heath read the same copy. And then I'll accept it.
But it's not my work if he does it. It's a voiceover.
Let's just get Mavs PA guy to do it.
Let's get Brad Sham. It's a football segment. Brad Sham will do your intro.
That's a good one.
Nikki Fisher can
Go
do
get that pulled. I do want that open. Give it to me, baby. Get me that one. Here is Sean's favorite stat every year. It is the 6 teams every year will be new in the NFL playoffs. And
no, it's not 6.
It's 6.
It's expanded.
On average.
I think it's gone from 5 to 6.
Because it went down to 4 a couple years ago.
On average, it's 6 over the last decade.
I never remember it going as low as 4.
We talked about it because we've always done 5.
Yeah.
Because 5 since 2002. They had it at 4 one year, like a couple years ago.
Really messing up the momentum.
We're going to go by 6 because that's what this article did. And I'm not going to go off of their picks because I don't care. It's that Cody Benjamin guy at CBS who I don't like. Chop, you remember him? He was the one that power ranked the Super Bowl odds of the playoff losers, and he had the Cowboys last.
Yeah.
The Seahawks were ahead of them.
That's right. That's right.
So we're not going to use Cody Orlovsky's list. But it is a good question. I think here before the draft, who are the best candidates to be the 6 new playoff teams? Which last year, as a quick reminder, here are the teams that made the playoffs. The Buffalo Bills, the Miami Dolphins, the Cincinnati Bengals, the Baltimore Ravens, Jacksonville Jaguars, Kansas City Chiefs, Los Angeles Chargers. Then in the NFC, it was the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Giants, the Vikings, the Buccaneers, the 49ers, and the Seahawks. So, this probably because of the expanded playoff, like Sean said, the fact that it's 7 teams now in each conference, 14. It's probably why it's expanded to 6. But I've got 3 AFC and 3 NFC teams that I think are going to change it up here. First one for me.
Now, you are the playoff expert.
I am.
Picked every game but one?
Yep. I was 10-1. The only one I missed, and it's just because Brock Purdy got hurt. Brock Purdy didn't get hurt in that game. They were beating the Eagles. Number 1 for me, and this is...
I have 3 written down in the AFC.
This is the easiest one to swap into me. You'll be proud, Chop. It's the Detroit Lions. Lions are the easiest one to swap in. They closed the season really strong. Minnesota was a fluky division champ to begin with in the NFC North. I think that's ripe for the Lions to win that division. Vegas agrees, has them as the betting favorite right now. The Detroit Lions are going to the playoffs next year.
I have Detroit on my list as well, although I am betting against them because the smart money says they hit the under on their win total because they played above their heads on certain peripheral numbers, and their home road offensive splits are an unsustainable mountain. Like, they were awful on the road.
Out. I'm here to pop the Lions balloon.
You say no?
Yep, I said no.
The Packers are trading their quarter. They don't know what they're doing on offense. The Vikings are bad.
My problem is the rest of the division. But I'm not buying any of this Lion hype. I continue to root against Jared Goff. And there's
no reason for it.
It's not going to happen. He's too California. He's not tough enough for Dan Campbell. I want to believe these narratives. So I am out. I'm selling the Lions.
You know who he's tougher than?
Versus everyone else.
Number 4.
Sorry? Huh? Go ahead. You wanted to say something?
You don't know who I'm talking about.
That's what I said. Who?
Is there another number 4 quarterback in the NFL?
Brett Favre.
Current?
It's funny, when I think number 4, I still, even to this day, I don't default to Dak. I default to Micah Noor, the old punter, when I think number 4.
Very nice. Very nice.
All right, next team for me here. I think the Ravens are ripe to get bounced from the playoffs.
Of course you do.
I do. Damn right. So I got the Pittsburgh Steelers. Mike Tomlin never had a losing season. Kenny Pickett, another year to grow. Give me the Steelers going in as a wild card team.
No, that's not happening. The Cleveland Browns are happening.
You would have said the Giants weren't happening too.
And you would have too.
Right.
The Cleveland.
So we don't know anything equally.
Right. The Cleveland Browns will be better than the Steelers. I don't know if they make it. They're more of a candidate than the Steelers. This is a Deshaun Watson argument that I have set up for Bobby. One of our many QB arguments coming up for the year. Dak Prescott, Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers.
I think Deshaun Watson is good. I don't think he's as good as Dak is all.
Okay. Uh-oh.
What's up, Chop?
Uh-oh.
Did you just remember what team you were picking?
No,
for who else is on your list? Who's your second team? You dislike the Steelers as a pick?
I don't hate the Steelers as a pick. I would not put. I only have one.
I can't believe they finished 9-8 last year.
Yeah.
It actually is a smart
That's what I'm saying. Tomlin he's never had a losing season. He's like on a Tom Landry run here.
So
Jerry's gonna fire him too?
On a golf course?
I do for the moment have Baltimore, and I reserve the right to change.
Why? I thought Lamar was, he was a Mike Vick, and he was.
Is he playing?
He's John Elway.
Is he playing? Who's their quarterback?
I think he's gonna.
I have no idea. Like they might not even.
I think I just don't know.
You said you thought that they would match the offer.
I think they will, but I also know that Lamar's not going to play a single game for them under the non-exclusive franchise tag.
There's some growing buzz, and I think I heard Peter King reference this too. There is some growing buzz that like the Colts could go. Let's just go get Lamar, and that if they go get him, they could throw in an extra pick in addition to what's expected of them, just to tell the Baltimore not to match.
And by the way, the audio that blew up yesterday, Ben Roethlisberger having the nerve to say this about Odell.
With Lamar, you want to bring safeties down to help stop the run because you don't really fear Lamar's arm, his accuracy all the time. Sure, he's got a huge arm; he can make things happen when he scrambles and whatever. But you don't fear him just sitting in the pocket and picking you apart. Sure. So you can bring safeties down because you do fear him running because he's different level runner.
Then the jokes came in. There's one place where we all fear Roethlisberger.
Where's that?
Meanwhile, you have RG3, who's Lamar's really acting agent, not his mom.
He ought to be his real agent.
It's RG3 and Bill Barnwell saying, if you go by QBR in the pocket and the passing numbers, Lamar and Roethlisberger basically equal as passers in the pocket, which is asinine and ludicrous.
My next pick, the Cleveland Browns. I think we're getting 2 wild card teams out of the AFC North. I do think the Browns will get there. And it's only
who's out?
I wouldn't necessarily have the Browns in there.
He's removing Baltimore.
I think Dolphins fall out is one of the wild card teams, and I don't think the Chargers. So and it's only because I got to pick the wild card. I got to find them somewhere.
So you're not Are you removing the Ravens?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you remove the
Cincy,
Ravens,
Pittsburgh, and Cleveland.
Yeah. So you move the Ravens and Miami,
and the Chargers. I'm going to move the Chargers out because I've got another.
Because you don't like the OC there. He's just going down his list of people.
No. I by the way, you guys have said you were not when I was going back, I told you I was listening to an old show we did back in November. I've got the audio proof now that I backed Kellen Moore against you guys, where I said Kellen Moore was like a top 10 coordinator. So I just
us?
Yes, because you guys said I
was
shifted
saying
up
he was
on
catching too much heat.
I had said he was catching too much heat in that audio. We'll pull the tapes.
You and Brian brought us.
Pull the tapes.
You and Brian brought us. The fact remains, you ran Kellen Moore out of town.
I did not.
You all on that Odyssey podcast that blows up. You all ran him out of town. You said his offense was ancient. They don't know what type of routes they're running. You and brought us. That's on blood on your hands.
Hodgepodge scheme was a problem. You can go back listen to Mike Martz on the Odyssey app. Rewind it. No, I get the reason why I've got the 3 wild card teams swapped out is because I got the Broncos. Sean Payton's going to make it work there in Denver. Swapping the Broncos, baby.
Now that's a hot take.
That is hot. That
I
is
like it.
hot.
Broncos over the Chargers.
I took Miami out, and I'm assuming that Aaron Rodgers is with the Jets. I put the Jets.
I put the Jets in as well.
Well, the Jets are I'm assuming Aaron Rodgers is going to be with the Jets too. That's why I don't have them in the playoffs, because he's washed.
Oh man. So many spicy gum challenges.
Oh, I've got 2 more takes here. Two more teams, and the last one is probably going to be the hottest of them all.
Hotter than Denver?
Yes, the last one is for sure. I don't know if this one is. The NFC South is so susceptible right now, and I think with betting odds leaning towards Bryce Young as being the number one, and Bryce Young being I think is going to be a pretty quick plug-and-play type of quarterback, I've got Carolina swapped in. They were a 7-10 team last year. You add Bryce Young to that, give them some stability. I think they can win that division.
I put New Orleans in just because I don't know who's going to go to Carolina yet, so I just put New Orleans in by default.
New Orleans or Carolina, I think, is the one that makes the most sense.
They're the only two that I think have a chance in that division.
I don't think I don't think your Panthers take is that hot. I don't like Derek Carr, just like I don't like Jared Goff. Me and RJ differ on those quarterbacks. So 7-10 with a mixture, a combo of Joe Burrow and Steph Curry, as Orlovsky just said, you should be 9-8 or 10-7.
So I've got the Vikings swapped out as the division winner in the North. That's going to be the Lions taking that one. I've got the Panthers being swapped in place of the Buccaneers. And then the hottest of hot takes.
I got two more.
I got the Chicago Bears in the playoffs.
And
so do I.
I'm by. Hey, there we go. Look at that. Yeah.
The Justin Fields hype this offseason has gotten out of control.
But I mean, is it that like when you talk about?
Yeah, he can't throw the football.
Well, I mean, look, you guys want to pay a guy $50 million who can't throw the football either. And so, and not Dak.
No,
don't you lean into that bit. Don't you lean into that
Okay,
bit.
Dak 46. Justin Fields. Okay, so by the end of this year, prediction by the end of this year, Dak will be the fourth best quarterback in the NFC. I think he's the second best right now. He'll be behind Fields, Hurts, and Goff by the end of this year.
Whoa!
He's already behind Goff and Hurts, but he'll be behind Fields too.
Wow!
You just said he was second.
Yeah,
you said he's second right now.
But I don't math.
Did
today.
you tell me it was? Did you tell me it was false that Justin Fields can't throw?
Justin Fields, if you watch the tape, he can throw.
He can throw.
He can throw.
He can throw. I think he's just still
Last
adjusting. But
year's tape.
I think he's got arm talent to do it. It's just he's growing still.
Okay, there it
He's
is.
a good quarterback.
So name your teams real quick.
Steelers, Broncos, Lions, Bears, Panthers, Browns.
I only did 5 because I Detroit, Saints, Chicago, Jets, Rams. Rams are back in. Seattle's out.
It's the best stat in all of sports. It's guaranteed. At least 5. Bobby says 6 new NFL teams. We know one of the playoff teams in hockey, they just ended their regular season with a 6th straight win. Let's get you ready for the NHL playoffs with Stars general manager Jim Nill. Whale alert next.
Coming up at 10, continue your work. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Shot, rebound, off the post, and in! Wyatt Johnston, the rookie, did not hit the post. It went right to the tape of the 19-year-old. And Wyatt Johnston gets his 24th goal of the year, and the Stars lead 1-0.
The Dallas Stars finishing up the regular season in style. Final hour fist pump time here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. That was the audio from ESPN, and we are getting you set for the NHL playoffs with Stars general manager Jim Nill joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Good morning, Jim. Actually, my bad. I messed up the intro. Stars general manager, but also 1980 Winter Olympics Team Canada player in Lake Placid. I believe 1 goal, 2 assists to be exact. Do I have that correct?
You know what? First of all, I appreciate that, and thanks for having me on, guys. You're starting to age me now a little bit. So, well, you can just say maybe Winter Olympics and leave it at that.
Yeah, let's do that.
I appreciate that.
I saw a stat the other day that 1980 was closer to 1939 than it is to today, and I almost died.
Yeah, no, it is amazing. But no, I'm glad you guys are doing well, and I appreciate you having me on.
No, Spittle sent us that the Hockey Hawks said, look, he was a part of the team that showed us that the Soviets could be beat. So he basically should be given credit for everything.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah.
Take that credit there, Jim. They take that credit. All right.
Yeah, take it while you can, I know.
It's been a really good stretch for you guys. What's been the biggest strength of your team as you've come over these last 13, 14 games?
Well, there's a lot of different things, but I think the one thing is, when you start the year, you're putting a team together, and you don't know how it's going to come together. And this team, right from day one, is training camp. They just kind of gelled. We've got a good mix of the older veterans. We've got a kind of a core group, that's been coming along over the last 4 or 5 years, and then didn't sprinkle in 3 or 4 younger guys, and they've really gelled together. And they I guess the biggest thing is that they play for each other. We got a goalie, Jake Odger, that the guys love to play in front of, and Wedgwood, guys love to play in front of our 2 goalies, and they're committed to each other. And when you want to play for the teammate next to you, that takes you a long ways, and that's kind of where our team's at right now.
Do you think hockey more so than the other sports, when you get to the playoffs, you can't just have young and talented? I mean, you've got to have a good mix of older guys that have been there and gone through the rigors of a cup playoff run?
It's very important. That's one thing I learned all my years in Detroit. You can have the best team on the ice, everything else, but until you live those playoff experiences and the grind of it and the highs and the lows, and you lose a game and you think it's the end of the world, and you win a game and you think, oh, you're the best team ever, and you got to ride through those waves. There's going to be adversity. There's going to be a bad penalty. There's going to be, say what you want, but there's a little bit of luck involved in life too. There's going to be a puck go off a goal post that either goes in or goes out. And you've got to have that veteran presence in that dressing room that has lived through that and can kind of pass it on to the younger guys, and that is very important.
Jim, do you have, we always do this before the start of a season with teams, it's a success if blank. Well, what's the floor? What's the minimum? Do you have that? Have we reached Stanley Cup appearance, Stanley Cup championship, or bust, that you would consider this a successful or disappointing run? Do you have that standard in your mind after this awesome regular season?
Well, I'm a little bit, I respect how hard it is. First of all, how hard it is to make the playoffs in our sport. It's 32 teams and only 16 make it. It's tough. And with the parity in the league, something I tell our guys at training camp the first day is the difference between making the playoffs and missing the playoffs is 1 win a month. The season's 5 or 6 months long. Those 5, that extra win a month, that's 5 or 6 wins. You look at the standings. That's the difference between making it and losing it. And you look back at the start of the year and you say, "Wow, what's 1 win a month?" Here or there. It's amazing when you get into March and April and you get close to the end, how that one extra win here or there, an extra win in February or an extra win in December, might have put you in the playoffs. And so it's a tough. Just to get to the playoffs is a grind. It's 82 games, and then everybody says, well, you want to be the best. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you'd love to win the President's Trophy and all this. You want to get in. You want to be as healthy as you can be, and then away you go. Now let's let the chips fall. So I don't want to say it's bust or whatever. I think what we're trying to build here is something that we want to be consistent. You want to have a chance to be in the playoffs every year, and by doing that, that gives you a chance to eventually maybe win the Stanley Cup along the way. It's not easy to win the Stanley Cup, 32 teams. If you go through the odds, somebody's going to want to win it once every 32 years, and then all of a sudden a couple of teams come along and win it a couple of years in a row, and that changes the odds again. So it's tough to win championships. But I just want to have a franchise that we have a chance every year to be in the playoffs, and you hope that builds what we talked about prior about having that experience going through the playoffs. You hope that builds up to give you the chance to win it. And if you look at all the championship teams, they've had to go through the grind of the playoffs and had a chance to win. And I think we've gone through that the last 2-3 years. And now I think with some of these younger kids coming in, I think that's bringing us to the next level. And that's what we're excited about.
Stars GM Jim Nill join us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, it looks like it's either going to be Seattle or Minnesota. How do you break down the matchups of each?
Really not too concerned. In the end, it might be a little cliche here, but I'm just worried about our own team. I know if we play the way we can play, the way we're supposed to play, I think we can beat anybody. So, number one priority, let's take care of our own business. You got to be careful. You start picking your poison, who you wants to play. That can come back and bite you. So, just really worried about ourselves. Sometimes you look at travel comes into play. Travel's a long. You're talking about a 4 or 4.5 hour flight up there, whereas Minnesota's 2 hours. Does that come into play? Those are things you start to look at a little bit in scheduling and that. But other than that, I'm just worried about our own team's play.
So we were joking around when you guys brought in Pete DeBoer. We're like, look at his first-year results. Like, the Stars are going to be in the Cup final, or they're going to have an amazing regular season. And here we are again with Pete DeBoer and a first-year impact. What's the explanation for that, Jim, that you see with the crazy early success he continues to have?
Well, Pete and his staff, they deserve a lot of credit. They've done a good job. He's got a great feel for players. He really knows how to kind of get through to the guys. You get different, we talk about our team. You got some older guys. You got to deal with that mentality of the older guys that have been around a long time and want to do things certain ways. You might have to break some of their habits. You've got another group of guys, younger guys coming in, and dealing with the younger guys is different than it was dealing with the older guys. And Pete's got a great knack for doing that. He really instills a confidence in the players. He wants them to, we talk about creating more offense. And when you do that, sometimes that's going to hurt your defensive play. And he was okay with that. He wanted the guys to take a little bit of risk. And we'll worry about the mistakes made defensively, and we'll clean that up eventually. And that's kind of where our team's at. So he's got a real good feel for the room. The other thing I like about him is, every day there's stuff going on. We've all got things going on in our lives. And what I like is he addresses those situations right away. He doesn't let things fester. If he sees something that he doesn't think is right, either by a player or by the team, he addresses it, and they clear the air, and we move on in life. And he's got a great knack for dealing with those type of situations.
Wyatt Johnston, 1 month from today, he turns 20. I know few get to the league this fast like he has. How close were you to sending him back to juniors early this season? And can you kind of take us through the arrangement of him living with Joe Pavelski with his family?
Yeah, when we drafted, it's an amazing story. For a guy to get drafted in his draft year and play only 7 games because of COVID. That's where I got to give a lot of credit to Joe McIntyre on the scouting staff. Joe really had a special feel for this kid, and he fought for it. I pushed him, saying, hey, he hasn't played much, and every time I pushed, he pushed back and said, no, this is our guy, and that's what I like when our people stand up and they believe in somebody. So Joe did a great job. His staff did a great job. So the kind of we watched him. So he went back, played junior after the draft. Was the MVP in the OHL, won the scoring race, was great in the playoffs. And so we knew he was close. At that age, when you start to hit those standards, we knew that he was close to making it. So we just wanted him to come to camp, wanted him to show what he could do. We knew we had 9 games once the season started to see where he's at. But right from day one, Pete DeBoer didn't really know him at all. Pete just said, boy, every practice he's getting better and better. And we decided to put him with Jamie Benn, just a little bit of riding shotgun, a little veteran presence. And they kind of started to mesh. And we went through the exhibition games. He didn't get bounced around. He wasn't overwhelmed. We started this season. We had a road trip. We went up to Canada, went to Toronto, Montreal, and Boston. We said, this is going to be a tough trip for him. First of all, he's from Toronto. It was going to be the pressure of his family and being in Canada. Then you're going to Montreal, pressure playing in Montreal, especially for a young guy from Canada. He had no problem with that. And on the Montreal to Boston trip, that was a back-to-back. We said, now we're going into Boston. He's going to have to – we can't protect him there on line changes and stuff like that. He's going to play against Patrice Bergeron and David Krejci. These guys are all-stars. And so we went into that game. We were actually going to thought about maybe sitting him out because of a back-to-back. But we said, you know what? Let's find out where he's at. We put him in the game, and he wasn't affected. He just these things don't seem to bother him. He doesn't get overwhelmed. He wasn't, like you said, he wasn't physically getting manhandled, and his game just kind of took off from there. And we got to that 9-game mark. And myself and the coaches, like we don't give out jobs in the NHL. You got to earn it. He earned it as a 9-year-old, and so we decided to keep him. And he's been one of our. Every month he just seems to get better and better. The coaches now use him in penalty killing. They never thought they'd ever use him in penalty killing. He's on the second power play unit. He just keeps grabbing it. He's not overwhelmed. Physically he's not getting overmatched. He's getting better on draws, and so he's a special, special player. And then you talked about moving to Joe Pavelski. When we decided to keep him, we said, well, we got to put him in a good spot. He's 19 years old. He's always had a billet family, looking after him when we played junior. Don't want to really put him out, let him get his own place in Dallas. A young guy. You're worried about, can he cook or not? Can he? Is he going to be able to pay his own bills? There's so many things that guys you forget about regular life things that he's got to do. Plus, he's got to be playing NHL games. So we sat down, talked to a few of the players, and we asked Joe Pavelski if he would have interest in bringing him in. He went back, talked to his wife. She was very open to it. He's got his son's, I believe, 12 years old now, so his son's closer to Wyatt's age than Joe is to Wyatt, so he's got to be a good fit. He's fitting with the family, and he's part of the family now. He's there he is. I still love they had a Halloween party, and the Pavelskis came as caddies, and he came as Jordan Spieth, I think is who he came as. And so here's their Halloween picture of Wyatt Johnson. The 2 caddies are Mr. and Mrs. Pavelski. So it was, like I said, there's been some great stories. He's part of their family now. He loves it there. And, when you think about it, you go back, just think, after a game, after a tough loss, you go back home and you're sitting at the table having something to eat, and you're sitting there with Joe Pavelski, and Joe's probably, maybe watched down a little bit, and Joe's going to say, hey, don't worry, it's going to be okay. We'll get through it tomorrow. And to have those type of mentors and situations available to a young guy, that's going to pay dividends down the road, because somebody did that to Joe Pavelski. Joe Thorntons and Patrick Marleau did that with Joe Pavelski. He's passed it on to Wyatt Johnson. Wyatt Johnson in 5 to 10 years is going to pass it on to some young guy we draft down the road. So it's when you can create those type of situations in your dressing room, it really sets you up for having a winning culture within your room.
Great answer.
Stars GM Jim Nill join us here at 105 through the Fan. We somehow made it 15 minutes on a playoff preview without talking about an elite goaltender. But what is the biggest, when you going back to when you were scouting Otter to where he is now, what's been the biggest step in his game?
Well, I was fortunate to watch him in an under-18 team. I was still in Detroit back then. That's when he was playing for the under-17, under-18 teams. And he was, to get on those teams, that's the best American players in the United States of America. They come together. So he was on a team with the best 22 players out of under 17 and under 18 years of age. So he's a special player to get to that level. Then you just watched his game mature. You knew he had good size. He's 6'5", so he's good size. He can physically handle that that type of position, the day-to-day grind of it. And then just to watch his maturing level. He's such a mature young man. And to watch him, how calm he is in the net. That's how he was as an 18-year-old. He just was calm. Still had to work on some skills, his skating, ability in the crease side to side, and, managing your glove the right way, being tight, being big in certain situations, working on your angles. He had lots of things still to work on to grow in, but you saw that the basics were there. And so when we fortunate to come to the draft here, but then he'd moved on a little bit, and it was time for his draft year. We had a pretty good read on him, pretty good book. We just had gone. Curry Lettman was kind of the workhorse here. Then we had Ben Bishop, who was doing a great job for us, but we knew that we had nobody else coming in. And so just because of that situation, we had that late first-round pick. We thought this was a great chance to add a goalie to our depth that we like. We believed in the young man, loved his character, believed that his work ethic was going to make his skill level go higher, and he's done that. He's rewarded himself and ourselves by doing that.
Does Jason Robertson remind you of anybody?
He's a great story, just a great story. You look at the kind of his story, and that's what's great about sports and about life. Here's a guy that's from California. His parents had another son that's younger. They fell in love with hockey living in California, and were very good at it. And as they got better, they decided they better get into better hockey environment. They moved to Detroit to do that, and they both ended up getting drafted in the OHL, and they're both leading scorers in the OHL. We draft Jason Robertson. He's always been one of the leading scorers, but everybody questioned his skating. Was he, skating in size a little bit? Was he going to be able to, at the NHL level, was going to get exposed? Once again, young man that he's just committed to it. He's so committed to his game. Like he lives and breathes it. He's analyzing himself all the time. He's looking at videotape. The other day, the coaches told me a great story. He's now sitting in our PK meetings, and it's not because he's going to kill penalties. It's because he wants to see how our penalty killers think, so that he can use that on the power play, because he knows we got a good penalty killing group. He wants to know how they're thinking, so he can try to expose that, to give that an advantage when he goes against other penalty killers. So that's how he thinks. I still remember him coming to first development camp. He was, they're 18 years old. They're weak. He's weak. He wasn't in great shape. It was an eye opener. He sat there. He soaked everything in. We asked him, "Here's what you got to do." He went back and did it. He got a personal trainer. He started eating better, nutritionist, and here he is. What a success story. He's not too many guys that have better hockey sense than him. He just has a knack. He reminds me a little bit of a Mike Bossy. Just the puck seems to follow him, and they slow the game down. He gets the puck. The game's not too fast for him. Slows down. He's really added a physicality to his game this year. He's got bigger and stronger, and you see him in the corners now. He's going back against guys harder. So, like I said, he's really rounding his game around. And it's funny, for an offensive guy, he's the one guy when the puck's in our zone and the puck's on his stick, I'm very at ease, because he always makes the right play. He's either going to make the right pass to somebody in our zone, or he flips it out, and that's a compliment to him, because he's known as a scorer, but here he is in our own zone. He makes some of the safest plays, and that's a great trait to have.
Well, my compliments to you are, number one, thanks for a hell of a roster, but number two, for radio purposes, you're a freaking tremendous storyteller. Thank you so much for the time. We'd love to have you back.
I can get rambling sometimes. Be careful.
Appreciate the Mike Bossy reference. Haven't heard that in a while. I like it.
Yeah, well, that goes well. I guess now we're starting to age ourselves here. We go back to those 1980 days. We're aging ourselves. A lot of people don't know who Mike Bossy is. Just to share another story, it's funny. We in development camp, we have players come along, and we'll tell stories that, this is what this guy used to do. And it's amazing now how young these guys are. Like, even you bring up Wayne Gretzky's name now, a lot of these young guys, they're born way after Wayne Gretzky days. It's amazing how the game's changed and how we've aged, I guess.
Olympic hockey hero. Won't say the year. Jim Nill, Stars general manager on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Thank you so much, man. Best of luck in the playoffs. You're welcome back anytime.
All right, guys. Anytime. You guys take care. All the best.
Thank you, boss. Wow. Awesome stories. Whale alert here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Find out why RJ Choppy is now rooting for LeBron James and the LA Lakers next. But first, let me go ahead.
reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckarc.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Crosstalk, led by Mike Bassick, if he remembers, is coming up at 9:40 this morning. Tonight, NBA play-in games to decide the 8 seeds. Bulls at Miami. The Heat are favored by 5.5 points. Thunder at T-Wolves. Could have been the Mavs. Minnesota's favored by 5.
Yeah, I mean that we could have watched them lose to the Timberwolves tonight and have that embarrassment. We missed out on it. Actually, I'm kidding, because there's no way they even get to this game. So.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't have gotten to this game. And then tomorrow, the real action kicks off. Nets at Sixers at noon. Hawks at Celtics. Knicks at Cavaliers should be really fun. And then Warriors at Kings. Hell yeah. 7:30 tomorrow night. Sunday, we're going to have Nuggets at home, TBD. Suns Clippers at 7 Sunday night. Bucks TBD. And RJ's new favorite team in the NBA, now that the Mavs are out, playing at 2 o'clock. The Memphis Grizzlies will be hosting the Los Angeles Lakers and LeBron James.
LeBron James. You mean America's team right now.
The Lakers?
The Lakers. For the first time in my lifetime, I will not only root for the LA Lakers, but also I'll root for LeBron James.
Bassick is going to fight you.
We must put an end to the Memphis Grizzlies. We must put an end to Neo. Dylan Brooks. Did you see him at the game the other night?
Oh, with his
hair down and his Neo glasses from Matrix.
Neo.
All right, we must put an end to this.
He looks like he had Cat Williams' hair with Neo's glasses.
There is no more hateable team in sports than the Memphis Grizzlies.
I'm just hearing in Cat Williams' voice, I'm hearing MFer in my head as soon as you said Cat Williams.
First of all,
you think I'm scared of LeBron? No. Someone said it's either Cat Williams or Avery Johnson. Avery, you think I'm scared of LeBron James? I'll take that crown and shove it up his... Yeah. I tried.
A team that has done absolutely nothing in their unstoried franchise history is talking all the smack. They have the gall to trash talk
the king,
LeBron James and the Lakers. You don't have the right to trash talk LeBron James and the Lakers. You're the Memphis Grizzlies.
They're better.
You're not even news. You're the second biggest team in your own town. And the biggest team plays 400 miles away in Knoxville, baby. That's right.
And I'm glad you brought that up because RJ Chopacrit does it again. The Memphis Grizzlies are your Tennessee Vols baseball team. It's the same damn thing, and you're figuring out how to get out of this.
What?
Aren't the Vols baseball team the swagger?
Oh, the basketball. Oh, the baseball team swagger.
The baseball team.
Yeah.
You don't even know your own school.
Yeah, they're also like number 1 in the nation.
Well,
or have been.
Memphis is the 2 seed. They're the favorites in the series.
Look,
but Memphis is not swagger.
Did you hate Lance Stevenson?
When he blew in LeBron's ear?
Yeah, just in general, that was fun. It was fun to have the villain. That's Dylan Brooks.
It was fun to have the villain, but you know what? Like
he's mad because he's been wrong about Memphis. He doesn't see it. You expected a huge step back.
I did expect a step back. I did, but you can't trash talk from the bottom. And the Grizzlies are the bottom. They're one of the least successful franchises in the history of the NBA.
Love Sharif Abdur-Rahim.
They're the bottom, okay? And you cannot trash talk when nobody knows who you are. Nobody knows who Dylan Brooks is. If Dylan Brooks walked into this room, he'd get a cookie. That's it. That's all I would give him. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he. I mean, I know who he is, but nobody knows who he is.
I disagree with this. I think the Grizzlies have really raised their profile.
No, the difference between the Lakers and the Grizzlies, and the difference between stars and what that team is that Memphis makes headlines. The Lakers are headlines.
Oh.
And there's a difference there. Oh. So until you are a headline, don't talk about the headliners. Oh. LeBron and the Lakers are headline, whether or not LeBron's a headliner. The Memphis Grizzlies couldn't get the front page of their own newspaper. If they couldn't get the front page of their own newspaper. All right? So stay away. I'm standing for the Lakers. Standing hard.
Bassett coming in here.
Screw
Is that
John
a
Morant
kidney?
and screw Dylan Brooks. And if I can name another player on that team, screw you too.
Bryant Reeves.
Big country.
Jackson. All right, let me tell you who Vegas.
Yeah, Jared Jackson's about to get Defensive Player of the Year.
Whoop-de-doo. You know what Jaw's about to get? He's going to lose his countersuit to a 17-year-old.
You know, we never covered it, but you know, at some point, if Jaren Jackson wins a Defensive Player of the Year, we're gonna have to bring back up that conspiracy theory that the Grizzlies' home scorer was giving him bogus steals and blocks.
I love the Grizzlies. We can't have it both ways. We can't complain about the patty cake leagues that sports have become. Isaiah Thomas trying to keep that old school alive with his hatred of Michael Jordan. Rivalries are gone, and you have these irritants. You have these annoying group of people who may or may not have, Ja Morant gang affiliations. I don't know. They're here to be the new school Pistons, and I appreciate them for it, and I absolutely love it. Dylan Brooks is Dennis Rodman, and Ja Morant is Isaiah Thomas, and they're out here to try to fight everybody.
So he's Isaiah Thomas, so he's insecure about who he is, and he's going to be complaining to somebody else 30 years later.
I don't know. Why is he fighting 17-year-olds? He must be insecure.
But see, the Pistons at least had titles. You know who they remind me of more than I think? They remind me of the mid-2000s Blazers. That's who they remind me of. They remind me of the Rasheed Wallace, like
the Jailblazers?
Yeah, like the Zach Randolph and Bonzi Wells and all that. That's who they remind me of.
Do you not like them?
The Grizzlies? I mean, they have their place in the league as the heel.
Are the Grizzlies or the Lakers, who's more likable in the series? Likable.
The
Lakers.
The Grizzlies fill
the
their...
Lakers have 20 million fans.
The Grizzlies,
literally, they have 20 million fans to the Grizzlies 500,000.
The Grizzlies are more authentic, so I respect them more.
Okay.
But I don't know that they're likable. They're intentionally the heel. They fill their role better.
Are they authentic? Dylan Brooks, was he? I mean, when you think of tough guys, you think of Oregon?
All right, Michael.
I think of Dawson, yeah.
I just want the Lakers to lose on all national television because the playoffs are starting this weekend. It's all the Lakers are going to the NBA Finals, and I just want them to lose.
Are a lot of people picking them? I saw Kendrick Perkins.
All the national people. Shannon Sharp. No, it wasn't Skip. Skip picked Phoenix, but
I'm sure Nick Wright picked them.
Yeah, right. Everybody's now on the Lakers bandwagon because they're the Lakers and they are the most popular team. They're the Dallas Cowboys of the NBA. So it's just like, this is the opposite of being a Cowboys fan. I just want the Lakers to lose so all these people will shut up about their 7 seed going
I
all
want them
the
to lose
way.
too, but can we get to the second round and just knock Memphis out and then they can lose?
I think it'll be even better that the bully team will beat the Lakers.
All right, let's get to the odds, Mr. BetQL. All
right, sure.
That's me.
Who's favored? Who is favored in the Lakers Grizz series?
I would say the Memphis Grizzlies are favored.
You are correct. What % chance do they have of winning the series? Is it close or is it?
I will say they have a 58% chance.
I mean, dead on right. 57.5.
You read the prep email. Good job.
You know better than that.
57.5% chance. So look, this is pretty close for a 2 and a 7. Boston has a what chance of beating the Hawks? Can you stop? Is that your pen?
Yep, it is.
Can you stop clicking your pen? Boston has a what chance of Atlanta?
81.
100%.
91.
Oh, wow.
91% chance. All right. Philly, Brooklyn. Philly has a what % chance?
87.
90. Knicks, Cavs.
The Diamond
Knicks
Cavs.
are favored.
Cavs by 58%.
Cavs by 68%.
Wow. That's a big number.
You thought the Knicks were going to be favored.
I thought
Julius
so.
Randle's also hurt.
Can
they
we
are
all
50-50 on him starting the series.
Do we all owe Donovan Mitchell an apology yet by this point? I think so. After we called him, soft, he can't lead a team. I mean, hell of a season.
Maybe he just hated. Maybe he just hated Rudy Gobert so much.
Let's see him do something in the playoffs that he's never done before. Before we do that.
All right, Mike, don't answer this because I'm sure you know. Bobby, Warriors, Kings. Vegas says what?
Oh, I saw this yesterday. Not in your email, but I know the Warriors are favored.
73%.
Light the beam.
Warriors over the Kings with the return of Andrew Wiggins as well. And Suns, Clippers.
Suns, 64%.
82%. Wow. 82%. So there it is. Getting you set for the NBA playoffs. We just got you set for Mike Bassick leading Crosstalk with KMC. Next.
It's the Mike Bassett crosstalk here on 105.3 The Fan. Guys, as I look up at the television, they're talking about the Washington Commanders. My question to you guys is this.
Hang on, can I do something real quick?
Yo.
Corey, I want you to look at I did this with the group text. The book to the left of the Houston Texans helmet.
How did you find this, by the way?
My buddy Goldberg sent it to me.
Oh.
If you want to be responsible for changing Adam Schefter's set on ESPN, you can zoom in on this and tweet it out.
You say the world's tallest something?
Yeah.
What's the tallest what?
What's the shortest? What's a short thing? Like a short
thing.
What's something that's short?
Little person?
Okay, well,
What other
That's a
words
nice way
would
to
you
say
use
it.
for that?
Let's stick to that word.
You're Jerry Jones.
Well,
got in trouble.
Adam Schefter's book is called that.
It is?
It's not his book. It's a book that's to the left of the Texans helmet. I'm
dear.
surprised the internet hasn't called it out.
Maybe they did. It's a tight shot today.
If one person tweeted that, it would be gone later
What's it
today.
say? The world's tallest what?
M word. M.
Man.
Are you
Mother.
serious?
You're not supposed to say that
Back
anymore.
to you, Mike.
All right. Who wrote that book?
Do you guys
Frank
think
Jared Sandler.
No, Frank DeFord wrote it.
I'm listening, Mike.
Remember him?
how much do you think Washington ownership will matter? Do you think now they will become what the Washington, I guess, Commanders back in the 70s and 80s? Obviously, they were called a different name.
Great question.
Do you think that they can get back to that where they have a 10-year waiting list for season tickets and they are actually a team that you are threatened of because they are a good team?
Tell us how much it will matter, RJ Choppy, that Dan Snyder's out.
He's going to say 0. I knew it.
Well, it may matter 0 in the beginning. Like, they've got a decent roster, right? So they're not like completely just an inept franchise. Now it's going to matter a lot in the culture of the front office.
Sexual harassment cases.
Will
go down.
And they may streamline their business practices a little bit better.
They're still here.
But
No.
Leaking diarrhea. Will go
wasn't
down.
Mike Brown thought of as the worst owner in the NFL for a long time, the Bengals owner?
Yeah.
And what do people say about Mike Brown once Joe Burrow got there? Hey, everything's kind of going pretty cool up there.
Yeah, he has football competent people working there.
Right. But the point is, Joe Burrow falls in your lap. You don't.
Yep.
It's just there. So if the Washington team gets the first overall pick and they happen into the next Drake May, and Drake May becomes Joe Burrow.
Oh, you taking him over Caleb?
Well, I'm just throwing his name out there.
Well, Mike Martz isn't taking any of these guys first.
He's taking Dak, baby.
Will Anderson #1. But if they draft Joe Burrow,
Former San Antonio Spur of the 80s and 90s,
Yes.
Willie Anderson.
But if they drafted,
Might be his dad.
if they drafted Justin Herbert instead of Chase Young, how are we looking at Washington? And how are we looking at Dan Snyder now? He's still a jackass, but his team's pretty good.
You know what's interesting about all of this is I saw something yesterday where Mina Kimes said this will go down as one of the worst embarrassing sports ownerships and everything like that. And my thought after that was probably not to Dan Snyder. He held the team for 24 years and is making a profit of $5.2 billion. And so it just kind of shows you there's not really any punishment structure because Mike's right. They had an 80,000 person waiting list. Now they can't fill that place up. They haven't consistently won. There's been scandal after scandal. The punishment, $5.2 billion in profit.
Who was the worst ownership that you played for? If there was one. Just obviously awful.
No, I mean, I'm thinking of Mr. Jacobs. I always forget, because of Jacobs Field. He was fine. Then
Learners? Did you have the Learners?
Learners, they were new. They were
Wilpons, right?
They were literally brand new.
Okay.
To it. I will say this: when the Wilpons bought out Doubleday, am I right about that? Choppy, you'll help me out.
Doubleday is the pizza place?
Nelson Doubleday.
They were combo owners.
They were combo owners. They bought him out.
And so they bought him out in 2002. And then I don't know how it went because I was only there for 2003 and then here in Texas it seemed like the Wilpon son started trying to become Stephen Jones, let's say. I'm going to go down the minor leagues and I'm going to scout and I'm going to – and you're like, I don't think you were built to do this and you have no background in this at all. I understand you like baseball, but –
My reason for the question is, did you ever feel it permeate downhill? Will it actually matter?
We would hear about the learners would want us to go do things in the community, and
Damn you!
Nobody wants that.
Well,
Nobody
when
wants
you
that.
do that, you get usually $500 to hey, if you're going to wake up and go somewhere at 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and be at like a Whataburger or something like that,
okay.
you get money to do that.
Right.
And they're like, no, we're already paying you money. You have to just go do it.
Right.
And we're like, no, we don't have to just go do it. We know how this works. If you want us to just go do it, you just pay us money. And so there were things that they had to learn, and they had no clue. Like, I had heard that they didn't understand they had to pay the minor leaguers. It's like, no, they're your property. They don't get paid by the Harrisburg Senators. You actually are the ones paying those guys money to play baseball, because at some point, if one of them's good enough to come up to the major leagues, they're your property. So I think they were very confused on when they bought the team from Major League Baseball on kind of how ownership was supposed to be and everything that they did own and everything that they were responsible for. And I'm sure after time they figured it out, but they've sold the team now too, right? Recently, I think the Learners just sold the Nationals.
Yeah, I don't know who bought them.
Call them governors, not owners.
All right, so
That's only in the NBA.
I want to talk real quick about the Shohei Ohtani thing you guys were talking about. I was watching you guys on YouTube at home. It's nice to just sit down on the couch and eat some eggs and watch you guys on YouTube.
Thanks.
The Shohei Ohtani thing, which was interesting that I read yesterday, and I totally forgot this. When Shohei was coming from Japan to the United States, he had 2 non-West Coast teams on his list, and that was the Chicago Cubs and the Texas Rangers.
Oh my God.
It's done, baby.
And so I don't know if it was, I can't remember exactly why the Rangers were on his list of, I think it was 7 teams, and only 2 of them weren't on the West Coast. Now, I'm not saying that Shohei's coming to the Texas Rangers. I do not think they should trade for him because I don't think he'll sign here. But it does give me a little bit more optimism that there's somebody writing about possibly the Rangers trading for him and then going back in time to 2017.
Cockcroft did.
That he had a list.
Croft who?
That Shohei had a list of
He's
Texas.
unrestricted after this year, right?
He is an unrestricted free agent, supposedly Bob Nightingale, and I want to say he's backed by a few others. The reason the Dodgers didn't do much this offseason is because they are saving $600 million for Shohei. So the offer will probably be 10 years, $600 million from the Dodgers. So just know that is going to probably be on the table.
Well, all right. What if I told you that he would resign? That he would sign? Would you do it? And what? Give me the trade package.
Oh my God!
Let me get my pen out.
That the Angels would accept?
Yes.
Give me your package.
That from the Rangers.
Evan Carter. Jack Leiter.
Okay.
Josh Young.
Trade him.
I wonder. I would say no to that just because he's already on my big league team. Honestly, I think Evan Carter, by the way, who has like a 1.1 OPS right now in AA. I know it's early, but he's the next superstar of the Texas Rangers, by the way. So they're going to want the superstar.
Leiter, Porter, Carter.
Yeah, something like that. You're going to have to name 4 premium prospects, probably maybe 4 out of your top 5 prospects, and that would probably get it done because you're getting them for 2 to 3 months.
That's done.
But I also think that because he also pitches,
Profar.
This might be the biggest haul anyone's gotten. I know Teixeira had another year. Right. I know he had an extra year, but
nobody's been trading a lot though for 2-month rentals.
But we've also never seen.
What did the Braves get for Teixeira?
Well,
because I know they didn't get the return that they sent to Texas, but did they get a decent?
You'd have to look
it was
it up.
Kochman, wasn't it? Didn't they trade Kochman and a couple prospects?
I don't remember.
I think it was
at
Casey
all.
Kochman and like 2 prospects.
Well, that didn't work out.
But I just know that in a different time now, you'd have to go look and see what are. I don't know. It's different where Max Scherzer went from the Nationals to the Dodgers, and you do have superstar players that will get moved when they're headed to free agency. But
if I told you the deal was contingent upon him signing an extension, he's going to do it. Would you do it, Kevin?
If I was the owner, I would.
1,000%.
If I was the owner, I would. If I was the general manager, I'd be hesitant to give up my whole farm system.
And then you have a closer for the rest of this season.
Oh my God!
Because he's not cracking this rotation.
I'm not putting him as a starter.
I talked to Michael Young about this. He was on the USA World Baseball Classic staff, and he said it was like he calls it American Legion ball because he's from California, but
we had Legion.
I played Legion.
Yeah, but not that's
Post
right.
Post 218, baby.
You have kids growing up here.
Yep.
They don't play Legion ball here. It's select ball or whatever. And he said it was like American Legion ball or select baseball. This turn off that music. That's way too
He's trying to go give me the stink eye.
Shut it down.
But he just said in between innings, like in the 6th and 7th inning, he would just run from the dugout, warm up on the mound, come back and hit, and then go back out and warm up some more, and then come back in, and then it's like, all right, now he's in the game from the dugout, and you're just like, it was very select baseball
to win it.
or summer league baseball, watching Shohei Ohtani do the things he did. And he also said this, because I had to ask him because of what I heard, and he said he's never seen, and think about how many all-star games Michael Young's been in, seeing home run derbies, Josh Hamilton. He said nobody comes close to the distance Shohei Ohtani can hit a ball in batting practice, and he won't do it in the regular season. You can't go to an Angels game. He only hits in the cages. He does not hit on the field.
Really?
So yeah,
Why is that?
That's just his routine, but you will never see Shohei Ohtani take batting practice at the Globe.
Wow.
So getting to see him do it at the World Baseball Classic was an experience. And that is what's coming up on the KNC Masterpiece, Corey.
I'm stunned what to say.
Masterpiece of the week today, baby.
That's at one. That's my favorite segment.
And Moral Compass is coming up today at 11:20.
Ooh.
We have a cornucopia of topics to get to.
Like, should you leave the show early if you're ready to go home?
You want us to stay for overtime?
Hell yeah!
Too bad.
You turned your mic off and said no.
Coming up next,
nobody heard that.
The KNC Masterpiece.
No.
On 105.3 The Fan.
No. No.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the Truck Wreck. studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. If you want to get those shout-outs in, you got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and joining the team today, Alec Medford.
Hello, Alec.
What was?
Hey, guys.
Did you say hello?
Hello. Hello. It's like a combination of hi and hello.
Uh-huh.
At the same time, I'm concerned about Mike, though.
Why is that?
I'm concerned that
sad about basketball.
That Sports Mike is going to be in kind of a hibernation for a little bit. It might just be Fun Mike for a while. But
Okay,
Sports
I
Mike
like
is
that.
Sports Mike is
yeah.
hurting right now.
I will say this. I don't know how much NBA playoffs I'm going to be watching. I'm going to try to watch Stars hockey when I have a chance to.
Baby.
And I know that's what we're about to talk about, but the NBA's pretty much the Mavericks has killed my vibe of that sport.
You don't think is it just it's gone too far, or do you think it won't pick up to where you want it to be in the playoffs? Like, you still think they're going to be kind of half-assing it at times? Or
No, I think this is the only time.
Okay.
And in a weird way, the owners of the sport have sold, don't watch 82 games. It's miserable. It's boring. We don't even want our players to play in it. And now start watching basketball. We're actually going to try hard.
So they're going to whole ass the playoffs.
Yes.
But I'm just like, my team, until I see that the Mavericks, I know they say they're going to make wholesale changes. Until I actually see the transactions of a different team, I'm like, I've seen this thing. It ain't good. But really, Alec Medford being back here. Alec, have you stood next to Rigo?
Yes, I was the one that had to do a little bit of his TSN training, so yeah, I got some time around him.
Who's taller?
Oh, me. Yeah.
In your face, Rigo.
Yeah, by like 2 inches or so.
Man, and you're more jacked too, right?
I hope so.
Are you doing
Yeah.
steroids? Is that what's going on?
Dawson asked me this when I filled in for Lucius.
Yeah, shoulders are all.
First, it was the nosebleed seats with the metal nipples thing, and now it's the steroids. I can't ever escape the metal.
From what I
don't know.
understand, if you are doing steroids, make sure you're doing HGH with it too.
Yeah,
that's how to best get the most out of the product.
Shouldn't the message be don't, as opposed to here's how to optimize your steroid usage?
Let me ask a question to Alec. Do you play professional sport right now?
No, I wish.
Do they test for steroids in your non-professional sports life?
No,
Okay,
just
but
pickup games.
Hold on, but aren't there a lot of other negative side effects outside of just getting suspended from your work?
I don't know. I've never done steroids before,
I don't
Kevin.
know. Ask Jose Canseco. Does it look like he had a negative impact on his life?
Sometimes a little bit it does, Mike. I don't know if you're kidding about that, but when he was like, you know what I'm going to focus my life now on? Bigfoot
Barry
hunting.
Bonds is still in
As far as I
baseball?
know, like he's healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, except his head grew like an entire size.
Well, guess what? It shrunk.
It's a conversation piece.
Yeah.
From the 806. I love Fun Mike. He brings chaos, which annoys Kevin and riles up Corey, so we win.
Yeah. No,
Do
that's what I'm saying. I'm concerned for Sports Mike because he's sad. And so, but Fun Mike's still available. We just got to make sure that the sad Sports Mike doesn't take over Fun Mike. So there's a lot of fun things.
Yeah, think
to
about
talk
this. I never get mad at Stars hockey.
That is true. Actually, that's a great point.
If I stop watching NBA basketball and the Mavs, I'm like, yeah, everything must be fine over there. I ain't watching it.
Yeah.
I heard Jason Kidd. Nobody's dying. Mm-hmm. I guess, they're not saviors over there or whatever, so everything must be going great.
That is a great point. Now, since you mentioned Stars, let's go ahead and fire off. You know what? Let's go cut number 2 right here.
Neutral zone locked tight right now. Another turnover. Here's Robertson. He brings it back in. Robertson goes 1-on-3. Gets a shot away and he scores. What a shot. Jason Robertson. And the Stars have a 3-2 lead.
Now, that was not from last night's game, as you probably would have guessed, but the Stars were victorious 1-0 last night. Wyatt Johnston, the 19-year-old phenom for the Stars, scores the lone goal. Jake Ottinger, 25 saves, gets the shutout. The Stars are rolling, gentlemen, and they still have a shot at winning the Central Division.
They can't do anything about it, though, right?
Correct.
Like, they have to wait Colorado out tonight.
Correct.
And then they get to figure out what goes on. So what we really need tonight, Mike, we really need the Preds to come through and at least send this thing into overtime.
I think they can, because in the history of ice hockey, there was this person called Nancy Kerrigan. And if you want... If you want to do something,
not hockey though, is it?
If you want, well, you're saying they don't have any control over the situation. I feel like you do. You have to hire 2 goons to then take lead pipes to knees, and if you do, I think that you can affect the game.
Hockey
just
has
like you
gotten
can
rid of
affect
the
the Olympics. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, Mike. I think I'd rather just finish second in the Central than activate that plan.
Well,
so maybe I don't want it enough. You know what?
Yeah,
I clearly don't want it enough. Because this morning I told Medford, don't do steroids and HGH. Now I've told the Stars, don't systematically take out the Avalanche via off-ice moves.
What was the hockey girl that hired those people? What was her name? Nancy Kerrigan got
Tanya Harding.
Tanya Harding,
She's
yeah.
a figure skater, but
Oh.
I hear you.
She kind of looked like go ahead.
So... we need them to.
I want to know where he was going with that first.
It kind of looks,
but
like
I thought, I was
goalie.
young and impressionable. You know, I was kind of in that range of like anything looked good. So I was like, man, maybe on the ice she looks okay. I don't know.
Now it's going to be tough because Nashville is eliminated. Because of course they're eliminated. We talked about this at the beginning of the week or maybe last week. They were just looking for someone to put their season to an end. So Corey, you not only need it to get to overtime, you need Colorado not to win. It doesn't matter how it happens. If Colorado doesn't win tonight, you hold the tiebreaker and you win the division.
Yeah.
If Colorado wins, you're C2.
Yeah.
If Colorado doesn't win, you're C1.
And that's the difference between going to Minnesota and maybe hosting the Kraken?
You host either way.
Okay.
You'll host Minnesota
or the Kraken. And the Kraken stinks. They're just kind of they've been on a good run late in the season. And Minnesota
has
you're
been
afraid
on
of
fire
because the grudge.
Look, I do.
You're still concerned about the "we took your team" grudge.
I do always wonder if they're like, hey, these probably not because they got a new team. But like, I always wonder if they're like, these are the guys that took our team. But perhaps more importantly, in addition to the fact, go ahead.
Well, help me out here as a huge Stars fan. You just mentioned a whole bunch of teams. Who can the Stars play in the playoffs? What I mean by this is in the first round, who are their possible opponents?
Kraken
right now?
and Wild.
And that's it.
So they won't play Colorado. So that's good.
That is very good. Now, remember, because I've seen some people are like, oh, they could get the 7 seed or the 1 seed or this. That's not how they do it in the NHL playoffs.
Have the Dallas North Stars ever played the Minnesota former North Stars Wild? In the
playoffs?
Would this be the first time Minnesota could get the revenge for us stealing their team?
I thought they did.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know
but
history.
Here, you will understand this. Since February 15th, Minnesota is 18-4-5. So they have
5 ties.
Well, now it counts as overtime losses because they don't do ties anymore. But that used to be the way it was. 18-4-5 since February 15th, and the teams have split their 4 games this year. On the flip side, the Stars were 2-0-1 against the Kraken, and all of those games, I believe, were within the last 2 months. So you'd much prefer playing the Kraken just because they're a worse team, and also Minnesota has been on fire.
What seed are the Stars going to be?
Okay, and this is where you're going to hate it, Mike, but I'm going to do my best.
All right.
They're going to be C1 or C2.
See,
I know.
You know what? Spittle tells me everything's right in that sport and the playoffs aren't difficult to understand. No! There's no such thing as C and a number. You're either a number or you're a letter.
Okay. I'm going to give it a shot nonetheless, and I know you're going to hate it.
There's a 1 seed and a 2 seed and a 3 seed and a 4 seed.
Here's how
those are home ice advantage.
It goes C1, 2, 3, P1, 2, 3, wild card 1 and wild card 2. I know.
Stick it up your rear, hockey.
I know you don't like it. I'm going to give it a shot nonetheless, all right? If the season ended today, the Stars would be C1. So they won the Central Division. They're the number 1 seed in there. And then they'll play the wild card. So they'll play the top wild card, which is the Seattle Kraken. All right? And then if they win, they play the winner of C2 and C3. I know you hate it, but when people are like, hey, then would they play the 5 seed? That's not how it works. You would play Colorado or Minnesota. So if you play Colorado, you only push it off to the second round.
We have played the Wild in the first round and won 4-2 in 2015-16 season.
I thought they had done it.
That was my favorite season.
And then they lost. That was the when they lost to the Blues in the second round. Yep,
Okay.
so.
Yeah.
And then many years later, maybe like 2 or 3, played the Predators and then lost to the Blues.
Throw in
again.
your guesses the quickest, Stars fan. 2015, 2016. Who is the head coach of the Stars? As they've had 62 coaches in the last 4 years. So good luck.
There has been, going back to when they brought back Ken Hitchcock, and then they started going through a parade of different coaches.
And the drug coach is doing good somewhere else?
They're doing unbelievable with
He's
the
the
Bruins.
Boston coach?
Yeah, they have the most points in NHL history. They have the most wins in NHL history. So,
And when does this Stars hockey playoff thing start? Because I got in traffic yesterday because they played their last game.
I believe they begin on Monday. I believe.
Okay. So
It was,
Monday.
that was Lindy Ruff, by the way. It looks like, Kevin.
Oh, our guy.
It looks like it, yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right. So I know you hate the hockey playoffs. I was just
No. I hate the seeding of it.
That's what I meant. So there's no more, if you haven't been paying attention
Isn't
for a
it
while,
amazing how
there's no more 1 through 8.
how physical that sport is and the demand on that sport, and there's not, as far as I know, load management, like whatever, Heiskanen.
Yes.
He didn't have to sit out 47 games this year because of load management.
You know, the closest they come to that is the other night when the Stars were up 5-0. Their top line only played 3 shifts in the third period. But compare that to Luka, who was out after the first possession of the second quarter. They still went out there and had 3 shifts in the third period, even though it was 5-0. The game was over. So basically, outside of Seattle, you're going to see some semblance of Minnesota or Colorado. It's all going to be inside your division unless you make the Western Conference Finals, and then you can deal with Vegas, Edmonton, whoever the hell makes it on the other side.
I know.
Do you think that's fair?
What?
Do you think the hockey playoffs are fair the way they seed it and set it up?
I do not.
No, but not all the playoffs, not all these things are fair, right? The idea of relegation doesn't seem fair. But you didn't do well enough to stay in the league. But it's the rules they made up. So going into each season what you're going to have to deal with and what you're shooting for.
No, you're right. I guess the issue I have there, and I know it could change tonight, but Vegas. Vegas has the most points in the Western Conference. Who are they going to play? Who would they be favored to play in the second round? They'd be favored to play Edmonton. Guess what? Edmonton has the second most points in the Western Conference. But because they're in the same division, they would play in the second round. Instead of them being seeded 1 and 3 because of the divisions, or 1 and 2, they would play in the second round because of this. So no, I structurally do not think it's fair. But Corey is right. As it stands right now, you would play the Kraken. But if Colorado wins tonight, then you'll be C2. You'll host Minnesota in the first round, and then you would play the winner of Colorado, Seattle, if you moved on in the next round.
Now, there's part of me that believes that while Spittle was listening to this conversation, because he's a hockey guy, right? He's he probably snapped a few pencils listening to Mike going, how does he not know these things?
Dude, I will tell you
can see
this.
hockey fans out there, but what we're trying to do is we're trying to educate and explain and get to the guy who's like Mike, who's I'm looking for something right now. And hockey is the thing that we have locally that we're going to be able to ride for quite some time.
I will tell you, Mike, I'm with you. I do not like the structure of the playoffs either, as opposed to your basic 1 to 8. So I'm with you on
I think they had it the most perfect back in the day, where if 8 beat 1, they had to play the 2 seed.
Yes, when they were.
There's no, we're not going to
yeah.
let you go 4-5 just because you beat the 1. If you are the 8 seed, if you had the worst record in the playoffs, we're going to make
good team.
We're going to make the first 2 rounds the toughest rounds possible on you.
I'm with you.
That sounds like from a smart person. So whoever took over hockey, you're stupid.
From the 817.
Donald Fear, I know, is there
on a
player
shout out Friday. Shout out to me. I'm getting the old snip today. Wish me luck, fellas.
Man, if you feel tugging, say, hey, you're not doing it right.
Do they not? They don't put you under or anything?
That's what our friend said happened to him. Was he felt some tugging no, they don't. No, dude. Remember Chiafalo said he saw the smoke coming up and he looked over at wifey and she was like, yeah, you're good. It's okay.
You know what's interesting about that to compare it to hockey? Remember, there was a hockey player named Ron Tugnut. Is for the 469. Shout out to my great job. Loving the new opportunity that I took. It's true. From the 214, I want to give a shout out to my amazing husband, Christopher, from the 469. He's the most amazing dad and the biggest Tolo out there. Fantastic. Thank you guys very, very much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We'll keep those shout outs going all day long. Coming up next, though, what positions perpetually feel undervalued during the NFL draft? We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
All day, every day.
Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel consultation. It's always free. Visit them at truckwreck.com.
Out of the pistol, it'll be Robinson, and he finds a running lane. What a sweet move to the second level and beyond. Touchdown, Bijan Robinson. 42-yard run.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The draft coming up in less than 2 weeks. Don't forget, your path to the draft is brought to you by Pluckers. We will be out at all of the Metroplex Pluckers locations for the first round of the draft in 13 days. Now, my question for y'all here was going to be, which positions perpetually feel undervalued in the NFL draft, but also wanted to throw out a shout-out from the 817. Shout-out to Kevin, Corey, and Mike. Last year has been difficult. This 4 hours is a calm to my storm. Thank you.
Calm?
Yeah. Well,
calm? How calm do you think Kevin is during this show, Mike?
It depends. But, like, it takes their mind off of the crap or heartache or whatever is going on in their life.
I know. I was just trying to make a sarcastic ass joke,
You're
which I'm
trying
going
to
to
get me riled up
I'm going to get
already.
that one texter that's always like, Corey, it is sarcasm, and he's going to be all mad about it. But some people seem to be okay with it, and it helps them stay calm.
Absolutely. And then from the 469, shout out to my fiance Tyler. We just found out she's pregnant. First time, baby Tolo on the way. And then from the 972, shout out to Mike Bassick, who's going to sell me my first Luka rookie.
Oh, yeah, they're coming up to the studio today.
Woo! Mike's running his hustle because you're trying to get that Willie Mays card. I think that's the end goal, right?
Yes, I'd like a 52 tops Willie Mays.
Do we need to have a sign up on the door that's like Mike's shop or something like that?
I'm surprised you said that one part on air. I just wanted to
Think
say,
about, as a Tolo, how cool that is. You get to come up here and watch the show for 15
hang out
minutes.
hang out for, or as long as you want.
Yeah,
hang
you can
out
stay
at the
here for
show.
an hour if you like.
We have
Absolutely.
a great view of downtown Dallas.
We have
and
an
that
extra
other building.
mic, too.
Okay, I agree with everything else y'all said. We will not put you on air, overwhelmingly likely.
It matters what you buy.
Yeah.
You know what? We'll talk about that off air. I feel like we need to figure that part out, right? All right. So, and I know people are already trolling me and going, hold on. Is the draft 13 days away or is it 14 days away? It's 13 days away to be determined.
You're just not counting today.
I'm not going to fall for that today. It's a Friday.
Today's Friday, bro.
Yes, it is. All right.
Draft's on Thursday.
Yes.
And Friday.
Okay.
Oh, man.
The start
Good
of
point.
damn it. I said I wasn't going
It
to do this.
finishes on Saturday.
Alec, I'm going to need you to
Saturday's
come up with
the
a
boring
safe
draft
word to
for
keep
most
me from
people.
falling into this. Did you just say Saturday is the boring draft?
Yeah.
Isn't that where they teams are built on the last day of the draft?
Yeah, you know why they say that? Because they know how boring it is. They don't say it. They don't have to sell Thursday. Everybody's in on Thursday. Like, hey, Saturday, don't turn it off. I promise you, you will find a player in this draft for your team. You just have to sit through 7 hours of picks.
Let's look at this real quick, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh.
I did want to look at this. The last 3 years, okay? What rounds are on
4 through
Saturday?
7.
4 through 7. Jake Ferguson,
Which you can hear right here on the fan.
Matt Waletzko, Deron Bland, Damone Clark, John Ridgway, Devin Harper. So that's the future of your team right there in Bland, Ferguson, and Clark for sure.
Okay, I might change that part to there's some future on your team. I would not point to that and say that's the future.
In
of my
21,
team.
in the 4th round, they found Cox and Ball. They found Fahoko, Bohanna, Mukwamu, and Farinock.
I know you did
So
that
that's
on okay.
So Friday's the day they need to sell better because we've been pooping on Saturday some.
So Bohanna is what Bohanna is, but Mukwamu, everybody's
I like
he
him.
He
Yeah,
could be
yeah.
a dude for you, and Farinock's making some push right
Is
now.
he? I feel like
People are
he's-
hoping.
I feel like he's the new Dorrance Armstrong. I've heard about this for 2 years, and then
So-
sometimes it's Farniok, and I feel like we've waited long
And then
enough
you had
for this.
Mike, you had Reggie Robinson, Tyler Biotic, Bradley and Nye, and Ben DiNucci in the. So yeah,
Ben
you can
DiNucci.
find some players
The Hat
last
Man.
year
Yeah.
in the 5th and 4th round.
So what you're saying is Thursday is the day that they need to sell better because it's kind of worthless. You only get one player
Yeah.
out of the whole day.
You got Micah Parsons.
And then Saturday is the day where you get 4 guys possibly.
And the total is right here from the 2 and 4. There is a reason it takes like 10 seconds to make a pick on Saturday.
Okay, you're right.
Just take a guy.
And here's
like
the
that
other.
guy. Take that one.
Here's the other point I would
You
have
got
brought
a
up.
50% chance of being a free agent here in a second anyways.
Is you will if you're listening on the Fan, they'll be like, all right, here comes pick 177.
Mm-hmm.
But if you turn on ESPN, they're like, oh, picks in for 174. And you find out 178's already on the clock because they're like, no, we'll give you 5 picks at a time. We'll rapid fire. So I kind of hear what you're saying.
But and you're right also when it comes to Broadus and that coverage on a Saturday, dude, you're getting more intense.
That's a Scouts Day.
Breakdown of what those players are, can be, and will be for you. So Cox or Josh Ball, those players you could be or will they be starters? And Broadus can lay out whether or not they will be.
Now, I'm curious for y'all, is there and obviously there's a reason I played the Bijan Robinson clip to come back, or Alec did, is what positions you feel like perpetually get undervalued in the draft. We talked about how quarterback's a no-brainer, and maybe at least this year it might be wide receiver as well. But what positions do you feel like people are usually we'll figure it out?
I hear Broadus always talking about how important special teams is going to be on Friday. I rarely ever see a kicker or punter being drafted.
Yes. And if you draft above the 5th round, don't you feel like people usually make fun of them? They're like, they drafted a kicker in the 3rd round. That's stupid.
But then on Friday and Saturday, they'll say how important special teams are.
It is very important. Because it's a place where if somebody's not good at it and you score that day on it, that could be the difference in a game. And so when all things are even, the idea is if you make a play in special teams, that could be the difference. But nobody is really drafting saying, man, we got to beef up our special teams this year.
Yeah.
They're drafting and saying, can he be a special teams contributor, but also a future starter for us? That's what you're trying to accomplish whenever you're doing that. So I don't know about that. That being said, my 3 positions are defensive tackle, which this area has said basically for the last 20 years, we don't care. And then last year they said, hold on, we need this Jonathan Hankins guy. And they were like, oh man, this makes a difference. I know Osa is a different technique for what they want to do up front defensively, but man, adding him in the 3rd round for you, awesome.
And this doesn't have to just be for the Cowboys. Yeah. This is in general, but I'm definitely in.
I think
that.
Defensive tackle is a lot of times undervalued throughout the league because they feel like you get your pressure from the outside. And I'm going to end up paying the big edge guys. That's the guy that's really going to go get me the quarterback. If you can get up in somebody's face up the middle, man, you could really do something. So I value defensive tackle, Kevin.
Okay.
I think higher than a lot of other teams. That's 1.
Okay.
Safety is 2.
Yeah, that's one of my 3.
And I think that it's just you look at the Hall of Fame. Safeties don't get in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a trickle down is you're looking at the safety as he's your last option, not how can I make him a mismatch defensively. And Dan Quinn has done that. Dan Quinn said, how do I make safeties mismatches? And now I'm screwing the offense over because they're trying to figure out how they're going to throw the ball and how they're going to run the ball when I got a guy like Jaron Kearse who can do everything. He can get down to the line and be a physical guy. He can also play in coverage. So those special type of safety players. And then the last one for me, I think center. I think you're just I'll draft a center when I get a center.
This is a genius list, Corey, because I have running back, but my other 2 positions are center and safety. And somebody kind of texted in, this is pretty much how I feel from the 972. Creed Humphrey at Kansas City has been huge for them, and he was drafted late. Everyone called Frederick a major reach for us. Center is the quarterback of the line. It's almost as important as left tackle. And I think, I mean, you can debate that all you like, but I think to that point is if you're the best center in the draft, hey, maybe you'll move all the way up to the middle of the 1st round.
Mm-hmm.
But, maybe the end of the 1st round.
Right, exactly.
But if you're the best left tackle or the 3rd best left tackle, if you're the best left tackle, you might be discussed for the number 1 pick. If you're the 3rd best, there's a good shot you're still a top 10 pick or in that conversation. So I think center is always underrated.
Today when Mike Martz was on with Sean and RJ, the last question they asked him was, which one of the 4 quarterbacks are you taking number 1 overall? And Mike Martz, I texted you this because I was just like, I don't know what happened. He said, I wouldn't take any of the quarterbacks. And Sean, he was like, it's kind of a tough question for me. And Sean was like, have you watched them? And he was like, yes, I probably wouldn't take any of the quarterbacks first overall. And I was like, what? And in my mind, I never got it's Will Anderson. He's the best player. I'm taking the best player.
Sure.
But what happens with quarterbacks, Kevin, we talked about this the other day, they very quickly get elevated. But you're totally right. If you're the best at one of those three positions, there's a chance you're going in the top first round somewhere. Yeah. But man, people are squeezing to try to get you in the top 10. And then from there on, it's like those guys fill in the roster for you when they can be impact players because you might not have players that can work against them.
Yeah, and the only thing I would say to Mike Martz is if I were him, I would trade that pick, right? Because I still think if you trade to pick 3 or maybe even pick 5, you can still get Will Anderson. Yeah. And that's one of the things is I bet it's a tough balance. I want to ask Broadus about this is how much do you gamble with, hey, I think we can still get this person and trade down versus like, I need this person no matter what. Like, I will sacrifice the extra 3rd round pick I'll get because we have to have this guy.
So you always, no matter what, get the linebacker, as you're saying, draft day?
I don't think I am in that category. I think I'm like value judgment is you think Will Anderson is going to be, let's just say the next DeMarcus Ware. Mm-hmm. All right. What's it worth to trade down from 1 to 3 when you're like, we'll still get Will Anderson, or 1 to 5 when you're like, I think we might, but we got an extra 1st and a 2nd. You know, like that's the kind of value. I'm not saying
but
no matter what.
Didn't Kevin Costner get all 3 draft picks and his linebacker?
Yeah, no, he get them back when he like gave them, and I'm like, okay, that's neat. You realize what you could have done at the beginning of the day is just made that. Also, he made a terrible pick. You could have traded way back and gotten that person. That's what I'm talking about, value.
But everybody was like, you got to get this quarterback. And he realized that quarterback was a chump. And he
didn't come to his birthday party.
Nobody came to his birthday. He's a bad teammate. So, yeah, Kevin, I think that's a good GM right there. I mean, I know it's a fictional GM, but that's why draft day 2 needs to come out. In Mike Martz's defense, I don't know exactly how he felt completely about that. But, Kevin, I can see him going, I'm not picking number 1 overall in his mind.
Sure.
Or I have a quarterback in his mind. Or, you know, like his mind's probably sitting there going, I want other things. Just give me the best player available. And I agree. You can work your way all through the draft place. You have to find somebody who's willing to dance with you.
You're right.
And then you don't want to be looked at as you got taken by the public for whatever you gave up, because everybody's going to criticize, oh, you gave up all this.
See,
and then you better be prepared to make those picks whenever you get the extra picks in your hand.
That's interesting. That second part is really interesting to me because I wonder what percentage of people care. You know, like you got your draft got graded a D+. Like, sure, you'll be dragged and everything like that, but you might be sitting there and being like, let's wait, give me that regrade in 3 years because my draft class is going to be badass.
And that's dead on. As long as your owner gives you enough time.
And they might not.
Or governor or whatever. Yeah, but as long as that guy gives you enough time. Because those guys sway a lot with public, right?
Oh, like for sure.
Look at Jerry, man. How many times is his mind just like, you know what? I've heard enough of my
Did you hear what our draft was graded? Yep. Yeah, absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, let's talk about this huge series in Houston, and can Tampa Bay win 10 more?
Gosh.
Next.
Have you tried dieting?
Walmart with deep discounts on their full lineup. Unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for what I believe will be a very entertaining edition of Mike Likes It.
All right, we'll start it off with this. Let's have this stupid conversation. Corey was just asking me, but the Rangers need a closer more than they need a starter. So if they traded for Ohtani, would it make more sense to have him in your lineup as the DH and the closer?
No, not would it make more sense. Would you do it?
And I said, well, with him pending free agency, I don't think he'd want to and probably wouldn't sign with you. So why not just put DeGrom as your closer at that point?
You got DeGrom for the next 5 years.
Just have Ohtani take DeGrom's spot, and now you're paying DeGrom to be the closer for the end of the season.
Because DeGrom can do that, right? Like DeGrom
I don't know. I mean, he's always been a starter, so I don't know how his arm would handle pitching 2 out of 3 nights in the 9th inning.
I don't feel like I can move John Gray to closer. You know, I don't feel like I can move Heaney to closer. Or Martin
With a guy
Perez.
with arm trouble history, you're like, let's move him.
I totally feel like I can move one of those aces to closer and be like, and here's with Ohtani, it's more like, listen, we're paying you as a starter next year. We just need you to help us win the World Series this year. You're still going to get to hit.
So you don't want him pitching game 1 or 2 for you in the playoffs?
I got Evaldi. I'm going to be fine.
Well, we're starting Ohtani, and then DeGrom's closing.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot.
So either one.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we're okay.
Okay.
All right, so let's talk about the Texas Rangers. I am very excited about this weekend series. I know it's early on in the year, and we'll forget about what happened in this series come June, July.
Sure.
But this is really fun that the Rangers have gotten off to a pretty good start at 7-5. The Astros are 1 game under 500. And tonight it's Martin Perez versus Garcia. Rock the baby to sleep, Garcia. If you're like, which one? Who's? Because they have so many good pitchers. Then the next night it's John Gray versus Hunter Brown, who is their rookie pitcher, who's a really good prospect and off to a decent start this year. And then to me, the best left-handed starting pitcher in baseball. Is it Andrew Heaney or is it Framber Valdez? I don't know because Heaney did strike out 10 in a row there for his first 10 outs.
Probably say Framber, right?
I do think Framber is the best left-handed starting pitcher in the game today. So that game will be on ESPN, but all these games are night games, 7 o'clock tonight and then 6 o'clock on Saturday and 6 o'clock on Sunday. So really fun barometer, I think, on where you're at.
Yeah.
If you're looking at, well, you know, we've only played these teams or that teams. You did play the Phillies, who went to the World Series last year and swept them.
Yes,
but,
you did.
You know, Baltimore's over 500. I know you lost 2 or 3 to them, and people are like, oh, you know, I don't know how good they are. They're good. I think that it's just tough to get over what Baltimore's been the last 5 or 6 years, that they're a good team. They will probably play 500 or better baseball. So that is something to look forward to. Guys, I want to talk about Tampa Bay. You have something there?
I was just going to say, do you look at this, though, also as, like, I know people get more caught up on the rivalry. I'm just excited to see, like you were saying, where do you stand even in the small sample size? Because I feel like if you win, let's just say 2 or 3, then I'm like, holy crap, I'm excited. Are you also amused by me playing with the tape?
I am. Do you do that every day?
It just
He
depends.
fidgets with everything.
That and the microphone. For some reason, he raises it up, and then it's like, I can't see you. And I'm like, it's really not in our facial vision right here. And then he pushes it down. Then he pulls it back up, and I'm get confused on where he wants that microphone at.
Corey is right. I need and like to fidget. So whatever's nearby, I fidget with.
Did you like
don't
No,
mark
dang it.
that.
Wow.
Did you like fidget spinners?
I didn't use the fidget spinner as much. I like to repurpose. Like when there used to be a stapler over here, I would like shoot out staples and bend them into squares.
Don't have a paper clip around me. I will bend the paper clip into a straight line and then back into a paper clip every day. But I'm right there with you. A lot of times I will do things like that. But you, like, look at this mic. We have a light on this microphone. You have a light on your microphone. Because Kevin fiddles with the cable over there so much, his no longer works.
I dispute that. I think that it was broken, and when I fiddle with it, it sometimes gets better.
Oh, right. There you go.
Oh,
you
my
got that
God.
one too.
I need to stop using that stupid word. Let's talk about the Rays. They're undefeated.
The Rays are undefeated, and they played Boston, and Boston usually has quite a few people who live in Tampa Bay now because Boston doesn't have great weather, and you want to live in a better climate situation as you get older and maybe less traffic, is when you look at the attendance of that. First of all, I was shocked on this. 25,000 people for opening day night. I don't know if they played it day or night, but they played Detroit to start. And we know how tough it is to get an opening day ticket. It sells out every year here in Arlington. You don't have a chance to get a ticket if you're not a season ticket holder or hurry up and bought them the second they came out. You're going to pay over market price to go to opening day here. No matter who they're playing, no matter what the team looks like, opening day is very special in Arlington. And I'm just looking at this. It was 25,000 people that went to opening day for Tampa Bay, which means there was approximately 10 to 15,000 empty seats. I don't know how many of seats. They block out some seats there to try to make it look like.
Which is also always sad too, right?
But in the series, I'm going to wonder this. They were going into the Boston series 9-0. And on the first day or night of that, they had 13,470 people. And then the next day, they're 10-0, and they had 12,600 people. And then they're 11-0, and they have 17,100 people. And then yesterday, they did have 21,175 people. But I know this. That's 50% Boston Red Sox fans.
Yeah. So just imagine if you were playing a different team, what it would be like. That is pretty crazy.
So I'm just wondering this. I need what's the text thing?
Truckwreck.com.
Truckwreck.com. Fan text. The Rangers, if they were 9-0 instead of 5-4 going in against Kansas City, so they come back from Chicago, they're 9-0. The Rangers had pretty much 18,000 per game.
Yeah.
What do you think the response would be if the Rangers were 9-0 playing Kansas City at home? What do you think the attendance would be? Would it still be 18,000? What would the attendance be if the Rangers were 9-0 to start the year?
We're some front running folks here. I think you would get an extra average of 3,000 to 5,000 per game.
Yeah, that's a good number. I think that's a really good number right there. I was going to say 2. So that's, I think 3 to 5 is a really good number there. Because that might be walk up. Like, I know it's not the same style of walk up, but somebody that's like, I got to get out to that game tonight.
Yeah.
But Mike, I also think like there are still a lot of people that are concerned that this team isn't real. So even at 9-0, they would be like, it's the Rangers. They'll wait till middle of the season. They'll fall apart.
That's an interesting point because you bring that up now, and you brought up something like that in terms of the impact of the attendance is. It was only after everyone saw, like it was in. I know the playoffs in 2010 were packed, but like in the regular season, it was only like 2011 where you saw such a crazy surge because, to Corey's point, then everyone was like, "Well, we were just in the World Series, so I know it's real." So that's a great question because the Rangers for most of the season have been in first place. I know like their record is not like world beating or anything like that, but they have been at or near the top of this division pretty much all season.
I know this isn't fair because it's just one day, but do you want to know the difference between AAA pitching and Major League pitching?
Yes.
Did you guys see Fernando Tatis Jr. comes back on April 20th? He's able to play in minor league games right now so he can be ready to play in Major League games. He's in AAA right now for El Paso. Do you know what he did last night? Did you see the highlights?
I did not.
In AAA, he hit for the cycle twice.
He did not.
Allegedly.
He did not.
Oh, okay.
He hit 3 home runs and had 8 RBIs.
Holy crap.
So now look, he is one of the best hitters in Major League Baseball when he's healthy. So anyways, if you are forgetting about a superstar in the game, and I totally get it, like this will be always interesting for his career. He's the first ever player to be a star to get popped for roids like in these early 20s.
Yeah.
And so usually when you started thinking about steroid guys or they got caught, like Manny Ramirez got caught 3 times and was eliminated from baseball, even though he's pretty much eliminated from it at that point in his career. Well, he couldn't show like, was it steroids or wasn't it steroids? So for Fernando Tatis Jr. here, he's going to have a good 10 to 15 years left as long as he stays healthy in baseball. And it'll be interesting how we look at him. For example, nothing against this guy. I know like Ray Lewis. It seems like we don't really think of Ray Lewis as what happened that Super Bowl night.
Which is weird to me. And
But-
also his deer antler spray or whatever.
But it was like, hey, we watched him play football, and it's like, dude, he's a great leader, great person, great all this and that. And it was like, it just went away because he still was in the prime of his career when allegedly his two friends killed people that he was right next to.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with.
So it's just,
Where'd that suit go?
I wonder in baseball, if you're a roid guy, we've seen it now. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens did not get into the Hall of Fame. It's over and done with. Maybe Veterans Committee one day puts them in, but they're off the ballot. They had their 10 years and never made it. Alex Rodriguez is now pretty much new on the ballot, and we can tell he ain't going to make it. I'm just wondering if Tatis Jr., I don't know if this year is a good indicator, but let's say this year he comes back and he has 42 home runs, bats .310, has 110 RBIs, and the San Diego has the best record in the National League. Are you going to vote him for MVP?
I think he will not. I honestly think he will not get voted for MVP because people also know, like, you can get juiced or drugged ahead of the test. Like, that is a widely known fact in not just baseball, but pretty much all of our North American sports.
Are you letting Alec know that? Is that what you're trying to?
No,
Okay.
I know he's
juiced
whatever
it.
regimen he's doing is working just fine. And so I think that is going to hurt them. Or hurt him.
All right. And then my last baseball nugget, you know what? I'll leave it for Mike Likes It because I want to talk about my buddy AJ Hinch and what he had to do yesterday as his Detroit Tigers are struggling at 3-9. And he has a lot of young guys on that team. And I do like them. And so I'm wondering if this is going to be good for the Tigers or bad for the Tigers. And that will be a little bit of a discussion on can you have tough love as a head coach or manager with today's players? Because AJ Hinch decided to go there. And I don't know how it's going to end up with the wussies that play professional sports sometimes.
There's a good tease right there. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs, but also on a shout-out Friday, would you be satisfied if the Cowboys came away with these two positions filled after the first two rounds of the NFL draft? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday. Would you be satisfied if the Cowboys came away with these two positions filled after the first two rounds of the draft? Now, for our shout-outs from the 903, shout out to my mom recovering from back surgery, and to Alec, he's my guy. That's an Edgewood, Texas Tolo for life. Man, advantage Alec. I feel like we don't get a whole lot of Joey or Rigo.
He has metal nipples from what we were told earlier.
Yeah, like he's Jennifer Aniston in some of those seasons of Friends. And from know what I'm talking about. From the 214, shout out to me getting this overtime in today. Now, Corey, you brought this up, and I looked at the article it's based on, and my answer is going to be no.
Oh, no.
I will not be satisfied if these are the two positions we take.
Because you are Bijan or bust, right? You're like trade up to number one, big Bijan,
big horns up guy.
No. Oh my God! I taught my nephew. This might be Forgiveness Friday. I taught my nephew, who's now 4, to do the horns down, and he does it to his mom. And she went to Texas. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Your sister.
Yes.
Okay. Not just I was trying to figure out if it was like sister-in-law. I couldn't.
No. My actual
your
sister.
Your actual sister. And you call that his mom, not my sister.
Okay.
It's weird.
Is that weird?
Yeah. Like I will always refer to my sister. Like if Gracie was to say something, it's to my sister.
Sometimes
she was my sister first, not his mom.
Sometimes nieces and nephews and stuff get confusing. So
okay, gotcha. I understand.
I feel like what just happened is my fault. I apologize.
But
for that.
So you're saying, okay, here's the deal. NFL.com put together a list, Mike, and it just said the first 2 rounds. Here's the ideal top 2 picks for every team. For me, I'm not necessarily saying the players, but we can discuss the players if you like. But in 877-881-1053, out of all the listening that you've done to this station, and out of all, because I know there are Tolos out there.
I listen some.
Yeah, I know. And I know there are Tolos out there that they're looking at draft boards every day. The Beast just came out from Dane, so I know all sorts of people are really invested there. Who is the player that you're like, I have to have that player in the first round? 877-881-1053.
See, that's a good question, Corey. Can I answer that question first? Because I would love Bijan Robinson, but only staying where we are.
Gotcha.
I'm not the person who's like, we need to trade up to get him. If you get him at 26, fantastic. If he's off the board, or you just decide you don't value running back in the first round because of what you have or how you feel about the position, then I can live with that as well.
Sorry. Tomato 6. Hey, I'm Medford's supplier. Can I get a shout out? And a plug? Results speak for themselves.
It's supposed to be a secret. What are you doing?
It's interesting though. They didn't put what the name of their business would be.
Yeah.
So follow up if it's clever enough, maybe.
So here's I want everybody to understand too. Broadus, Wolchuk, they're crushing it with the analysis of like breaking down players and what they're doing so well. I commend all the work they're doing. It's so awesome. And Bobby Belt's a fantastic source for that as well. In this piece, they say Zay Flowers out of Boston College at wide receiver, Tyler Steen, offensive tackle out of Alabama. And that allows, in my mind, a lot of different combinations across your offensive line in the future, kind of preparation for Tyron Smith's future retirement or whatever that comes, and what you're doing on the offensive line. But 877-881-1053, Zay Flower, or wide receiver and offensive tackle in the first 2 rounds. Let's say, Kevin, those are the only 2 starters you get out of this draft. Are you happy with the fact that the Cowboys got a starter at wide receiver and offensive line?
See, okay. If the question is that one, yes.
Not offensive tackle?
Exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Exactly. And that's where I have a big difference of opinion here is, and I understand Zay Flowers, some people are super high on him, but my issue is with the Tyler Steen offensive tackle pick. I know you said we don't have to just focus on the players, but I did look into that player just a little bit. Man, his story is wild. He started off at Vanderbilt and played 4 games at defensive tackle as a true freshman. Then he moved to right tackle, Then he flipped to left tackle. Then he transferred to Alabama.
Position flex and school flex.
But it's not the position flex I'm looking for. I'm more interested in the inside of the offensive line position flex because I still don't like what they're doing. And I know they're like, well, we don't really give a damn what you're doing. I don't understand why they're going Tyron Smith and let's look at Terrence Steele to see if he can do some guard play and then run Smith and Smith. Terrence Steele, along with Zach Martin, dominated on the right side of the line at times last year.
So help me out here just to make sure I have this right. I might be wrong. Didn't Zach Martin play tackle at Notre Dame?
He did, and
didn't like. I feel
want to play tackle anymore.
No, I know, but I feel like the Cowboys usually like playing 4 tackles and a center. If you look at don't they draft tackles to play, like Lyle Collins was a tackle at LSU, correct? I don't know they didn't draft him because they thought maybe he might have murdered somebody.
I always liked him more at guard, but yeah, he was both.
And I thought Martin played both, but he could.
Yes, I know.
And so I guess that's my issue just with this person in particular. Like, let's say, to your point, Corey, you take a tackle, but he's shown that he plays guard and tackle. I can live with that more. I didn't like this one in particular because he is like a tackle. He can go left side or right side. But I already feel like whether it's Tyler Smith, Terrence Steele, Tyron Smith, I feel like you got enough damn tackles on this team. And I still want to know where we're going to do at left guard. And when people tell me it's going to be Tyler Smith at left guard, great. For how long?
Yeah, no, and what if I was to tell you that the future of him is left guard? Like, if he's going to be your left guard for the next 10 years, then you're feeling pretty good about drafting a tackle and having it.
Yeah, no, you're right.
With Terrence Steele, by the way, Kevin, I think this is, I'm trying to look for the right word here. I think this is more of he is an unrestricted free agent, and I think this is a negotiation tactic for them.
Okay.
And that they're like, hey, we might even move this guy. We don't even know if we like him as a piece. Honestly, we're still trying to figure him out. You know, so I think it's more than, hey, we want to pay you right tackle money. They're like, hey, we want you to pay you offensive line money, and you could be our right tackle or you could be our guard, but we would love to have you on the cheap as a right tackle because, man, that would look good for us. So that's, I think this game that they're playing in the media is more about that. That's just me, though.
Okay, and so your bigger question is, if it's offensive line, yes. If it's just a tackle, I'm not going to lie. That is going to agitate me. And when the Cowboys are like, no, we already talked with him. He can play guard. I'm like, cool. But every now and again, do you want to take somebody who's shown on the tape, on the film, that they can already play the position that you're asking them to play and go with that?
Yeah.
Just like I still, to this day, I do not understand. I get what Tyron Smith was. I get that he's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. But, like, you've seen the wear and tear, right? And you saw how well Tyler Smith did as a rookie at a position that he was not prepared for. And instead of fostering that and being like, hey, maybe we can create our new dominant left tackle, we're like, let's see if we can get the other guy to pull it up one more time. Like, I do not agree with that philosophy.
The other thing I often wonder is, man, I'd love to know, maybe Broadus has an idea on this. Maybe maybe there's somebody else that's currently in the league that really has a different beat. But in college, how often are guys out of position? And they're
because
like,
of necessity.
And,
I can
and they're
see
like,
that.
we don't have this, but he's the best that we have at this, and he can do all these things. So we're going to put him at tackle, or we're going to put him at guard. But he's really built for this. And then in the NFL, they're like, well, we only ever saw like Micah. We only ever saw Micah as a linebacker.
Right.
And nobody ever saw him do all these other things, and then all of a sudden he could do it, and they were like, oh, wow, this is great. So I wonder how often with offensive linemen, you're looking at them and you're like, man, I think this guy could be better there, and then you draft him and he turns into that for you, and how, if they think that way, because a lot of these schools don't have everything they need, especially the now it may change with NIL money at some point.
Sure.
Somebody did text in, Kevin, and they said, I would puke if the Cowboys took another wide receiver early, like in the first round. And
oh, wow. You should prepare yourself that there's at least a shot at that. I mean, I know Dalton Kincaid, we've talked a lot about him, or the kid out of Notre Dame is
I know we don't count tight ends as receivers,
Yeah,
but that is another pass catcher weapon.
Yeah, but I definitely think wide receiver is in play in the first round, and then obviously tight end is in play in the first round.
You do need offensive weapons. Like they proved it last year. Whenever the Tony Pollard was down, the only offensive weapon they had was CeeDee Lamb. And San Francisco was like, we got you. And so, like, immediately that turned into, they were afraid of Tony Pollard, actually. Like, you could kind of tell they were like, we have to stop this dude from making plays. I don't know how healthy he's going to be whenever the season starts, so I do like the idea of adding running back, but you do need somebody that can make catches that are behind them or way out in front of them or too high. You need a receiver that can catch everything. Jalen Tolbert in his photo shoot caught one that was up and behind him, Mike.
That's not a good sign. They released a handful of photos, and they're like, oh, Jalen Tolbert's in shape, and he's catching passes, and one of them was clearly above and behind him. And I thought, this was the shot?
And then the next picture is him standing there with Dak, and I was like, of course it was Dak throwing that ball. So, like Dak does need another weapon. I do agree with that, and I don't think Brandon Cooks is your long-term, solution there. And I think they're going to re-sign CeeDee Lamb, but that's a lot invested in one position.
I guess it's easier to just come in as a running back and have an immediate impact. So maybe the Cowboys don't draft a running back, and they just say, hey, we believe Tony Pollard will be healthy, and we believe number 34 can back him up for 1 year.
Yeah.
But I do think that right now, out of wide receiver and running back, in my opinion, in 2023, running back is more important to have somebody with Tony Pollard than and I'm not saying I'll be upset about a wide receiver, but and I get that running back is not as valuable. I get you should never sign a running back to a second contract. You can franchise tag them like Tony Pollard if they're great and say thank you so much. And if you need to franchise tag them one more year, I'm okay with that, but never sign a running back to a second contract. But I just look at wide receiver and I just wonder, and I know that, look, there's not a good future with the wide receiver situation with the Cowboys. Michael Gallup looked like he's finished. I hope he's not, and I hope he comes back fine, but he looked like that injury ruined his career, and I hope it's just, hey, it was just another rehab year for Michael Gallup.
Or you might have to just get used to or sliding him down to your third or fourth spot because they still think second receiver.
And Brandon Cooks is on a 1 year deal, and I think that they traded for a guy that they just needed a guy for 1 year. So that's why I do think wide receivers in play, and Jalen Tolbert was really bad. They lied to us and said we just gave him too much stuff to do in training camp. I mean, it's a great lie by the Dallas Cowboys, but then you had also 18 weeks, and in 18 weeks he couldn't figure out how to play in the NFL.
We desperately needed him.
Right. So it was just is a way to protect the kid, and I totally get what they were doing, but they were just protecting Jalen Tolbert from, oh, crap, he doesn't look like he can play at this level yet. I hope he can. It's a new year. It's a new offseason, but I can understand the wide receiver situation. But to me, I think with a guy like Dak Prescott, who's a good quarterback and needs somewhat of control, that it would really help to take a running back that can help out Tony Pollard and that can be your starting running back from 2024 through, let's say, 2027.
And the other thing about this sample, Kevin, is there's not a defensive player added in this draft on those first two players. So, like a lot of people that are texting in guys that they want, adding, certain players, having conversations about the difference between wide receiver and tight end and all those things. The question is still, they satisfy two offensive positions. Does that make you happy as a fan coming away going, yeah, we got two offensive positions, because they did a lot to keep their defense intact. But is Gilmore the future, or is he this year?
This year.
Like Trayvon Diggs, would you like to, if you like him, that's fine. Would you like to draft another future cornerback that could maybe replace him for cheaper rather than having to pay all the money to him? Or are you going to say, I'm good there? There are lots of other spots on depth.
I would sign him, but I hear
future replacements that you could go along with.
And if running back is the spot, I know we talk a lot about Bijan Robinson, but I mean, keep your eye out on maybe like in the third round, Roschon Johnson out of Texas, which I know sounds weird. First round Texas running back, third round Texas running back, but keep your eye out on him. And then we've talked a lot about A-Chain out of Texas A&M. I'm not sure if they don't prefer Roschon Johnson over A-Chain from Texas A&M. But keep an eye on those two as like potential third-ish round draft picks if you go other direction.
And I am being told by somebody who follows the draft pretty closely that Darnell Wright is a wonderful guard prospect. So if you're looking for a guard, that's the
From
guy.
Tennessee, right?
That's the guy you'd maybe want at guard.
Yeah, 6'8", the Darnell Wright was somebody that they mentioned that could give you the position flex right there. So I think I would be in on that.
The 972. What did you say? Dak is a good quarterback? Please put the pipe down. He's a good quarterback.
You're never going to win that.
This is an argument we consistently have to have, and I think Mike McCarthy might actually put him in the best offense for Dak this year, and that being something that is balanced, as opposed to, you know what, Dak, you got the freedom to go do it all. The decision-making part of it, we talk about the S2 and everything. Like, where does Dak stand on those things? I don't have a clue. But when it comes to when he's at his best, it's whenever the offense is balanced. And that's, he's not Mahomes. Nobody has Mahomes, quite honestly. That's a real deal. But he's a good quarterback. He's not the best. He's not top 2 tiers, honestly. But he is a good quarterback, and that's a fact.
You know what's really interesting about that is we also got pushback from somebody who was like, oh, sorry, he can't throw pinpoint passes every time. So
that's what you get with a good quarterback.
I think that's a good sign for our Dak coverage. If somebody's mad that we're too nice to him, and someone's mad that we're too mean to him. So hopefully we're like Goldilocks in it right there. We're the KNC Master. It's just right. Coming up next, it's time for the moral compass. Do you watch shows that you're supposed to watch together without your significant other? And do you ever have to lie about it? 877-881-1053. I have a feeling Mike has thoughts. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolo, man.
Drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel, and Frankel, the consultation is always free. Visit them at truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Thanks for rolling out with us on a Shout Out Friday. Got a few more shout outs for you from the 480. Shout out to my daughter giving me my first Tolo grandbaby due in 4 weeks. Got all her sports gear ready to sit with grandmommy during the Cowboys games. That is from Dorothy, and also Rangers and Mavericks. Excellent shout out right there, but just don't forget the stars. And then from the 218, wow, I don't know where that is. Shout out to my amazing wife, Ashley, in Fort Worth, underwent emergency surgery for a ruptured colon. Long road to recovery, but she is taking it like a champ. Thankful for all the thoughts and prayers in this time. God is good. Amen to that, and we will definitely throw out those prayers for you.
Ruptured colon sounds painful.
That does sound horrifying.
Like that's the area where all the waste comes from.
I hear you.
And it's already tough enough whenever you have to go.
For sure.
And now, man, hey, shout out to you for wow. The other thing, Kevin, if you're gonna watch games with the baby, might I recommend the Bumbo chair? I don't know if you know what the Bumbo chair is, if you have one.
Ooh, I don't know if I do.
Look, if you like holding a baby, that's fine. If you want the baby to strengthen their neck a little bit, the Bumbo chair. You've already got he's doing tummy time. I know he hates it. Noah does. But
we have one of these.
The Bumbo chair is elite. Now, don't put it up on the counter.
I didn't know that was what it was called, but yes, we have one of these.
And it is awesome. And they sit there and they're happy. And they're just like, this is great, and they can be part of the conversation, like they're in the room too.
Yes.
And they're looking around and everything. Bumbo chair is fantastic, and you can put it on the Roomba, and it'll travel around just a little bit, clean and get some movement at the same time.
Now, also shout out to this intro for the Moral Compass.
You are my counsel, the one I turn to when I need my moral compass checked. We have forged this relationship for years, and I depend on it.
Shout out to you if you know what that movie's from.
Ooh.
What movie that's from.
Is it a movie or a TV show?
Oh, crap. I thought it was a movie.
I have no clue.
All right. So I feel like this moral compass is definitely going to hit with Mike. But this goes out to everybody out there. Do you ever watch shows that are supposed to be couple shows without your significant other, and do you have to lie about it? And now this is at least partially from Corey Majors, who has watched every episode of Ted Lasso twice because he just can't wait for his wife. And I think that sometimes about Jess. She's like, I want to go to bed. And I'm like, we got lots of time. We can watch more shows while I'm doing work. And then it'll be like,
You're like, what are you doing tomorrow? And
Yeah.
she's like, I got this baby.
yeah, you going to get
Is
up
she
at
like,
4 in the morning with the
I want to
baby?
go to bed. You know what I'm talking about?
That's a different deal. But I feel like this is a very universal issue, is you have shows that you watch with your significant other, best friend, whatever, and they don't want to go at the pace you want to go at.
At this point, I'm going to tell my wife, if we're going to watch another show together, you're going to have to stand up and watch the show.
Because she wants to fall
She
asleep?
just goes to sleep. And so I'm like, you watch 10 minutes, no matter if it's action, drama, whatever it is, she falls asleep. And I'm like, I don't know what to do because I can't get into a show watching 10-minute clips every night or every third night. Like, we have to at least watch a whole episode. And she rarely, and I mean rarely, can stay awake for over 20 minutes once the clock hits 8 o'clock.
Wow.
So like she can if she's doing dishes, or she has to chart pretty much as a doctor. She has to chart for 2 hours a night when she gets home. And usually after charting, she's like, okay, let's watch this show. And I'm like, all right. And then, it's, let's say 8:45.
Yeah.
And at 9 o'clock, her eyes are closed. She's like, I'm still listening. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're asleep.
From the 785
She's a busy woman.
I do, and I have to lie and watch it all over again. From the 210, I watched The Last of Us at work because I couldn't wait. My wife was mad that I kept guessing what happened next. It was classic.
You can't do that. You can't guess, and you can't do that. Oh, I bet this is about to happen because now you're spoiling it. I know doesn't feel like you're spoiling it, but Kevin, we were talking about the show Beef.
Yes.
And you said, I don't want to mention any of my theories because I don't want it to interfere with what you're experiencing right now.
Yeah. So even though I knew which theories were true and weren't, I was like, I don't want to.
So now even if you have guessed it, which I did, I did in the first 20 minutes, I knew what happened in The Sixth Sense, and I told Adrian and she hated me for it forever. But you can't just say, hey, I guess this is going to happen, because then it changes their mind and now their experience is different than it should have been.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The one that I told Jess we had to watch immediately was earlier this week. I was like, okay, I don't know what happened. We have to watch Succession because I've seen 8,000 articles try to tell me what happened, and apparently something huge happened. I was like, can we just watch that one episode right now and then whatever? But yeah, we don't necessarily want to watch things at the same time. And the thing she knows that bothers me is from the 254 all the damn time. Look, if she wants to go to bed after a cliffhanger, that's on you. I'll sneak into the kitchen, blue bag of Doritos, and 3-hour binge. Is the one that bothers me is when we stop at the episode, at the season finale. I'm like, but it's the last one of the season. Let's watch it. And then we'll be done with the season. Then you can wait, start anew, whenever. And so.
But it's late.
Look, man,
it's time for bed.
How bad do you want it?
It's there tomorrow.
Oh, come on.
Why
Corey.
put off till today what you can do tomorrow? I think is what.
Do you feel like your wives, I think I've asked this question before, that they fall asleep or go to sleep easier than you do?
Absolutely. Last night, you know what, Mike? Last night, she left our bedroom door open. All right. And I could hear the dryer on the other side of the house clink, clink, clink. So I got up and shut the door. By the time I got back into bed, she was snoring. That's why I have these bags under my eyes today. My wife was snoring. I haven't told her that yet, why I'm mad at her, but I will today later. Thank you, Kevin.
Okay.
Maybe she heard it just now. You snored and you kept me up last night, Adrian. In the dryer.
From the.
Does she snore every night?
Nope. Just last night.
Well.
Yeah.
Oh no, don't do it. Don't do it.
I feel that pain.
Look, man, you're just married. All right.
Yeah.
I'm married a long time. All right.
No,
We've been doing this for a long
I've
time.
told Jess what's amazing to me is she can it still feels like we're in a conversation that we're wrapping up and somehow be asleep in the same motion. Like, it's amazing is she'll just be like, yeah, no, we can definitely. And like, I was like, hold on, you just finished that sentence. How could you possibly be sleeping?
So every night with y'all's wives is not a kiss goodnight, I love you, I hope you have sweet dreams.
No, not that last part.
Or whatever.
We definitely do the kiss and I love you, but like usually I like to face a different side on the bed. And so, you know.
I would say, my wife will say, well, why don't you go to sleep before me? Because, you know, you end up saying, I don't remember if you snored or not once I fall asleep. But I'm like, it's almost impossible. I'd literally have to go to sleep at 2:30 p.m. to fall asleep before you fall asleep. It's not that bad. But I do watch sports. So tonight, it's impossible because I'll get back from doing the post-game show of the Rangers. But even if I was watching the Ranger game at home, and the Rangers game is unbelievable now because it will end somewhere between 9:15 and 9:45. As long as there's no extra innings, that's what time the Ranger game will end at. Even if I went right to bed when that Ranger game ended and didn't watch any of the post-game stuff or go to MLB Network and see what else is happening in Major League Baseball or flip over to the do-or-die fart knocker game in the NBA that's stupid, like, there's no way to fall asleep before she falls asleep. So I don't know how to do that because I can't fall asleep that easy. I just can't. The only time I can fall asleep that easy is sometimes after the show. If I'm a little bit tired and I'm like, I just need like a 20-minute nap, and I'll turn on television and fall asleep to watching something. But I'm like, going to bed at 9:30 or 10:30 at night, it takes me a while to fall asleep.
From the 469, did you read this when I added a fake account on Netflix for quote unquote my sister so I can watch without my wife knowing? So yeah, I do sometimes go over to Avery's account and watch stuff so that but we all have our own accounts. But we watch a lot of the couple shows on my account, so I'll go over to Avery's and watch it every once in a while. But yeah, with Ted Lasso, I get done with the show, Kevin, get the kids after school, and I got 30 minutes to watch that episode or whatever, however long it takes.
Probably
Adrian
skip this last one. Huh?
Adrian gets home at 5, and you know she has a weird work schedule, not like us where we get off at 2. And so like I have extra time to do it, so I'll watch it because I want to see it. And then she gets home and she's like, okay, I'll watch with you now. And I'm like, sweet. She just found out this year that I've watched every season, every episode before her, and just let her enjoy it with me. And now she's mad because she thought we were enjoying it together. And I'm like, but we did enjoy that time together. It was perfectly fine.
But you know the surprises or stupid decisions that they've made this season. From the 817, that intro wasn't a movie. It was the first season of Star Trek Voyager with Captain Janeway. I thought it was from one of the Star Trek TV shows, so I do believe that is correct. And from the 214, Mike's wife's practice is very popular because somebody texted in, hold on, is Kevin's sweet little baby boy Noah working the hell out of Mike's wife? No, her practice is very popular.
She has lots
they
of
have lots
babies.
of sick kids.
In fact, you should be proud of yourself. She can't really take any more new clients right now because there's no time to take any new clients.
No days off.
So Oak Cliff Pediatrics is killing it.
That's right.
It also puts my wife to sleep very easily.
From the 903, my problem is I don't like rewatching it once I've already seen it, and maybe you like multitask. And then for the 817, you people are who are down to be drained of your energy the following day because you want to pull an all-nighter watching shows drive me crazy. Self-control. All right, I hear what you're saying.
True.
Especially if you like got to do stuff in the world the next day. But like the one that bothers me is if we set the expectations of like, because we stay at home a lot because of the baby and everything like that. It's like, hey, we got 2 more episodes in this season, or maybe even 3 more episodes in this season. Let's knock it out. And that's the plan. That's what we're doing. And then we watch that 1 or 2 episode to get to the season finale, and you're like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? She's like, I'm really tired.
Yeah.
I was like, I feel like we laid out our plan.
Go to bed when you're tired.
No.
Eat when you're hungry. Go to bed when you're tired. Drink water when you're thirsty.
Sure.
Poop when you have to.
Okay. What? Not poop when you need to poop?
We have to.
Okay.
Same thing.
I don't know if
I also want
to
to give you a trick, Kevin. I'm going to give you a trick.
Tricks are for kids.
On how to watch the cliffhanger episode. Okay, not the one
Rambo.
Not the one that is the cliffhanger,
Yes.
but the next episode.
Mhm.
All you need is the first 5 minutes of the next episode. Then you can pause it, go back to sleep, or go to sleep now, because the rest of that next episode is an episode. What they did was they hooked you for 5 more minutes,
But not
and you're waiting to
necessarily
see
if
that.
it's the season finale.
Then you don't have anything else to watch after that anyway. You watch the you watch the season finale, and you end it. Then you watch the first 5 minutes and move
That
on,
I can
and then go
see.
back to sleep.
That I could see. I haven't done
That's
this.
how you watch the cliffhangers. They're just trying to get you for the next episode.
See, and I haven't done this yet. I've just made the pleasant suggestion to my wife that like this could just be a Kevin show. And I was like, hey, yeah, maybe you'll like it. But sometimes I'm like, I want to watch this at a speed that you're not going to like. So,
And you know
this
what?
could be a Kevin
There
show.
are shows that I watch, like I watch Shadow and Bone.
Still haven't started. The
Adrian
second
has not seen any
Yeah.
of it, and she never will. She will never see the first episode of Lost, because I watched the first episode, loved it, and then went to the second one. I said, "Do you want me to go back and watch the first one?" She said, "Nah, I don't think I'm ever going to like this show." Got hooked.
Ooh,
And so, yeah, I think there can be you episodes.
The 817. Are you committing a casual betrayal of trust? Is that what happened?
No.
Okay.
I don't think it's a material trust.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Hold up. Does this mean Jerry is actually underrated as a GM?
What?
People are going to be mad. We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup. Unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Rides the play action. Has plenty of time to crank it up and go downfield and into the end zone for a touchdown to the freshman Dane Key. Will Levis, how about that?
Can't see masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and perhaps Will Levis will come up as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dude. Oh, with some Dr. Zevia.
I wanted to throw the shout out too. I like this as a double-edged shout out. 817. Shout out to my buddy Dustin, who's getting married to Jenna in Costa Rica this weekend. But also, F you, dude, because we had to pay $3,000 to get there. But real talk, love you, dude. Oh, so many emotions in that. I like it.
How far would you travel to see your best friend?
Probably to get married, pretty much whatever.
No, not to get married.
Oh, just to see them? Not that far.
All right.
Forever. It's my wife.
Oh, yeah.
You know what?
My bad. That's what I was supposed to say.
You're right. This is why I've decided to stop watching movies and stuff, because the only thing that I like to watch is my wife.
That is so gross, Zava.
And you said you go like 3 minutes. If she's not there, screw it. It's over.
Look, we've both made adjustments for one another. All right. So let's talk about the draft. And clearly we've discussed that Bryce Young has surged ahead in terms of being the overwhelming favorite to be the number one pick. And that would mean that CJ Stroud is the overwhelming favorite to be the number two pick. What about at 3? Who do you think is the favorite to be the third pick in the draft?
Oh, San Antonio Spur, Willie Anderson.
No.
You think this will be a quarterback?
Well, I think Will Anderson is the best option there, but not Willie Anderson, the old
You think
San Antonio.
somebody will trade up to 3, though, and take another quarterback?
I don't.
Okay.
Now, the
I
odds
do.
might be in the favor, but I don't.
Will Anderson, 2.5 to 1 on your money. Will Levis, 5 to 1 on your money. The favorite at about even. Anthony Richardson to go third in the draft. So to your question about, do I think somebody is going to trade up, especially if quarterbacks go 1 and 2, I could see somebody trading up into that spot. And then we'll see if Will Levis starts to fall or if people panic and they're like, I got to do something.
I wonder how much work you have to do as the Colts to figure out, let's just say the Colts want a quarterback, which
Sure.
I think they do. If they don't want Anthony Richardson, but they want Will Levis, how hard of work they have to do to try to figure out who are the Cardinals talking to, who's trying to trade up to 3. And if they're trading up to 3 to take Anthony Richardson, we don't have to worry about a thing.
Yeah.
But
And
if you
go
do
ahead.
want Anthony Richardson, and then you know that people are trying to trade up to get Anthony Richardson, you're like, crap, we're going to have to give up a little bit of something to move up 1 pick to make sure we get him.
Yeah, and then with the Colts, I still think there's this undercurrent of, would they consider Lamar Jackson?
Kevin, I know this is gridiron
What's
gravy.
up?
Mavericks have been fined $750,000 for conduct detrimental to the league in an elimination game.
Dude, that's a lot of crypto now.
Now, that's going to cost you a player. Like Giannis, maybe.
Yeah.
One time we traded Giannis for $130,000.
Yeah.
We were like, you know what? We don't want this Giannis skinny kid. Let's get $130,000 extra dollars because you know what? Dwight Howard's going to say no to $30 million. But if we can give him $30 million, $130,000, he's all in.
We're golden, Corey.
Can you believe that's what they did?
That's a real thing that happened.
Like, I need that $128,000. If
Okay.
I don't get that, there's no way Dwight Howard's saying yes to here.
That's a segment I think we should do maybe next week. It's not just about that, but like the strange but unbelievably true stories of Metroplex sports.
Yeah.
Because I bet there are a ton of them out there. All right. Over under draft positions. Do you think, so like, for example, Will Levis is 7.5.
Gotcha.
Do you think he'll get taken before?
I'd say before that.
Or after 7.5?
I think before.
Okay. Jackson Smith and Jigba, what would you put the over-under position at?
15.5?
Okay.
I'm just guessing.
Sure.
But
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
It's 12.5, so
Okay.
maybe the over.
I would take the
is
under.
a good player.
Or hold
right
on,
there.
the under is less than.
Yeah.
Over is more.
That's a
is
great question. I know usually this is simpler, but in this one, that's a great question. And Bijan Robinson, what would you set for Bijan Robinson?
20.5.
Okay.
I think 15.5 is another good number.
18.5. Because I think, is it Tampa that's got the 18th pick? And then this is the most interesting one to me, Jalen Carter. I am really fascinated to see where he goes. I know Philly.
Is 7.5 the number?
It's 7, which is odd. All the rest of them they have at half, but yeah, 7 is the number. I am really interested outside of how the quarterback shuffle goes, who gets Will Anderson at the top of the draft. I'm curious to see if Jalen Carter makes his way all the way down to Philly, if he goes somewhere else, if something else comes out in the next 2 weeks. Who knows?
Yeah, he's a very interesting candidate for where he's going to land because the dude, there's no doubt on the field the dude could play.
For sure.
But that whole did the NFL care about that or not?
Now, Jalen Carter, along with Levis, Richardson, Stroud, and Young, are part of the group that will all, at least 17 first-round prospects will attend the draft in Kansas City, which is cool, and I get why people celebrate with their family, but I do kind of miss the times when, every single person would be there, and you'd get to see them, celebrate in the moment with their family and go up and see the commissioner and everything. But I get a house party probably is more convenient and more fun.
I love a
as
house
well.
party, dude.
Greg Rosenthal.
As long as it's somebody else's house.
That's right.
The end of the house party.
Problem.
I'm all right with a house
And your
party.
wife expects you to do all
I
these
start
things.
kicking everybody out and I clean up early. I
You
am
start cleaning to let them know, get out of the house.
either you can help clean or you can leave. That's
I
what
will-
that's what cleaning is.
I will definitely clean while the party is still going on if it's for a section that I know is we're not using these things anymore.
Well, the thing is, if you start cleaning and they see it and they recognize that you're cleaning, they know if I start cleaning, I can stick around a little longer, and I'm fine.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can stick around as late as you want, as long as you help me clean this
That's a good
sucker up.
point.
I'm perfectly okay with that.
Now, Greg Rosenthal is the person who put this list out if you want to get mad at somebody for NFL.com and the Around the NFL podcast co-host. All the GM rankings for football. Now, it goes up to 25 because for 7 of them are they're too new. They just got the job. That is, maybe it's been one season. Maybe they just got the job. It's not fair. From 1 to 25. Now, the ones that are ruled out are the Vikings, the Titans, the Steelers, the Cardinals, the Bears, the Giants, and the Raiders. From 1 to 25, where do you think Jerry should be ranked as a GM?
Well, because
he doesn't do it anymore.
Yeah,
but
because he gives a lot of control to Steven and Will, and I think Will's really good at the draft part and personnel part. And I think they've ceded a lot of team control to the coach. I will give him a top 10 commendation.
Ooh.
I think he's a top 10 GM.
Corey loves Jerry Jones.
12.5.
Okay. The worst GM in all of the lands
Dan Snyder
is
That's a fact.
George Patton.
General
George
Patton?
The general. There's no S in there.
The guy who does the Shaq commercials?
Every day when they come into work.
No, it is not the race car general or what. What is that one? They get
I don't know,
in the
insurance? Is it
Yeah,
insurance?
no, it is car insurance.
Okay.
They get in the car. He's a cartoon,
Go
which is
for the
also
general, yeah.
Yeah, what? I don't actually. Those commercials might not be effective enough because is it just called the general? I'm not 100% sure, but not him is the worst, and then Nick Caserio is next worst for the Houston Texans. Move up the list. Eric DaCosta with the Ravens, number 13. Bill Belichick with the Patriots, number 11.
He's struggled the last couple of years.
Oh, for
I mean,
sure.
he drafted a quarterback
He
and then was
sucks at
like, I don't know if I want to keep this quarterback as my quarterback.
Number 10 on the list, Jerry Jones.
Yes.
The top shelf talent is close to the top of the league. There are homegrown Hall of Famers. After 2 straight years of winning, which has become a rarity in the Jerry Jones era, it's time to give this front office some credit.
Time.
And then they said perhaps more influence from Will McClay and Stephen Jones has helped.
Yes. No, not perhaps.
That is
I mean,
the
it's a
person
fact.
who wrote it
Can you imagine him just still out here and he's like, let's get this Quincy Carter kid in the first round. And you're like, what are you doing right now?
Can't believe that.
Trade all of our picks, though.
Who's the best
They made
GM?
the playoffs with him.
Yes, they did. And man, you heard about that forever. Who are your best GMs?
Is Veach Kansas City's?
Number 2 on the list.
What? 2?
Number 2.
The dude who's like
Andy Reid.
He's the coach, Mike. This dude is consistently in the Super Bowl, and they're saying number 2.
Who could be ahead of him?
L.A. Rams. They trade all their picks and won a Super Bowl.
The Rams are 6th.
McDermott and is it Billy Bean? Not Brandon Bean. Brandon Bean.
San Francisco.
Number 4.
That's Buffalo. 4.
San
And that is
Francisco?
Buffalo. San Francisco.
John Lynch?
And Kyle Shanahan is number 5. So you got 6 the Rams, 5 the 49ers, 4 the Bills, and you've already gotten 2.
Schneider for finding Geno Smith.
No.
Oh.
He's like 9.
Your favorite team?
No.
Not the Steelers.
Give me the
We already
answer,
said
Kevin.
the Cowboys. Did you say? Say it again.
What'd you say?
I
said give me the
Steelers.
answer.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted the Eagles. Number 1 on the list, Howie Roseman.
For
with
losing a Super Bowl.
The Philadelphia
What a loser.
Eagles.
God.
Also, Duke Tobin with the Bengals is 3rd. We'll see if they let him do his job. And they're like, we can't afford Joe
We don't have
Burrow.
any money.
He has to move on down the line.
You got to sell more Skyline chili.
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds good.
They spent premium money on Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, Josh Sweat, and also kept Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham. The move for Jalen Hurts is looking more and more savvy.
Yeah.
They get to be number 1.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't make the list.
Whatever. I know what they did last year.
Okay.
But let's see how things go this year for them.
And then on a scale of 1 to a million, what is your excitement level for the USFL this weekend?
Man,
Negative 1 million. I have still worked my butt off to not watch one second
That's
of
not
it. And I shouldn't
good.
say 1 second because sometimes I'm flipping channels and it accidentally hits a USFL game, and I will flip it as fast as I can to keep my promise to myself. You will not watch 1 second of this.
My dog has pooped in our rocks.
You'd rather clean
I'm getting
that
rid of
up?
all the rocks this weekend, Kevin.
Okay.
So
Well,
no
don't-
USFL.
Don't forget, they do the 1, 2, and 3
I'll
point
forget.
conversions. They allow double forward passes. They have the 4th and 12 as an alternative to the onside kick.
Right, yeah. I've already forgotten everything you just said.
That's fair.
You told me not to forget, but
Well, I'll work harder. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more of your shout-outs on a Friday, on a Shout-Out Friday. Plus, almost got it. We all know about the baseball rules changes, but have your viewing habits and enjoyment changed as well? 877-881-1053. Want to hear from the Twolos and YouTubers as well. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout out Friday, and I got a couple of really impactful, kind of serious ones for y'all real quick. This is from Jeremy. Could you give a shout out to the veterans who are struggling? The VA and government doesn't seem to give an S about us. There's many they could use some sort of appreciation and support. Mental health is an MFer, and I know that you know that is. So yeah, absolutely. Shout out to the veterans just in general. I know for a lot of people, but man, I cannot even fathom the types of mental health issues that they run into because of trauma, things they saw, things they heard, anything like that. Or I don't know, just consistently living your life hoping that you get to live the next minute or the next or the next. I love this job. I do not fear for our safety up in this job. And so I cannot even imagine. And so shout out to all the veterans going through those mental health issues. NAMI North Texas, I think, is a great free organization. And we've talked about BetterHelp quite a bit, is they have a lot of variety there. And then from the 214, I'd like to shout out my late wife, Carolyn. She valiantly fought breast and bone cancer from 2003 until a year ago today.
Wow.
I mean, I'm sure that is an awful anniversary. If you want to keep texting, we'll try to text back and forth with you and, try to get you through the next couple hours if we can. If you want something more upbeat, I don't mean to totally bring everything down, but I thought those were very, very worthy shout outs. We all know about the baseball rules changes, but what I really want to know is because Mike has talked about his enthusiasm. And by the way, somebody texted in and said they haven't been a true blue baseball fan since after 2011, but your enthusiasm has got them wanting to tune back in. So I wanted to hear from more of the fans out there is how much has this changed your viewership or your likelihood to attend a game or on and on and on with the new rules in baseball?
I love it. I'm tuning into more baseball right now. Now, one thing that does help is the Rangers look like they have a competitive team this year.
Yes.
So I know that recently we haven't really had that here. But the pace of the play, when I tune in to Padres and Braves, when we were kind of done skiing, that was on one of the random channels in Colorado. And I watched 3 innings in 45 minutes. So now I watched a third of the game, and it didn't even take an hour. It's like watching just an episode of a show, and you get in 3 innings of a game now. And I just find myself going, I love this pace. I get at times it can hurt Nathan Eovaldi when, an inning can maybe snowball a little on you and stuff like that. I totally get a little bit of the negative side. But the positive side is NBA basketball games now take as long or longer than Major League Baseball games.
And I want to give you an example from the World Series about why I think not only the impact now, but the impact in the playoffs. These are the ending times in Eastern time for the World Series games last year. 12:37 a.m., 11:21 p.m., 11:11 p.m., 11:28 p.m., midnight, and 11:16 p.m. The earliest World Series game on the East Coast ended at 11:11. So in the Central here, 10:11. Yeah. And I get kids want to watch the World Series or that's how it gets passed down. And sometimes that is not feasible.
Corey, I'll ask you can answer this question, but I'll just add this one last thing. The other day, it was a blowout, but the game still ended at 9:30 in Arlington, and I saw Bobby Witt Jr. himself steal 3 bases. I haven't seen a guy steal 3 bases, I don't know, in 15 years in one game. I mean, I'm sure it's happened, and I'm sure I've been there, I just forgot, but now all of a sudden, guys are running all over the place. Defensive plays are being made. Ground balls up the middle are hits. It is amazing to watch this product, and I will give Rob Manfred a lot of credit for this game of baseball today.
In your face, Kevin.
It hurts a little bit.
He just dunked on you for your thought that Rob Manfred doesn't love baseball.
Yeah, no, I believe my exact words was he hates baseball. And so clearly I've been at the forefront of Rob Manfred hates baseball. But this seems to be a thing where, and I know there's still people like Derek who don't like these changes, but It feels like overwhelmingly positive things have been the fan base.
At 1 o'clock, Mike, I will discuss how Rob Manfred loves baseball even more than you think, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh.
So I did get a text from Jeff Fry, who is not...
He does not like it, right?
Does not like a lot of things about baseball today. And I get his perspective. I can disagree with some of his perspectives. But he told me he's asked a lot of people about this new baseball since everybody's gotten in at least 10 games. And he said the players are really liking it too because it's 30 less minutes of being on your feet in the game.
Brought up
So you are looking, Corey, at they're like, this is 3 less hours of baseball per week.
Yeah.
And so I look at this and go, baseball has hit a grand slam home run with these rule changes. I get if, a couple things aren't the best, but this has totally changed the viewership. I think baseball is going to explode again, not get close to football. It will never get close to the NFL, but I think it's going to really have. Right now, basketball's been edging up to baseball over the last, I would say, 15 years. Baseball's always been in the lead, and baseball, whether you like it or not, these are facts. Baseball's always been more popular than basketball for the most part, but it's gotten really close in recent years. And I think baseball is going to pull away from basketball again because of these rule changes. And I know basketball's trying to add that you have to play 65 games. I don't think people are going to care about that.
In-season tournament.
So I think, Corey, this is going to have an explosion on the increase in people watching baseball.
Has it changed? Have you guys noticed that changed drastically in the amount of home runs hit or in the amount of home runs you've seen hit? Because I haven't noticed. I'm sure they can show me numbers and be like, look, they're off by 20 home run pace. But I see home runs still being hit, and it's still exciting.
Yeah.
But I also see guys on base. I see the ball in play, and I see pitchers, like dominant pitchers in rhythm. And that's something like, Mike, whenever we watch pitchers that, was it Brian Bohannon? He used to do he would stand up there and he would adjust his hat 5,000 times.
He's a lefty pitcher, but I just don't remember all this.
He would just adjust his hat over and over and over, and I was like, dude, come on, get back to the pitching part of it. And it seems like you have this pace with the pitchers that they can find a zone. Once they find their zone, they're there. I get it whenever you can't find it and you're struggling, you're trying to figure out where you are. But guys look like they're going to the mound ready to go, and that's better baseball for me.
Here are some of the numbers. I don't have home run numbers. I'll see if I can track that down. But this is like the action that Major League Baseball wanted to see. It's early, but 4.69 runs scored per team per game.
Okay.
That's up from 4.28. Singles, 5.5 per game. That's the highest rate in 6 years. And batting average is up to 249, which again, I get. But that's the highest in 4 years. Now you want to talk about the stolen bases. It's up to 0.7 stolen bases per team per game. The last time it was that high, 1999. And so you're seeing more singles, you're seeing more movement on the base paths, but at the end of the day, it was the time. That was the number one reason they did that. With all due respect,
because people have asked about commercials, right?
Yes.
And the commercials are still the commercials. It's in the game that they're having to speed up the game.
Exactly. And as of, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday, the average game time, 2 hours and 39 minutes. Do you know the last time the average game for the season was less than 2 hours and 40 minutes?
We did that commercial from Bob Costas on MLB Network. Was it 1985?
1984.
1984.
So we're talking about almost 40 years since the game has been this fast. And so I know people are like, oh, the game's changing and everything, but it's changing from more recently. There were definitely times
And here's the deal.
when it was like this.
I keep trying to tell people this, and I know they've put in a few extra rules, like bigger bases, stuff like that. This is the way pitchers used to pitch. The pace at which pitchers are pitching because of a pitch clock. This is the way that pitchers used to pitch.
This is the way.
And so I look at this and go, we're actually going back a little bit to the 70s and 80s and the pace that which the pitchers got the ball and pitched. I get it. There were a lot more complete games. Starting pitchers were way more valuable because they would pitch 7 to 9 innings almost every start. But the pace at which the pitchers are throwing the ball is the same pace that they threw it when my dad played for the Rangers and Twins, and at the same pace when, I don't know, Charlie Huff and Del Mahorsic were on the Texas Rangers.
There's no way I would have thought that second name came up today.
But I just think that this has become tremendous. Now you're just seeing, because of the pace, it's not like I'm going to have to wait an hour and 40 minutes the next time Mike Trout gets up to bat.
So here's some of the feedback from the 214. I don't know if it's the pitch clock or the Rangers being decent. A little bit of both, honestly. I'm all in. I love baseball so much more from the 214 with the rule changes. From the 972, I love the changes, except we can't watch the game. We talked about that. I disagree. You can. But I realize for the more casual fans, they made it exceedingly difficult. Like if you're a diehard Rangers fan, you've probably figured out the option.
There are a few people that I've read that get blacked out because they're not in DFW. So they're like, screw it. I'll go to Dish Network or DirecTV. I have DirecTV because I know I have to get Bally's. And they're like, I get blacked out because I am outside of the market. So it's a weird deal.
And that does suck.
And so there are a few people I know that have texted me and said, because I live on the border of Arkansas and Texas and I want to watch Ranger games, somehow I still get blacked out even though I bought the DirecTV package or I bought the MLB package. In both ways, they black me out of the games. But so much fun. I just, are we getting from the 12 games the Rangers have played so far that, man, I'm watching more baseball and enjoying more baseball?
This is where I'm like the text that came in earlier, Kevin, that said it's a combination of the Rangers being good.
That's
fair. What affects me the most.
Okay.
Like if they were still bad, I probably would be like, well, I mean, it looks like baseball's fun. But because I'm watching the team I want to watch, they're good, and I'm seeing these changes happen at the same time, that's why it feels a lot more fun. And again, I'm going back to, this is a DeGrom guy that I'm like, this dude gets on the mound and he goes. He goes at a really good pace, and so he goes along with the game, but I'm watching one of the best.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's building to something. I feel like I can be at the top of the division by the end of this season. So that definitely has my baseball pants real tight right now.
Now, from the 210,
in the crotch area,
it hasn't changed.
Banana cup.
And from the 619, the new rules make no difference. I'll still watch the same. However, those are in the minority of the opinions from the 682. It's so much better now. Been a fan for my whole life. From the 619. Baseball used to be the short when I was a kid. And then certain people are asking, can you explain the Bally situation? Look, it goes like this. The app, it's not doing what it should for baseball fans, and that is a fatal flaw that app has. But I know DirecTV, Spectrum, Fubo, those are all options that carry Bally's if you want to be able to watch the Rangers. And that's one of the reasons that I stuck with DirecTV. From the 972, I've watched more baseball in 2 weeks than I have in 2 years. And so, like I said, there are still some people who are like, meh, either way. But the overwhelming majority of at least our feedback is they're watching more baseball and they're enjoying more baseball. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the lunch rush and the expressway. Let's do some Mike Likes It, but also Rory McIlroy, mascot tackling fans, and no good teens. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? That and the stars. Next right here on The Fan.
Ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan as we jump into the expressway. 877-881-1053. It's time for some Forgiveness Friday from the 214. They said this was a shout out. Maybe it could be forgiveness for Mark Cuban and the Mavs for wanting to pay $750,000 to keep their top 10 pick instead of paying Brunson his much cheaper contract.
Well, then they end up having, because they're tanking for a guy like Brunson, they end up having to pay a $750,000 fine when they could have just paid Brunson.
Yeah,
Well, I will say, my buddy who's connected in the NBA, it makes a lot more sense the day that they traded for Spencer Dinwiddie that they knew that Brunson wasn't coming back. Because a day after that trade, when I'm told by somebody inside the NBA, Brunson's not coming back.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, no way. And I know the Mavericks weren't putting that out there and they were still trying to get him back. But now when Cuban put out all the stuff from the agent and from all that stuff, you can see at least when it was trade deadline, they had a feeling that Brunson wasn't just willing to take any type of discount, and Brunson, there was a good chance he wasn't going to come back.
Because they weren't going to give the money to keep him.
And then the great thing is you try to, as an organization, blame the player, or blame, in this case, Mark Cuban blaming the father. And instead of, well, you guys didn't offer him the money when he wanted the money, so he decided to go into free agency, most likely leaving you guys, and you guys knew it, and that's why you traded for Dinwiddie and knew that Brunson was leaving, and then you blame Brunson and his dad for the whole situation when you guys knew in February he was leaving. That's why you traded for Dinwiddie.
Yeah. Now, this one, I'm going to assume, I think we can all assume this is about Zion. But I'm going to go to CJ McCollum right here. Does Zion probably, again, need to ask for forgiveness? Because this is CJ McCollum talking about how the team can be better going forward.
I would say availability is important, man. We got to be available. We got to do what we need to do, off the court in terms of preparation, in terms of getting treatment, in terms of getting the right sleep, the right type of hydration, having the right type of diet. I mean, everything has to matter to us, for everybody, 1 through 15. This is a job that is a performance-driven job, right? Where, you play at night. Tonight we played a 9 o'clock game. That's mad late, right? Like, how are you preparing for a 9 o'clock game? Like, what is your regimen like? What's your schedule like? Consistently doing the small stuff, I think, will be very important for us as a team, especially for our younger guys. Understanding that you have to
I know
get a routine that's consistent.
He doesn't sound very competitive in that.
I know
he's talking about playing
1 through 15, but man, oh man.
You think he's talking about Brandon Ingram, who's maybe 10 pounds too light, or do you think he's talking about Zion, who might be 40 pounds too heavy?
Felt like he was talking about Zion.
Yeah, Ingram. Ingram needs to put on 10 pounds. I think that's who he's mad at.
No, he's definitely not talking about Ingram.
Okay. That's what I think too. Now, Zion probably needs forgiveness from he needs to ask his teammates for forgiveness, but do people who got all of his cards graded need forgiveness? Now, Corey, I want
it costs like $25 to get it graded?
Okay, but check this out. In the history of sports and sports cards, who do you think would be like some of the most graded athletes ever?
Mickey Mantle.
It feels like it should be Mickey Mantle, but aren't
He
there
probably has
less
less
cards?
cards, yeah.
So I feel like Trout's in there.
Interestingly enough, he is not.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Ken Griffey
Jr. is second on the list.
Nolan Ryan.
I'm sorry, Corey. That's the only baseball player on
Peyton
list
Manning
in the top 5. Interestingly enough, there are no football players in the top 5.
Jeff Russell.
What?
You said the 90s were like a time when they printed a lot
Michael
of cards.
Jordan.
I have a lot of Jeff Russell cards.
Remember, I said no more baseball.
Oh, okay.
Michael Jordan is number 1. Ken Griffey Jr. is number 2. LeBron is 3.
That makes sense.
Kobe is 4. And Zion is 5th.
Okay.
You talk about somebody who's accomplished like
nothing.
Shockingly, yes. Nothing is a good way to put it. He's
going to make over $200 million in his career easily, and he doesn't have to play another game.
And
he knows it.
In the 2019 PSA Prism, let's try this again. The 2019 Prism Silver in a PSA 10, it is down about 90% from its all-time high. His base card which at one point peaked at $1,000, is now $70. Now, part of that is because once the Last Dance came out and the pandemic hit, like the card world went insane. And then the other part is that he, as you pointed out, has done nothing.
Steve DeBerg.
No, we're not. You know what?
You know what it sounds like to me? It's time to invest in Zion.
Like buy already graded cards?
Yeah.
That's the better option, right? Instead of buying a card that's not graded.
Get
and then getting
PSA
graded.
10s for $70.
Yeah.
Well,
I like this.
Or
It's like a value meal. You know what I'm
Especially when
talking
he gets
about,
traded to the
Zion?
Mavericks.
Corey, if you really want to go big, I'm going to give you options here. You could go get his National Treasures rookie patch auto, which is a BGS 9.5. It was at one point $600,000. Now it's about $360,000, which still seems too high. So if you really want to swing for the fences, you could go pick that card up.
Kevin, that's a baseball term about a basketball card.
That's right.
So,
You can't do that.
Can't do it.
Just like you can't, how you can't compare a white slot receiver to a non-white slot receiver.
Yeah, earlier Mike said the Rangers have hit a grand slam home run. I was like, dang, he used a baseball term to describe a baseball conversation.
Yes.
He didn't say this was a touchdown, you know?
Yeah, and I think you have to talk about like fast food restaurants when you talk about Zion Williamson. Like that's a value meal, or that's supersizing.
Kevin, somebody said, and this
Stop
is
wearing
from
puffy jackets. That doesn't help.
the 817. Does KFC need forgiveness for that brutal commercial?
Which one?
I don't know, but you brought something up earlier off air that I am bringing to the table now, and I've never thought about it until today.
All right. I want to make this very clear before people get mad.
I'm out on this conversation.
You probably should be. I'm not saying that this has to be the case before people get mad at me.
It just seems weird.
Has no one tried to cancel Colonel Sanders?
I haven't heard
from
it yet.
KFC? Because in the world where we love to cancel things, has no one come from Colonel Sanders?
I don't know.
Because we had a commercial and I instantly thought about that. I was like, oh, wow. I feel like he's been mostly like the biggest controversy they ran into, right? And they're like, no, it's a health food. It's Kentucky grilled chicken. And you're like, get serious.
Yes.
So that's what I wanted to know. Was there or is there a cancel campaign going? Because that feels like something that certain people would not allow to continue
exactly.
to fly.
So anyway, so for forgiveness in that respect. Kevin.
Okay. Yes.
And there was this one also, Kevin, from the 682. I'm abandoning my pregnant wife.
What? What are you, Tom Brady?
To go, look, man, he knew they weren't going to work out. To go and fish for 12 hours tomorrow, do I need forgiveness?
You know
yes,
what, Corey?
forgive that man.
Sometimes you might have gotten somebody pregnant and you knew deep down in your heart that it probably wasn't going to work out.
Mm-hmm.
But you were going to try your best to make it work out until
Let me ask you a question
they
real
were
quick.
like, maybe I could sleep with somebody else.
But even still,
Mm-hmm.
if that hadn't happened, can you say for certain that you would have gotten that person would have gotten along with said other person for the entirety of the marriage, or that it would have ended up bad anyway?
No, I definitely can't.
Does that make sense?
I definitely can't.
So if you sometimes just see the signs and go for
Okay.
it. But yes, I think this man, he's going for 12 hours. He's not going on a 6-day venture.
Yeah, that's not
This
so
is just
bad.
a 12-hour tour. A 12-hour tour that he's going fishing on.
It could be trouble.
And no, it's gonna be fine. And so he needs some time. She's pregnant. What's she gonna do? You know, she's gonna complain a lot, probably.
Oh my
So
God.
let him have his time away from you to fish and enjoy life for once.
Corey.majors at
Email me. I dare you.
If you have thoughts.
I dare you to
Man,
figure out how to spell majors.
I'll tell you what, I would complain if a human started growing inside my body.
Yes, all the time.
But why did you just run that person down then?
Because you don't want to hear the complaining. Look, he said he would complain if it was inside of his body.
What?
Yes, I totally get
What?
that she's complaining, but I don't want to have to listen to you complain all the time just because you decided that you wanted the baby along with me. I told her, I said, stop complaining, and she did.
Does Rory McIlroy
deal with it?
Yeah.
need to ask for forgiveness, or maybe the PGA Tour needs to ask Rory for forgiveness. Did you see they're taking away $3 million from him for dropping out of some tournament that's not the Masters? So he played the Masters, and he was supposed to be in the RBC Heritage Classic. I'm assuming it's big root beer fans. And
Arby's sounds great right now.
Does it?
No. You know my reason. I got sick twice after having it. So
curly fries and that Arby's sandwich with carbs.
Why are you doing this to yourself?
I don't. I shouldn't.
You should eat a salad or a delicious healthy bar. He got $12 million, or was supposed to get $12 million for his impact in the sport of golf last year. And now they said, you know what? That last $3 million, you don't get it because you're not going to be in the Root Beer Classic. Or whatever the RBC
I feel like you're playing with fire there because he's like, all right, fine. I'll take $200 million this year to go to the Live Tour.
Ooh, I hadn't even thought about that.
Like, that's the tough thing about Rory seems to be on that full swing deal, Corey. Seems to be the heart and soul of the PGA Tour Players Union.
Yes.
I mean, there's other guys that are big, but Scheffler's younger, right?
Rory,
I mean, a lot of the guys that are of Rory's age or a little bit older, they all went to the Live Tour, it feels like.
Yeah.
And so he stuck there and he kind of rallied the troops and said, guys, the PGA, and this means so much more than money, and we're going to figure this out, and we still have a great job. Think about our lives versus 99% of people's lives and how much we get paid to play golf and all these things. But, man, you start going, all right, give us $3 million back because you're not playing in this tournament that nobody's going to really watch. Like, that starts pushing a person going, you know what, maybe I'll go join Dustin Johnson and Phil Mickelson and Brooks Koepka, and I'll go take $200 million to play in this thing.
And do you see that there are some golfers in the Live that are complaining that there isn't enough golf?
Really?
Yeah, Jedediah Morgan has said he's frustrated that they don't have more. He's like, part of being a golfer is playing a few tournaments in a row and getting some form that way.
Okay.
And he said, they started with 8. And I think all the old heads were like, this is awesome. I get more money.
I could see
and
that.
play even less.
If I was Phil Mickelson, I could definitely see that.
And then they went up to 14. And he's like, nah, this dude's like, I want 18. And I think there are a lot of other dudes that are like, hey, we came over here so we didn't have to do this all the time and have all this wear and tear on our body and travel and all this stuff. So chill out, buddy. But yeah, he's like, yeah, I want more golf.
Man. From the 214, I forgot the location of my girlfriend's second tattoo. If you read this on air, she will forgive me. All right. Excellent. Hope we helped out. The 817, I need forgiveness. This person got into bed with another woman on Grand Theft Auto 5 online. Like, if you mean in the game, but if you mean you met this person online and then, like, hooked up with them in real life and you're taken, that is a totally different deal. But I hope it's, because he said he's married, so I hope it's just, like, in the video game, like a character, not like a real person that you hooked up with earlier.
Can you do both?
I mean, you shouldn't if you're married, right? I mean,
you don't know what the
to be fair,
agreements are in
you're
marriage.
Right. I don't want to tell them how to marriage.
That's
but
fact.
They said they need forgiveness because they feel dirty.
Okay.
So I assumed
Yeah.
that it was not on the up and up.
I mean, it's a video game. What did you do in the did you hold on? It was in the game, right? So they just got in the bed together.
EA Sports.
Are you talking dirty and actually like physically going through with things?
I don't know if I feel super comfortable with you looking right at me when you ask that question.
Yeah.
So I'm going to defer to Alec on that. He probably would.
In the video game world, if you get into bed with somebody in GTA, are you talking to them and stuff? Like, yeah.
I mean,
what's up?
It's usually NPCs.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's not real people.
Stands for non-fungible token.
No, it stands for non-playable character.
I know. Look, I saw that Ryan Reynolds movie, Free Guy. All right, a couple more for you. Did you see a drunk dude tackled the Colorado Rockies mascot on top of the dugout the other day? Dinger is the mascot. Look, I didn't make this is the way I said it or just the name. That's what you're talking about when you bring up the sarcastic way I talk, right? Dinger. That's fair. I get your point right there, Mike. I really do. So they said they are looking into filing assault charges, which, look, if some random drunk person tackles you, I'd definitely get that.
Why did they tackle him? Did they
I think it's
ask
just
why?
I think it's just because
He
they were
was in
drunk.
the way. I was trying to watch the game, and
Yeah.
dingers all in my face.
Purple come on, dude. Purple mascots irritate me. And then finally, do no good teens need to ask for forgiveness? Because have you seen John Morant has filed a countersuit against the teenager alleging slander and assault, saying he is the one who threw the ball at his face and made threats. And then his distortion of this story and how the gun was involved and everything like that in the months following has hurt his reputation that he has worked hard to build.
This is fascinating. Because, like, do you have proof that the other way around?
Man.
All I have to do is now countersuit you, and are you prepared to go through with this one?
Yeah, because you're willing to bet like John Morant can hold out with the lawyers and stuff a lot longer than this random kid.
Ah, man. And I don't know if it was like, if that was the idea of you were just trying to money grab me, watch me, see, go after you now. That's crazy.
Now, and this is the interesting part. Before counter defendant lied and he or someone else leaked his lies to the media, Mr. Morant was a strong prospect for one of the all-NBA guard spots. That selection would be personally significant for Mr. Morant because it would trigger a supermax clause in his contract. And some of those, you're talking about like $40 million.
Yeah, instead of like, if you go look at DeAndre Ayton's contract versus Luka, and that'll give you an idea of John Morant's contract will be more DeAndre Ayton. I guess it'll be a little bit more because Ayton had to sign with the Pacers, but I'm just trying to think of maybe did Shai Gilgeous-Alexander sign a max contract?
Ooh, I'll check on
like
that.
That'll
one.
give you an idea
yeah.
if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's contract is a max contract and Luka's because he's a super max contract because of his all NBA status. That is, I don't know, $8 to $10 million a year.
Yes.
The other thing though is like, when does character come into play here? In this situation, because don't you have all these other surrounding moments that waterfalled with Ja?
The other mall story with his mom and the Instagram.
Yeah.
That, like, the proximity of that, you're right. I think it's
And I know he was sober at an exotic club. And all that, so it wasn't really that bad. But like, there's all these other character things that I think
Like with crazy zebras and like you're talking about like like peacocks and stuff that you don't really see,
There was
like
some
exotic
peacocking
animals
going around for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah.
From the 903 Dinger. Once again, seriously, this is why y'all are the very best show on the station.
I think they have a girl mascot too. What is she called?
Dinga. I have no idea. From the 817, can that guy now technically say he hit a dinger in a major league game?
Absolutely.
That is a great point. It might cost you some time and money, but
Dude, Dinger is a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Who made his debut in 1994.
Can I ask you a quick question?
He's in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Is Barney a dinosaur?
Yeah.
So they stole part of Barney.
Ooh, I have
They're like,
another.
we're the Colorado
I
Rockies.
have another theory. Do you remember the TV show Denver the Last Dinosaur?
Denver,
the last dinosaur. He's my friend and a whole lot more.
I do remember that a little bit.
Okay, what's the timestamp on that? Because was everyone just ripping off Denver the Last Dinosaur?
Denver was blue.
So just changing the color, you're good?
I'm all right with that.
I think so.
Okay.
And plus, the name Dinger is very different.
Dinger. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now,
So many.
And Dinger's a
inappropriate
triceratops.
jokes we could do.
it's time.
Denver was like a brontosaurus kind of thing.
Okay, so you just changed.
Yeah.
Okay.
They added horns.
And what's Dinger?
A triceratops.
Is that a herbivore or a?
Yeah, it's a herbivore.
Isn't that a
I'm not
vegetable
gonna
eating
lie.
dinosaur?
I got really nervous when you started with that word.
Carnivore.
I got super nervous.
I don't think it's an omnivore. I think
Wait
it's
a
a
minute.
herbivore.
Do you know what an omnivore is?
I have no clue.
They eat both meat and plants.
Oh, that's like me.
I wonder if what's the one where it only eats other meat that eats other meat only. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm saying? Like
I'm sorry, Corey,
if
I'm
you're
not
a
ready.
what is it when you eat I'll eat something that eats grass and meat. But if I only eat things that eat other meat, what is that called?
Is it like paleo? I'm honestly, I wanted to say
There's
cannibal. I know that's not right.
paleontologists.
I was just waiting because I knew Mike was going to say proudly that I'm an
Paleontologist.
omnivore. All right, Mike. Mike likes it. Let's do it.
You are too, right?
Yes.
You're more carnivore.
That is fair. That is fair.
I don't know what potatoes are, but they're carbs. That's all I know. You're not supposed to eat those. Carbs are the enemy.
That is true.
All right, guys. Let's go to this Houston Astros Texas Rangers series. Obviously, listen here on 105.3 The Fan for the pregame show with Mike Peasley. The broadcast will be here with Mr. Hicks and Mr. Sandler. I will be on Bally Sports doing the pregame show, and I would like to give a topic that we are going to talk about because I didn't know this, but I'm looking over kind of the run sheet and what we're going to do. Guys, in the last 4 years, remember there is a COVID year there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many games have the Rangers won in the last 4 years in Houston?
There was a stretch where they were undefeated. That was you, Darvish. That was not the last 4 years. I'm going to say 1.
They've won 1 game in the last 4 years in Houston.
It's got to be high. I hope it's higher than that because they've probably played about 30 games there, give or take. I'm going to say 7.
Okay. They have won 5 games.
You laughed when I said 1. Like that's pretty close to 1.
1 game in 4 years.
They haven't been good for 4 years, Mike.
All right. You're correct. Now, they've won 5 games in the last 4 years.
Oof.
How many losses have the Rangers had in the last 4 years in Houston?
Okay. I'm going to trust myself here. I'm going to say 25.
I'm going to go with 24.
Almost. 5 plus 4 is 9. 29.
Wow.
They are 5-29 in the last 4 years in Houston. So if you're looking at this series, I'm not saying the Rangers need to win the series, but it would feel good to win at least 1 game here just because history tells us getting swept in Houston happens a lot in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
The runs per game for the Rangers there is 2.68 over the last 4 years. Their ERA is 4.84, so they're getting outscored by over 2 runs a game in the last 4 years. And their batting average in Houston the last 4 years. 230. That would be good. Corey? 191 is their batting average in the last. Yeah, you're close. 191 is their batting average in the last 4 years.
Oh, okay.
From the 903. So you're saying there's a chance. And
I'm saying now the good thing is the Rangers have, I don't know, tanking's not the right word. Rebuilding might not even be the right word in 2019 and 20. They were struggling to figure out how to put a quality product on the field. And yes, I would say in 2021, that was a rebuilding. We know we're going to lose 90-plus games team. But
now, I know you said, just real quick, I know you said, like, you don't have to win the series or anything like that. But we bounced back on Monday, and they've taken 2 of 3.
Yeah.
Holy
and DeGrom didn't even pitch in the series, right? Because it's Perez, Gray, and Heaney. So you're looking at it going, all right. And Framber Valdez does pitch on Sunday. Their ace of their team does pitch on Sunday. So it'll be interesting watching a little bit of the world champion Houston Astros because Jose Altuve is out till June. Jose Abreu is now on the team. They lost Verlander. You don't ever have to face him again in Houston, but it's still a really good team. It still looks like a team that should win 90-plus games. So
couple things right here is, Mike, you'll enjoy this. It's not even 1 o'clock yet, and y'all have already made my day. Love you guys. And then this is Dallas from Dallas. Can I get a birthday shout out? I'm 36 today. Happy birthday.
Well, we're having fun here, you know?
We are.
All right. Now let's talk about what my buddy AJ Hinch did not have fun doing yesterday.
And
that is the Tigers are 3-9. They're off to a bad start. Look, Javi Baez was a bad signing, and literally I think everybody knew that in baseball except for the Detroit Tigers. Like, signing him is one thing. Giving him the money they gave, knowing how bad of an on-base percentage guy he is at times, he's definitely not a team leader, but just a guy you're like, you need to kind of watch out here because he can go off the rails and his concentration and focus can be bad. Well, he's made multiple mistakes this year. And yesterday he fly ball to center field and he runs to third base because he forgets how many outs there are. So then they throw it to second.
Is there a third base coach to yell at him too?
Yes.
Okay.
But
he wasn't listening.
Yeah, he didn't pay attention. And so AJ Hinch calls him into the bottom of the dugout and where he knows cameras can't be. I have no clue what he said, but he told him, you're not playing anymore, pretty much. You're out of the game. I don't care how much money you make. You're done. And so Javi Baez and AJ Hinch both calmly walked up the dugout. AJ Hinch took his spot where the manager usually sits. Javi Baez grabbed his stuff and went into the clubhouse.
Okay.
But I do think he handled it great that nobody saw what happened. This is like the silly stuff where like all the Mavericks love each other. Yeah, I'm sure all the Mavericks loved each other after losing all the games, going 9-18 down the stretch. They enjoyed every second of it. Is that there are ways to handle it. I do believe AJ Hinch handled it well, but I say this. I think it's very tough in all sports today to handle players because they do have a lot of power. They do make a lot of money. Yes, when I played, players made a lot of money. I didn't, but there are plenty of players that made a lot of money that could yell back at Bobby Valentine and tell him to sit the F down. And it was like shocking when you're a young player on a team that played high school baseball and minor league baseball to see that veteran guys making way more money that are way more important than the manager can yell at the manager, and the manager does have to back down because he does not have the power that the star player has. I ask you guys, do you guys feel like Jason Kidd or let's just say Bruce Bochy, or you guys can take it to the other sports, do you think Mike McCarthy, now we know that Dak Prescott isn't going to be a type of guy that acts up. We know Luka is going to be a guy that acts up. We know that at times you got to get Corey Seager to engage with the whole team situation. So I ask you, how do you think it would go with our star players if the head coach or manager had to bench a guy or go, hey, I got to talk about this in the media because you have showed up our team?
This is one of the things I do really like about the Stars, who we need Colorado to lose tonight to win the division, is their best players are not their tenured players. Like you're talking about, whether you want to say Miro, Ottinger, Jason Robertson, but if they spoke out of turn, you best believe Jamie Benn would be like, you need to shut the F up.
The player would.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think it's the player that would control that. And sometimes I was curious, not to do a question to your question.
Yeah.
Do you think players are more effective at times because they see different things than like your manager does or your GM or whatever?
I think it's 50-50. I think on the Tigers, you're in big trouble because you have Spencer Torkelson, you have Riley Green. You just have a whole bunch of young guys on that team.
The Rangers, you have Simeon right now.
Right, and you have Jacob deGrom now. You have Nathan Eovaldi right now. It's when I listened to Nathan Eovaldi the other day after getting beat up, the way he talked, you're like, this is championship talk because he's been on a championship team. He's blaming himself for this loss, nobody else. It's all my fault. I don't care about the defense. I don't care about the offense. I lost the game, and I have to do better for my team. I let down my team with my performance. And, that's championship talk. He didn't say, nobody's dying. I'm not the savior. Oh, well, if we don't do good next game, like I'm still getting paid my money. Aren't you getting paid your money? We're good to go. That's Jason Kidd. That's the Dallas Mavericks attitude.
I also think, this is where Bruce Bochy's still talking about this with us. He's still getting to know the guys. So there are some players that have different buttons to push. Gavin Spittle walks in this office. All three of us respond differently to the way that he says something, right? Mike will...
I'm very scared.
Yeah. Well, yes, that's the way I see it, Mike. Every one of us will respond differently to it. And that's where I think Bruce Bochy is doing a really good job of understanding, okay, if I push this guy a little too hard, how's it going to go? I think there's an unfortunate situation with Kidd where he has an immature leader, and he has to find a guy that's going to be the leader. I think they kind of traded one of them away in Spencer Dinwiddie. I thought he could do kind of some of those things, but I don't think Luka. I think if Luka wants to win, but I think there are other things where if he calls out him too much,
he'll quit.
Then he'll quit.
Yeah,
and also the fact of I don't have talent around me. Help me out here. And then they're like, well, we did get talent. It's like not good enough. Either way, I still think Kid has to find out who his leaders are. They can be part of that. That's a huge factor.
I do think Bochy could do it, and I do think there's a lot of respect from Bochy being a 3-time champion as a manager, right? Because I hear some people say, well, Jason Kidd's a champion. I'm like, yeah, as an assistant coach and a player, it's way different than a champion as a head coach. He's never come, I won't say close because he did make it to the Western Conference Finals, but he's not been to the NBA Finals as a head coach. Like, there's a difference in my respect as a player to the coach if you've won 3 championships or you've been a coach 3 different times and been fired twice really quickly from that. I do think Jason Kidd is in a tough position in that situation, but Sean Sweeney, who's the defensive coach for the Dallas Mavericks, sometimes when you're watching as Christian Wood is upset about a play, Sean Sweeney, I would see yell a lot of times for him to get back on defense, almost like, shut up and get back on defense. Like, we don't need you complaining. I don't recall one time that Sean Sweeney yelled at Luka for not getting back on defense. And I guess that's just the way you have to treat Luka, is you can't tell him to get back on defense. You can't call him out for his mistakes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll get to more of your shout-outs because there are a lot. Plus, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, I have 2 things I want to get into: the future of blackouts in Major League Baseball, and what are other things you can do to take your aggression out instead of taking it out on other people. Next on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Andrew Bogish with your
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got C-Block in just 1 second, but some shout-outs on a Shout-Out Friday.
Hey, just be careful. There is one texter that's trying to get you.
I saw that one.
He's trying to get you real bad.
What's his name?
Well, that's part of the problem. Is from
He's
the
trying to get him,
214. Shout out to my sister and all the vendors at McKinney Trade Days off of 380 and Hardin. They are back open if you want to go check it out and support local businesses. And then from the 214, this is nice. I want to give a loud shout out to the best sports radio station in the entire galaxy. Y'all do sports talk right. I really appreciate that, especially since yesterday somebody got mad at me for what they called an agenda item. From the 817, shout out to my girlfriend Madison, who is finishing her last day of her first rotation to be an occupational therapist. Fantastic shout out to Madison. Now, it's time for the segment you should always shout out, the C Block.
Were you trying to push for or against guns, Kevin?
I was just mentioning that there was a scare in Plano. And they were like, I'm tired of your agenda. I was like, what?
Yeah, let me point out, by the way, my son came home from school yesterday and said he was terrified because he heard there was a shooter in Plano. And he was like, I spent most of my day at school yesterday scared. And I was like, crap. And you're right. Like, it was a hoax. It was a joke. That's not an agenda that my kid was scared because there was a hoax going on. Don't do crap like that.
And I didn't say anything about any of the other aspects of it besides this is a thing that's happening. And from Carter, our Carter, not your Carter.
Well, it was my son Carter that was scared.
This is a different Carter. Okay. Shout out to Dinger.
Why?
The
Rockies mask.
The one that got tackled.
The omnivore.
He's sitting there trying to run for it. We don't know. I mean, I think he's an herbivore because I think he only eats plants, Mike. The omnivore would also eat animal. But it's the carnivore that only eats carnivores. That's what I'm trying to figure out what that's
because
called.
People were like, it's a carnivore. And I was like, but he said that. That's not what he's getting at.
Because there's also a carnivore that will eat both of them. It will eat the...
Carnival.
All right, I'm done with y'all. All right, so... There's a fantastic piece on The Athletic right now.
Love your jokes.
By Evan Drellich. If you want to read it, it's called The Future of MLB Blackouts is an all 30-team streaming service possible?
It's a great question.
And I think it's a great question, too.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Excellent. And you guys are on one today.
And it starts with this. Here's a scary number for you. St. Louis, this is a quote from Rob Manfred.
That's a city.
St. Louis, great baseball market. You know what percentage of homes in St. Louis have access to baseball right now?
I said like 90%.
You said 100, actually.
That's their sport. That's their Dallas Cowboys.
This is just having access to it, not actually having it. This is just having access to it. And one of the luncheon attendees said 98%. And he said, yeah, 15's the answer. Because cord cutting and the fact that operators like Diamond have not even gotten full distribution within the traditional cable bundle. He said, we're going to put the word reach over the entrance at the commissioner's office. It's kind of our number one thing we need to accomplish right now. And Mike, I know you experience a lot of this because you work for Bally. So people are like, Mike, fix it. You're like, okay.
Let me just call up Mr. Bally.
Yeah.
And he said, with the bankruptcy and everything that's going on, he said the bigger problem is we granted exclusivity in places where the cable distributors never actually distributed the product. Those people are just out of luck right now. That's what I know, and that sounds cold, and it sounds like he doesn't care, right? Like that's where you get this, it's just a piece of metal. Nobody's dying. He's saying y'all are out of luck right now, and we're screwed trying to deliver the product to you because we signed these agreements with Sinclair's Diamond Group, and they haven't been keeping up their end of the bargain by delivering the product appropriately to you.
Well, and plus the issue after that, Corey, that I was really fascinated when you sent me this article is, let's say that all goes away, is there might be other built-in exclusivity ideas that just because this is bankrupt, remember, bankrupt doesn't always mean go away. You could just do the reorganizational debt part of bankruptcy. And so when people were waiting for that, you clearly saw that that didn't mean immediately everything changed. And so you're probably talking about years here.
Yeah, and I'm gonna try and go through a little more here, Kevin. He talked to Rupert Murdoch, who I know you're a huge fan of, and Rupert Murdoch said, "You're gonna have a problem with these RSNs, because they were bidding on getting baseball, and RSNs means regional sports networks, and that's where I think he learned a lot about that whole situation." He wants to make it, and this is a even grander conversation. Manfred wants to make it a national game. He's like, I want a league-wide bundle in market games, out of market games, and you can distribute them. And they like Apple as a partner, and they think Apple's a great partner for something like that.
But also that's why they did business with Bally's to begin with, because Bally's was like I know it wasn't national, but it was like the closest you could get to about half the league being covered.
Yeah, and Amazon and Apple, they're going to want to get in on this.
For sure.
They're going to want to be able to say, you know what, we have the rights to Major League Baseball.
For sure.
But that's another problem. Mike, you brought up, yes, and TBS, and they have, and WGN, they have rights. Now, TBS is doing weekly games as well,
They
right?
paid a lot of money. Obviously, they get playoff games too.
Yeah.
Because they'll try to, with Ernie Johnson leading, they'll try to do the same kind of, we got Shaq, Charles, and Kenny. They do the same thing in the playoffs. It's just doesn't feel the same. I think it rotates every year, so I don't know which one. American League is on TNT and National League's on FS1 to kind of start the playoffs. That's who gets to share the playoff game.
But they have, like I saw the other night, TBS was really pumping up their regular season baseball, very similar to the Friday night Apple package or a deal that you can get. And so, like, that's where they're going to run into the most problems is the Yankees and the Red Sox with NESN, the WGNs, those things. They're not going to want to say, hey, we're ready to pool all of our money with the rest of Major League Baseball.
Because we ain't an equal part, right?
Exactly. Because they're like, no, it has to make sense to us financially. We have to get something out of this.
I don't know if we can find these numbers. I bet we can real quick. Like, the Dodgers and Yankees probably get 4 times the amount of money from their local broadcast than the Rangers do. And the Rangers aren't the worst by far. But that's where, when you wonder, how do the Dodgers pay this much? How are they saving up $600 million for Shohei Ohtani this offseason? Or how are they paying this much money? Or how are they doing this? A lot of their revenue that they kind of get over the Rangers is their local TV pays way more money to the Yankees or Dodgers than the local TV pays for the Texas Rangers.
Yeah, so that's kind of like, in the grand scheme of thing, I think Mike was talking about baseball is going to take back over basketball because they've integrated some really smart rule adjustments.
Yes.
And I don't think they're done adjusting, by the way. I think they're going to look at this season and go, okay, what went well, what went bad, what can we adjust? But it has made the game more fun. Because if you don't look at it and reconsider it, then you're going to be like, you're going to just screw yourself over. You have to constantly adjust to what's going on. But then this adjustment, if they were to get all teams to agree, hey, look, a 30-team package that can put us on a channel and deliver to mass audience. Now Fox, just look at Fox and CBS, how much they pour into the NFL. The NFL is a product unlike anything other. But it's also become, I can watch how many teams can I see in a day? Yeah. And this is just on those channels, the NBCs. I can see 6 different teams.
Yeah.
Maybe even some extra bonus coverage.
sure.
And then the rest of the week I can add 2-4 more teams. So that's 10 teams I can watch in a week. And I know I care about the Cowboys, but why do I now care about all these other teams too? It's not just because it's a team that my team is vying against. It's a team I get to see. I get to sit down and watch the game. So being able to see all these products nationally, I think is better for the game if they figure out how to get it done.
Okay, let me ask you this then. Do you, now you're the league, do you see the appeal of a streaming service because they might actually go that extra mile of creating your reality show or whatever, because that just feels built for streaming. As now you get your Hard Knocks version of baseball on Apple TV, like, and so all of a sudden you see a spike in like Twins viewership or whatever the case might be. Or the other thing I thought about is you're about to watch Ted Lasso. Well, first there's a 15-second commercial for why you got to watch the Braves and the Brewers.
You can add those to those elements. Connecting themselves with things that are current that people are watching, very important for one. But also giving everybody the access to the game is even bigger. Now, Mike was like, look, 162, that's tough to sell for, being that interested in all of those games.
Because if you watch 100 Ranger games, you still miss 62, and you watch more baseball than you did football all year.
Yeah, and I agree with you completely on that. But also having knowing that it's there, being able to go to it. Last night, if I wanted to sit down and watch something, I can watch basketball, I can watch these things. But knowing that it's there, if I don't have access to it, I'm not going to go try and pursue it either. Yeah. So that's another factor that I think making the game a more national game, giving California a reason to care about why the Rangers are playing is important.
I didn't read this article, but here's where you talked about a little bit of pushback. I was just looking, this was 2016. I couldn't find 2022 or 2023. The Dodgers TV revenue that they get paid by whoever broadcasts their game was a little over $200 million per year, and I believe the Rangers were a little over $50 million. Now this is 2016, so just think of every year we're making approximately $150 million more than the Rangers. I just don't know how the Dodgers and Yankees and certain teams are going to go, yeah, let's pull all our money together for national broadcasting when nobody wants to watch the Oakland Athletics. Everybody does want to watch the Dodgers.
Now, Manfred was asked if he has the power to force that. And he was like, look, that's a legal question, which is very smart on his part. He's like, I don't feel really comfortable answering it. Reality is, I think any significant reform of the economics happens in some sort of consensual. If it were to happen, it would happen in a consensual process. But I'm not answering legal questions. A outside consultant said the owner has paid for those rights, and any change in those would result in the league having to deal with some form of compensation to that club for taking more games. So, Kevin, like essentially, the owners are in a power position because they paid for the rights on it.
And it seems unlikely then, right? Especially the way they do revenue sharing. It seems unlikely.
The Players Association would say no to this too, because I don't think Oakland or Tampa is going to start spending more money because they got more TV revenue. They just are what they are.
And I think the teams would as well, because that is to insinuate that, like, if the Dodgers lose, like, let's go off your numbers. So the Dodgers are dropping $150 million, give or take.
Every year.
Yeah, if they went into this pool. Does that mean that MLB is going to kick them $150 million on the side? I don't think so.
I will also say, though, Kevin, like if you really want to be hard about this, as Rob Manfred, you can just be like, fine, go somewhere else. Hey, this is the direction we're going.
Yeah, but the players won't. The players wouldn't go for this.
The players wouldn't go for fine, go somewhere else?
They wouldn't play. We just strike. If they're like, hey, the Dodgers now have to eliminate $100 million from their team, and we know that the Oakland Athletics or Las Vegas Athletics or whatever, they're not going to now go, all right, well, we'll spend that $100 million because I'm going to assume their TV revenue money's zero.
So Manfred would have to get the players on his side in a negotiation against owners.
It's a way to cap. It's also a way to try to cap baseball. And we know all the tricks that all the NFL players say yes to, and we don't.
And then this is the other thing. This comes up all the time from the 903, but I don't want to pay Apple for baseball, Amazon for football, Peacock for basketball, and so on and so on. We need one streaming network to cover all sports. That's what you had. That was called cable television.
Then you cut the cord.
Exactly. Well, and it's not just that. You're right.
We saw it coming, though.
Yeah,
we talked about this for years.
Exactly. And it's not just that. It's what was the problem? Then, kind of like Mike just brought up with the Dodgers bring more to the table than the A's. Well, that's what ESPN started to do, right? Because they were like, well, why the hell are we getting the same share of each subscription as the home gardening network? No,
But doesn't the Cowboys bring in more than the Bengals?
Yes.
But Jerry Jones clearly sees that it's more beneficial that the league does better and the Cowboys do well at the same time.
I think there is a sidekick to that because of how much they get featured in national television games.
For sure. And that could happen for the Yankees too.
Yeah, but like you had that. So the idea of there's going to be one streaming service, if that ever came to pass, for how long? Because everyone's eventually going to realize we're doing outsized parts of the work and we're all getting the same value. And that's not going to fly.
I know we're out of time, but I can't believe this. Now, this isn't what the Yes Network pays, but the TV, this is the top 4 MLB teams generating the most television revenue. I don't think you guys would guess if I gave you 5 guesses on who generated the most TV revenue by, they had $123.15 million generated last year. And the team behind them at number 2 was 88.4. Who would you guess generated that much more money than the second most generated television money in baseball?
Obviously, I'd pick the Yankees, right?
Yankees were second at 88.4.
Then the Dodgers.
Nope.
Okay, so if I'm not going to guess it, it's going to be some bootleg team. Well, comparatively.
This gives you an idea why one player I've heard might make $75 million next year. Per year. He might get a 750. I've heard that the Dodgers might lose Ohtani.
The Angels?
The Angels generated last year in their TV revenue because of Japan and because of Ohtani, $123.15 million in television revenue. The Yankees were second on the Yes Network at 88.4. That gives you the Ohtani factor and why I've heard that San Francisco might even think about going to $75 million per year on Ohtani because of the revenue he generates.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What a captivating edition of the C Block. Thank you, Corey.
Rangers, it says, got $20 million.
Coming up next.
You're welcome, Tolos.
You don't want to build a roster
Kevin.
to beat just one team, but the Cowboys got to kind of focus on the Eagles, right? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week combo together. It is the fastest segment in all of radio. Good news for you. It's up next on The Fan.
Always
weight loss and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit them at truckwreck.com.
On the fake, Prescott little roll out, and it's intercepted by Sweat. Josh Sweat. Sweat is gonna score.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a shout-out Friday from the 469. Shout out to their beautiful wife, Stephanie, for keeping me grounded and loving me despite all of my flaws. Well done, Stephanie. And Corey, this was an interesting thing. I know it was at least partially based on a Pro Football Talk article about like,
it was Tom Telesco, the GM for the Chargers, the Rams,
the Chargers.
Yeah, the Chargers. Yeah, and that's what he was discussing.
Yeah, and so he was talking to ESPN, and he was like, "You want to balance it because obviously we need to take out the Chiefs, but you can't just like plan everything about your team around the Chiefs." And so I was kind of curious y'all's perspective about the Cowboys, or if you just want to talk about football in general. Is I get that the Cowboys, you want them to build a good roster, but do you think like this will help us beat the Eagles, or this will help us beat the 49ers, or this will help whoever your roadblock is in front of you?
Yeah, if you're in the AFC and you're thinking about getting to the Super Bowl, you got to figure out how to match up with the Chiefs. That's a fact. The other part of it, though, is like that's one of the things when it comes to building your team each year. You build your team and you look at your division as they're going along. The Cowboys would wait a lot of times in free agency and go, let's just wait and see what all the other teams do and see if we can match up against them, and maybe we'll end up being 8-8. You know, it was kind of but and because the idea of parity is a real thing in the NFL, although some of them are moving other directions. But Parcells was a big factor on you got to beat your division first because you play 6 games, 2 against each one of those opponents. So you got to figure out how to win. If you can win that, and Jason Garrett did a really good job of winning in the division for a long time. If you can do that, then you can focus on the next stage, and that is how to beat uncommon opponents. And then once you've learned how to master that the most, all right, now do we have everything we need to beat the thing that's in our way in the playoffs? And the Cowboys have to figure out, the Niners, the Bengals, and every other team in that conference has to figure out how to beat the Chiefs. For the Eagles, Kevin, this year's a different year for me with them.
Because they're not going to win the division.
I don't think they're going to be as good as they were last year. I don't think it's going to be as easy of a road for them either. They were really good defense, and they lost a lot of that defense this year.
And I think you bring up a good point, because I think I skipped a step last year. Because whether it was Hankins or the people in the draft, my immediate thought was not, this will help us win the division. My immediately thought was, this will help us beat San Francisco.
Right, yeah.
And then, well, not so much. And so part of me wants to go right back to how can we beat San Francisco? But you're right, is you're guaranteed to play Philly twice.
Yeah.
And you need to win your division to put you in a more advantageous situation for the playoffs.
And the other thing too, this might bring up an even larger topic for next week, Kevin. It seems like the trade deadline for the NFL should be so much bigger.
Yes.
Because of this.
I've got that.
You build your team, and then at trade deadline, you should be able to look at your team and say, all right, we're missing this. But because of the values of, they don't know how to figure it out.
Yeah.
They can't, there's no really great stuff happening. Hopefully it changes a little bit. But yes, you start building that way, but you can't just focus on, we got to beat the Eagles, because what if that team does something that the rest of the teams in the NFL aren't doing? And now you're like, well, can I even beat the rest of the teams first?
Or because of that's a great point, the wacky nature of the NFL. While you're focused on beating the Eagles, oh crap, Daniel Jones was good.
Yeah.
And now it's the Giants that you should have been focusing on all along.
And the term,
I don't think that.
The idea of focusing on yourself, this is part of it. You do focus on, am I good enough at all these spots? And can I grow throughout the season and get better at some other areas?
And sometimes that bothers me, Corey. I know this is more of a Garrett thing than anything, but we're going to do what we do, and we're not going to change our game plan. Great. Sometimes I'm sure that works out fine. Let's say you're going up against a team and you're a great running team. You are awesome at running the ball. This team, mediocre as hell. But that run defense is as elite as you can find. You know what the problem is? They got cornerbacks that shouldn't be in the NFL, and their pass defense absolutely sucks. And we're still like, well, we're going to impose our will. Sure. Or you could chuck the ball down the field against their god-awful pass defense and probably figure a way to make them pay. So
yes.
That is always the thing. Focus on what you do. I get that. But not at the expense of being aware of.
Yeah, you have to understand what the opponent's good at
now
and bad at.
Especially bad at sometimes. It is a shout out Friday from the 469. Shout out to my wife Amy, 16 years married today. From the 903, shout out to my son Trevor, got second in long jump and fourth in triple jump this morning at the area track meet. And Mike, you're gonna like this one.
Tell me,
or maybe it'll make you sad. From the 214. Shout out to my boy Shay, who just shot a 74 this morning. Best round in a while.
That's awesome.
70. What do you think is your peak golf ability in the next 3 years? What could you shoot?
58.
Oh,
at Stevens, because it's a shorter course, I've shot like a 78 before.
Whoa.
Maybe 75. 74. I believe that's at Stevens. That's 4 over par. Maybe 75, but I would need to practice a lot more.
Okay.
Practice.
You guys ready?
You're talking about practice?
I'm ready. Hey, she said list, okay?
List this.
In your face, Corey. We did it. You didn't.
She said list.
No.
List this.
I always thought this was Gavin Dawson for 100 years. I thut that was Gavin Dawson. All right, what's up, Alec?
It was Corey.
You learn something new every day. Hey, guys.
Like omnivore.
Did you not know? You really not know?
I forgot, okay?
Oh, man. Is that considered learning if you forgot something?
Man.
Dude, I forgot calculus and a lot of algebra.
These are the questions.
Because who even knows if you really knew something 10 hours ago?
What?
I already forgot all the hockey.
Play a clip!
My brain hurts. Mike, you said this?
Because if Dane Dunning is being successful in this situation, do I want to jerk him in and out of a rotation? Yeah, take him in and out of the rotation. That can mess with a person's success.
This is not what you said, though.
Yeah.
What are the, like... Nope.
I was good at it. I had like a general idea of what you might ask. I was good at it.
I just like how he was doing good in the rotation specifically.
You guys do make me think of things I say when I'm teaching kids pitching, and I'm like, your head's jerking off to the side. And then I'm like, I guess I shouldn't say that anymore, but I'm talking about your head not staying on line towards the target.
Or just say it's...
Do you ever look at the players to see if they like kind of chuckle?
No. They might know.
My kids are... Oh, my God.
All right, what's next?
This one sounds like Corey was playing GTA with that Tolo earlier.
Oh, no.
And I was like, what hose do I need?
That is probably going to be tough to beat for me, because I remember when you said that, I thought it was hilarious.
I was shopping for water hoses, and that's the question. But I guess when you say it out loud,
yep,
it's not spelled.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that could be a problem.
It can be a problem when you do what Mike wants to do.
Maybe it has to be a little bit of a light flow. It can't be the just immediate boom, I think this should be a fun challenge on how long we keep the hose in our mouth. This is a water hose challenge for hydration. We're raising money for hydration.
See, God. Even the first part was hilarious for a totally different reason.
We're raising money for hydration.
I asked for more specific.
I support it 100%.
He goes, people are thirsty and stuff.
There are. Listen, dude. Think about people that can't get water.
Yeah.
You have to go build a pipe system for them, and then put charcoal in there so it'll filter for them.
Mm-hmm.
But Mike's right. Raising money for water awareness. Love it.
Yeah.
I do think though, Mike.
All we have to do is stick a hose in our mouth and turn on the water and see what happens.
Have you asked your wife about this?
No, I forget most of the things I say here. I don't bring them back to the house, and she ain't listening.
Oh my gosh.
I take it home all the time.
She fell asleep.
And she's like,
she's probably asleep right now.
While doctoring?
No, I think I think Fridays are half days. Kevin will know better. He has a baby that
I want half days on Fridays. Can we get that? Let's negotiate that in.
Then we already have a half day.
We can take vacation anytime we want.
All right, I'll see you guys
Play the
later.
next clip.
I wish Mike would take this home. This is fun.
Boom! You know, like,
It does seem dangerous, Mike, to ask the Tolos to do videos of themselves trying to chug water out of a hose that's forcing water out of itself into your throat and down into your
you
stomach.
will take the hose out of your mouth once you feel uncomfortable.
Some people will be like,
What the hell, Mike? Jeez.
I don't know how to say it other than, oh no, water is maybe going into my
lungs.
Yeah, lungs, because you have the trachea and an esophagus. Those are
I'm
two,
shocked you know that.
Those are
I
the,
really am.
Those are the two
areas
things that go into your body. The one for food, the other for air. And if it goes in the wrong way, you got to take the hose out to make sure you don't drown your lungs.
Holy flipping goodness. What are you, RJ?
What are you going to do? You just going to keep it in your mouth?
And then what if water comes out of your
Stop that.
nose because it's funny?
The 214.
Clears your allergies.
Y'all's wives listen to this segment. I have told my wife numerous times, if she hears something on the show that bothers her or she doesn't like, to talk to me first before hopefully overreacting to it.
I will, if I think something super hilarious happened, I will play it for her. I'll be like, you have to hear this.
Like
And
Jim
then she looks
Ross
at me like I'm an idiot the whole time.
talking about Edge and Lita on that ladder.
I'll tell you what, that hose thing has a chance of winning.
Yeah, I think. 817. Man, y'all are going to get me fired driving with tears in my eyes.
Boom! You know, like.
The 214, you said nothing wrong, Mike.
Thank you.
All
I
right,
agree.
next.
Corey, do you want your wife hearing this one?
Text in
Ask your
877-881-1053
Don't ask your kids.
if you're
Do
a
it.
child, or if you want to ask your child if they know what the Mile High Club is.
Oh, my God.
Mile High Club's stupid for a large man.
I asked my
It's
wife
impossible.
if she thinks Brandon knows what the Mile High Club is, and she goes, "I don't think so."
Okay.
See?
Because the old, it's outdated terminology.
See, I don't even want to ask Avery. I'm afraid to ask him at this point because
Yeah.
I'm afraid he would just smile at me and then laugh and walk off. I'd be like, dang it, he knows.
Yeah.
But he's been on like 3 planes.
The first time I laughed at a joke and Brandon laughed at it too, and I was like, "Crap! Why is he laughing at that joke?"
What's really funny is when my Carter, not our Carter, but my Carter, will laugh at something, and I'm like, you don't have a clue what that means.
Yeah.
And then I can see it. Like, he's still young, and I like it.
From the 214 on-air Mike stories are the best. Back to you, Al.
No, 214 hose, all the same letters, so they are the same, Corey. So are they not the same?
I don't.
Same 4 letters.
Trust me.
There's no Mike, there's no apostrophe on either one of those.
Also, you go back to your significant other, you're going to get a lot more trouble for paying for money for that hose, from them hose, than that hose.
But it was only $25.
You know what I'm saying?
But when you say that,
what hoe are you getting for $25?
because if I say the majors, I have to put apostrophe S on it. So if you're saying hose as in multiple people,
Nope.
You don't. You just put HOS.
That's a possessive apostrophe. I
That's
do
right.
believe.
He's right.
I guess pimps get to put the apostrophe on.
Oh, they don't.
Yeah. If you're talking about a pimp's car, you can put S apostrophe.
Yes, but
You don't have to put S apostrophe
but the
S.
plural version of pimps is not.
Pimpses.
It's not. But it's not. You don't have to put an apostrophe up
You're
for
right.
the plural form.
You guys just don't get it. Next,
I don't get why you're so opinionated here, Mike.
pizza's full of crap. Pizza.
Is it because it's bad for you?
Yeah,
It's just full of crap, man.
it's not soda approved.
That is for sure.
It's so glorious.
I have another one from Mike that I didn't get to play last week because we had Rangers coming up. This one's too good.
And we're gonna hear. You know what? Stats don't define this player. Well, then what the hell does? Dwight Powell.
Oh my God.
What a pick setter.
Oh man.
When the breaking news comes out that he will be returning to the Mavericks this year,
I'm gonna just throw. It makes all the
You need
sense
to
in
go
the world.
live. We need to go live like we tried with the
He
Rangers
is going to be a
broadcast.
Maverick. I know this, and I know he's going to play next year because there's going to be a certain person who demands that he starts, and we're going to have to start him.
I'm going to vote for.
oh, are we done?
Now, Kevin, you didn't get enough love
Yeah,
today.
Kevin. Let's hear Kevin.
You didn't get enough love today. You actually said this earlier in the show.
I think that it was broken, and when I fiddle with it, it sometimes gets better.
All right.
See, did you hear the way Corey said that?
That's my vote right there.
Dang it.
Thank you very much, Alec, for being so quick on the pull there.
Which led to why I got fixed. I'm sorry. Are there more? Or
I could give one from Corey because if we want to even it out here,
he also G-Bag has to do a 5-hour show. They don't give a damn if our crosstalk is 2 minutes long. Oh yeah, that's right.
Fair. Corey also said this earlier today.
In 21, in the 4th round, they found Cox and Ball.
Come on.
Jabril Cox and Josh Ball. Those were successive picks, Kevin.
I feel like you dropped the first names for effect.
I said all last names on all the players.
Didn't you say some first names too, except for those guys?
Nobody can remember that.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm voting for my hose thing.
Mike's voting for his
because
hose.
it also raises awareness for water.
It really does. But also, because I'm also going to vote for that. Listen to the beginning of it, and I think it's hilarious for a totally different reason until we transition into the hose.
Maybe it has to be a little bit of a light flow. It can't be the just immediate boom, I think this should be a fun challenge on how long we keep the hose in our mouth.
Got them wings.
Water hose challenge.
All right.
I'm starting a trend. Do you get money off of that?
Hold on. Are you starting
You're
a charity
raising money
for
for
profit?
hydration? You're not getting paid to raise money for hydration.
Somebody came up with the ice bucket challenge.
And you think they made lots and lots of money?
I don't know. I'm asking. It's a question. God, I thought there was no such thing as wrong questions.
Good point.
You didn't even say that right.
Any money you raise has to go to the...
See? I can never win with Kevin.
You have to give the money to the hydration
at the end of this day.
Cause. Oh, my God.
Corey, did you say you vote for me fiddling with it?
Now I vote for you spanking Mike.
I didn't do that.
Not yet.
Oh my gosh. Alec,
it's 156 where I get my spanking from you.
I want to thank everyone who listens. It is our really good ratings that allow for this sort of nonsense and shenanigans. The second they dip, they're going to kick our ass out.
Evil, yes, that's a fact.
It doesn't matter.
Alec. Mike. Alec, do you have a vote?
I love all of these, but Kevin, you really took the cake here.
I think that it was broken, and when I fiddle with it, it sometimes gets better.
All right. That's a 2-2
All right.
tie.
Do you vote for me saying fiddle with it, or do you vote for Mike with the wings and all the hose? 877-881-1053. We will decide a winner. Plus, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next right here on The Fan.
All right, Tolos, if you've missed out on taking advantage of all the savings during Ram Truck Month on the purchase of your brand new Ram, then here is your second chance. Owner Stephen Gilchrist and General Manager Mike Brown are bringing back
Is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet looks at the road ahead and says, Texas, let's ride. They're doing their part with deep discounts on their full lineup. Unprecedented savings make now the best time to buy. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 817. Shout-out to Tolo Ted for quitting smoking for the last 3 months. They just cold turkey quit smoking. And this one is amazing from the 214. Months ago, you guys wrote him a shout-out to science for IVF finally taking hold after 2 miscarriages. Today, I'm sitting here with our 2.5-week-old daughter listening to y'all so Mom can have a break. Shout-out to new Tolo Lily. And
Beautiful.
then that is beautiful.
I'm allergic to lilies.
Probably not the kid, though, right? Or do you think that kind of carries
I
over?
think it carries over.
Interesting. So, like, if when I lose my voice, I have to go home because I'm hoarse, and that might impact your allergy.
Yeah, because I'm deathly
Makes a lot
allergic
of
to
sense.
horses. Thank you.
And then shout out to Steve Sudsy Sumner. That is the Stars equipment manager. They interviewed him on ESPN TV. He looked like he wanted no part of that interview. He's been with the Stars for 22 years. He's retiring at the end of the season. Hopefully, he's still got 4 more rounds to go. Right now,
Did you do a podcast with the Hockey Hawk, Spits and Suds?
That is a different
Sudsy.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
Right now, courtesy
Nice job, Steve.
of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Thank
Happy
you for
Friday.
asking. Indeed. And for all the people asking, Mike was victorious.
Good job,
in
Mike.
The voting for his thoughts about
Hydration.
Hydration. That is a
water hose challenge.
Yeah.
I liked your Dwight
good
Powell
broadcast.
thoughts too, though.
Don't you
I
want to
appreciate
like? I know we don't really do this anymore, but don't you
Shaking
wish
his head.
you could
He's
get
gonna be here
beeped
forever.
with Mike's location when they announced the re-signing of Dwight Powell, so you could just be transported right there?
I want a heat map and see how that
Yes.
area
There's
just
no
immediately
way
gets hotter.
in the world that
danger
another
zone.
team thinks of Dwight Powell the way the Mavericks think of Dwight Powell.
Well, I don't know. Did I read an article or see a headline that it would be league minimum? League minimum for Dwight Powell. I like that because now
I accept,
he's like your
yeah.
4th or 5th big man, and you're not using any cap
Luka's gonna
space.
say, I like him. I want him on the court. And then they're
Yeah, but they knew at the start of the season this guy can't play. They just ended up with people that they, didn't like in those positions. They need another shot at finding better big men.
Right, because they initially thought he was going to be their 3rd or 4th option.
Yeah.
When you trade for
He
Christian
didn't play
Wood,
opening night, did he?
JaVale
No,
McGee.
he didn't play for like the first 2 or 3
Christian
games.
Wood played his tail off opening night.
And that's
I'll
what
never
led
forget
to,
it.
Boom.
Do you remember our discussion? You said, how many minutes will he average this season? And I said,
40.
I know. I said at
unfortunately.
least like 12 to 15. And you said, I'm hoping maybe 6 because he's going to have a lot of DNPs. Well, unfortunately, that pendulum swung. And did you see $750,000 fine for the Mavs for the nonsense they rolled out against Chicago and probably San Antonio?
I did see that. I think Mark Cuban likes it, because every time they tank, he gets fined for bragging about it. I think he's just so excited about being a tanker. He's like, that's right. We're doing the shark thing, baby. Going for the gold.
Just put it on my tab.
Yeah. Just $750
Put it on
grand
my
to
tab.
tell the world that
Let's
he
go.
tanked and he was brash about it. He
Yeah.
loves that.
Sometimes I wish they understood tanking better or even organic tanking, and then you wouldn't have had to gotten fined.
Yeah, what is organic tanking,
Yeah,
Kevin?
okay.
It's just a little bit more expensive.
Or
No,
organically
that is a
tank,
great
but
point.
organically tank, and then also tell people get the fine so it satisfies that part that Cubes likes.
The gluten-free tanking, too.
Non-GMO. The good oils.
Yeah, I'm definitely your go-to person on that. Like, but yeah, that's why I wish we still would have used more green, more hardy, even after the trade for Kyrie.
Leafy
I wish-
greens.
Yes, I
Over the
wish
table.
we would have found
Hardy
more
meals.
organic ways to use Mr. Leafy Green.
Yes, I do too, man. I think he might still be a couple of years away, but he and Hardy, that gives you a good, at least solid role player, maybe role player plus. Maybe there's an all-star game or two in there for one of those gentlemen if they have a great year.
Yeah.
Mavs win a lot.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I think there's enough to be excited about, but this is huge. If Jason Kidd and Nico are going to be involved in it, this is a huge next, 6 to 9 months.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what is your confidence level in the Stars heading into the playoffs?
Ooh, 10. Choppy guaranteed it like a few days ago, and I've just been on that
Guaranteed like a
train.
run to the cup?
A cup run, yeah.
Okay.
He said they're the best in the West, and they're going to get slaughtered by the Bruins. But he says everybody's going to get slaughtered by the Bruins.
We'll see if the Bruins make it.
Yeah, because you think about the fake undefeated Patriots and the 73-9 Warriors, they didn't win their championship.
We've seen this happen in the NHL, where you get the team that just runs away in the regular season and there's a big upset, maybe even in the first round. I don't think that'll happen to Boston, but I could see them maybe getting knocked out by a team in the East at some point. But I'm at a solid 8. I mean, I think the Stars are one of the top teams in the West, if not the best team in the West. They're playing their best hockey at the right time. They got a great blend of veteran leadership and youth as well. Speed is better. And you have Jake Ottinger, who, I mean, we talked with Mike Heika. He thinks he is the best goaltender in the conference. And whenever you have that, you have a legit opportunity to go win a Stanley Cup. Not just get there, but win it.
Yeah, and you have the best top line in terms of 5-on-5 scoring in the NHL. I'm with you. 1 to 10, what's your Stars' confidence?
9.8.
Oh, love to hear it.
Only some bad luck can deter them.
I like that. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. We will have Jim Nill audio at 4 o'clock, I believe. Mike Martz audio at 5, what he thinks Mike McCarthy's going to do to this offense. I thought he was great this morning with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And speaking of Bobby's, we'll have Bobby Marks, NBA front office insider, with us at 3 o'clock.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Boom,
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The long national nightmare in the nation's capital is over. Well, almost. Dan Snyder reaching a preliminary agreement to sell the team. Bottom line is, this guy had to go. Horrible owner, worst person. Congrats, Commander fan. Free at last. I'm Jim Rome.
Shop Spring Black Friday savings at the Home Depot to get your kitchen clicking. With top brand appliances from Frigidaire, like a new refrigerator with sealed crisper drawers to keep your produce fresher longer. Or a dishwasher with its unique blade spray arm for better water coverage that reaches every corner. Plus, with convenient shopping in-store and online at the Home Depot, your innovative new appliances are just a click away, too. Save up to $500 on select Frigidaire kitchen appliances during Spring Black Friday at the Home Depot.
I'm Scott Trout, attorney and CEO of the domestic litigation firm Cordell & Cordell. We help men deal with the life changes triggered by divorce, such as child custody and property division, among many others. But life changes also occur after divorce. These changes can make parts of your existing court order irrelevant. If you feel a modification to your court orders might be necessary, talk to us at Cordell & Cordell. We're a partner men can count on.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's Dallas-Fort Worth area attorneys. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and St. Louis. CordellCordell.com.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Nate Newton here with my boy, super lawyer, Josh Alexander from J. Alexander Law. Being a 3-time world champion, I know what it takes to win the big game. When you're in a wreck, there's no case too big or small for J. Alexander's team. They can tackle it all.
Nate, I couldn't have said it better myself. We have the experience and resolve to get our clients the compensation they deserve. We fight hard for them all.
Call 972-534-8888. Visit SevereInjuryLawyers.com, Dallas, Texas.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
If you're 65 years or older, or will soon turn 65, look to a Medicare plan that cares back. From Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas. Get the right plan now for all your big plans ahead. Go to bcbstx.com/Medicare. Over 90 years here in Texas, you have a partner committed to you, providing the peace of mind you deserve and the comfort of always having someone to trust. You've been waiting for retirement. That means a trusted Medicare plan from Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Texas is here waiting for you, ready to provide security for your journeys ahead. So if you're 65 years or older, new to Medicare, retiring, or have lost your health coverage, visit bcbstx.com/Medicare and get the guidance you need for your coverage options. Now is the time to go with experience, go with confidence, and go with the benefit of Blue. Through it all. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
I was driving. The next thing I know, someone smashed into the back of me. They had to use the jaws of life to get me out of my car.
She called Frankel and Frankel.
They helped me get into doctors that I couldn't afford. They took care of everything.
Frankel and Frankel. Don't settle for less. Visit them at truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com. truckwreck.com.
Frankel and Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Hey Tolos, RJ Choppy here for the best Ford dealership on the east side of the Metroplex. In Terrell, it's Platinum Ford. Owner Stephen Gilchrist, GM Adam Vinci. They're both Tolos, taking care of the Tolos each and every day when it comes to the purchase of your brand new Ford truck or SUV. Adam's got everything from Super Duties on the ground to full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. All you need to do is get over to Terrell to see him right between I-20 and Highway 80. You can start the process online at PlatinumFord.com and drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Tolo, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 1, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running. General at your service at ease. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. We're set for 4.5 hours of flawless radio broadcasting. Well, at least flawless radio production. I don't know about the broadcasting, to be honest with you.
It's fair.
Some of these segments, I don't know what happens. Chuck.
It's usually our fault over here, and I appreciate you just going with the flow a lot of the time.
I do my best. There is Chuck, and you do have Chiafalo as well. Brian Broaddus is out today. He's taking care of some errands. Sometimes you just got to take a weekday off and just handle a bunch of stuff.
Oh, a get crap done day, man. You need a good get crap done day once every probably 3 to 6 months. Broaddus has been putting this thing off for, I would say, maybe a solid 12-er.
Yeah, a long time. I think that he's probably got the shivers right now. He's got like that anxiety of, oh my gosh, the show's starting and I'm not there.
Oh yeah,
that dude does not take time off.
He's got hives. He's scratching.
He's a workaholic. He's definitely going through withdrawals right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can't imagine how long that list of stuff he's got to do is. A guy that works 7 days a week. It must be massive. So Godspeed to him, and he'll be back on Monday.
He's going to manage to watch tape while running all of these errands at the same time.
Sure.
He's not going to get behind on the film.
No way. We do have that draft coming up. We're 2 weeks from night 2, and you know what? The Friday of the draft might be the best because you have round 1 in the rear view mirror, and you can analyze all that and look forward to who might be falling to you in round 2. It's going to be a great show 2 weeks from today, and of course the draft will be underway 2 weeks from last night. Top story though right now, and it's the top story nationwide. The Mavs have been the top headline a lot of times since they acquired Kyrie Irving. It just puts a big old spotlight on them. And Mark Cuban and the Mavs have been fined $750,000 for tanking again. Conduct detrimental to the league. Might be a little Jason Kidd's fault. Before the game, Coach Kidd cited an organizational decision, attributing it to Mark Cuban and Nico, and the league determined the Mavs violated the player resting policy and demonstrated through actions and public statements the organization's desire to lose the game in order to improve the chances. So I think that's the difference. It's how brash they are talking about it.
Right.
And it was Mark Cuban previously in recent years. Like in 2018, Cuban was fined $600K for publicly admitting the Mavs were tanking. saying on the Julius Erving podcast that he had taken the team's veteran players to dinner and explained to them losing is our best option. And he admitted that Dallas tanked in 17, saying that season on the Dan Patrick Show that the Mavs did everything possible to lose games once they were eliminated from the playoffs. So I guess you that's saying the quiet part out loud. I guess in the NBA will hit you for some stacks if you do that.
I guess it's probably when they say Christian Wood out due to rest, and they're just being so open and obvious about it. The NBA is like, guys, come on. Can you at least do what Utah did and just make it seem like you're somewhat trying instead of just, nope, Kyrie out, Luka, yeah, we're going to play him the first quarter because we have to. It's Slovenian night, right? Let's have him out there, and then you're sitting the rest of the game. The Mavericks just gave zero bleeps, and they made it so obvious that I guess the NBA felt we've got to go ahead and find them, even though it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
come on.
Coach was talking about it into the microphone, but I do love the warm meal idea, like because Luka was hell-bent on playing this thing out on Wednesday, but he probably got that Thursday night offer to a kick-ass dinner, put it on the man. That man is Mark. He woke up Friday saying, you know what, we can go ahead and punt on this season. That's fine.
Man, there were some awful suspicious misses in the last couple 2-3 games, wasn't there?
Absolutely.
Like how these games ended, you're like, man, I wonder if that's what like a $10,000 bottle of wine will get you. You're Mark Cuban. You're like, take a look at that menu. Is there anything you've been curious about your entire life? Have you ever had a $500 shot of whiskey?
No. That sounds lovely.
That's going to get us going, man.
I certainly would hate it if you overindulge and throw air balls at the rim in a 1-point game tomorrow night.
Would hate for you to be in a bit of a food coma tomorrow.
Yeah, don't worry, Luka. We'll go get you the Luka from Nick and Sam's. Nice 77 ounces of prime meat.
Just as an appetizer.
What's the bet payoff today, asks the 432. Do we have one that we could pull off, that I could pull off?
Yeah, I got a flaming hot gummy about 20 feet away.
That's not happening.
No.
Lil Nitro is not in my future.
That thing's in the clip, bro.
Lil Nitro is going to go to some young guy who brags about how spicy food doesn't bother him. He's like, oh, yeah, I like 5 when you go to the Thai food. And, he'll need a bet payoff challenge, and Lil Nitro will humble his ass. That's what that bear will do. I can't even handle 3. At Thai food or the Nashville hot chicken sandwich. I can't go to 3.
You.
Yeah.
2 is kind of my home.
Yeah.
It's
so I like spicy food.
I do too, but when it's just like painful,
you
just got the mouth pains.
That's just pure pain. I don't know. We might be able to doctor something up and see what we could do to make you miserable over the next 4+ hours.
There was some kind of singing one where you had to sing during
I could see myself singing today. Or we could bank it. We'll take a look at that list here pretty soon. Dawson, not today, but there needs to be a bet payoff where someone has to legally change their middle name and Tolos get to vote on what the new one is.
Oh, gosh.
Wow, the middle name bet. That sounds crazy. Okay, just
the pain in the rear end of it all of having to change your name would be the worst.
That would be a nice said I did, but I didn't.
214 says, hey, I just met Tyler Smith at a tire shop. Super nice guy, and what a beast. Yeah, he is a mountain of a man, and that is why he'll be amazing in whatever offensive line position that he plays. Plus, he's an amazing guy, and hopefully we can get him on the show here coming up this summer or in training camp. It's always good when you have a hometown guy as well. He's another one of those hometown heroes. We have so many in North Texas.
Wouldn't you think first-round money provides you the opportunity to have a tire guy? So you're not the guy sitting at the discount, or is that second contract?
I think maybe you like going shopping for him.
Okay.
You're like you want to go to that little computer monitor where they can plug in the different rims and tires on your vehicle, or maybe you like the guys, but that's kind of like a guy's toy shop.
Okay.
When you go into that tire shop, I think.
Yeah. No, that's fair. I've only been in the tire shop out of just desperation. It's never been of like frivolous
What's the
shopping.
Used tire I can get, please?
I
have to have 4 of them now. F. This is awful because it's never just one.
Wait, you're giving me a deal and it's still $700?
Yeah, fantastic. Awesome. Sign me up for that one. That looks good. Those have great tread on the tires, but it might be the second contract when now you have bleep you money. The first one you might still be trying to cut corners because now you've got the rookie wage scale. He was taken to the bottom of the first round. He might be not making as much as you think. Still great money.
Yeah. The 405 says Tyler's off-seeson workout might be moving the tires.
Oh, there you go. He's flipping those tires.
Yeah, he does. Well, he doesn't. You don't need a ladder if you got Tyler Smith there. He'll grab the whole set and bring him out to the garage for you. Okay, a bet payoff for Brada should be him talking about his relationship with Mike Fisher and spilling all the tea. I think he did that.
Yeah, he did.
I think he did that without a bet payoff a while back.
There's a podcast somewhere of that. about maybe 2 months ago.
Yeah, you just get Brian rambling.
Wow.
He'll spill all
Well,
the tea.
I mean, we podcast every segment, so that one's on the interwebs somewhere.
You might be able to find that on YouTube if you search for it. We do have the biggest baseball series since 2016 jumping off tonight in Houston, Texas. Round 1 of the Rangers-Astros Silver Boot for 2023. They're a great team, but at some point they're going to lose, one player too many. Greinke and Verlander no longer there. Are they going to cross the tipping point this year? Are the Rangers going to pass them this year? I don't know. But a great story in the morning news. Some Rangers players that have been around a couple of years reliving some of the worst moments and giving up leads against the Astros and losing in incredible ways. I think, what is it? Rangers have won 5 of the last 32. So it's like
bad.
They've had like a win every other series against the Astros over the last 2 years. And the last time they played, the Astros won on a walk-off wild pitch from Jonathan Hernandez.
Oh, the aggravation there. How about that guy's stuff, though, huh, Walchuk?
No, Jonathan Hernandez has the stuff. I love Nathaniel Lowe and his quotes in the morning news article today. And they wrote, don't let Nathaniel Lowe get started. Once he starts, it's like a bowl of chips and guac. He can't stop going back for more. The only difference here, this caused a lot more indigestion when he's actually eating the chips and guac, but he hit that dinger the other night, the only Rangers run. Hopefully that carries over. But in regards to this matchup, he said, well, it hasn't really been much of a matchup. We're kind of out of the games by the third inning, so it's going to be cool to know that we have a chance to win, and they certainly do with their ace, Martin Perez. If they were ever getting dubs in the previous, at least last year against the Astros, probably because Martin was on the bump.
Did you just call Martin Perez an ace?
Last year he was.
He did.
Right on. I like the sound of that.
I think we got 3 aces, man, and 1 in the hole. His name's Andrew Heaney. He's a record breaker.
Oh, yeah, and we'll have Heaney on Sunday night.
The cool thing is you got Perez, Gray, Heaney. You don't even have to have DeGrom out there to be like, okay, we're going to have a great shot. And Morning News looked at some of the pitchers that have started games against the Astros over the last 2 years. Glenn Otto started 4 of them. Taylor Hearn and Jordan Lyles started 3 of them. Fulte, remember Fulte?
Oh, Fultonevich.
Colby Allard, Ari Hara, Wes Benjamin. Tyson Miller. These are the players that we had starting against the Astros.
That's almost as funny as going through the St. Louis Maroons last night from 1884. Those names just sound ridiculous.
Unreal.
Yeah, so now it's actual big leaguers, and they have a few less, legends in their rotation. Salute to the Dallas Stars for taking care of business once again, 1-0 in the finale. A delighted home crowd at the home barn last night. Another goal for Wyatt Johnston, the 19-year-old. He's just had a great finish to the season of what's been amazing for him already. So they end the season with a shutout and on a 6-game winning streak. They've been scoring lots of goals, 47, 21, and 14. Just a great season. And they're hopeful Nashville can beat Colorado tonight and give the Stars the division. But I was looking at the standings. I don't know if Nashville has anything to play for and how that's all going to get sorted out. Colorado took care of business last night as well, but I know people will be watching.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the hope is maybe it goes to overtime and Nashville wins, so Colorado only gets a point because the Stars have the tiebreaker over Colorado. So that's kind of their best chance there. But you're right, Nashville doesn't have much to play for, and Colorado has everything to play for in terms of standings. But it's incredible. Otter with another shutout, 25 saves. And we got the schedule out for next week. Monday will be Game 1. Game 2 will be Wednesday, which means you can come out to Baby Dolls and party with me and Brian Broaddus next Wednesday, 7 to 9, and watch the Dallas Stars Game 2 playoff game.
We crustify Baby Dolls Wednesday, April 18th.
Oh, man.
Fantastic.
I can't wait to see Brian sitting there with me and just watch his reaction to everything. But it's going to be fun. We'll have a lot of Tolos come up, talk draft with us. It'll be a blast.
Is he really going to wear his 17 inches shirt?
I asked him to.
We'll see if
he follows through. And he should bring the Super Bowl ring because that's going to get him some massive tail.
Yeah. You're going to bring your ring. He'll bring his. It'll be incredible.
Different rings.
Dallas Stars, I think my favorite performance of the night, though, was whoever runs their social media account because they said, have a great summer. And the picture was a golf bag with clubs in it. And it was a St. Louis Blues golf bag. So that was pretty special on the Stars social media account.
Ooh.
I like that.
Okay, the 817 says, my brother back there in the Pimp Cup gets to decide what edible the general has to eat during the show. Wow, that is aggressive. Truckwreck.com fan text. I don't even know if there's any edible on the premises to, give a selection.
We could probably get some CBD gummies.
You might be surprised, General.
You might be surprised.
Check Eric's
Friday, bro. That's a good point.
It's a Darty Friday.
You know what? It is a Darty Friday. I might be willing to go through with that if we could get approval from the bosses and everything. But I don't know. It might be a really weird end of the show. Might have to let one of you boys take over.
Business is going to turn into pleasure real quick from a payoff standpoint.
Every
My
day,
gosh.
And then maybe to pain, depending on how some of those things can go. Anyway, remember that one time Lucius had the one? What was that? They
got bit by the Noid?
The situation where you got some gas station CBD or something and it had something weird in it and it almost made you sick, like you were hallucinating back there.
Spearmint rhino stuff?
Remember that? You never know what's in some of these
Yeah,
gummies.
man, I had a truck on through. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you did.
That was a tough LA live.
Yeah, you were soldiering. You were
tough, bro.
Getting it done that night.
And I had a fake beer. It was just sitting together with the lights in here at the same time.
That's right.
It was psychedelic as hell, fam.
Yeah, that was highly entertaining. So maybe that is a payoff we should be pushing more for.
Self-inflicted gators right there, man. My God.
Okay, anyway, we can get Dawson to beer bong 4 to 5 Diet Cokes. I'd give it a shot. It's gonna end up foaming, and I'll be probably spitting out. It would get very messy. I don't know if that'd be a good appropriate in studio bet payoff. Maybe if we were outside or something like that. Okay, thanks for the suggestions. The truckwreck.com fan text is open for you at 877-881-1053. Take an edible and drive home, General. Better call the Frankels again. Of course I'd get a ride, and who knows, maybe it would be a CBD that was selected and I would just be extra relaxed.
Very relaxed.
No psychoactive elements in play, that shaman product. Okay. FC Dallas hosting Real Salt Lake. Story today from the Morning News. FC Dallas playing to pretty much sell out crowds so far. The reason being they're playing a more exciting style of soccer than they have in recent years, and they kind of have the players that could bring home a championship, so FC Dallas fans are more excited than in years past. And the coaches are telling them, put on a show for the fans because they're getting out there. And I was surprised when I went to a game a couple of weeks ago. I'll probably go tomorrow night as well, just that it was at capacity. There was nowhere in your row to go to get an extra leg room. And there's benefits to that. I think the atmosphere was just outstanding. And Real Salt Lake has conceded the second most goals in the league so far and is in 10th place in the West. FC Dallas currently 4th in the West, so hopefully they put on a show tomorrow night.
Let's go, FC Dallas. Ooh, This is a good one. I think that you would vomit, but the 214 said have the General eat a peanut butter and mayo sandwich.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that.
That sounds gross.
I think I'm going to turn down that.
Rather do gummy roulette.
Yeah, I would.
Which one's the real one?
We got to run, Nation. Everything to know about your Texas Rangers coming up in 5 minutes. Then the G bag of the day here on 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star.
Nation here on the Fan. Wolchuk has your Ranger stuff here in 2 seconds. Segment's brought to you by Window Nation. Go to windownation.com, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel, and Frankel consultations always free at truckwreck.com. Here's the Wooly Bully with that Ranger stuff.
Well, we had yesterday Taylor Hearn get optioned to AAA Round Rock after consecutive poor outings. He's got over a 10 ERA through 7 innings of work this year. I'm sure there'll be additional moves that will be made in the afternoon here prior to the Rangers start against the Astros tonight, 6:30 pregame with Mike Peasley. And then, of course, Hicksy and Jared will have the call for you a little after 7 o'clock. It'll be Luis Garcia starting for Houston, Martin Perez getting the ball for the Rangers. But it's a bummer for Taylor because we've seen him now in a variety of different roles as a starter, go to the bullpen, and he did a really good job a couple of years ago, ended up being the opening day starter at home last year. But this is one where he's getting sent back down. I'm sure that he'll get called back up at some point, but it's just one of those with Taylor where eventually you might run out of opportunities.
Well, he's got a lot of friends and fans around here because he's a local guy and he's a friend of the station. So I know a lot of people are pulling for him. But I think, he's a guy that's run hot and cold. And, the good news is now you're not depending on a guy like Taylor Hearn to go out there a bunch. So he can go get everything reorganized to where he can be effective. You can bring him back up and, he'll have some success for you, I'm sure.
Good old-fashioned blessing in disguise, Chuck.
Yeah, I hope so because, like you said, we love Taylor. He's a great guy, comes to a lot of our station events from Royce City. So, the Metroplex does certainly root for him. But we'll have to see how he does at AAA Round Rock. Hopefully that's just, he goes down there, gets the command and everything fixed up, comes back up. Options to be recalled: Josh Spores, Joe Barlow, our guy. He's been at Round Rock. You also have John King and Yeri Rodriguez are the guys that I think you might get. And Spores is probably the most likely, but I'm pulling for Joe Barlow.
Nothing against Josh Spores. It's just his when I see or hear his name, it gives me anxiety. Mm-hmm. The SBORZ is just. Ooh, if he plays well, I'll be excited for him. Just the name is it's a weird one for my earballs.
Yeah, you can't bet on that one. It's like it's the Sbarro pizza, right? Isn't it the SB? Sbarro? That's the only other SB that I'm familiar with. That where a word starts with letters S and B. Yeah, now, that pizza is actually respectable.
It is.
Sbarro's not bad
at all.
It's
a good mall pizza.
It's a damn good mall pizza,
and but not bad.
They talk about it in New York like it's the bomb. I wonder if the New York version of Sbarro, where you're just walking down some random city street in New York and boom, there it is. Here we only get it in the mall food courts. I like it in the mall food courts, but they talk about it in New York like it's the best pizza ever, and I wonder if our Sbarro tastes the same as New York's Sbarro.
It's a good question because I know Louisiana's Popeyes is better than ours.
100%. That's been proven time and time again. Just like
question.
Texas Whataburger is better than any else, and In-N-Out here doesn't taste quite the same as when your toes are dipped in the Pacific.
Okay, well, that's something I'm going to have to dabble in and try, but we also had this story. Not something I think we considered when it came to the pitch clock. But you don't have as much time for socializing anymore between the bases. Like Nathaniel Lowe at first, he's famous for chatting it up with whoever ends up getting on base or vice versa. If he gets on base and he's talking with the first baseman, you get in the box, you're talking with the catcher, or talking with the ump.
Or for Nate Lowe, if a guy sits down next to him on the couch in the clubhouse, he's just going to start talking to him.
So he said actually that's the time where you're going to need to go ahead and do that is before the game. Like there was a bunch of MLB players that were polled what's going on when it comes to the pitch clock, and we don't have as much time for small talk. And Nathaniel Lowe has told us about this. Like one of the umps, it was Joe West. He famously told them, hey, go up, make sure you know the umpire's first name, and get a little conversation. And Lowe said it's guidance that I took to heart. It's guidance now, though, that's hard to follow. It feels like I'm more worried about, am I facing the pitcher with 14, 12 seconds? Should I have my foot on the gas? I think the pitch clock definitely takes away from the social aspect of it. But then you have somebody else like Dominic Smith of the Nationals who says, I'm just trying to kick people's butts.
Yeah.
I don't really talk as much.
If you're a non-small talk guy, this is a blessing. If you're a small talk guy, it's like, wow, I'm just not connecting with people at the job anymore like I used to.
What's going on?
Feels like you're working from home a little bit.
Yeah,
you want to get back in the office.
I'm an all business kind of guy though, so I would love this, and I think the fans like it too. We're not here to watch you socialize.
Yeah, but everybody
Let's get on
loves
with the game, guys.
everybody loves the water cooler at work, man, and that's his version of the work water cooler.
Yeah, like this is something that only affects the players. The fans don't care about this. Overall, the product I think has been great. The times are down 30 minutes. It's moving along. You don't have that dead time where people are just spitting and looking up at the sky and down at their cleats, and the game's moving.
Yeah.
And that's what we want. We got more balls in play. But I did think this was an interesting aspect of like, man, we didn't even go ahead and think of this, but you got Dave Roberts who's talking about it. Some guys are having a little bit of a harder time with it. I think the salutations and stuff like that have to be more minimized. So what they're doing now is they're getting together for pregame. They're getting together for breakfast or lunch the next day. And that's how it should be. If you got friends on the other team, set aside a time to go out and hang out with them. We don't need to have your reunions on the diamond anymore.
I mean, it's like football and basketball. You can chat up for maybe 5-10 minutes after the game before you head in the locker room, something like that. But I just love what baseball has become now. It sounds better on the radio. It watches better on TV, and there's a great urgency now to the whole game instead of just standing around, watch guys stand around. They really got a leisurely pace going, like they were playing a damn round of golf.
Yeah,
that was the pace of baseball.
It was disrespectful, really, to everyone else's time.
Damn
it's like
right.
watch us pee away your time.
Watch us schmooze with each other.
And now, not only is the pace of play 30 minutes faster, but batting average is up from 230 to 250. Runs per game are up from 8 last year to almost 9.5 this year. Stolen base success rate goes from 74% last year to 80% this year. So it's quicker games with more hits, runs, and stolen bases. I mean, come on. What more could you ask for?
Absolutely.
I guess just a little bit of small talk.
Just a little small talk for the players. Last thing here, this was pretty cool. You had local product, Bobby Witt Jr., one of the best young players in all of professional baseball, local kid from Colleyville Heritage, and his dad, former Ranger, Bobby Witt Sr., was in attendance to watch him. And in the 9th inning, Jose Leclerc ended up throwing a pitch that Witt Jr. fouled out into kind of the sweet area. And who caught it? None other than Bobby Witt Sr. catching a foul ball from his son. I just thought that was a pretty neat story.
It was. Yeah, I don't think they know if it's ever happened before that moment in time. Eric on at Gavin Dawson Twitter says we have great pizza in the Northeast, and it's not Sbarro's.
Okay, that's good, because I was going to be concerned about New York pizza. I've never been to New York, never tried their pizza. I can't wait. It's a bucket list eating item for me for sure. But if they were going to go all in with Sbarro, I'd be like,
I've never heard that. I didn't know that they had.
It's pretty good pizza. It's pretty good.
They've got so many places that you can get pizza there in New York.
They do. It's time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pin Cup we go for Lucius.
Yeah!
Happy Friday.
That's weed. Yeah. How's everybody doing on a Friday?
Amazing.
So yeah, like $2.50, random slice of pizza in New York about 3 o'clock in the morning. 3 o'clock in the morning. Fire!
Yeah.
Straight fire!
It is.
Random spot.
Yeah. There's a flavor to it. They just make it a little bit different.
Yeah. It's competitive market.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you can't play. If you got good pizza over here, somebody else got good pizza over there.
Yeah.
If you're selling pizza at 3 o'clock in the morning, clubs get. You know what? The pizza could have been trash though.
You got to bring your A game.
Could have been trash because it's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, that's true.
But iron sharpens iron, there, Lucius. Yeah. That's a great point.
You boys wasted.
You can find good pizza in DFW. You just got to have your spot.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's great pizza out here, man. Shout out to Cedar Hill. What is that joint up downtown Cedar Hill? Oh my God, I can't remember the name right now because you caught me off guard on a Friday. I was gassed on Thursday, but here I am.
Ready for that 4-day work week myself.
Is it Moe's? Is it Zio Al's?
Something downtown.
I'm trying to save you, man. I'm trying to save you.
It sounds like a family name. All right, let's see. RJ and Choppy Show. RJ had a question. This is our G bag of the day winner. What's this, day 2 for this cat?
That's
day
right.
2.
Sir.
There's an app that has been developed that AI can write your essays and your papers for
Chat
you.
GPT.
What?
Chat GPT.
Chat GPT?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
It's everywhere?
Yeah, it dead serious is.
So I was like, how do you prove like plagiarism on that? And Amanda was like, No, what you got to do now is make them actually like give it
orally.
Thank you.
You got to give it orally.
You knew. That's what my wife said.
Yeah.
And I was like,
wow.
I was like, that's what. Hey. Of all the lines we've gone
Did
to,
she say it out loud?
we've gone towards a lot of lines today, and you may have just gone the closest. You were going the closest. All right, I think she's driving back home. So anyway, I lost my train of thought.
AI and Chat GPT.
So we were like, you got to give it orally.
Yeah, there we go. You
We
gotta
have
give it
to
orally.
presentations these
You do.
days.
We've
You gotta prove
exhausted all other options, and
You
this
want to
is
keep it around, you got to give it orally.
That's right.
You got to prove you got that knowledge, you know.
Shout out to Sam's Pizza. Yeah. They call it Superhead.
What's that brain looking like?
Bam. Ooh. How many times you guys see the movie Scarface?
Ooh,
3.
not enough.
Three times?
Yeah, probably.
Man. Bro, when I first seen Scarface, I probably seen it 3 times that week.
That's a great movie. It is amazing.
It was an amazing movie to me. It's bad, but it's really, really good at the same time.
Yeah. Pacino's the man, right?
Oh my God, he's so great, man.
Yeah. Young Pacino's just a great TV.
All right, let's see.
You want to play rough?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, I didn't even edit that down. Oh, we'll just go to this one. I wanted to play this one yesterday, but I didn't get to it, so it doesn't count. But I'm just gonna play it anyway. There's some threats in the church house. There's some threats in the church house.
Whoever said God ain't real, I'ma smack him.
Yeah.
I'ma smack him.
I'ma smack him. I'ma give him a good smacking.
That chicken fried accent, right?
Yeah. I don't know what that means.
That's what Randy Galloway called it.
Oh, does he say?
Yeah. Yeah. He and Grego, it's just it's all fried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoever said God ain't real, I'ma smack him.
That's like all your S's or SH's.
That chicken fried. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Okay, so I played Michael K earlier this week because he went in on it was the Yankees bat boy.
Yep.
But it's really the Guardians bat boy, right?
Yes.
All right, they call him Joe Dirt out there.
Among other things.
Among other things. Yeah, Michael K has some response to the people that got mad at him for even having words for the bat boy.
So funny, like, people on Twitter, old man K giving this kid smoke. I'm not giving anybody smoke.
Jeez. That, the smoke part, that's why I listen to like most of the sports stuff with the volume down. All that,
I don't blame you.
Yeah, all that fake
I'm not
capping.
giving anybody smoke.
All that fake capping. He don't know nothing about Nardo. He don't know about drill music.
I don't know what smoke
Come on,
is.
man. 5 years later, now you saying smoke? Get out of here. Shout out to the ATL.
You wouldn't give anyone smoke.
This is really an awful time. It's an awful time. It's an awful time in our history as a planet. It really is, and as a human race.
Well, don't worry.
Everybody sucks.
Yeah.
I got ripped on awful announcing, too.
Yeah.
He's the same guy who tried to get a producer at ESPN fired. No, I didn't, you clown.
Yeah.
You A-wipes. I never tried to get anybody fired. Ray and I are best buddies. I didn't try to get him fired.
You can't believe these people, Michael. You can't let them ruffle your feathers.
I'd like to ruffle some people's faces. This is it.
Wow.
This is truly the bottom line.
Yes.
People suck.
Yes.
Everybody is out for somebody's throat.
Yes.
The world sucks. I'm sorry. I feel guilty sometimes about bringing children into this. The place sucks.
I'm with him, bro. It's so negative, but I'm with him, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth in there.
It's so negative, but I'm with him.
He hit all the notes, man.
Yeah. Go get after you.
Oh, it's hilarious. All right, we got to go. Richard called in yesterday for the sound off.
Yeah.
He sure
And
did.
I do not want to promote this type of behavior on our radio station. Please, you make our job harder. You might make the bit go away if you do this a lot.
Yeah, might get us fined and thrown off the air.
Exactly. Exactly. I would play the clip if, we wouldn't get hacked. But here's Richard calling in yesterday, and he has some knowledge right here, though.
Line 6 is Richard. You're in the G-Bag Nation. Sound off like you got a pair, Richard.
Hey, I'm really excited to see the Cowboys draft. I hope that they do well, but I'm cautiously optimistic.
Is he real?
The Rangers is what got me fired up.
Trying to be
love their
Tim
pitching.
in
If they can
Carthage.
stay healthy this year, they've got a shot. The other thing is you always date women with small hands because it makes your look big.
Oh, no, Richard, we can't say that word.
It's like, yeah.
You might have gotten away if you said it makes your Richard look better or something
Look
like
better.
that.
I like what you're doing there, and you're not wrong. I try and find women with tiny hands quite often. But you know what, buddy?
Lucius's smile when he hit the button.
We'll remember that,
good.
Richard. I don't know how many people got to hear that, but you are still eligible.
He's right, though. It's good for the soul, man. Every girl I've ever had was under 5'5", I'm telling you. I'm a giant to her.
Here we go. Okay.
Makes your little fella feel big again.
That's right.
Hilarious.
Oh, man. Thank you, sir. That is good stuff there from Richard. Is it Richard? Michael K. Threats in the church house. RJ and Choppy. Anything else, Lucius?
This doesn't count either. Here's a washing machine that is going crazy. That's a washing machine, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, here it is 2 days after you visit the mint tea.
Wow, washing machine getting it done. Okay, it's time to vote here for the G-Bag of the day. I'm sorry, I got to vote for Richard last night in that 6 o'clock sound-off, Chief. How about you?
I'll double down on the champ.
Okay, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Richard. He was on brand. His name is Richard.
2-1, bully.
I thought Richard was fantastic.
Oh, shout out to Sam's in Cedar Hill. Sorry, excuse me.
So it is Sam's, right?
It's Sam's,
Somebody
yeah.
asked, like, hey, what's that awesome
It's definitely
place in
Sam's.
Cedar Hill?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought when I read Sam's, it was number 1. I thought it was Sam's Club. So that's all.
Hey,
right.
that's
Sam's.
they got
It's
good
Sam's.
pizza.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and somebody said Brooklyn's best pizza in South Florida. Yes! Yes!
Brooklyn's best pizza and pasta.
Yeah.
All right.
I probably won't have any energy for 3:30.
No, you got this.
This might be it.
You're carrying it on the field. We got big plans tonight.
We'll get some coffee brewed for LA Live coming up at 5:40 tonight. If you do ever miss the G-Bag of the day, he replays the champ for you every night in LA Live at 5:40, the top-rated segment in DFW Sports Radio Afternoon Drive. By a score of 3-1, Richard's the champ. It's time now for Krusty's Corner. I think Wolchuk's going to do Krusty's Corner because it seems right.
Yeah, because I'm crusty as hell. I'll slide in here for Brian, do my best Brian Broaddus impression. But who are the players being linked to the Cowboys as we're now under 2 weeks away from the NFL draft? Next on The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning.
Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian Broaddus is out today. He shall return on Monday. Of course, the draft is coming up in 2 weeks now, and coming up at 3 o'clock, you'll have NBA front office insider Bobby Marks on what happens next in the NBA. So Bobby Marks is going to join you in 15 minutes. Here's Wolchuk with Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, General. I was doing my walk, and I thought of a question for my guys here, and I wanted to kick this around to you, and then we'll get into some players the Cowboys are being linked to. But, I was thinking today, it's spicy chicken sandwiches. I saw the McDonald's commercial there, and they're putting just sauce on their regular chicken sandwich and calling it spicy.
Yeah. Well, I think it's fried differently.
Is it fried differently?
It's a little bit crispier than just the regular McChicken type of thing you would get.
Because we have certain fast food chicken sandwiches, like the Chick-fil-A one and Wendy's, that the actual breading is spicy. Like they're marinating it in spicy. The chicken itself is spicy. But is a spicy chicken sandwich actually a spicy sandwich if all they're doing is just adding sauce to their normal sandwich?
I appreciate this question. I know my favorite chicken sandwich in fast food of the last decade was the Chiking, and I know with the spicy one they used the spicy aioli to make it, and I felt like it was cheating a little bit. I think ideally you're cooking that into the breading.
Correct.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a perfect world. But my personal favorite is the Popeyes one. And
I don't think that's a real spice. I think that's just a Popeye sandwich, and they're putting spicy sauce on it.
Yeah, and I get that. I certainly understand if you want to make that distinction. It's still delicious and delightful.
I agree with you.
But yes, in a perfect world, Popeyes would find a way to keep that incredible chicken and no sauce needed, create a spice within that chicken. Like you mentioned, Wendy's. Like Wendy's was the original goat spicy chicken sandwich for me personally. I don't know if we could all agree on that, but I love the way that it's infused to the chicken, almost like Nashville style.
Yeah.
I feel you. I don't like anything spicy chicken. Like if you put a spicy chicken sandwich bun on it, you messed it up for me. I just want a chicken sandwich. Don't make it spicy.
You just want regular?
Yeah. Let me put the sauce on there so I can regulate the spice level. But if the whole thing is spicy, you screwed it up for me.
Fair enough.
It's just me though.
Can I get the spicy chicken sandwich with the spicy sauce on the side?
Yeah, that's me. I'll regulate.
My issue with the sauce is that I don't know what else is in there. They might have a little mayonnaise.
You're not wrong.
Oftentimes, I guarantee you, there's some mayonnaise.
There's mayonnaise in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
And it was great, wasn't it, Dawson? Now you regret it? It's fantastic.
I'm like, I can tell there's little mayonnaise in there. It's not enough to make me gag, but
that mayo set it off.
I might have to go to Chick-fil-A next time.
Yep.
Where I think they've perfected it, and I think that's what everybody clearly should be shooting for. Their version of that sandwich.
I agree with you. We got 469. When I worked at churches, the only difference was the mayo was spicy. And to me, it's a cop-out, right? You're not actually serving a spicy chicken sandwich. No. You're giving your regular one and just putting the spicy sauce on it.
Spicy
it's not really,
spread
not
on
spicy.
a chicken sandwich.
Yeah. All right, let's get to some of these players that the Cowboys have been linked to. And this is courtesy of the Cowboys Wire. And they've kind of taken a lot of different sources and compiled this together. But obviously, we know about Bijan. If Bijan's there, the Cowboys are going to have interest. He might very well be the pick. I don't believe he's going to be there. I think Bijan's going to be off the board by 26. Some other team, whether it's the Chargers or the Bucks at 19, Seattle, I've heard, could consider him at 20. So I think somebody's going to go ahead and just pluck Bijan, so you don't have to worry about him at 26.
I know Bijan could be the outlier if he was there in theory at 26 because he is such a highly touted prospect.
And he's the only outlier for me.
Correct.
Out of all the running backs. I would not take any other running back in the first round.
But it is fun to see Mike McCarthy in his years in Green Bay, and it was never high pick running backs, and it was never high pick wide receivers. It was always seemingly the offensive line.
Yes.
It was just that's another indication of what they very likely will do there. But if Bijan was there, I do think that might be the exception to the rule for them and for him. But yeah, I don't anticipate him being there either. And especially in a world where there's 14 first round grades. How are you going to pass on a guy who's top 5 on your board and you're dealing with all second round graded players at the time you're picking? You're not going to have everybody bypass this guy.
First of all, our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers and our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Second thing is I think the grading system's off. You need a grading system where running back can never get above a first or second round player at other positions other than kicker.
Yeah, well, you don't want to jump tags. You know, we don't want the tag jumping, and
Correct.
if you don't have the intention of taking a running back in the first round, then you need to place him properly. You know, when I've been in these war rooms and we've been battling in the trenches, that's what I'm saying. You know,
window dress him.
if we're not going to window dress our board here, right? And there's nothing more annoying as a Super Bowl winning scout than, hey, Bijan, you got him as your number one player, but we don't want to take him. Well, why the hell did you do that? Why'd you window dress the board?
That's why you make the big bucks, Krusty.
Would you say this, Dawson? If in a general year, I know there's 31 first-round picks, but in a general year, there's 32. So your running back can never be higher than 33rd on your board.
That's right.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I like that.
You're not wrong.
You like what I'm saying here?
I do. I like what you're saying with that. Jackson Smith and Jigba, who is the apple of my eye out of all the receivers, is another guy that the Cowboys have visited with. I don't think he's getting there. That's a trade-up candidate. I'm not really in favor of trading up for anybody. He'd be the lone guy. If they really say, hey, we want a wide receiver, I'd go up to get him. But I'd just stay put at 26 and not mess with that.
That's like a gas mask, contingency. If something crazy happens with 2 days to go into the draft and this guy's available at 26, we want to know as much about him as possible.
That's what I'm saying, man. Let's try and get a gas mask in there.
That's all fair points, and I think that's something that's been under discussed. Is we make jokes about the gas mask, but now we're living in a deep fake world. We're on a whim in the middle of a pick selection that could absolutely throw somebody off. Oh my gosh, is that Jackson Smith and Jigba right now? I got 5 minutes to make a selection. I got to determine if this is a damn deep fake or if this is the real Tom Cruise. Looks like the real Tom Cruise every time I see the guy do Tom Cruise.
And I think everybody would probably go back and
can't tell me that's not Tom Cruise.
No, it's him. Like at Cowboys training camp, I thought that was Tom Cruise. Turned out it was a fake. It was a doppelganger, as Chris Arnold would say.
Super. It was one of the deepest fakes I've ever seen in my life.
Unreal. But yeah, maybe we can make that happen. And I think everybody would go back and take Laramie Tunsil instead of passing on him. Gas mask, be damned. The other one.
Hey, was he the highest pick ever taken?
No. He was supposed to be.
Was that?
He sure freaking was, Lucius. Gosh,
that was like a 4.5.
Give yourself a bomb for that.
That was like a 4.5.
No, that was good.
Yeah,
that was
come
good.
on. Yeah, don't do that.
All right, I'm not doing nothing. All right, here we go. Zay Flowers.
What about him?
Surprising that the Cowboys met with him. 5'10". He does not meet the ideal size of what we want for Mike McCarthy and Bryant Schottenheimer. But I'll tell you this, boys. Pound for pound, Zay Flowers could be the best receiver in the class. Wow. Zay's an absolute
But he only
animal.
weighs like what, 170?
He's a $170, man. He's quick, he's shifty, he's really good in space. He's the prototype slot receiver, but I think he's got the ability to win outside. I don't think that he should be pigeonholed into just being a slot-only guy.
But all his 170 pounds are better than the next guy's 170. Like the first 170 is going to Zay every time.
If I could tell you you're getting the next Steve Smith, would you take him?
Yes,
because I think that's probably a good comp for him.
He was great for the Giants and at USC. I love Steve Smith.
Won a bleeping Super Bowl, man. Are you kidding me? I'd take that guy in a heartbeat. Some other guys here. There's two more. Dalton Kincaid out of Utah. Love him. He's my top tight end. And the issue is I think the national scouts are looking at tight end as this massive need for the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys look at this as we think the best pass catchers in this draft are tight ends. Yeah. That's why we would take one. It's not that it's a massive need because you have Jake Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot that can get the job done. But can we improve at the position and can we add another playmaker? The best way to do that at 26 might be taking one of these tight ends. And Dalton Kincaid would be number one, but you do have to check out that back.
Yeah, they're waiting to see which one falls to them in the second round. I think
you're going to get a run in the second.
Yeah, been linked to a number of tight ends. I think they're doing it right, but there's so many names that we consider, like, could these guys be late firsts? And a lot of them are going to be around in the mid to late second round.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, guys. I think we're going to get that run. You know, you're going to see these tight ends come off the board day two. You know, you were talking about you're able to kind of see who's left. Like we used to see with corners and these other positions come flying off the board, you're going to get a run. There's a tight end at 34. There's a tight end at 38. There's a tight end at 42. And the Cowboys, that might be why they're hardcore considering at 26. If we don't take our guy here, is he making it to 58? My answer would be no. I don't think he would be. They might have to move up if they want to get their guy.
That's why you just trade down from 26 and you get all the picks.
Not a bad play. And then finally, the last guy they're being linked with, and this is a very intriguing prospect for me. I'll tell you what, guys, you're going to like him. Darius Rush, cornerback, South Carolina, 6'2", 2 bills, big dude, long arms, good press corner, great footwork to mirror receivers. He's a converted wide receiver, like Trayvon Diggs was.
Wow, so he's like Diggs in that way, but he's a Gamecock like Gilmore.
Absolutely. So you've got that relationship. He's got really good ball skills. He runs routes better than the receiver does at times. He's still raw at the position, so I think his best football is ahead of him, but that is a very intriguing player that has the size, the length that Dan Quinn likes and could be very intriguing for the Cowboys.
You just have to ask yourself if there's enough room in the secondary for 2 Gamecocks.
I'll tell you what, you're not wrong.
Thanks, Krusty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, and I tell you what, when we come back, it's time now to talk some association with you, and we're going to go right to the top and get a great insider. Bobby Marks, ESPN front office NBA insider, joins you next here on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat with you about the Frankels because life's unpredictable. You never know when you
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And joining us now is ESPN NBA front office insider Bobby Marks here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you? I'm good, guys. How are you? We're doing great. You know, it's Friday. Would be a bit better, I think, if the Mavs were in the playoffs. But hey, that's that's just life in the NBA these days. But what do you think of the Mavs being fined $750,000 for tanking, and how you end up in this situation?
Well, if you keep the 10th pick, or if you move up, I guess you could say it's money well invested, right? I guess that's the way we look at it. I mean, I said it on live TV last Friday when all this was going on. I went on NBA Today, and they asked me, if you were in the front office, what would you be doing? I said I probably would take the same approach. I probably wouldn't be as blatant as they were, as far as so out in, with something what was said and kind of how it went about. But hey, when you're in a desperate situation and you're limited as far as what you have to improve your roster, the 10th pick in the draft or the 3rd pick in the draft becomes a certainly valuable asset. So, and I think they could have gotten fined up to $1 million here. So, I mean, I look at it as you still keep the pick and nobody got suspended. It's an investment,
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reality of it. That's the reality. I think there was some bite at the end at that, the paragraph at the end, I guess, where it said that, the integrity and losing on purpose. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a slippery slope. I mean, we can go back and look at a lot of teams, how they went about doing their business this year since the trade deadline and the All-Star break here. And it was, there were some teams that shut down in mid-March. I get it from the league's perspective that it was trying to get into play-in, and they were tied with Oklahoma City. They didn't control their destiny. If they controlled their own destiny, then I think it would have been significant. But I understand it from the Mavericks. The optics stink. You guys know that. I mean, the optics stink, but the reality is that a month from now or 2 months from now, and if Dallas is sitting at 10 and they get a good player or they trade for a good player, that's important to the organization.
Yeah, it's $750,000 for a 3% chance at Wembanyama. I think that by itself might be worth it for a lot of these billionaires. But I think it is interesting that so many teams can tank for months and just not say anything about it. And Jason Kidd kind of has an off-the-cuff remark like, it's not my fault. And the Mavs tank for one game, it cost them nearly $1 million.
Yeah, and I think it certainly how the commissioner had put in this plan, and I think it's important to him and where Dallas was, and Jason was just being honest. I mean, that's the reality of it. And you're right. I mean, you look at what's happened in Portland over the last 2 years. I mean, even Utah to an extent. I mean, you traded Conley, Beasley, Vanderbilt at the deadline. You got back a 2027 first, and you fell out of the play-in totally here. And they did have some injuries here, but still, I mean, San Antonio, I mean, we can go down a list of teams that have basically been in Detroit, have been in shutdown mode with injuries. I would say if the games meant something more, if they're fighting for a playoff spot, you'd see probably most of these guys playing.
It's NBA insider Bobby Marks here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Kyrie Irving said, don't ask me about my situation until the end of the season. And then he bailed at the end of the season on the media scrum, which is fine. But do you assign that any meaning if you're reading into how much a player wants to be here?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think only the people within that organization know how much he wants to be there. And I think from what you've heard, certainly from Mark and from Nico and from Jason, is that Kyrie wants to be there. I think now it's a matter of kind of compromising on what that next contract is going to be. It's not going to be 5 for $272. I mean, that's not happening. I think I'd rather let him walk. But is it 4 years? Is it 3 years? You line him up with Luka's deal here. I think, certainly there's, concerns as far as durability standpoint here, but I think it's probably in the best interest of Dallas to try to lock him up. You can't, as I said, you can't lose two guys in a row for nothing. Jalen last year and then Kyrie this year, and I know we all love cap space and stuff, but cap space is fool's gold out there, especially in this free agent class. It's not as good as prior years here. So, no, I wouldn't make into much that, he didn't, I've seen a lot of guys blow off their free agents to be blow off their media, postseason media, and still sign back with that that team in the off season.
You mentioned the goal is to keep Kyrie, obviously, but if for some reason he decides he doesn't want to be here, what's the next course of action for the Mavericks? Where would you be looking? Is a sign and trade realistic?
Yeah.
Where can they improve?
Yeah, sign and trade. You can't let him leave just to go. I mean, I think the interesting thing, the market with cap space teams is a lot of these rebuilding teams are retooling. The Indianas, the Houstons, the San Antonio's, Orlando. The Lakers, basically, he'd have to go there for a discount, probably about $15-16 million per that he could earn in Dallas. So if he said, hey, I want to go to Phoenix, for example, I want to go play with Kevin Durant again, and you're looking at certainly all different sign and trade options here. And the last resort, that you do not want, the doomsday, is for him to basically kind of call your bluff and say, I'm going to go somewhere and sign for $20-25 million. I'm going to be happy. You've got to figure out, the sign and trade is probably your best option if it's not going to be him staying there.
And do you feel like it's what type of market and teams that do you feel like will actually be interested in him?
Well, you eliminate some of the teams because of, the restrictions as far as teams adding, in a sign and trade, the Milwaukee's, the Clippers, the Golden States of the world, those type of teams here. I mean, that's the interesting thing is, like I said, is he a $45-46 million player? Yeah, he is. But who's Dallas bidding against, right? Who is Dallas bidding against? And as I said, the teams I mentioned, those 5 or 6 teams that have cap space, certainly the Lakers in there. But I think you've seen with the Lakers, balancing out the roster, not being top heavy with 3 guys earning over, $120 million doesn't work all the time here. So I think that's where you've got to kind of, figure out a middle ground here as far as what his next contract is going to be.
Yeah, so if you're running the Mavericks, you'd rather let him walk and get nothing in return than give him the full 5-year max that he could get?
Oh, that's a big number, man. That's a big. I mean, if I'd be comfortable, I could do 5 if the 5th year is basically contingent on playoff success, games played. If there's kind of like a rolling trigger. My only concern is that, and Luka has said this all the right things, and he's only, this is I think year 1 of that big contract. I don't want Kyrie on the roster if Luka's not here. That's my big thing moving forward, and that's why I said, you basically probably will want to align, with, whether it be a 3-year deal or a 4-year deal, but 5 for $272 is a challenge. And the other thing too is we're going to get the term sheet with the new CBA rules pretty soon here. That's going to be a little bit of a disadvantage for teams trying to build rosters. You've got to, if you're going to commit to $90 million plus to 2 guys, they got to be the right 2 guys moving forward, just because there's going to be some restrictions on how you build your roster.
Talking with Bobby Marks here on 105.3 The Fan. When it comes to Luka, how nervous would you be in the front office about him leaving? I mean, is that something that's already been talked about?
I don't know if you're nervous. I just think anytime, whether it be a guy on his once he signs that second contract, whether it be an extension or a new deal, the clock automatically starts. It's a good thing because it puts pressure on you to not rest on that. Hey, he's on a contract for 4 years. Guarantees he can't go anywhere. But there's nothing to say that a player can wake up tomorrow and still have 4 years and ask to be traded here. So I don't think it's just Dallas. I think it's any organization here. When you sign, a player that could become an unrestricted free agent, not a restricted free agent, 3 or 4 years from now, there's internal pressure every offseason here. And I think Dallas realizes that the roster has to get better. And they don't. If it's a year from now, I'd be saying, well, wait a minute. The clock has certainly started here. So I don't think it's just in the situation of the Mavericks. I think it's just where we are right now, that although contracts are guaranteed, a player can ask out at any time, and I think teams certainly have their guard up against that.
It's NBA front office insider Bobby Marks here with you on 105.3 The Fan. There's so many interesting ways to kind of take this conversation. What do you think about the idea that with Luka and Kyrie, you're too compromised defensively, and Jason Kidd wants to play defense so bad? Maybe a sign and trade with Kyrie is the ideal end result of this summer for the Mavs.
Yeah, I mean, because then you probably are breaking whatever that $45-46 million, and maybe there's 3 players, right, that you can get back, and maybe that's where it's basically kind of reverting back to what you had, I guess, a year ago, where you're a little more balanced as far as with your roster. And that's the challenge, because it's Kyrie and Luka together, offensively are as talented as they can be. The problem is that what else do you have, right? Like, what else do you have on your roster? And you've got your young players in Hardy and Green. You'll probably lose Christian Wood. Dwight Powell's a free agent. You're basically looking at, Bullock, Hardaway Jr., Kleber, McGee, Bertans, that group. So that's the other, as you said, is there a deal out there where you maybe can break up that? Because as I said, you're restricted as far as how else you build, unless, of course, you flip the 10th pick into something of value, similar to what, Portland did last year. But they had a big trade exception, a guy like Jeremy Grant, for example, here, where you're you're getting value with that draft pick.
Bobby, this might be an unfair question, but I'm curious your assessment of Nico Harrison and his ability as a GM when it comes to the relationships. That was something I think the Maverick fans were sold on, with his relationships from Nike, maybe finally being able to land a big fish here in Dallas. And they traded for Kyrie. So the hope is that Kyrie stays because of that built-in relationship with him and Jason Kidd. But from a basketball perspective, his ability to assess players and draft, is he well thought of among league circles?
Yeah, he is. I think the thing you have to be careful, and I liked what they were able to do last year. You broke up Porzingis into Dinwiddie, Bertans, and you've kind of balanced your cap ledger a little bit here. I think the one thing you have to be careful, and you look at the situation in New York when Leon Rose was hired as a former agent who had all these relationships. I think relationships are important. I think relationships are important when you have players on your roster, as far as everything that kind of comes off the court. At the end of the day, guys want to win. At the end of the day, guys want to go to organizations that have a chance to compete for a championship, no matter what type of relationship you have. And does that give them an edge if you're at the table and you're meeting with Draymond Green, for example, and there's already a relationship and there's a comfort level? Of course, that gives you an advantage here. But I think it is a little bit overblown, I want to say. I mean, shoot, in 2010, we had Jay-Z as one of our owners. We went into LeBron, Bosh, and Wade meeting because he was friends and had a good relationship, and we went 0 for 3. So I think you do have to be a little bit cautious there. I think, as I said, if you have a good roster and you have something to sell and it's a player-friendly environment, that's where guys want to go.
Now, we're trying to get Luka in the best shape possible. Is from your experience, is there anything a front office, a team, an organization can do to help steer a guy in the right direction of staying in shape, or is that just fantasy land?
No, I think certainly you would love to have him in the Dallas area probably more, and not, being overseas and then all of a sudden he shows up in September. I think it's going to be a little bit interesting just because last year you played into late May, I want to say, and then he went right into the international competition. There's probably going to be a little bit of a month or a month and a half lag time here. So I mean, the goal, of course, is to have him here. The challenge becomes as far as when he goes back home, as far as keeping an eye as far as what he's doing here, and you're basically kind of trusting that player. I mean, that's the only thing you really can do, except having somebody basically, stationed out there with him, full time.
It's an insane hypothetical, and it's impossible, and it's never going to happen, Bobby. But would you trade Luka for Wembanyama?
Oh, man, nobody's ever asked me that before. Goodness gracious, that caught me off guard on a late afternoon on Friday. Good thing I didn't have a beer ready in me,
That makes one of us.
Oh, man, that's an interesting shoot.
Why the hell not?
Yeah, huh? I don't know. I mean, the only thing I like about, besides a lot with Victor, is it restarts the clock again, right? It restarts, it gets you another 8 years, another 9 years here, because you got him on the rookie and then another extension, and where Luka, you've got 3 or 4 years left here. But man,
maybe a two-way start. Is Wembanyama going to be a force on defense?
I think he's got to have a center around him. I think it's important. If he was on a Memphis team with Steven Adams as his 5, I think, hey, that's that would Atlanta with Capella or Kongu, one of those guys. If he's going to be your primary guy at the 5, I have a little bit of a challenge here, but I think he's got to go to the right. I mean, shoot, if he goes to Detroit, they already got 5 centers. So, but I think it's a matter of kind of where he goes. But I don't know, defensive presence here. It'll take a little bit of a time, but man, he is, we haven't seen a player like that in a long time.
How well did you know Spencer Dinwiddie from your time with the Nets?
Well, I wasn't there. So, yeah, I mean, Spencer got there. I think he was there about a year later. So I think Spencer, I don't think he's for everyone, right? I don't think he's for everyone just because he's smart as a whip here, and sometimes that gets him in trouble. Like, I'm watching the Kuzma feud right now, and I'm thinking, golly, geez, just worry about Philadelphia. Worry about Philadelphia in the first round, except Kyle Kuzma going back and forth here. So he's
and Rick
a good
Fox
player.
apparently now.
Oh, is it? I mean, just worry about trying to get past Embiid and the Sixers. Like that would be if I was Sean Marks in Brooklyn, that would be driving me crazy right now.
Well, we certainly enjoyed his game and his personality when he was here. You're right, he is smart as a whip and pretty awesome to see talking a variety of subjects. All righty, thank you so much for your time. Bobby Marks, ESPN, NBA front office insider, and enjoy the playoffs, sir.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
There he goes. Appreciate you. Bobby Marks here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we do have biggest dub coming up. We got a conversation about the worst roommate in Hollywood. Did you hear what was said? And we got all the sports covered here for you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat about my friends at Welcome back, Nation. We have a worst roommate in Hollywood situation on our hands. You'd never guess who it is because we always thought these guys were super bros. They'd always be seeing eye to eye on stuff. You saw their on-screen chemistry and the tales of them hanging out in real life. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens. It won't hurt you. You need the Frankels. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Here's Ben Affleck on Matt Damon.
Would you consider Matt to be a bad roommate or a good roommate?
Matt's a beautiful guy. I love him. He's my best friend. He's been great to me my whole life. He's a brilliant guy. I would not suggest living. Right. Because he has an ability. Have you ever know people can block things out?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's why he's such a great actor. Because he can just focus. You know what I mean? One of the things he blocks out is the idea that when you finish with something, it has to be washed or thrown away.
Right.
So finally, me and my brother, after cleaning up after the guy for years, we were like, you know what? We're going to go on a sit-down strike. We're just going to wait and see how long he will go.
Right.
Before he actually gets up and goes, God, I'm covered in garbage.
Right.
And we went weeks, 2 weeks without touching the apartment. Came home one day, me and him, Matt's there in his shorts, his t-shirt, playing, I think it was the 92 Sega hockey game in the middle of what was the living room, just surrounded by like concentric circles of garbage, pizza boxes. Sushi. I looked down at this sushi thing that was like a week and a half old, and there's maggots.
No!
Yes.
Oh, boy.
No. And we were like, we submit. You are too good. We cannot beat you. Wow. He just was like, hey, what's going on, fellas? That's a rat on you. That's what's going on, buddy.
That's a rat on you.
Oh my gosh, maggots, bro. I can't do that. No,
I don't think there'd be maggots after 2 weeks. I think he exaggerated for the interview.
Maybe
there.
some ants.
You don't think so? How long does it take you think for maggots to land? Flies
for sure.
Flies are the ones that give you maggots. It does not take long for maggots to develop, man.
Maybe 72 hours.
I left some
so.
trash out on the porch one time, and I was saying, "There's maggots there in mine. I gotta get a whooping."
Yeah.
Oh no.
I've seen some maggots myself, and it is disgusting. And to answer your question, I don't think it's that long. I think 2 weeks probably leaves enough time for those maggots to develop. But apparently, that level of filth did not offend Matt Damon. That's crazy. You guys ever had a roommate that bad? I mean, I'm bad. I'll go 2 weeks without doing the dishes easily. Like I'll go to the grocery store and get paper plates. I'll be like, we're good.
As you should. As you should. I think it's very smart to use paper plates. Yeah, a roommate like that, I live with one to this point right here to this day. That's why I suggest every person out there, you should live with the person that you're thinking about cohabitating with for the rest of your life. Yeah. Live with them first just to catch all their habits. And live with them long enough so that facade of them will go away. Mm-hmm. And they have to be themselves.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and then you'll see what you really got.
Yeah, where they're on their best behavior.
Yeah. Don't buy it first, then take it home.
Right.
Yeah.
Bro, people can fake that thing for months.
Years. Years, yeah, I've seen it.
Wow. Yeah. That's commitment right there.
Yeah, I think that's more good advice. Maybe 2-3 years, and even then you can't be quite sure.
You still can't be sure.
But you can't just jump into a situation. If you like it, you should put a ring on it. But there's nothing that goes against living together for just a while.
I had a buddy I lived with in college at UNT. My first initial roommate was fine. We had a 2-bedroom. Then we got into a 4-bedroom. We added 2 of our other friends. One of the 4 was very much the Matt Damon in this situation, where you leave stuff in the sink. You go into his room, he would have a pile of the dirty clothes, but then also a pile of the clean clothes. Like, he's never hanging up the laundry. It's like, here you go, laundry's done. I'm just going to dump it back onto the floor. And then sometimes I don't think he even knew which one was the dirty, which one was the clean. They would cross-contaminate each other. But he would never clean a damn thing. And if you ever brought it up to him like he's dirty, it would be offensive as heck to him.
Right.
Like, he's not doing anything wrong.
How dare you tell me how to live?
Their nothing wrong
What would he
with
say,
him.
though? What would he say? I'm getting to it. I see that.
Yeah, like just
I hear that.
don't come in my room. Just mind your own
Does
business.
that bother you? That type of thing.
Yeah, just let me do my thing. Why is this your issue? It's like because it stinks. That's why.
Oh, see, that's a problem. Yeah, you can't You're be affecting stinking. other people with the stink.
Right.
Now it's all our problem.
Yeah, how about that? The refrigerator, when you open it, the whole house starts to smell because the refrigerator smells so damn bad.
Not for
You can't
me.
let that happen. No, I won't go that far.
Old milk in
there will be
there.
no
Bad
maggots
refrigerator.
inside. There will be no bad smells inside. But I'll leave stuff laying around, so I feel like I'm that roommate.
Yeah.
If you would ask my college roommates or whatever, they'd be like, "Yeah, I used to live with this guy Dawson, man. You wouldn't believe it." And I would feel shamed because I'm not, really neat guy. I'm like, you're a neat person. You make the house how you want it. It doesn't bother me.
Right.
Maybe I like the yard done. Get the lawnmower and go mow. You ain't gonna be like, oh yeah,
100%.
We all. So it's weird though, having to go through that phase in life. And I think if you're lucky if you find somebody that kind of matches your lane, you should shop for those roommates and find somebody who's an equal level of neat.
Yeah, if you could pull it off. I worked at the apartment complex that I lived at, so I was fortunate that I was able to finagle a no roommate situation, so I didn't have to deal with that. But my place was always, I was living out of the hamper kind of a thing. If there was people coming over, I was just cramming it in different corners,
Shove it in the
different
closet.
closets to make it look like it was good. In college, I was 100% living off of the paper plates. Like, why would I do dishes here?
Right, but I went over to your place and it was never terrible.
No, still nothing wrong with paper plates to this day.
Yeah, 100%.
Even if you got 8 folks in your family and you guys got $1 trillion, use paper plates.
Thank you. I tell that to my wife all the time. She's always talking about the dishes. I'm like, you wouldn't have to do the dishes if we just had paper plates.
Well, let's cut down on
impressing right
water
now?
costs, right? You got to run that dishwasher.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'm always the one laying around, and my wife will do this to me. She'll like, she's OCD. She wants the thing to be clean all the time. Like, half the time she's upset, it's just because things are out of order and she needs to get stuff done. I'm like, okay, I'll take the kids and you can get the stuff done that you need to get done.
And I love that.
She'll leave something there intentionally just to see how long, like, if I'll ever actually move it. And I won't. I won't even see it. I don't even know it's there until she points it out. I'm like, wow, I had no idea that full bag of trash was in the middle of the living room.
Right.
I bleep you not. I haven't seen that for 2 weeks.
No, and one of our other roommates, and he was the first one that I lived with solo, he was that guy. Like, he would go on a Saturday or a Sunday and just go mad, clean the entire place. And it was amazing. But I would clean up after myself. Just like, hey, we would rotate. Like, I'd make dinner or something for everyone. One of the others would make dinner. First off, the guy that is the stinky one never cooked a damn thing. He would eat it all. Did he ever clean up? Hell no. And eventually there's a little bit of resentment that goes on.
You don't want him to cook in it, you know what I'm saying?
No, 100% we didn't want him to cook.
Because he's not going to wash his hands or anything like that.
He's also a Kevin Hagelin, like,
you
just
might lick the spoon, then go back into the sauce and spin it a little bit for you.
Very true. He was just
you
eating
can
chicken
do that
nuggets.
if you're wifey, but your friend, you can't do that.
Facts.
Okay, does anybody else have a roommate or maybe a wife or a fiance wife, and maybe you have a friend that does this, but like they start cleaning on their own, and the more they clean, like every half hour they get twice as angry because they're telling themselves the story that they're cleaning and nobody else is cleaning, and like 2 hours in rage, full on rage is developing that they're cleaning and other people aren't cleaning.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
No, those people
I was
do
wondering
exist.
how common that experience
No,
is.
they're definitely real.
I got something for you, Dawson.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Love it, marriage, man. I did have a weird college roommate as well, though. Now, this guy, he kept his house or his room pretty clean. I forget his name because we had a nickname for him.
Well, Matt Damon is now Maggot Matt.
Maggot Matt.
Maggot
I like that.
Matt Damon.
This guy, he was so into adult magazines, right? And this is like 97, 98, 96.
Look, Brian's not here to defend himself.
So he would get all the magazines and then cut out the pictures, and he had them plastered on his wall.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, wow.
He had like this turtle terrarium or whatever, and it was the background. Like, you'd look at the turtles, and on the other side of it, like, you'd make an aquarium background, like the reef was just crazy scenes.
That's fantastic.
Feng shui, baby.
Hey, man.
Dude, okay, so he was from Russia, and his parents would come over, and they'd be like going into his room, and he'd leave it all out there. It was the weirdest thing.
And
That's the weirdest roommate situation.
That is beyond weird. And did the parents just seem like it was was it a normal thing? The parents
There was no comment.
There was no comment. Just is
Yeah,
what it is.
I guess it was just their son being a boy.
You probably got it from dad, honestly. I think that's passed down from generation to generation right there.
Must have been some material sitting there on the coffee table growing up. I don't know. I thought that was full on bizarre.
Yeah, that was a huge concern for me. Like I was anti having a roommate. I lived at home through community college, and then when I went to college, I finagled a job to where I could just not have a roommate because I didn't want to deal with it. And I know that, and I'm not like OCD Mr. Clean guy. I would probably be bugging somebody, but I just didn't want to have to deal with it because I'm telling you, the amount of disgusting human beings that live in this world is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And working at an apartment complex was the most eye-opening experience, especially a college one.
Yeah.
The most eye-opening experience I've ever had. I kid you not. And this is like to the point of like legit, it's like mental health problem. Like this is not just run-of-the-mill disgusting.
Yeah, hoarders, bro.
Yeah. Like you actually need it. You need to see somebody about
I'm married
this.
to a hoarder, man.
Bro.
Facts. It's disgusting.
Throw something away.
Yeah. I try to be nice, but what are we doing here? Hey, how about vacation luggage? When you go on vacation, does that luggage ever get dumped out and put back into its proper place after you packed it, or does it just get used till next vacation and those clothes kind of stick in there until you need those clothes? Oh yeah, I did pack those drawers in that bag. So let me get that.
I've got to do it immediately. Immediately when I get back, I've got to take care of this, or else I'm gonna just not do it.
I unpacked from Oxnard on Black Friday. And it was
on Black Friday.
A bat flew out.
July to November.
I wonder where that jacket had been.
There it is.
Yeah, that's crazy cool, man. I would have never imagined not having a roommate though, because I just wanted somebody to play video games and drink beer with.
It was so much fun.
That was the best part.
Cost effective. I enjoyed it, but one
not
guy
for
was
everybody.
nasty.
Yeah. There's wins and losses. And speaking of that, Chiafalo, I believe it's a Friday coming up on 3 of 40. Where are we heading?
Dang right. It is 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub. Coming up next right here on The Fan.
The more you listen, the harder we grind.
Coverage for the team you love. Live stream your favorite sports radio station or jump back and listen to the best segments on demand.
Don't forget, we talk to the manager every Tuesday at 2 p.m.
Don't listen to some guy from the other side of the country tell you about your team. Live conversations for your local team. No matter where you are, your season, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
The Rangers and Astros meet for the first time this season tonight in Houston. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we will have some audio. Jim Nill on with Sean and RJ. Get you fired up for the Dallas Stars playoffs, which will begin on Monday. Still waiting to find out who the opponent is going to be. Here's Eric Chiafalo, Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some else this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's party.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Speaking of party, can't wait to party with all the Tolos at each and every Pluckers location on April 27th, night one of the NFL Draft. That's a Thursday night. Drink specials, food specials, all the Holy Mac and Cheese, all the Gold Rush chicken wings. Absolutely going to be fantastic. Shout out to the 214 Biggest Dub. Going back to work at Gloria's tomorrow after breaking my hip there in November. Wow. Ooh.
He must have had 3 margaritas. The limit is 2. You have 3, you might break a hip.
They have some legendary margs over
Fantastic.
there. Biggest L is, though, not getting to hang out with his 19-month-old son Elijah all the time like he's been able to do for the last 4 months recovering from that hip surgery. So totally get that, but getting back to work is a beautiful, beautiful feeling. And my gosh, breaking your hip at Gloria's. Maybe it was at a dance night thing. They do the dance nights. Maybe he was overzealous with the hip action.
Could, or just slip on some water or something. That, I mean, you should probably be wearing the slip-resistant shoes. We had to have them at Chick-fil-A, but who knows, man?
But he does note that he was the guy that waited on Jared Sandler all those years ago, and just keeps hammering the point home that Jared Sandler's a great human being. So
you're alone.
It's a big dub for us every night at 6:15 when we get to talk to him before the pregame show.
Agree to disagree. 920 Biggest L having to come back from beautiful Riviera Maya. And come back to work. Yeah, see, that's one of those come back to work things that doesn't feel quite as sweet. You've been on the IL for 4 months. You're excited. You're ready to get back in the box. But when you're off a vacation, oof.
Can we extend that vacation a little bit, please?
Yeah, you're not gonna get my best effort for the first probably 72 hours. I might push that laziness through Friday. I might need a full on the clock buffer period before I'm really myself again post Riviera Maya vacation. My gosh. Sounds good, though. 469 does say that, yes, you should have just said a 1.5-year-old instead of saying 19 months when it comes to the baby. I do understand that. It's a battle that I have.
Is your baby 19 months, too?
No, it's not mine. It was just referencing the 214 texter. My baby
all the months matter.
23
up till 2.
My baby's 23 months.
Nice. See, you're still in the golden zone then. Yeah, it becomes 2.5, 3.5, but the first 20 months or so. Big dub for me, this week. When my dog got ran over on Sunday, neither of my kids saw it. You know,
That's a good point.
Yeah,
That's a good
It's
point.
a huge L. You know, losing
For
the
sure.
dog, a 4-year-old dog. Been one thing if it was the 14-year-old dog. You know,
Right.
Didn't have much life to go, but the youngin. He's out of there, but it's good when the kids don't see something traumatic like that. You consider that a dub.
Definitely.
It's very unfortunate it had to happen. At least the kids didn't witness it.
Could have been worse.
Yeah.
You know, that's usually something that you can say to kind of help relieve the pain that is losing a great hero dog like Spike.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Super Mario Bros. Movie. Biggest dub. My gosh, broke the $500 million number at the global box office, becoming the biggest video game adaptation of all time. Mario Bros. I haven't seen it, but people are all over this movie
I keep
right
hearing
now.
references to it.
It looks awesome. I'm interested in seeing it.
Now,
Is this all nostalgia, or is it a legit good movie?
Yeah,
It's a good question.
If you've seen it, let us know. Like, is it funny? Is the storylines just insane here? We know it's a great family affair with Mario and Luigi, but I don't know the ins and outs. I just know it's been crushing hard. And
it's getting a 4.7.
Oh, we got good reviews.
Yeah, when you go 500 million like that, you got people that are double dipping on the watch.
I think they've already greenlit a sequel.
Wow.
So
I get that.
There's an appetite.
Well, how about big dub for the state of Kentucky? This is cool. Every state needs to adopt it. They have a high school state Mario Kart tournament where you can actually become a state champion for being the single greatest Mario Kart player in your state
Okay,
for
so
that
they're
year.
actually playing it. They're not doing their own Mario Kart racing.
No, it's not real.
We're shooting out bananas and all kinds of stuff from the back of the carts.
Yeah, they're not doing that. They're actually playing the video game, but it's not it does suck because it's not the N64 version. They have the newer consoles. So I guess it's probably a PlayStation or an Xbox thing. But that's pretty cool. The high schools all in the state of Kentucky are wrapping their arms around the fact that esports is the real deal, and you could become a state champion. Think about that, man. You could be a state champion at Mario Kart. What an honor.
Not only the new games, but they got retro esports people now. Might not be too late for me, Chief.
That's true. You can dip back into those waters, man. Was that your
That's
go-to?
what I need. No, I was more a Super Mario Brothers guy. If there was something I can compete at, it would be that game.
Man, I loved me some Donkey Kong.
Oh, so much fun. Loved Donkey Kong.
There were so many of those classic games, but
Super Mario Party, that was where it was at for me. 'Cause you can get a good group together. That'd be fun.
Did you take an L a few minutes ago? You just had to do something that you only do in emergency situations, which tells me your stomach was on the fritz.
Yeah, I had a bad issue, and it's taken care of, but I can feel maybe a second wave occurring. I think I've got a problem, boys.
All right, very good. Mike the Tolo's hanging out in the lobby. He needs us to go get him here in a few minutes. 940 Big Dub. I married my best friend in 3 months. That's Tim in the 940. Congratulations, Tim. That's fantastic, dude.
Very romantic, Tim. Nice job.
Love that. 682 Biggest L. Stepson Michael is addicted to his Xbox. Biggest Dub. Today is Michael's 9th birthday, and he'll get his first basketball goal. As long as I can coach better than a former NBA point guard, we're good. Wow, shots fired to Jason Kidd there, but that's good. That's a huge step in a kid's life. Dawson just threw one up for his kiddos in the driveway. That basketball goal, man. Some of the best memories in the world go down in the driveway.
I can help you on those now. I'm about to put up my second. I'm getting confidence. I think I could put up a pergola. I think I could put up maybe a
go full court in
carport.
this piece?
I think I am. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, we got a longer driveway. I'm going to put up a full court situation on that for sure.
Have you
But we got to
on
get the
that?
kids off the screens.
Yes, dude.
You know, it really is a pandemic in itself. These kids on these damn screens, it makes them sad and depressed.
Dude,
it will.
The addiction is real on it.
Oh, it absolutely is. 100%. Did you read some of the Mario text we got?
Please.
940, everything about Mario is fantastic. Go see it. 214, it's a good nostalgia movie, but it's straight up video game vibes for me. I'm 41 and my kids 8 and 6, definitely recommended. So many references. We've got Mario Kart references as well, apparently, in the Mario movie, but it seems like everybody who's texting that's seen this thing, they loved it. Mario movie is legit.
Wow, man. Good to hear. Good to hear. We might have to make that one happen. Let's see. Big dub to Penn State baseball and all their fans. They broke a wiener record at Medlar Field at Lebrano Park. Over 5,287 hot dogs were consumed at one of their games the other day, which was a personal record for that ballpark.
And they didn't throw them at each other.
No, they did not. They did not, unlike their Philly fan counterparts in the major leagues.
Unreal.
Big dub to the offensive lineman who consumed the most meat at an all-you-can-meat situation amongst other incoming NFL linemen here for the NFL draft. This is a guy that would be skyrocketing up my draft board here. He put on 9.5 pounds through one seated meal of the all-you-can-eat meats where they, red card,
like
green
Fogo de
card
Chao,
style.
Texas State,
that kind of
Brazil.
deal. They had a competition between like 5 or 6 of the offensive linemen, including TCU's own Steve Avila, and they basically all sit down. They weigh in, and then they all sit down together, and they're just hammering the meats, and then you tap out as you tap out. And then at the end, everybody gets back on the scale, and the competition is who can put on the most weight through this one meat meal. And it looks like Old Dominion offensive lineman Nick Saldiveri.
Let's go. Big fan of his.
9.5 pounds my boy put on.
Nick can eat, man. And I saw that video. It looked like Avila ended up having to go two-ski, kind of clear out some room, then came back. I'm surprised he didn't win.
Wow, that feels like a rule breaker to me.
If anything, it puts you at a disadvantage because you're probably losing pounds letting that go.
Oh, good call. Good call. Yeah. I guess unless it's opening it up more space for you to refill. But yeah, no, I guess you're right. That's actually, working. It's hustling backwards in a way, I guess. 877-881-1053. 940 took that L this week. That interest rate, bro, is how they text that one in. All these interest rates right now, right? I mean, anything you're financing is pretty much
might have had
ridiculous.
a flexible interest rate loan. Like sometimes the rate can change. During the life of the loan, and as it goes up, prime rate can change significantly. Like a mortgage payment could go up 50%. Could be insane, bro.
That's
end up costing you $500 more a month.
So bad, bad. That's not even fair that they can do that. 432 biggest dub. Just bought an engagement ring, fellas. Wish me luck.
Good luck.
Consider luck wished upon you, sir.
You shouldn't need luck when you make a purchase like that. You know how this is going to go.
That one's in the bag. Right? Yeah, for
if
sure.
there's legit feelings of uncertainty, you probably shouldn't go there.
Yeah. I mean, if you have more nerves inside you than just the general nerves of pulling it off and making it special, then you should probably hold your water on that one.
Trust your gut.
Yeah. Amen. 972 big L for me is my girl told me she's rooting for the Grizzlies now because the Mavericks suck. Oh, dude, you can't have that.
See, I can't just pivot to another team like that.
You can't pivot into the division either.
No.
Like you can enjoy storylines and maybe individual players, but actively making that your team is just weird.
Yeah, that can't be a full-time commitment. If you want to go on a bit of a playoff run, I would say definitely you can't do that in the division. And honestly, I'd like for it to be out of the conference in its entirety.
Yeah,
you want to throw an Eastern Conference team my way and say, hey, you're kind of interested in what they got going on for the next 6 weeks. Hey, so be it.
I like Giannis. I'm going to go root for the Bucks. Fine.
No. You don't take the best player in the league in his prime. You're either going with a young up-and-comer like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, maybe a John Morant that's on the cusp, or you go with old and washed up trying to get one last ring.
There you go.
That's how you take secondary teams. You want the cool storyline.
Yeah, the Sacramento story.
Yeah.
Sacktown makes a ton of sense. Light that beam. We'll light that beam together, honey. Absolutely. I like that idea.
Gavin, I'm a loan officer. None of what you just said is true. Please don't say dumb stuff. 214. Well, he said his interest rate. Yeah, he took an L with the interest rate.
Please don't say dumb stuff.
No, you got the... This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. You're a bad loan officer, sir.
Yeah, and I think you should say dumb stuff anytime you want to, Dawson.
Yeah, I used to work in the mortgage industry, sir. I think you're terrible at your job.
Can't believe you gave that up, Dawson.
Yeah, it was a good 4-month run. Okay, it is hockey time in DFW. Jim Nill was on with Sean and RJ, talked about them on their 6-game winner going into the playoffs, and then we have some Cowboys goodies for you coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's top football podcast for a reason. Love of the Star. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the nation. It's a no Broadus Friday here as he is taking the day off, but you have the rest of us. General at your service. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You do have Wolchuk and Shia follow as per usual, and Carter Freeman is coordinating your video at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Thinking about getting a pizza, probably going to go back to the old standbys a lot. I'm looking for others.
Killing me, Smalls.
I'm looking for others, but I don't want to risk branching out and being disappointed when you have something good.
Yeah, dude. That's a
I've already
battle.
had it twice this week though.
If you ain't broke, don't fix it. But there might be something out there that you can find.
What's the old nostalgia pizza from up in the Northwest that you?
That's right, the Round Table pizza.
Round Table's
pretty good.
Round Table wasn't bad.
Maybe we go Round Table today.
Wasn't bad.
Okay, speaking of not bad, Dallas Stars won 6 in a row, including a nail biter 1-0, pun intended, last night. We have GM Jim Nill on with Sean and RJ, and we'll have a couple of cuts here for you to get you ready. What have you seen from your team over these last 14 games that stands out to you? Here's Jim.
Well, there's a lot of different things, but I think the one thing is, when you start the year, you're putting a team together, and you don't know how it's going to come together. And this team, right from day one, is training camp. They just kind of gelled. We've got a good mix of the older veterans. We've got a kind of a core group, that's been coming along over the last 4 or 5 years, and then you add in sprinkle in 3 or 4 younger guys, and they've really gelled together. And they I guess the biggest thing is that they play for each other. We got a goalie, Jake Odger, that the guys love to play in front of, and Wedgwood, guys love to play in front of our 2 goalies, and they're committed to each other. And when you want to play for the teammate next to you, that takes you a long ways, and that's kind of where our team's at right now.
I love that. When a team gels, when a team comes together, and you have the mix of young and old, that's like a championship mix to me. And I feel like this team is significantly better than the one that made the Stanley Cup Finals a couple of years back.
Yeah, I agree, because they're deeper with their lines, and he's so right, because you even look at their top line combination with Robertson, Hintz, Pavelski. You've got the young phenom and Jason Robertson, even Rope Hintz, not an old player by any means, but he's got more seasoning than Robertson. But then Pavelski is just the ageless wonder, the guy who you want come playoff time, always seems to step up big. They've had an advantage moving Jamie Benn down to the second line, Tyler Seguin down to the third line, and Sagan's now playing some fantastic hockey, and you get Mason Marchment back as well. Last night he returned. So, all the depth throughout your bottom line right now, Foxa, Kiviranta, Ty Dellandrea, and maybe they put Hanley out there, but they've got a lot of versatility, and it's a perfect mesh of youth versus veteran leadership.
Okay, and speaking of that said desired championship, cut number 2 here from Jim. Is this season championship or bust for you?
Well, I'm a little bit, I respect how hard it is. First of all, how hard it is to make the playoffs in our sport. It's 32 teams and only 16 make it. It's tough. And with the parity in the league, something I tell our guys at training camp the first day is the difference between making the playoffs and missing the playoffs is 1 win a month. The season's 5 or 6 months long. Those 5, that extra win a month, that's 5 or 6 wins. You look at the standings. That's the difference between making it and losing it. And you look back at the start of the year and you say, "Well, what's 1 win a month? Here or there." It's amazing when you get into March and April and you get close to the end, how that one extra win here or there, an extra win in February or an extra win in December, might have put you in the playoffs. And so it's a tough. Just to get to the playoffs is a grind. It's 82 games, and then everybody says, well, you want to be the best. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you'd love to win the President's Trophy and all this. You want to get in. You want to be as healthy as you can be, and then it's away you go. Now let's let the chips fall. So I don't want to say it's bust or whatever. I think what we're trying to build here is something that we want to be consistent. You want to have a chance to be in the playoffs every year, and by doing that gives you a chance to eventually maybe win the Stanley Cup along the way. It's not easy to win the Stanley Cup, 32 teams, if you go through the odds, somebody's going to win it once every 32 years, and then all of a sudden a couple of teams come along and win it a couple of years in a row. Well, that changes the odds again. So it's tough to win championships. But I just want to have a franchise that we have a chance every year to be in the playoffs, and you hope that builds what we talked about prior about having that experience going through the playoffs. You hope that builds up to give you the chance to win it. And if you look at all the championship teams, they've had to go through the grind of the playoffs and had the chance to win. And I think we've gone that through that the last 2-3 years. And now I think with some of these younger kids coming in, I think that brings us to the next level. And that's what we're excited about.
Could bring him to the next level. I like it. At least he was putting out there a little bit at the end, but that for me, that's a lot of him and Han and being scared as an executive of setting expectations.
Yeah, I think he knows that there's only so many chances, especially with the veterans that you have, Joe Pavelski, Ben, Sagan. How many good years do these guys have left? And sure, you've got a good young crop of talent with Wyatt Johnston, who stepped up and was awesome this year. We've mentioned Rope and Jason Robertson, and Ottinger, your goaltender, who's probably your best opportunity to make a deep run. It's always about the goaltending. But you've got three guys there in Pavelski, Ben, and Sagan. Even a guy like Domi, not super young. You've got to take advantage of this opportunity this year right now.
And I am excited to see a guy like Robertson and how much he's leveled up from year one to year two from a playoff standpoint, because last year versus Calgary, I mean, it was a couple of assists, maybe a goal in the 7 games. And so, like, how much more, because he was dominant last year, even more so this year. And now what type of different level up situation do we get from the youngster there? Could he just have a full on, hey, I'm the young guy when we're going on a playoff run, and I'm going to be a huge reason why right now.
Even a Miro Heiskanen, who during that Stanley Cup final run in the bubble, you saw him just physically get beat up by Tampa Bay. And you're going to play against some bigger physical teams probably in the first round if you match up with Minnesota. But I think that type of playoff experience has made Miro way better.
I enjoyed hearing from him, but this is the kind of stuff that makes me really relate to the Stars fans that aren't the biggest fans of Jim Nill. You know, I there's just something off about him a little bit, and I'm not quite exactly sure what that is, but I feel like he's out there like, oh, it's so hard to make the playoffs, and you know, it's a hell of a job by me just to build the kind of team that could get here. Thankfully, they gelled. You know, I did my job adding all the talent, and then thankfully they gelled. And you know, if we can get lucky enough to stay healthy, then maybe we could be fortunate enough to take advantage of, you know, this great job that I've done. But in sports, you can't be scared of the disappointment of losing. You can't be trying to manage the expectations so far. You're as the GM, you're a leader of the team. As much as the coaches, as much as the owner might set the agenda, and there's players, what you say publicly matters. I think for setting the urgency and the agenda of the team, and to be out there kind of scared of the disappointment, because you don't want your fans to think, oh, you busted, you must have done something wrong. Like being that safe, cover my ass, make sure I don't get fired kind of smarmy, weird executive like that. That tone doesn't match up with the intensity of the playoffs. Listen, yes, it's the best team we've ever had since we won it all. Maybe even better than that team. We got to win it this year. And if we don't, a lot of people are going to go home and scream for maybe days, you know, and it's going to hurt. It's going to rip our hearts out. You know, our fans might go home and cry even though they don't play in the game, because that's what sports is. You're going for the glory, man. And when you got that opportunity, I want a Braveheart type of speech. Don't tell me how hard it is to get in the playoffs. It ain't that damn hard. 32 teams, half of them get in. Not hard. You know, it's about 50-50. You keep getting in the playoffs.
Yeah, you shouldn't be satisfied with a team that just makes it every year. At some point, you want to be that team that breaks through and gets there, and your team did get to the Cup final. That should make you even hungrier to go ahead and finally hoist the Stanley Cup, and it kind of goes back to what Tom Gillardy said in Canada on TSN when he does his appearances there. Doesn't do them here, but he does them there north of the border, and he's talking about how, you know, the Stars media not super critical. Well, here you go, being a little critical of Jim Nill, and maybe you should be a little bit more fiery.
You're riding a 6-game dub streak into the playoffs. The confidence should be through the roof. You should have mad hubris in your voice, and yeah, you should be rah-rahing these guys all the way to victory.
I think so. Yeah, let's put a little urgency in here. Dawson got me ready to run through a wall, says the 405. Gavin, what you say publicly matters, 214. Somehow that's a shot or a troll at me. 469, Gavin's a poo-pooer. killing the Stars high. I'm not trying to kill the high. You know, I don't like this out of town guy from Canada. You know, I just don't. I don't.
You're mad because Nil's killing the high.
Yeah, Nil's killing the high. Yeah. That's.
Well,
I'm trying to get the high up.
Yeah, don't high shame Dawson when Nil's the guy that we should be high shaming.
It's Friday. Say that. Let's all get high. You know.
Yeah.
Let's party.
Let's all get high.
Salute to the Greg Anthony.
That's what I thought it was at first. That first hour was hell, man. I'm telling you.
We're living on that Stars high right now, baby.
It was an impressive performance, Lucius.
I'm smoking on that Reggie Stars.
Dawson disregarding Nil like he disregarded the guy's testicle last night. Oh, yeah, the 6 o'clock sound off. We had a guy who lost one at age 2. I just wanted the story on how he lost it.
He comes out of the gates
Not
with,
that
I have one testicle. I lost it when I was 2. Then he goes on a sports take, and we're all waiting for the follow-up question, which we're glad that you hit, but it was a little underwhelming reasoning.
Yeah, it was just a little hernia.
Just a little descended testicle.
Yeah. Okay, Greg Anthony, salute to him for telling it like it is with these Dallas Mavericks. The number one thing Mavs fans need to see change for us to believe Mark Cuban has a chance of building a winner. What is it for you as we go into a huge offseason? There's been one alarming red flag with this basketball team, and it really tells the truth about how incompetent the Mavs front office is.
Oy.
And I'll tell you, I'm going to give you Greg Anthony's quote here, and then I'm going to tell you exactly what this is. Okay, Greg, the problem is that their roster is horrible. Greg brought it. Says they've got 2 great talents, but they have the most limited supporting cast of any team you can think of as a really good team in the NBA. They have a bunch of one-dimensional guys offensively, and then they don't have any terrific defenders. They have no physicality. They have no pressure on the rim offensively or defensively. They don't have shot blocking. Like, they're just a really horrific defensive team, said Greg Anthony. And they've got 2 dynamic players, but they don't have a third guy that has the ability to go create his own shot or his own offense consistently and create offense for others. The problem is Mark Cuban is trying to reinvent the system here. And I think it has Vegas Bob's fingerprints all over it. Has the league not gone to positionless basketball more and more, where you just try to get the most talented guys with the most skills and the best height? That's what we want. 6'8" guys with point guard skills and the ability to rebound and defend anybody. The Mavs want a system where almost nobody can create a shot. Very few players can dribble. About as few can pass. And I'm pretty concerned that Mark Cuban doesn't recognize the need to change. He has gone, well, we need 1 orchestrator and 3 and D. They end up with Jalen Brunson, Spencer Dinwiddie, and Luka Doncic, and it clicked in such a big way they make the Western Conference Finals. The very next team-building window, they take away one of the ball handlers. Mm-hmm. Then they go get Kyrie Irving. They take away one of the ball handlers in Spencer Dinwiddie. You saw how massively important it is to have at least 3. I would want 6. I would want 8 creative ball handlers. We're passing to this guy. He might dribble, shoot, or pass with almost equal efficiency. The Mavs are like, well, we just need 1 guy to pass, and and really we just want this guy on the court throwing to 3-point shooters. And what ends up happening is the better teams that you play against, you get put in situations where you really have to be able to problem solve on the court in real time in high pressure situations, and we don't have enough of the dribbling and passing skills to get out of those high pressure moments. So out of everything we can say about Jason Kidd, Nico, Mark Cuban, Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, I need to know that Mark Cuban is prioritizing actually getting multiple versatile basketball players on the team, because that is the clear trend of where basketball is here in 2023. Wolchuk, Giafalo.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder what their plan is. Hey, if we have Kyrie and Luka, is that enough to suffice of ball handlers, and now we're just going to get defenders and shooters? Or do we feel the need to at least have one more guy? Because even after the Jalen Brunson thing, they wait until the deadline and Kyrie falls in their laps, but they never actually replaced him.
Right.
Their replacement was a scoring one, in theory, with THJ coming back off injury and Christian Wood providing some scoring, but they didn't remember we all wanted him to go get Dragic.
Right.
And that was something they didn't want to do. It's like, okay, we'll just throw a couple of Nilikinas at the wall,
Yeah.
Frankie
See if it
Smokes,
sticks.
and here we go here.
I think they've got their third in Hardy. I think Jaden Hardy is a guy that you see the talent, you see the potential. I think they've got that from within, even if a Josh Green's able to take the next step and he just becomes a little bit more confident and being more aggressive, because you saw the flashes throughout the season from Josh Green. So I think they're okay if Kyrie stays when it comes to the ball handling. They've got to put an emphasis on 3-and-D wings and then, of course, the bigs inside when it comes to rim protection, rebounding, which they tried to do a year ago. They just failed miserably.
All righty, thanks for the feedback on that, G-Bag Nation. The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Isn't Dawson an out-of-town guy from just south of Canada?
Nah, we own him now.
Well, yes. Well, about 6 hours south of the Canadian border. We'd go up there when we were 19 and party in BC and Delta because their drinking age was 19. You could even get in there at 17, though.
That is epic.
It was great, especially when you visit friends in Seattle, which is just like an hour and a half from the
That's
border.
cool.
Vancouver, BC is a great place to get down like that if you want to. But
I'm jealous.
Me too.
But yeah, my dad was from the South. My dad was a Cowboys fan. My mom's from Indiana, which is basically the South. It's like the South of the Midwest for a variety of reasons. And I don't have a crazy Canadian accent, you know, and I at least put some urgency and have the cojones to say, let's go win a damn championship instead of, oh, it's hard to make the playoffs. Give me a break, Jim. Okay, we got to run. Wooly Bully's Top 10 at 420 is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Jim Nance takes shots at the Romo haters, and it's National Pecan Day. What's the top nut next on the fan?
But ladies and gentlemen, we know the top wing in the Metroplex. That's going to be the Pluckers wing, and it is draft time, which means it's the best combination in the world.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a nice little Friday. Brian's going to be back on Monday. He just took a day off to take care of some biz. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free over there at truckwreck.com. And the Wooly Bullies Top 10 is presented by the Olmsted Procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's Bully.
Thank you very much, General. Shout out to Elite Skin Center and, of course, Pluckers, as well as Soda. Love all of you. All right, so it's National Pecan Day, 877-881-1053. I got the top 10 nuts. Go ahead and give me your top nuts, and we'll get to that in just a moment because we got some NFL news to give you. And we talked during the season about the old Krusty, and it's not Brian, it's another one, and I can't even think of his name. I don't know if we should mention it because Romo fans out there might get angry.
Dick Ebersol.
It was Ebersol, otherwise known as Dick Ebersol.
Correct.
So he was taking shots at Romo, like he's not good anymore. What are people seeing him? Yeah. Romo needs to...
Lost his passion for announcing, he said.
Yeah, he needs to just get back in the film room and study it up because he's providing nothing anymore.
Comedic relief, I'd say.
I think he almost won G-Bag of the Day several times this year. In fact, I think he did win a couple of times.
Yeah, he was on a good run.
Still, I thought, very entertaining. So Nance, he didn't necessarily answer Sean Sharif's question when he asked him about this, but he was on Sports Illustrated, and they asked him about the Romo situation. Here's what Jim had to say.
Tony got beat up pretty good last year. Were you guys aware that Tony had gotten beat up pretty good from not just people on Twitter, it was people in the industry?
I think there was a little bit of a misinformation attempt there to portray him in a not so favorable light. It was very disappointing. For the life of me, I didn't understand it. Tony is the best. He's the absolute best, and he's also one of my best friends. I love the guy. And when somebody starts questioning our chemistry, there's an agenda there. There is nothing wrong with our chemistry. I've never had better chemistry with anybody in my career than with Tony. Here's what I don't get is, where was all this outcry during the season? It's not like we were invisible. We didn't do any of these games in January any different than we did during the regular season. So why all of a sudden are people taking cheap shots?
Didn't the criticism come during the season?
Ebersol got him in October, and then a few months later in the playoffs, it reached a public crescendo.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting, because I was even thinking Ebersol got him in the summertime, but maybe he pointed back to the summertime about how CBS had some off-season summer come to Jesus meetings with Tony. Maybe that's what.
Because didn't he get his big deal this past summer, or was it the summer?
No,
before?
it was the summer before. But yeah. Ebersol was the one that came out first, and then everybody just started following suit. But he was definitely the guy that put it out there, and then people started piggybacking. I guess.
And Dick Ebersol had to apologize for it.
Yeah, Dick felt bad.
He was like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and back up. I mean, I definitely do think when it comes to the predicting and necessarily knowing what everybody's doing, he had the advantage right after he was playing, and he was used to having watched and studied all these teams as a quarterback and preparing to play them. So sure, he's able to pick up on more of the tricks and the tendencies, and maybe he's not able to have, the eye to exactly what's going to happen, but I think he's still very entertaining.
Maybe Jim Nance feels like Ebersol's trying to get back in that producer's chair and, shake off retirement or whatever, but I don't know what other agenda you could have if you're Ebersol. You're not trying to crush that pairing. I mean, they work for the company that I'm sure you have lots of stock in. I don't know what else you could be trying to get.
I would have kind of Jim's beating around the bush there a little bit. I would have liked for him to call Dick out by name.
Just say, go bleed yourself, Dick.
Because it all goes back to Dick. And if it wasn't for him, I don't know that anybody would be talking about this.
It's true.
The average fan's just sitting there. It's a run-of-the-mill situation. No one's paying that close attention. So Jim, he's got beef, and the beef is with Dick.
Well, that's fair, but I also think now that Dick pointed it out, there's some legitimacy to that. He's not just making that up.
Yeah.
Tony's different than he was, and I think it's a natural difference. 5 years in, there's less of an excitement for and less nervous energy.
Sure.
When Tony took off, I think there was a real, wow, I'm doing this, and am I good? And after a while, you kind of know you're good and you relax a little bit, but I do think it took away from his prep and his ability to educate, but he more than makes up for it with his sort of Tony Romo swagger and ability to entertain a little bit.
Not to mention when you get that fat bag that he got, it's like, okay, well, I've kind of made it now. Yeah. And the best ones are able to kind of push through that and still just be at the top with their work ethic. But I think it's natural to just kind of take a step back and chill a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, the greatest to ever do it, Madden. He was talking about turduckins and saying boom.
Yeah.
Okay. It was all shtick.
Drawing circles.
No, it's a great point.
We're going to go this alley here, boom.
Yeah, it's all about what you want, and I like the entertainment value. So
me too.
I'm totally here for it, and I hope that we're moving in a direction, and Tony Romo can be one of the pioneers of less starched play-by-play booths, as we move into a new era of broadcasting and sporting in general. And you're seeing some of that stuff with the multicasts and even our friends at Mississippi Valley State, right? The bros that are calling the basketball games and bringing life and entertainment to it. And I think we're moving in that direction, but it's kind of a little bit slowly.
No doubt. The other two NFL news nuggets to give you, we have Gerald McCoy, who was with the Cowboys very briefly, but longtime Tampa Bay Buccaneer and former Oklahoma Sooner, has officially retired from the NFL today, put out a video on social media. And the Falcons continue to make signings on their defense. They signed former Steeler and Titan Bud Dupree to a 1-year, $5 million deal as they try to compete there in that NFC South. You got Calais Campbell, Jesse Bates. They traded for Jeffrey Okudah. So they've added several players now, including Bud Dupree, to that defense. The big question is quarterback. Are they going to rock with Ritter? Probably. We'll see how he does. All right, let's slide into the top 10. National Pecan Day. Delicious, delicious nut.
Dude, a chocolate-covered pecan is undefeated.
Big fan of the pecan pie as well. Others might disagree.
Pecan pie. Pecan pie, whichever you want to call it.
Yeah, I'm good either way.
I'd switch every time.
Yeah, it's pretty much like whatever the person says to me, I'll repeat that.
Care.
Pecan pie is like a tequila for me, where I ate so much of it as a kid once, like maybe half of one, and I got sick. So I need to push through that because that is a delicious pie.
Yeah,
it is good. Maybe you just have it once a year.
Yeah, maybe a little sliver. I'll see if I can get myself back into it. I prefer the pecan sandy as the best pecan dessert, though.
Is that the ice cream thing?
The pecan sandy's a cookie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Hey, what is that ice cream that has the pecan in it and it has like some caramel, something going on? Whatever. It needs to be stopped. Whatever it is, it needs to be stopped. And that's why I brought it up.
Stop because it's so good.
Butter pecan?
No, put it. Yeah, butter pecan.
Butter pecan.
Throw it away. It's trash.
Oh, no.
It's horrible.
Man, I'll tell you what. Have you ever had the Hulk smoothie from Smoothie King?
No.
It would change your mind on it.
Yes, I have. I 100% have. Dude. Yeah, that's the one I go to. It is good. It's got the peanut butter and banana and all that joint in it. Yeah, it is fire, bro.
And then it's a scoop of butter pecan ice cream that's laying that foundation. They snuck one past the goalie on you there, Lucius.
You're thinking it's healthy and they're putting freaking ice cream in there?
This is under the weight gainers section. So this yeah, bro. This
the
is
weight gainers section.
If you want to suck 1,000 calories through a straw, this is for you.
All right.
And that's for a medium size.
I'm going to say no thank you on that. But I might get one.
that could be like on soda. It would be like a week's worth of shakes.
So good after a workout,
but
bro.
It is so good, bro.
Gosh, it sounds good. We're getting a lot of love for the pecan or the pecan. Very delicious when it comes to the nuts. Okay, so obviously there is a certain type of nut that we can't talk about that a lot of people are texting in, and I get it.
What?
The Booster?
Might be the best nut. Yeah.
But the best nut?
Yeah.
A satisfying one.
Very satisfying nut.
Yeah.
The Brazil nuts come in at number 10.
The worst nut?
Brazil nuts.
A sneaky one.
Yeah. It's a sneaky nut. Underrated nut in mixed
The
jars.
early one?
Is the Brazil nut. Yeah, it's the one that kind of looks like it's peeled. Like it doesn't actually have any skin on it, but it's got some, it like there's white shell and then you've got a little bit of like the red hinge or brown tint.
Yeah, you can make a
bit.
meal out of those bad boys.
They're delicious.
Yeah.
Number 9 is the pine nuts.
Okay. All right. I believe that's quite possibly the smallest nut.
It is a tiny
nut?
nut. It's a tiny, pine nut. It's a very tiny nut.
Have you ever pulled a nut out of a pine?
No, but they supposedly have a nice mild flavor, but when raw, they are too soft to make for a satisfying snack.
I think it's like a salad sprinkle nut kind of thing. It's one of those.
Like a garnish.
Yeah, it's an accent to a salad.
Number 8 is the macadamia.
Yeah, bro. I love a macadamia nut cookie.
Oh, my gosh.
I really do.
Shout out to Subway, bro.
Dude,
they got the best little macadamia.
Subway?
Yeah, sneaky
Those
good.
freaking cookies.
Sneaky.
Subway and McDonald's.
Yeah,
Like,
yes.
they both have phenomenal cookies in the fast food game.
I finally got to try a legit coca nut over the summer.
Were you loving it?
It was outstanding, dude. I'm telling you,
This isn't the cocoa. This is the coconut.
No, this is the coconut off a tree. Okay, and then
this was in Mexico?
This dude's hacking at it for a second to open it up, pop a straw in there, and you drink it like that. Oh,
fantastic!
It is outstanding.
Yeah. Is that a nut?
The coca?
The coconut?
I believe so.
I mean, I'm just asking because we're
is-
so weird because we say nut and it'd be like, well, that's not a nut. That's actually a vegetable. Yeah,
It's a legume, you
jackass.
Yeah,
I don't know that it is.
It's so good.
But it's round. I'd put it in the nut family, and it's got nut in the title. It's not in the top 10, though.
You see Rock open one up with his hands? The Rock?
What?
He broke a coconut open with his damn hands.
How the hell?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
You can have it, bro. You got
Maui.
it. You won.
Yeah.
40 milligrams of trend per day will allow that to happen to you,
Yeah,
too.
no doubt.
Steroids.
To the gills, dog.
Number 7 is the pecan or the pecan.
Yeah.
Should be higher,
Yeah,
in
I was
my
about to
opinion.
say, dude, that's a Mount Rushmore nut.
And the candied ones that they serve at Buc-ee's, those are getting texted in. That, along with the brisket sandwich, I would get every time stopping at Buc-ee's prior to soda.
Mavericks games, and maybe at Stars games too, but Mavericks games for sure, they have like a little nut vendor. It's like a warm, bagged up, sugar candied kind of nut. I'm not even totally sure. I think they have a couple of different options in terms of like almond or cashew, maybe even pecan, but holy smokes, it is worth it.
Those
man.
warm nuts.
Yes, and they're caramelized or whatever. I don't even know, but they're worth your time.
There's something special about it. It does always make me think of that scene in Along Came Polly where Ben Stiller's characters like never eat the bar nuts. You know how many people are going to the bathroom, they're coming back, they're not
and they
washing
put
their
their hands right back in that
yeah,
joint.
you're basically eating.
Oh, don't ever do that.
You're gonna need your own bowl of disgust. that for sure.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
How about
Jennifer Aniston
walnuts?
grabs it. Ooh, walnuts.
I
yes.
love walnuts, and they're good for the dome piece. That's why they look like a dome piece.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
so
yeah.
number 6 is the hazelnuts, which makes for a good creamer. Number 5 is walnuts, and walnuts are underrated, Lucius. I think that's a good call.
They're fantastic.
Soft, but they have a little crunch to
Little-
them at the
little
same
bite.
time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Screw you, pecans and praline, folks. It's awful. Put it up.
Number 4 is pistachios.
Were you born in the 30s?
Yeah,
Sorry.
they're coming at you, man.
Pistachios are great either as part of a mix or on their own in the shell.
I love
I can-
pistachios.
yeah, pistachios might be my fave.
Oh, they're good.
Do you want to work for that particular pistachio nut?
Sometimes
or
you
do
can get them already taken out of the shell, which is
100%.
preferred.
Is it worth
I
the
don't.
extra
I don't like
dollar?
the big bag of just pistachios.
You can just like dunk it in your mouth.
It's overkill.
Okay.
I either want them slowly because I'm working or as part of a mix.
All right. Number 3 is almonds, which I think is the healthiest of the nuts.
Yeah, they're really fire.
Especially if you take the peel off.
Number 2, this is my personal favorite.
Cashew.
It's cashews.
Dude,
Good nut.
cashews.
It's my
Cashews are
personal
fire.
Bro, anytime you're in the mixed nuts
Yeah.
and you get the cashew, it's like, oh, yes.
Cashew for the win.
It's just satisfying.
every time,
best one.
dude.
But
Every
number
time.
1, they rate this is the best nut, and I guess it's probably got the most use.
the
on
lug
chin.
nut. The lug nut.
The lug nut's a good one, but it's peanuts.
Oh, peanut.
What about a good nutmeg?
I love nutmeg.
Hey, that's my favorite on a weekend. Indeed.
Shout out to Busta Grimes.
Thank you, Woolchuck. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are now 2 weeks from the draft. Our Path to the Draft coverage is brought to you by Pluckers and our friends at K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing. Chia Follows Fun with Sports Audio is coming up next. Where are we heading with that, Chief?
Well, coconut is apparently a fruit, not a nut. So we've got the first correction of the nut day, but we have some great sound. It's Paul Pierce, it's Gilbert Arenas, it's Nick Cannon. We're about to change NBA playoffs forever thanks to Agent Zero. That's next.
yesterday with Sean, RJ, and Bobby, the former Rams OC, NFL mastermind, quarterback guru. He was just dropping gold everywhere. That's coming up at 5 o'clock. Mike Martz highlights from this morning's discussion. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's Fun with Sports Audio.
Gilbert Arenas might have just changed the NBA playoffs forever, except they won't do it, but it would be cool if they made this move here. We got some Paul Pierce and Nick Cannon sound as well, but here is Gilbert Arenas on the one thing he'd most like to change about the NBA playoffs. Would you be on board with this?
We don't go to the home until you win the game. So it's like make it, take it. So make it, take it, right? Okay. Make it, take it. If we win, we keep staying home until you beat us. Then we go to yours. I think that's.
But would you do it on the other side now? So say you have home court advantage. You're the Bucks. You trick off game one. You got to go to their joint.
You go to their joint.
And play till you beat them.
Yeah, until you beat them, and to come back home. Make it, take it. Right?
Yeah.
Now that puts some real. Now that makes a motherfucking fan be a fan. That makes fans real like home. That means home court advantage is very important. Yeah. Now you got to value that team. A team comes in there and whoops your ass, and you might not come back here no more. It's over.
Yeah, I love that idea. I don't know if it's logistically possible with the plannings and the hotels and the flights and everything for the media, but that's fun. That would be a heck of a thing. If they could even bring it one time for a one-off, it'd be cool just to see it play out.
Well, they wouldn't want to do it because of the revenue sharing, right?
Yeah.
Like the owners are going to lose out on getting the money for those 2 playoff games. So that's why they're going to push back. But I love the concept of that. That is awesome.
Because it makes home field advantage that much more. The home crowd would be even more intense. And then it also puts more emphasis on winning games and getting a top 4 seed for sure in the regular season. So now you're helping the regular season where, Baskey's lamenting, hey, for 82 nights a year, you're watching basketball games where teams and players aren't really caring and trying, and that would be an added motivation to say, no, we want home court advantage because we could literally just remain home in theory for an entire playoff run till we get the Larry O'Brien.
Never lost.
That's a cool idea,
It
but
is.
I don't think logistically or financially the NBA would be down.
I think the desperation from the fans and the players at home in the fourth quarter, the volume would go just off the charts intense. And, I think you might get even more fight out of the players, even though playoff basketball is already so intense. Maybe you take it up a notch. I always loved that feeling when you'd be at an open gym and there's 5 teams waiting. And that feeling like we're on the court. If we lose, we might be waiting in an hour and a half. We might as well go home if we lose.
Yeah.
And there's that feeling of like trying to protect the pool table or whatever. That's pretty fun.
Or you could do like what the 214 says and just why don't we leave this bleep alone, which I guess is also fair, and it's exactly what's going to happen. But I thought it was a good idea from Gilbert Arenas. Here's Paul Pierce on the I Am Athlete podcast. He's hanging out with Brandon Marshall, Deshaun Jackson, and LaShawn McCoy. And he's talking about the time that former Bull, Joakim Noah, decided to show love to Kevin Garnett when they in the middle of a game at the free throw line. They're both like neither one of them are shooting the free throw, but they're next to each other. And Joakim Noah decides to spill the beans to KG during the game about how big of a fan he's been of KG in all these years growing up watching him. And this is how Paul Pierce says that went down.
So, KG intense. He looking down, his dripping sweat. He like, hey, yo, KG, man, you was my favorite player, dog. I had your poster on my wall. And he telling him all this, he breaking it down. KG was like, get off my and then he said, and dude jumped. I look, so I'm right here like, ooh, okay.
I was told that during the game?
Dog, this is in the game, somebody at the free throw
line.
Dog, and I'm like, oh man, you can't talk to KG right now, dog.
KG was intense, man. Yeah, he was a very intense competitor, and sometimes it would take to bullying people, which I kind of feel like that is.
He's
but
trash
heat of
talk.
battle. Yeah,
he was intense. I mean, those Celtics teams when they won the championship finally with KG, Paul Pierce, and Rondo, that was like a no nonsense get off my lawn squad.
Yeah,
that was like an old school. When we watched The Last Dance with MJ. Like you were bringing back that style of basketball. It was fun to watch.
Never meet your heroes, though, man. Like, hey, I'm a huge fan. Had posters of you growing up. Yeah, bleep you, get off my bleep is the way Kevin Garnett responded to that. And Brian Scalabrine is a guy that will come on the air and tell you he can go player for player and just tell you how insane that roster was and being on that team and the amount of crazies they sort of had
Glenn
there.
Baby Davis?
They did. They had an incredible
did.
front court. Yeah. Kendrick Perkins when he was young and still somewhat athletic.
Now, here is Nick Cannon, who is infamous for having just 1 million children. And he was on with Howard Stern. Howard Stern put his feet to the fire, his fatherly feet to the fire. Can you name all 12 of your children, Nick Cannon? And he had some hubris at the start, and then things got bad for Nick.
And you know their names, everyone's name?
I can name all, of course.
You can name
all
every
of your
kid.
kids?
I'm going to test you.
Rock,
Well, hold on. Rock,
Moroccan and Monroe, which we call Rock and Roll. Golden, Powerful, and then Zion, Zillion, Zen.
That's
and
correct.
then from there, there's Legendary. Then there's
Legendary Love.
Rise. Legendary Love. Then there's Rise.
You left out Onyx Ice Cold.
Oh no! You know what? I did. You
did.
You got.
I knew you didn't know them all.
I knew you didn't know them all.
Oh, jeez.
Never mind the fact that the names of his children are patently insane.
Those are difficult to remember.
But the one that he forgot was Onyx Cold. I assume Onyx being the first name, Cold being the middle name, and then last name Cannon, Onyx Cold Cannon. But he forgot it. And that has to make you feel terrible, I would think.
As a dad.
That's so funny, though.
Yeah.
It's just so many names. It's like trying to do a mock draft. You know, sometimes you leave one out. You're like, oh my goodness, I can't believe I forgot about that one.
Jeez, the top 12 picks. I don't know, but I mean, even you after your most recent baby girl was born, you were like, man, I've already the three of them. I'm starting to get confused. Who's who?
Oh, for sure. Yeah,
so imagine
100%.
12.
Yeah, no, I definitely get it.
Yeah, my mom used to say, what's your name? You, come here.
Yeah, you come here.
Go get your brother.
My mom would rattle off all my brother's names before finally getting to mine, or vice versa. That was just the way it went. Here's Brian Broaddus on the draft show. This is what you can get from Broaddus during draft season. Thank you for Bobby for sharing this. But this is the draft show, and they're talking about a particular player, and Broaddus is just a legend.
What about Zach Kuntz from Old Dominion?
I talked about him last
You did bring him up, and I went and watched him, and I like it.
Is
It
it
is,
Kuntz?
yes.
I don't want to ruin it.
Well, you don't want to say it the other way.
You must see me on Twitter. Like I always say, I like Kuntz, and everybody goes, "Sure you do."
Wait, what does that mean?
Beamer's about to cut your mic off. I'm just saying that's how he says his name, right? I'm trying to do good work here. I don't know what everybody.
Doing great work, Brian.
I don't know what everybody else out there's trying to do.
Keep in mind, having Mr.
And what's his name again, Brian?
Kuntz.
Y'all going to jail.
Old Dominion tight end. Keep him on your
I'm an old
list.
man. They can't throw me in jail.
We'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central Time.
Damn right we'll be back.
We're going to have some more fun tomorrow.
Yep, that's the fun we're having on the draft show, and he's right. That's one athletic Kuntz right there.
Broaddus is just setting the draft show off the rails. You have professional, polished, starched broadcaster Kyle Yeomans trying to keep it on, which makes it even funnier, and Broaddus is just running amok. That's fantastic.
It's bad when me, Bobby, and Brian are all in there.
Oh, for sure.
And that's when Brian will try to be the straight-laced one because he knows Bobby and I are just going to go tee off on one another and make things really weird.
Leave it to Broaddus.
The adaptability of that guy.
Make sure you listen to our draft coverage here on 105.3 The Fan. I'll be on nights 2 and day 3.
Okay, and is that going to be on the air or on the website?
I think night 2 will be streamed on the app and on the website, and then day 3 we should have coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Nice.
I know night 1 though you can catch it here.
Night
Rangers
1 on
are
the
going to go to
Fan,
KRLD.
night 2, yeah, streaming. We got a lot going on with the Rangers and whatnot. Mike Martz was pure gold this morning with Sean, RJ, and Bobby. What does he think about Mike McCarthy taking over and other things? It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bang Nation. We have 2 Mike Martz cuts. You can find the entire interview on YouTube or the Odyssey app if you want to go back to any segment that you might have missed from our show or others. You know, Mike Martz, greatest show on turf. And last month he went viral across Cowboys Twitter for his work on the 33rd team, where he was spelling out that he thought that bad receiver route discipline and maybe bad coaching were at least significantly to blame for those Dak Prescott interceptions, career-high 15 picks this year. And you know, we talked about that piece of Mike Martz, and boy, he's bringing it for the 33rd team. This guy has strong opinions. He's got a very blunt speaking style, and you know, does not mince words. I think he's hit that age where he's kind of like, here's what I think about football, and if you don't like it, too bad. But we got some highlights here from Mike Martz, and we'll give you these cuts here and our takeaways from the interview here briefly. General at your service. Broadus is out today. You have Lucius Alexander over there in the Pimp Cup Master Control here at 75 and Fitzhugh. And LA Live's coming up at about 5:40. What you drinking, what you thinking is 20 minutes away right here on a Football Friday. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. There is a pizza on the way, by the way. Looks like the order was dropped off, Carter. Order was just dropped off 1 minute ago.
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind, I got some of these pretzel bites, too, to go along with it. You hear Chiafalo, you hear Wolchuk. We're rocking and rolling here on a Friday night.
Are we ever?
This is amazing. We got our Pluckers locations as well, boys.
Our assignments are in.
We've got
the deets.
We've got the deets. So, Pluckers Draft Party, 105.3 The Fan on Thursday night, night 1 of the draft. RJ Choppy will be at the Fort Worth Alliance location off Rain Lily Trail. Eric Chiafalo.
That's me.
City View in Fort Worth off Southwest Loop 820.
Boom. That's a nice one. That's a nice one.
Brand new.
Corey Majors and Will Chambers will be in Arlington off Bagpiper Way. In Grapevine, we've got Lucius Alexander and Chris Arnold off Crossroads Drive.
It's up and it's stuck out there in Grapevine, yo.
Living it up.
Dallas off Lovers in Greenville. It's Kevin Hagelin and Mike Bassick.
Oh.
And you can come party with me and the General. Addison will work.
That'll work, baby.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Christy Scales will be in Plano, and then Reg and KG will be in Allen. But I think Addison's where it's at.
There's an American Shaman right down the road. I'm going to be zooming and grooving and chilling
Let's
there with some from CBD American Shaman. It'll be an enchanted evening. No chance to win big prizes, and you know, right around the end of the first round, we're going to have a fried Oreo feast. So join Wolchuk and I for the fried Oreo feast. Here's a couple of Mike Martz cuts. We're going to start with the first one. Martz on Dak or Jalen Hurts. You know, moving forward, all things being equal, which one of those two players would you prefer, Mike?
Would you take Jalen Hurts or Dak for the next 3 years?
Dak.
Why? I mean, we know you like him, but why?
So Jalen Hurts is in a highly disciplined system. All the details, you put Dak in that same system, he's going to have that kind of success. Or better. I just think he's a terrific talent. I was down there for a week and I watched him and met him. I didn't say anything. It was just like a fly on the wall. Was in the meetings and just watched him. And he is really, really good. He just, you know, I'm excited for Mike. He's going to clean things up around him. And the discipline of what they do is everything. The details and hammering it and making guys accountable and running routes fast and being where you're supposed to be, you know, all that stuff Mike will do.
So he's talking about the coaches right there, and the highly disciplined system I think is important because, you know, Jalen Hurts played in a system where a lot of people were picking him up, and if he didn't turn the ball over, he could get the ball to great playmakers. He was going to have great protection. And, you know, as long as you don't turn the ball over, it was well coached offensively. I don't know how much credit Steichen gets for that and how much Sirianni gets for that, but we're really hoping it was the coordinators that were able to tie that together and button everything down as well as Philadelphia had it. They just executed so well in every facet.
Yeah, and I mean, credit to their front office because they had the best offensive line in the league. They had 2 bona fide number 1 wide receivers. They still will, and a top flight tight end in Dallas Goedert. and then a stable of respectable backs. So you had it all, and then you had a quarterback that was at least elite at one particular thing, and that's running the football, good enough in other areas to be like, okay, this offense is going to be dang special.
Right. And I don't think he's going to run the ball that much going forward, Wolchuk. And
that's the injury?
Yeah, I think that shoulder gave them, a dose of, hey, let's just get to the playoffs and then we run.
Yeah.
We don't run to get to the playoffs. If we can't make the playoffs without running our quarterback, we don't need to be going to the playoffs that bad because we ain't very good.
No, that's fair. And that's certainly something that you have to factor into with a quarterback that runs. I mean, Lamar Jackson's dealt with that the last 2 years, getting banged up and missing the second half of the season. Josh Allen, even though I don't think he got hurt on a running play, it was a passing play in which that elbow hurt him. But I mean, you see the risk that's involved. It's such an asset when you have a mobile quarterback, but there's also tremendous risk in how healthy is he going to be able to stay.
Especially when you're paying him all that money that they're expected to pay him. And the Bills have already talked about this offseason. Brandon Beane, their GM, has talked about like Josh Allen cannot run the same way that he's been running because he runs physically and he's delivering blows, but also when you deliver a blow, you take a blow.
Right.
And so that it starts to stack up on him too much there. And so I think you'll start to see this with a lot of these teams, especially the ones that have paid their quarterback. Bears, Justin Fields, they're going to run his rear end into the ground this year. But a team like Philadelphia, a team like Buffalo, they'll probably scale that back and then come playoff time, turn up the heat on.
At 877-881-1053, Mart's on Dak versus Hurts. Did not hesitate. He's taking Dak. How about you? Please leave your name and city you're texting from. Wolchuk?
Yeah, I mean, I'm taking Dak, and this whole year I've kind of thought, it's nothing against Jalen Hurts. I thought he had a tremendous season. There's no question, and his improvement as a passer was great. But when you look at the talent around him, he was in a perfect situation. And when Dak came into the NFL, and he had the best offensive line in the NFL and the best running back in the league, and you had a Dez Bryant, and people can say what they want about the connection with Dak and Dez Bryant, sure as heck looked pretty good for the majority of 2016, his rookie year, didn't it? So you're put in a situation where Dak's rookie year, he also looked outstanding, and everybody's thinking, oh my gosh, this is one of the next great quarterbacks. That's what Jalen Hurts just had. Can Jalen Hurts replicate that and do that a second year? That's a big question. We've seen Dak be able to now work in a couple of different systems and still be able to put up crazy numbers. He just needs to do it in the postseason now.
2016, Dak's numbers were all pro, and since then, he's gotten close a couple of times to that 77.6 total QBR, which is very elite. Like, a couple of quarterbacks will play in the 80s and 90s, and occasionally you get incredible seasons. But that was his best season in 2016 because he had the protection. But if you give him that level of protection and weapons now, I do believe he would outdo Jalen Hurts significantly. And I'm keeping all these receipts. Truckwreck.com, Fantex, Bird Turd fans on Twitter. We're going to revisit this discussion, a lot over the next 3 or 4 years, and it will go similar to how your Carson Wentz experience went, except with better leadership this time.
And I think we would all agree if you swap out Dak and Jalen last season, Eagles still make the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And do the Cowboys with Jalen Hurts last year win 12 games?
I think so. Yeah. I think they're pretty dang comparable. But Hurts' youth, the ability to take all those 3rd and 1s and 4th and 1s,
huge.
Like that gave him a huge edge this year. But I think all things being equal, Dak would edge him out. How about on Dak being able to carry the team to the Super Bowl? Here's Mike Martz, the artist of the greatest show on turf, there with Sean, RJ, and Bobby this morning.
Do you think he has enough ability? Because, Coach, I want the Cowboys to kind of build on defense. I don't believe Dak can carry them through the playoffs if it's on him mostly. I think he's got flashes, spectacular flashes, but I just don't think they can win the Super Bowl on his right arm. Do you think that's possible?
I don't think there's any question about it. I think he could be a great player, but you have to. I just think there's been so many moving parts around him. And I know Kellen is kind of his philosophy is a little bit more. He's a guy that wants to throw it quite a bit. And if you're not real good in the offensive line, that's going to be very difficult. I think the fact that they're going to run the ball very well, and I'm sure they will. I think just does so many things for Dak in the passing game. There's just been too many moving parts around him, and there's a lot of really good quarterbacks out there that have been through this. You look at Steve Young. He goes from Tampa Bay, he's the worst-rated quarterback in the league. He goes to San Francisco, becomes a Hall of Famer. So much of it has to do with getting things tight around the quarterback. And when that happens, and he can realize his full potential. I'm a big Dak fan, so you're probably asking the wrong guy.
I mean, it's clear worse quarterbacks have won it, so it's just a ridiculous idea. Like the question is, can you win it with less than great offensive line play, or could you win it with only one good skill player? And I think the list of guys like that are very, very short throughout history. But it's clear Dak Prescott is good enough to win a Super Bowl. But I love how he kept coming back to a lot of moving parts around him and talking about the surroundings, because if Mike Martz is right, it suggests a significantly higher level of production is awaiting Dak when Mike McCarthy steps in and takes care of these moving parts and variables around him.
Yeah, I think Martz was alluding to a lot of the disconnect and trying to mesh two different philosophies into one with Kellen Moore and McCarthy. And there's things that gets lost in the shuffle and into the details where Kellen Moore is trying to implement something that he's not fully familiar with. And so there's things that get a little bit out of sync. I think now, at the very least, whether you like the move or not, with McCarthy and Schottenheimer doing things, it should be a little bit more harmonious with the two of them, and everybody should be at least on the same page. We'll see if that page is going to be worth a damn, but at least from a detail standpoint, you would think everybody's going to be kind of seeing eye to eye on what the plan and the philosophy is.
Hopefully it takes out some of that confusion we saw last year that resulted in some of the turnovers, in the interceptions thrown by Dak, right? I mean, I think that's definitely the hope. This is going to be probably the most interesting storyline for the Cowboys season. How does this offense look? Does McCarthy call the plays the full year? Does Schottenheimer end up taking over? And is Dak really happy with all this?
Yeah. And, if you win and you're putting up numbers, I think Dak will be happy with a lot of stuff. I think his professionalism is, second to none. His leadership is second to none. I even if he's disappointed right now and maybe confused about why there was a change, I don't think he'll let it impact his performance or his leadership. 214, Dak has to get better throwing the ball with anticipation. I've always felt like he was pretty good at it. But I think what we're talking about is throwing to guys who are on the run, moving into space. And there's a couple of different ways you can do that. You can try to go down the field, but if the team is dropping and playing a lot of shell coverage and cover two on you, there's safeties lurking. There's linebackers dropping and trying to get their hands up and block the passing lanes, which we've seen a lot of from defenses. I think Mike knows that. We need to get the ball out of Dak's hand quicker. We need to get yak. We need to throw to guys on the move. His answer is to not ask Dak to be better 15 to 20 yards down the field. It's to bring in more West Coast passing principles where I can be throwing more slants, hopefully, into space, more screens to running backs into space, and get that stuff while also bringing down the risk of turnovers. And maybe that's a difficult needle to thread. Maybe Dak will not be able to throw with anticipation even in shorter routes like that to guys that should be relatively uncovered and behind the line of scrimmage for a lot of their route. So we'll see if that's too much for Dak. Then we'll tip our hand to Kellen Moore and say, wow, Kellen Moore actually had the optimized Dak offense because he figured out what the guy couldn't do and was managing the game and maybe protecting the Cowboys from some of the down parts.
Well, the screen game, you make a great point. That was non-existent in the Cowboys offense. And if you go back and we just want to reference Dak's maybe his most successful year in 2016, they ran a lot of screens and they had tremendous success with that. It's not about when you're talking anticipation, you're trying to lead a moving target. And that's something where Dak's able to hit receivers in stride, but he needs to do that more consistently. When it comes to anticipation, the anticipatory throws, he was trying to do that last year. He talked about it. I'm trying to throw it to a spot, expecting my receiver to be there. Problem is, it's not relying on just the quarterback. It's relying on the receiver. And oftentimes the receiver wasn't there, and it resulted in interceptions. So you're going to blame the quarterback for that, but in reality, the receiver is running a sloppy route, like Martz pointed out with Michael Gallup play.
Yeah. I think it's both. Yeah, obviously it's both. I talked a lot about the O-line, did Mike Martz, and if you want your quarterback to dominate, you need to protect the hell out of him. If you don't want to win with a running game, you better be able to. So, you're going to get injuries and you're going to get turnovers. And I think the beginning of Dak's career, the difference between now and then in a lot of ways is the offensive line, and we keep having him miss games because of injuries. So I would just use that to further emphasize going into the draft. You made everything else better so far. The offensive line isn't better than it was when we ended the year, and I expect them to change that in a very significant way. Mike Martz, huge believer in Mike McCarthy. You got that feeling as well listening to the interview, right, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I think that this is really going to be, this is make or break for McCarthy, man. And if he doesn't end up having success with this, I think you'll have Dan Quinn as your next head coach. I think that's what's looming.
And hopefully a real next young genius to take over the offense, maybe something off the McVay tree or something. And Martz was great. He said he does not like analytics because they tell you what happened, but they don't tell you why. And I can't wait till analytics can. You know, they're a really interesting tool, very entertaining to look at, and can be quite insightful. But I think that's the crusties, the long-term football players or coaches' frustration with the analytics is it doesn't provide full context quite yet. We're looking to you to give us your context when we return. It's Friday night. It's quitting time. It is time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 877-881-1053. Load them up. We'll take 20 minutes of your calls, jump into some LA Live, and have ourselves a party here on a Friday night next in the nation. one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking.